Chapter 181. At this moment, Su Tang, in Qin Qinyuan's arms, regained consciousness. As her vision returned to normal, she saw Su Xiaobao across from her, flapping his wings, his face stern, his dark blue eyes glaring with murderous intent. Huh? He was actually holding two laser swords, held directly in his hands without the handles. Su Tang's first reaction was that Su Xiaobao was so adorable. Then, Su Tang was horrified to see a burst of flame shooting towards Su Xiaobao. Ah! Su Tang screamed. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Qin Qinyuan immediately reassured her. It seemed to him that she was frightened by the monster across from her. Only then did Su Tang fully regain consciousness and realize her situation. Damn! This scoundrel was still holding her. Even more infuriating, this was still attacking her Xiaobao with a flamethrower. This was simply too much. Stop it! Su Tang immediately rushed over, grabbing Qin Qinyuan's hand holding the flamethrower. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Tang watched in horror as her Su Xiaobao was engulfed in flames and transformed into a stone statue, falling to the ground. Don't move. It's dangerous. Qin Qinyuan was puzzled by Su Tang's behavior. Shouldn't she be hiding behind him at this moment? Why was she holding him? This unknown energy-eating beast is very dangerous. You're the one in danger. Your whole family is in danger. Su Tang cursed, pointing at Qin Qinyuan. But her Su Xiaobao wouldn't die so easily, right? In a panic, Su Tang let go of Qin Qinyuan's hand and tried to run towards Su Xiaobao, but Qin Qinyuan pulled her back again. Don't go. It's dangerous. It might not be dead yet. Qin Qinyuan said with a worried look on his face, disapproving of Su Tang's behavior. Of course he's not dead. If my little dies, I never let you go. Su Tang was even more furious. He actually wanted to kill her little bastard. What a bastard. Your little bastard? You raised him? Qin Qinyuan asked Su Tang, a look of surprise on his face. Nonsense, if it's not mine, then it's yours. This time, Su Tang flung her hand free. Once free, Su Tang naturally rushed forward to check on Su Xiaobao. Qin Qinyuan was still in shock. Hers? His concubine raised an energy-devouring beast? After recovering, Qin Qinyuan stepped forward, squatted beside Su Tang, and rubbed the statue of Su Xiaobao with his fingers. What kind of species is this? Where did you get it from? Su Tang simply rolled her eyes and ignored him, staring intently at the stone statue before her. After a few seconds, Su Tang noticed the stone statue changing color, the stone texture gradually disappearing, and within seconds, Su Xiaobao had returned to normal. Upon seeing Su Tang, Su Xiaobao, having recovered, immediately fluttered his wings, looking aggrieved, and rushed into her arms. Then, in Su Tang's head, the voice of a child complaining filled her mind. Mommy, bad guy, baby can't beat him, woo. Su Tang stroked Su Xiaobao's soft head in comfort. Xiaobao, you're very capable. That guy wasn't a bad guy, he was one of Mom's, friends. Su Xiaobao looked up in confusion, tears still welling in his little eyes. He tilted his head in confusion and asked, friend? He was trying to crush Mom to death just now. Ahem, Su Tang feigned a cough to mask her embarrassment, glaring at Qin Qinyuan beside her. We were just playing a game. Xiaobao is still young, and adult matters are complicated. From now on, don't come out unless Mom calls you, okay? Oh baby, I get it. Su Xiaobao glanced at Qin Qinyuan in confusion, then nodded obediently. Well, Xiaobao's so good, go to sleep. Su Tang patted Su Xiaobao's head. Inwardly, she was delighted. Wow, her little treasure could attack. She thought it only consumed energy. While its attack power didn't seem high at the moment, it still had some. Being so elusive, it was definitely a powerful weapon for insidious attacks. Under Qin Qinyuan's astonished gaze, Su Xiaobao transformed into a small moth and flew into Su Tang's hair. Without thinking, Qin Qinyuan reached out to touch Su Tang's hair, wanting to see where the unknown energy-eating beast had gone. Su Tang, naturally, slapped Qin Qinyuan's outstretched hand away. Ouch, it hurts. Qin Qinyuan held out his hand again, aggrieved. Honey, it's red from being spanked. Blow it off for me. Blow the crap out of him. Su Tang naturally slapped his hand away again. Even with his thick skin, she felt her palm go numb from the hard slapping. Seeing Su Tang rubbing her hand, Qin Qinyuan immediately leaned forward, his expression fawning. Ouch, honey, your hand hurts, doesn't it? How about I blow it off for you? Go away. Su Tang pushed Qin Qinyuan away, stood up, and pointed at him condescendingly. Who are you? I'm your husband, Qin Xinyuan said shamelessly, patting his clothes and standing up as well. Su Tang rubbed her head. She felt she couldn't accept this reality. Although the previous icy boss had been a bit cold, she felt that as a high-ranking marshal, he should have that aloof, cool, and handsome demeanor. But where did this guy come from? An imposter? Are you Marshal Qin Xinyuan? Su Tang found it hard to accept this idiotic marshal. Yes, my husband is amazing, isn't he? Qin Xinyuan replied smugly. Su Tang lowered her head in silence for a moment, then suddenly pulled out a towel and a bottle of makeup remover from her pocket, poured them onto Qin Xinyuan's face, and pressed them directly onto his face. What are you doing, my dear? Are you trying to ruin my appearance? Qin Xinyuan cried out, but he didn't stop Su Tang, letting her do as she pleased. With his skill, Su Tang wouldn't have been able to touch him if she tried to avoid him. A few minutes later, Su Tang removed the towel, but to her disbelief, Qin Xinyuan's face remained the same, untouched. No, it seemed she had rubbed it red. Looking at the handsome face across from her, Su Tang suddenly felt a surge of guilt. Was she being too cruel? Are you really Qin Xinyuan? Su Tang found it hard to accept this reality. Yes, absolutely. Qin Xinyuan leaned in close to Su Tang, pointing at his face. Look, isn't your husband handsome? Su Tang immediately pushed him away. Being handsome was useless. The key was his aura didn't match his. The once noble and dignified Grand Marshal had become a shameless, idiotic figure. Su Tang found this sudden turn of events unacceptable to a mere mortal like her. How could you be Qin Xinyuan? Su Tang still felt he was a fake. I am Qin Xinyuan, Qin Xinyuan said innocently. It was true, but why did his wife look a little disappointed? As a Grand Marshal, don't you think your aura doesn't match yours? No, I think I have a good aura. Qin Xinyuan narcissistically pulled out a mirror and looked at himself. He looked handsome, and even more so in his military uniform. Sit over there. I need to calm down. Su Tang pointed to the small table in the room, motioning for Qin Xinyuan to sit there. Then she turned and went into the tea room to wash her face with cold water. I also made 2 cups of tea. Chapter 182. Su Tang slapped her face, a little painful. It wasn't a dream, but who could explain why Zheng Zhe had become Qin Xinyuan? In this world where strength reigns supreme, military marshals are emperors. For a commoner like Su Tang, they're mountains to behold. Su Tang figured she'd have to wait until she became an energy master to encounter such a powerful boss, but she encountered one on a small, desolate planet. What a stroke of luck. But since she encountered him and been captured, she could only face reality. Carrying 2 cups of tea, Su Tang handed one to Qin Xinyuan and sat down across from him. Slamming her fist on the table, Su Tang decided to strike first, adopting the airs of a criminal interrogator. Be honest. Leniency for confession, severity for resistance. Understand? Understood, Qin Xinyuan nodded. Was he going to check my household registration? Name? Su Tang asked sternly. My last name is Qin Xinyuan. 52 years old, from the royal family, and a marshal. My registered residence is in the capital galaxy. I have no parents, but I own a private star and a warship. I have some savings. Well, they're not very much at the moment, but I have over 300 billion in real estate. I'm definitely a perfect husband. Over 300 billion? How dare you say that? You know my income is calculated daily? You're a poor man with 300 billion in total assets, and you dare to show off in front of someone like me who earns 5 billion a day? Su Tang slammed the table and began to disdain Qin Xinyuan. What a boast! Powerful and handsome, of course, but he actually dared to talk about assets in front of her. Su Xiaobai casually picked up a level 12 energy stone, and she became the richest person in the entire galaxy. Humph. Su Tang's words successfully struck Qin Xinyuan. But a daily income of 5 billion? 5 billion equals 1 standard 8th level energy stone. 1 standard 8th level energy stone per day. How many energy masters would that require? Qin Xinyuan felt his heart burst with fear. Okay, honey, you win. You support me, Qin Xinyuan said weakly. Get lost. Su Tang immediately refused. Wife, Qin Xinyuan suddenly called softly, gazing at Su Tang with a deep, blazing gaze. Looking at Qin Xinyuan, whose eyes were filled with tenderness, passion, and a hint of grievance, Su Tang's heart suddenly choked. She suddenly felt a pang of reluctance, a pity to reject him. But in a split second, Su Tang recovered. This guy's face was too good to be true. Girls obsessed with looks hate to see handsome men upset. Although Su Tang didn't think she was purely obsessed with looks, good looks did have their advantages. Be honest and straighten your attitude. Su Tang slapped the table, her eyes drooping as she stared at Qin Qinyuan's chin, avoiding the face that distracted her from her thoughts. Oh! Spiritual power level? Su Tang asked through gritted teeth. After calming down, she finally realized the crux of the matter. Shu Tianyu claimed to have a 4S level spiritual power, but when he was still Zheng Zhe, he was clearly an SS level spiritual power user. This situation clearly pointed to one fact. This guy is a 5S level spiritual power user, and she finally remembered why his voice sounded familiar the first time they met. The voice of the 5S level guy from the Xiangye City 13th District auction. 5S level. Qin Qinyuan dared not hide it. Upon hearing this question, Qin Qinyuan knew the truth was out. That Shu Tianyu had definitely told his concubine about his spiritual power level. He couldn't deny it now, so it was better to admit his guilt. Wife, I didn't mean to lie to you. Don't be angry. It wasn't intentional, it was clearly deliberate. It turned out he already seen through her 4S level nature, yet he'd been pretending to be an SS in front of her every day. Maybe he was just watching her pretend to be an S-level clown. She was puzzled. How could she have been proposed to out of nowhere? Apparently, it was because of her 4S level mental power. And what nonsense about fate? Fate, bullshit. The thought that Qin Qinyuan was only attracted by her 4S level strength made Su Tang suddenly feel uncomfortable. Her face darkened, and she pointed at the door. Okay, enough questions, you can get out now. Qin Qinyuan was stunned. Why was he being told to get out again? Seeing Su Tang's gloomy expression, Qin Qinyuan felt that she was truly angry. Then I'd be leaving first. Qin Qinyuan stood up and pretended to leave, taking a few steps before turning back. Wife, if you don't see me off, and if you don't open the door, how am I supposed to get out? What a hassle. Although reluctant, Su Tang stood up and moved forward to open the door. These high-level rooms within the base, whether inside or outside, couldn't be opened simply by mental power. Only authorized personnel could do so. Su Tang had no idea that, as the top boss, Qin Qinyuan had the authority to open all the doors within the base. As Su Tang passed by Qin Qinyuan, he suddenly, using his old trick, grabbed her waist and pushed her against the wall again. Qin Qinyuan knew that if he left like this, it would be difficult to ask for forgiveness later, especially since Shu Tianyu could return at any time. This time, Qin Qinyuan didn't kiss her directly. Instead, he bent his waist and put his head on Su Tang's shoulder, rubbing his face gently against her cheek, and then whispered softly, Wife, don't be angry, I really didn't mean to lie to you. Go away. Su Tang's face darkened even further. He used that trick again. Was he so strong? Did he have the ability to bully people so easily? But as he rubbed her face, his breath wafting into her ear as he spoke, she had the illusion that they were just a quarreling couple. Although he told him to get out, Qin Qinyuan didn't actually leave. Instead, he coaxed her. Su Tang suddenly felt a flicker of joy. If you don't let go, I shoot you. Su Tang suppressed her inner joy and threatened coldly. No! I won't let go until you forgive me. Qin Qinyuan began to act rogue. Su Tang reached for a laser sword and pressed it against Qin Qinyuan's right chest. It was just the hilt, of course, but as soon as Su Tang unleashed it, the laser sword could instantly pierce Qin Qinyuan's chest. If you don't let go, I stab you to death. I won't let go. Qin Qinyuan continued to rub Su Tang's face, then added, Wife, the heart is on the left side. Only by stabbing it to the left can you kill me. You? Su Tang was furious. Nonsense. Of course she knew the heart was on the left side. She just chose the right side, because she was afraid she'd kill him in a fit of rage. But this scoundrel was sure she wouldn't dare to do it, right? Fine, fine. She stabbed him a few times to vent her anger. Su Tang stabbed him with all her might, then mercilessly stabbed him 1, 2, 3 times. Chapter 183. Su Tang poked, then, Su Tang heard Qin Qinyuan's muffled laughter in her ear, Wife, your laser sword isn't even on yet. Qin Qinyuan was in a good mood. Sure enough, she still had feelings for him, and couldn't bring herself to attack him. Su Tang rolled her eyes sullenly. She knew her laser sword wasn't on yet. If it was, all those stabs would either kill him or cripple him. How could she still smile so naggingly? Although she wanted to stab him to death, she felt a bit reluctant when it came time to actually fire the laser sword. Su Tang's brows twisted into knots in frustration, and she continued to poke Qin Qinyuan with the hilt of her sword. After countless jabs until her hand was sore, Su Tang reluctantly put away the laser sword, or rather, the hilt. Sure enough, she was too kind-hearted. Alas! Su Tang secretly resented it. But if it were an ugly man forcibly hugging her like this, she would definitely be able to do it. Sure enough, good looks take advantage. Su Tang was depressed. After noticing Su Tang had finished venting her anger, Qin Qinyuan raised his head and looked at her with bright eyes. Honey, aren't you angry anymore? Su Tang rolled her eyes. Then let's make peace, okay? Qin Qinyuan said with hope. No, Su Tang replied grumpily. No, then let's continue what your little pet just interrupted. Qin Qinyuan touched his lips, savoring the moment, eager to take things a step further. Can you be more shameless? Su Tang raged again. He just forcefully kissed her, and she hadn't even settled the score yet. What a scoundrel. So honey, you want me to be even more shameless? Qin Qinyuan's eyes lit up, as if he suddenly understood something. Damn it! Su Tang was furious. You bitch! Let go! Look at you, you scoundrel. Where's your aloof martial demeanor? As a marshal, you need to maintain your dignity and coolness, understand? No. Qin Qinyuan quickly shook his head, then pouted with a look of grievance. If I keep being so aloof, you run off with some other man. A man, another man. Shu Tianyu said she had a man, and this guy also said he had a man. Su Tang wanted to yell, you two are both men. After all, Su Tang felt that Yin Zimu was the only man who could be considered her official boyfriend. These two men had forced themselves into this relationship. Did you deliberately call Shu Tianyu back, and then send him away? Su Tang began to question. Wife, how dare you say that? You're so heartless and ran away from me. I risked my life to hunt the Sky Lawn beast for you. Why? And then, you just left me and ran off with another man. Do you know how heartbroken I was? My heart shattered into pieces of glass. Qin Qinyuan, with a look of resentment on his face, began to lament Su Tang's heartless and disloyal behavior. We were never related. I didn't ask you to kill the Sky Lawn beast. Although Su Tang wanted to say this, looking at Qin Qinyuan's sad face, resentful eyes, and grief-stricken expression, the words on her lips stopped. Su Tang suddenly wondered if this was too much. Hunting the Sky Lawn beast was indeed a dangerous business, and Qin Qinyuan had been very kind to her for over a month. He went to hunt the Sky Lawn for her, and she ran away without a word. Su Tang suddenly felt that her behavior was indeed a bit too much. I'm sorry. Su Tang lowered her head, like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Yeah, it's okay. I forgive you. Qin Qinyuan pulled Su Tang into his arms, then rested his chin on the top of her head, and continued to rub it. Because of their height, Su Tang's face was pressed against Qin Qinyuan's chest, and the heat was scorching. Su Tang suddenly realized something was wrong. Why was she apologizing? Why should she apologize? They had no relationship to begin with. It was clearly him who was forcing himself on her. She didn't feel guilty at all. It must be that guy's face that seriously clouded her judgment. At this thought, Su Tang pushed Qin Qinyuan away with all her strength. Caught off guard, Qin Qinyuan took a step back. Honey, what's up? Sit down. Su Tang pointed to her previous seat and took the lead. I think we should get this straight. Qin Qinyuan's face froze, his eyes darkening. Was she going to confront him? Explain her relationship with Zhu Tianyu? And then tell him to get out? Clenching his fists, Qin Qinyuan forced himself to calm down, wanting to dump him and go on a romantic date with Zhu Tianyu. He absolutely wouldn't allow it. After Qin Qinyuan settled down, Su Tang spoke up. Did you know from the beginning that my mental power level was 4S? Yes. Seeing Su Tang's serious expression, Qin Qinyuan also became serious. He instinctively knew that this conversation was very important to him. So, is that why you're deliberately clinging to me? Su Tang asked what she wanted to know most. Qin Qinyuan lowered his eyes. Did she think he was after her mental power level? It's undeniable that when we first met, I was really drawn to you because of your 4S mental power. Hearing this, Su Tang felt strangely disappointed. Sure enough, it was true. But why not just say it directly? Like Zhu Tianyu, openly stating his desire for the high-level energy stone, Su Tang felt it would be easier to accept. But you have to know that I don't want to marry you because of your level 4S spiritual power. Qin Qinyuan suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing, his face serious. Although you may not believe it, what I'm about to say is true. A master once read my fortune and said I would meet my soulmate at the age of 51. Since then, I've been waiting for her, and on my last day of 51, I finally met her. Su Tang was surprised by Qin Qinyuan's words. Master fortune teller? People in this world still believe in that? Su Tang suddenly remembered that the day she and Qin Qinyuan met seemed to be the last day of 20,312. Was that soulmate referring to her? I swear on my honor as a marshal that everything I say is true, Qin Qinyuan said meticulously, raising his hand. What proof do you have that I'm the one? Su Tang wondered. Qin Qinyuan didn't seem to be joking, but why was he so sure it was her? In a year, he must have met a lot of women. Is this the proof? Qin Qinyuan produced a candy. Of course, it wasn't the one the old Taoist master had given him. That one had long since gone bad after decades. Huh? Su Tang was even more puzzled. A candy? She wasn't a child who loved candy. The master said this is enough to identify her. Your name is Tang Xiaomi, and me Tang means candy. Combined with the time I met you, and the fact that we were both married when we obtained the fake certificate, it completely proves that you're destined to be my wife. Chapter 184. Tang? Su Tang was suddenly a little surprised. Could the fortune teller be some otherworldly expert? She even considered getting a fake ID and calling herself Tangwa. And her name was Su Tang. Was it really such a coincidence? Was it really her? Okay, I reluctantly accept this excuse. But why did you lie to me? Su Tang felt that the worst thing about this guy was that he was clearly a 5S, yet he acted like a SS in front of her. Wasn't it a big deal to have a high level of mental power? I didn't lie to you, Qin Qinyuan blinked innocently. I was planning to tell you my identity, but you insisted on not letting me. Su Tang felt instantly embarrassed. It seemed like that was the case, but they didn't know each other at the time, and she was afraid he'd kill her if he knew his identity. Before coming here, didn't I tell you my last name was Qin and my given name was Qinyuan? Didn't you know that? Qin Qinyuan continued innocently. Su Tang was now even more embarrassed. It seemed he had already revealed his identity, but she simply hadn't noticed or cared. Wife. I'm being completely honest, hiding nothing. Qin Qinyuan immediately put on a resentful expression and said aggrievedly, Wife, you still haven't told me who you are. At this point, Qin Qinyuan's heart was in turmoil. He had a vague idea of his concubine's identity. He took out the candy again and thought about the word Tang, the senior energy engineer, the missing father, the concealed identity, and the 19-year-old. All the signs pointed to one person. Su Tang, the Su family's missing person. Qin Qinyuan suddenly had a bad feeling. If his concubine was indeed Su Tang, then his previous assumptions were completely wrong. That so-called boyfriend wasn't Zhua Tianyu at all, and the Tianlun heart around her neck must have been given by Yen Zimu. Qin Qinyuan's headache intensified when he thought of Yen Zimu. He quit the family and his job just to find Su Tang. Previously, Qin Qinyuan had considered Yen Zimu a romantic, but now he thought the little BS**** was simply despicable. If his concubine knew about this, she'd be completely moved, and he'd have to step aside. No, the concubine couldn't know about Yen Zimu's affairs. Although the Yen family had remained silent on the matter, many people knew about it. He was going to issue a ban on the matter on Starnet to prevent it from reaching his concubine. Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened as he clenched his hands hidden under the table. Why do you care so much? Su Tang said stubbornly. In reality, she felt deeply guilty. It seemed like she was in the wrong. Qin Qinyuan had intended to reveal his identity long ago, but she had chosen not to listen. Now she was blaming him for deceiving her. It seemed truly unreasonable. Alas! I knew it, my dear, you still don't trust me. Qin Qinyuan continued to feign resentment, but inwardly he was relieved. If Su Tang had truly taken off her cover, he'd be worried. With Yen Zimu's abilities, he'd be able to track her down the moment she appeared. And if Yen Zimu arrived, would he be left watching them being affectionate? Absolutely not. I tell you when I find Daddy. Su Tang sounded a little guilty. Well, I wait then. Qin Qinyuan appeared delighted, but inwardly he began to analyze the situation rapidly. Looking for Daddy? Looking for Su Yuan? The military hadn't heard anything yet. Where could she find him alone? And who had told her she could find Su Yuan by going to the Wood Wolf Galaxy? Was this person trying to kill her in disguise? Who was so cruel as to deceive an underage girl? He had to investigate thoroughly, and then tear this person to pieces. If he hadn't met him, his young wife might have died on the way to the Wood Wolf Galaxy. By the way, honey, what was that butterfly just now? Qin Qinyuan suddenly remembered the butterfly that had interrupted his fun. When had his little wife gotten such a pet? She clearly hadn't had one before. This meant that this butterfly had only appeared on planet XY132. Honey, are you a tamer? I think so, Su Tang nodded. Actually, she wasn't sure if she was a tamer herself. Su Xiaobao had just come to her. Speaking of Su Xiaobao, Su Tang remembered Chua Tianyu, who had been sent out to find the stone-patterned butterfly. She had asked Su Xiaobao a few days ago, and Su Xiaobao had said that it was the only one on this planet, and no other. This meant that without a stone-patterned butterfly, Chua Tianyu was doomed to return empty-handed. This is Su Xiaobao. It must be a high-level stone-patterned butterfly, Su Tang said, lifting her hair from her ear. Naturally, Qin Qinyuan noticed the butterfly-shaped earrings. Su Xiaobao. Qin Qinyuan was amazed that the stone-patterned butterfly could transform into this. Well, I'm telling you, don't use Xiaobao for research, okay? Su Tang stared at Qin Qinyuan with watery eyes, acting pitiful. This time, Su Xiaobao had been exposed. With Qin Qinyuan's 5S level mental power, he would find it sooner or later. It would be better for her to tell him everything. Maybe, for her sake, Su Xiaobao wouldn't have to go to the dissection table. Of course, if this man insisted on using Su Xiaobao for research, she would simply have Su Xiaobao recruit a large group of people, and then run away. No one would dare to take advantage of her Su Xiaobao. Looking at Su Tang's pitiful face, Qin Qinyuan reached out and touched her head without thinking. Who said I was going to use it for research? Don't worry. Keep your word, Su Xiaobao. Keep this a secret. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. As a Grand Marshal, he wouldn't go back on his word, right? She had just activated her laptop to record the incident, so she had evidence. Well, is what happened that night related to it? Qin Qinyuan was quite curious about unknown star beasts. He wanted to confirm whether this star beast was truly harmless to his wife. Those stone butterflies are Su Xiaobao's scales, transformed by it, Su Tang confessed honestly. Besides the truth, she didn't know how else to explain the disappearance of the stone butterflies. What did you say? Qin Qinyuan was stunned. Few things could shock him so much. That swarm of stone butterflies that covered the sky was just one. Well, that's right. After explaining, Su Tang instructed Su Xiaobao to demonstrate it again. Qin Qinyuan stared in shock at the countless stone butterflies that suddenly appeared in the room, then disappeared 3 seconds later. This. Qin Qinyuan couldn't believe it. So many biological experts had studied it for so long, yet they hadn't figured it out. So this was the truth. No wonder the stone-striped butterfly was so hard to kill. It turned out these were just scales, and its true form was still hidden in the corner. Did you feed it high-level energy stones? After the shock, Qin Qinyuan immediately thought of the stone-striped butterfly's ability to disappear when full. Yeah, Su Tang admitted softly, like a child who had made a mistake and lacked confidence. Chapter 185. What? You really fed it high-level energy stones? Qin Qinyuan's face was filled with anguish. Those were high-level energy stones. Just feeding a stone butterfly like that? How disrespectful of energy stones must you be? What level? How many? Qin Qinyuan finally asked, masochistically. Not much. Just 10 level 9 energy stones. Someone gave them to me. Su Tang felt that mentioning Su Xiaobao had exposed her own disguise. A few level 8 energy stones were enough to feed a group of stone butterflies. Not only Qin Qinyuan, but even she herself wouldn't believe it. As for level 10 energy stones, she couldn't say anything. Her father, Su Yuan, hadn't even announced his level 10 energy master status. 10 level 9 energy stones was a reasonable guess. 1 level 10 energy stone was equivalent to 10 level 9 stones. Qin Qinyuan would have figured out her identity immediately. But since her 4th S level mental power had already been exposed, revealing Su Tang's identity seemed less important. For mecha operators, especially high-level ones, they all have a common understanding. Treat their mechas like wives/husbands, and high-level energy stones like their lives. Not much. 10 pieces. Level 9 energy stones. Feed the stone-patterned butterfly. The power of these few words instantly emptied Qin Qinyuan's health bar. Qin Qinyuan swore that these were the most cruel words he had ever heard in his life, bar none. 10 marshals in their military department stared helplessly at a level 9 energy stone, and this girl just fed 10 pieces to a stone-patterned butterfly. Even if you were a high-level energy operator, even if your father was Su Yuan, you couldn't waste such a gift. Qin Qinyuan felt so regretful that his intestines turned green. He really wanted to slam his head into a wall and die. Why didn't he keep a close eye on her and let her waste those energy stones like that? Su Tang clearly couldn't grasp the force of her words. Facing Qin Qinyuan, whose face was filled with grief and despair, as if the sky was falling and the world was ending, Su Tang seemed completely baffled. What's going on? Is there a problem? Su Tang asked doubtfully. She had simply fed Su Xiaobao some energy stones. Wife, do you know? I spent all my decades of savings on just one level 8 energy stone. Qin Qinyuan felt as if his heart had been shattered by a laser sword. His heart ached. Hearing this, Su Tang's face tinged with strange sympathy. It was indeed the plight of high-level mecha operators who weren't energy masters. They saved their entire lives, only to buy one level 8 energy stone. And that was for powerful bosses. What did ordinary mecha operators use? Level 4 energy stones? So what level of energy stone do you usually use? Su Tang asked naturally. I usually use 3 level 6 energy stones, and I recently bought a level 8. You have to understand that the military generally only equips mecha units with level 4 energy stones. Qin Qinyuan's face was dejected, still unable to recover from this brutal truth. After all, although Hui Yun was a level 9 energy master, it took him over a decade to forge a single level 9 energy stone from raw materials. Because of this time, he had only forged 2 level 9 energy stones. One he used in his battle with Luo Hingxing Star Beast, and the other was in the National Treasury. Hui Yun's most forged level 7 energy stones, producing a basic, one-digit quality level 7 energy stone every 2 months. Therefore, the Qin family didn't have many level 8 energy stones. In Qin Qinyuan's opinion, Hui Yun's speed was already very fast. But at this moment, Qin Qinyuan finally understood what a true 9th level energy master was. Su Yuan was only 59 when he disappeared, and he was 54 when he was announced as a 9th level energy master. Besides the ones he had, Su Tang actually had over 10 9th level energy stones? What kind of a concept was that? Su Yuan's synthesis speed must have been incredible. Or had Su Tang synthesized all of them himself? Was his previous suspicion that Su Tang was a 9th level energy master correct? At this thought, Qin Qinyuan raised his head, his face serious. He stared intently at Su Tang and began to communicate with her through his telekinesis. Honey, tell me the truth, are you already a level 9 energy master? Su Tang suddenly felt the atmosphere grow solemn. Qin Qinyuan, with his stern expression, still possessed a certain dignity. Su Tang lowered her head, feeling guilty and afraid to look him in the face. Was she courting disaster? Should she confess? Saying she could synthesize level 10 energy stones would be terrifying. Would Qin Qinyuan lecture her on serving the country and its people? Or would he simply force her into hard labor at the military headquarters? Su Tang felt that Qin Qinyuan, as a marshal, had a high level of ideological awareness, but hers wasn't. While she enjoyed synthesizing energy stones, that was just a hobby. Being forced to do it all day was something else entirely. She simply wanted to find Su Yuan's father. She wasn't about to become some heroic hero serving the country and its people. Or could they just call Zhuo Tianyu back and run off together? In Su Tang's opinion, Zhuo Tianyu's ideological awareness was definitely not that high. Why aren't you talking? Qin Qinyuan knew from Su Tang's silence that he had guessed it, and she was probably overthinking it again. Su Tang remained silent after hearing Qin Qinyuan's question. She felt it was best to deny it for now. After all, if she didn't admit it, they couldn't determine her energy master level. Qin Qinyuan's headache immediately came over him when he saw Su Tang's silent attitude. It seemed she still didn't trust him. Honey, be honest, I'm absolutely on your side. Qin Qinyuan immediately made his stance clear. Su Tang looked up at this, puzzled. You won't send me to the military to do hard labor? Of course, they were communicating through telekinesis. Qin Qinyuan rubbed his forehead helplessly. Sure enough, their minds weren't on the same page. Who said I was going to send you to the military to do hard labor? Aren't all the senior energy technicians, except those with families, working in the military to synthesize energy stones for you? Su Tang still didn't quite believe it. That's to protect their safety. Energy technicians are dangerous. What if someone wants to kill you? Qin Qinyuan felt that men and women really had a communication barrier. At this moment, he couldn't understand what Su Tang was thinking. The energy technicians in the military were treated like royalty, well-fed and well-served. What was wrong with going to the military? If someone comes to kill me, I just shout, I'm a senior energy technician, and they won't kill me. Su Tang felt that as a senior energy technician, she was safe wherever she went when facing humans. After all, killing a senior energy technician was worse than kidnapping her and having her synthesize energy stones. If her life wasn't in danger, she would have been able to escape sooner or later. Even if it was the Su family, as long as she showed the ability of a 7th level energy master, the Su family would only keep her under strict supervision instead of doing something stupid like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Chapter 186. Qin Shinyuan was speechless at this moment. Sure enough, he was still underage, thinking too simply. What if we encounter foreign hostile elements? They're going to kill geniuses like you. What? There are foreign hostile elements within the Federation traders? Su Tang was instantly shocked. Nonsense! Which country doesn't have traders? If the other two federations knew that Yin country had a genius energy engineer, they would either kidnap him or kill him. Do you think you'd be safe? Can you still go around shouting that you're a senior energy engineer? Qin Shinyuan was telling the truth. Although the human alliance was currently at peace, with no external or internal wars, there were always minor frictions. No one wanted to see anyone become more powerful. If a civil war broke out in the human alliance, it would be a battle of energy resources, and senior energy engineers often swayed the outcome of a battlefield. Therefore, no one wanted to see a potential senior energy engineer emerge from another country. I didn't go around shouting that I'm a senior energy engineer, Su Tang argued weakly. Wow, there are actually foreign enemies. Then why hasn't anyone tried to assassinate her father? Or is her father so powerful that he's eliminated all the assassins? So tell me the truth, and I analyze the situation. Don't worry, I'm absolutely on your side, and won't force you into anything you don't want to do. If you don't want to go to the military, then don't go. Qin Shinyuan reiterated his stance. In his opinion, going to the military wasn't safe either. While the external threat was resolved, internal troubles arose. As for female energy masters, not even a single one reached level 9, there weren't even any at level 8. While there were hundreds of level 7 energy masters, less than 1/10 were women. Only 17 were recorded, and most of them were over 200 years old. The only unmarried one was the Su family's newly appointed master Su Ro, but she was over 160. I'm afraid that once his concubine goes to the military, not to mention Yin Zimu, the number of men trying to steal her away would be countless. No need to go to the military. I can go wherever I want. Su Tang was suspicious. Qin Shinyuan was so easy to talk to. Yes, you can go wherever you want, but you must be protected. You can't wander around alone. Qin Shinyuan felt it was safer to keep his concubine hidden. With him by her side, her safety should be guaranteed. Now you can tell the truth. What level are you? Guess? Su Tang blinked, as if to say, I won't tell you. With Qin Shinyuan's assurance, Su Tang felt relieved. She had always worried about being captured by the military and forced to bear children due to her high mental power level, but now that she had encountered one of the military's top 10 bosses and proposed to her, she probably wouldn't be forced to bear children. And now that Su Tang had Su Xiaobao, she felt more confident. Su Xiaobao could summon his large army anywhere within a 50 kilometers radius. If anyone forced her, she would fight to the death and let Su Xiaobao devour them all. Thinking about it this way, a level 10 energy master strength would only be her reliance, and she was quite frustrated by having to hide it all this time. It was like winning the lottery and finally being able to show it off after hiding it for so long. Su Tang was naturally very proud. Level 9 energy master? Qin Shinyuan continued to ask with his mental power. He considered this to be an ironclad fact. No guess again. Su Tang shook her head, a look of smugness on her face. Receiving a negative answer, Qin Shinyuan frowned. Was he wrong? Could it be that his concubine's strength wasn't that great after all? Had the previous energy stones been synthesized using low-level processing? Level 8? No guess again. Su Tang continued to shake her head. You didn't lie to me last time. Are you really only level 7? Qin Shinyuan was even more puzzled. In his opinion, if he wasn't an energy master, how could he waste energy stones so much? He just gave away level 9 energy stones on demand. Or was Su Yuan spoiling his concubine so much that she had no idea that high-level energy stones were precious? That's not right. Su Tang smirked, her tail raised. She stopped teasing Qin Shinyuan and directly demonstrated her strength with her mental power. I'm level 10. Su Tang had previously thought that becoming a level 10 energy master would scare the hell out of everyone in the world. While she couldn't scare the world to death just yet, scaring a grand marshal would still be a great sense of accomplishment. Qin Shinyuan, standing across from him, was clearly frightened, his mouth gaping in a daze. What did you say? How much? Clearly, Qin Shinyuan was so frightened that he forgot to use his mental power to speak. Level 10. Qin Shinyuan was stunned, but Su Tang remained conscious. This was confidential, and had to be kept secret, otherwise it would attract hostile elements. Naturally, Su Tang repeated her response with her mental power. Qin Shinyuan gasped in shock, his mind replaying Su Tang's words, Level 10, level 10. He couldn't recover for a long time. After about 10 minutes, Qin Qinyuan suddenly regained consciousness and stared at Su Tang with a strange expression. Su Tang was terrified by Qin Qinyuan's blank, strange gaze. Could he have been frightened silly by her? That would be a grave sin. What are you doing? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? I never seen such a stunning beauty. Are you sure you're human, not a monster? Qin Qinyuan had always thought Su Yuan was quite a monster, and sure enough, monsters give birth to even more monsters. He was nearly going to have a heart attack just now. What does a level 10 energy master even mean? If Su Yuan became a level 10 energy master by the time he was over 100, that would be normal. But if someone told him that Su Tang, a 19-year-old minor, was actually a level 10 energy master, he would definitely think it was an international joke. Monster, no? Su Tang said modestly. If she were to call her a monster, it was true. After all, she was a time traveler, and she had the great monster Su Xiaobai within her. However, synthesizing energy stones could be considered a skill she learned on her own. Su Xiaobai was merely a teacher who gave her some guidance. So, thinking about it, she was quite impressive. Who else knows about this? Zhuo Tianyu? Although Qin Qinyuan wanted to ask Su Tang if she had told Yan Zimu about this, he instinctively didn't want to mention Yan Zimu. Well, Zhuo Tianyu doesn't know yet. He probably only knows that I'm a high-level energy master. Su Tang thought carefully. Zhuo Tianyu was a former cultivator, and he was very likely a fortune teller, so it was very likely that he could tell that she was a high-level energy master. Don't tell anyone else. This must be kept secret. Otherwise, I can't protect you, and you have to stay at the military headquarters. Qin Qinyuan threatened, with a serious expression. This was actually motivated by selfish motives. If the other families in the military knew about this, Su Tang would be forced to stay at the military headquarters and be protected. By then, countless men would have their eyes on her. Oh! Su Tang hadn't intended to tell anyone about this in the first place. Chapter 187. Wife, where's your level 10 energy stone? Can I take a look, just a look? After using his mental detection to observe the surroundings, and finding nothing unusual, Qin Qinyuan began to look pitiful, trying to gain sympathy. He had only seen 3 level 9 energy stones in his life. A level 10 energy stone? Forget him. It's likely that only Su Tang and Su Yuan, the enchanting father and daughter, had ever seen one in the entire human alliance. Of course, Qin Qinyuan would be absolutely envious if he knew Yan Zimu had not only seen a level 10 energy stone, but even held one in his possession. Well, actually, that one was eaten by Su Xiaobao, Su Tang said with an embarrassed look on her face. She didn't have any level 10 energy stones left. Because it takes over 2 months to combine a level 10 energy stone, and even after combining, it can't be used publicly. Su Tang had never combined another one. Thinking about what she had just said, Su Tang felt it was best to explain. I didn't lie to you. 1 level 10 stone is just 10 level 9 stones. 1 level 10 energy stone and 10 level 9 energy stones are not the same thing, right? Looking at Su Tang's complacent, nonchalant expression, Qin Qinyuan felt as if his fragile heart, which had been so hard to mend, had been shattered into pieces. A level 10 stone. Feed it to the stone-patterned butterfly. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan wanted to pinch the butterfly's neck and make it spit it out. Qin Qinyuan stroked his forehead, looking completely despaired, like someone who had lost their parents. Wife, I'm going to go and calm down. I go to dinner with you later. Qin Qinyuan felt that the amount of information he had received today was too much, and he needed to sort it out. After Qin Qinyuan left, Su Tang happily threw herself on the bed, rolling around on her pillow. With Qin Qinyuan as her backer, all her previous worries could be easily dispelled, and she instinctively felt that he would not harm her. On the one hand, Su Tang believed in her instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm as a person with destiny. On the other hand, Su Tang was not a fool. Her conditions were really amazing. It was impossible for Qin Qinyuan to leave a level 10 energy master like her and stupidly force a bunch of men on her. One issue she'd been worried about, being forced to bear a child, had been resolved. Su Tang had also just figured out the other, Su Xiaobai's dual spiritual powers. She prepared for the worst. Su Xiaobai's death would free her from worry. The best scenario was Su Xiaobai's recovery, which would give her even less to worry about. So Su Tang felt she'd been worrying too much. After rolling around in bed for a while, Su Tang suddenly wondered if she'd been too honest with Qin Qinyuan. She confessed everything except Su Xiaobai. Why had she told him so much? After a moment's thought, Su Tang understood. She'd been so frank because she was convinced he wouldn't do anything to her. At most, he just wanted to marry her. She seemed less repulsive to marrying Qin Qinyuan. Su Tang touched her lips. After realizing it was him, she didn't seem to be so repulsed by his kiss. On the contrary, she seemed a little addicted. Did she like him? No, Su Tang shook her head immediately. She still had a boyfriend. This behavior was cheating, and Su Tang began to wrestle with her conscience. According to her principles, she couldn't start another relationship before ending one. It was a sign of fickleness. But she couldn't control her feelings. She truly had a fondness for Qin Qinyuan. It hadn't been so obvious when he was still Zhengzai, but after learning he was Qin Qinyuan, her affection skyrocketed. Ordinary people share common flaws. Men love beauty, women love vanity. She, Su Tang, was also human, not some noble-minded, selfless saint. Who was Qin Qinyuan? He was Yan Nation's youngest marshal, #1 on the list of diamond bachelors, hailed as the most powerful and influential man in Yan Nation. It could be argued that he was the man Yan Nation women most desired to marry. It was this man who humbly coaxed her, carefully ingratiated her, and even cooked for her every day. It had to be said that Su Tang's vanity was satisfied as never before. As for Yan Zimu, they hadn't had any contact in months. He wasn't there when she felt most helpless and lost after learning about Su Yuan's disaster. He was still absent when she was in the most dire situation, knowing that the Su family was trying to kill her. And when she left her home alone, not only was he absent, but rumors circulated that he was engaged to another woman. It was clear that Yan Zimu's position in Su Tang's heart was in jeopardy. Even then, Qin Qinyuan, overwhelmed with emotion, returned to his room and began chain smoking. He felt that today had been a profoundly emotional experience, comparable to the one he endured when he was 34. His concubine was actually a level 10 energy master, which was considered a grandmaster. What a concept! She was only 19. If this news got out, there would be an endless stream of assassins from abroad, and a constant stream of people from within China trying to seduce her. So this matter had to be kept secret. And that stone butterfly? Qin Qinyuan wanted to strangle himself at the thought of it. He had been right next door that day, right next to his room, when his concubine fed a level 10 energy stone to the stone butterfly. Such a horrific act happened right next door to him. Puffing out smoke, Qin Qinyuan suddenly recalled the day they first met. She was flying a flashy energy wing shield. What kind of mecha was she using then? Considering Su Tang's profligate behavior, Qin Qinyuan felt those 3 energy stones were definitely no less than level 7. In other words, he had cost her 3 high-level energy stones the first time they met. No wonder she disliked him so much. Qin Qinyuan smiled wryly at this thought. If someone had attracted an energy-devouring beast and caused him to waste 3 high-level energy stones, he would have absolutely crushed them to ashes. After a moment of wandering thoughts, Qin Qinyuan thought of Su Tang's boyfriend, Yan Zimu. Their affair had been a hot topic online last year, causing a huge uproar. He had remained surprisingly calm at the time. He should have taken Yan Zimu to the Wood Wolf Galaxy and killed him. But at this moment, Qin Qinyuan was still grateful. It was thanks to Yan Chongshan's snobbishness. Otherwise, Yan Zimu and Su Tang would have become a couple. However, once the truth is revealed, Yan Chongshan will surely regret it to death. After gloating over Yan Chongshan's expression upon learning the truth, Qin Qinyuan thought of Zhuo Tianyu outside the base, and worries returned. He could guarantee that his concubine and Zhuo Tianyu had known each other before him. Zhuo Tianyu must have seen something, which is why he even given up his military position to cling to his concubine. How shameless. He even dared to call her his fiancée. After much deliberation, to avoid further trouble, Qin Qinyuan decided it would be best to take his concubine away quickly. Although he believed he could completely defeat Zhuo Tianyu, it was undeniable that Zhuo Tianyu had considerable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved his position. Having made up his mind, Qin Qinyuan decided to have dinner with Su Tang. Chapter 188. By the time Qin Qinyuan came to see Su Tang had already resolved her dilemma. Su Tang had come to the conclusion, a man? The most important man in her mind was Su Yuan. She wouldn't talk about love until she found Su Yuan's father, but let things take their own course. From then on, her father would be the censor. After reaching this conclusion, Su Tang felt a sense of relief. At 6 o'clock in the evening, dinner time, Qin Qinyuan appeared at Su Tang's door. Su Tang opened the door and saw Qin Qinyuan, his hands full of lunch boxes. Su Tang's forehead immediately sank. You're a marshal? How can you really act like a house husband like this? Where's the dignity of a marshal? Did you cook this? Su Tang immediately pulled Qin Qinyuan into the room and asked, "Yes, I think it's not good for us to eat together in the cafeteria. You should have some dignity in front of your subordinates," Qin Qinyuan said with a smile. "So you know how to be dignified." Su Tang was speechless. "Then why did you just come here carrying your lunchbox?" "It's okay, no one saw me," Qin Qinyuan said, as a matter of course. He'd been scouting all the way here, so naturally, no one would notice him. "Don't cook anymore. Eat in the cafeteria." Before, unaware of Qin Qinyuan's identity, Su Tang had no qualms eating Zheng Zai's meals. Now that she knew Qin Qinyuan's identity, while it was a great sense of accomplishment to have a grand marshal cook for her, she seemed a little reluctant. How could such an outstanding man like him cook for her? "Why, isn't it to your liking?" "I always cook what you like," Qin Qinyuan said, puzzled. "No, I believe we should inherit our nation's fine virtues of diligence and thriftiness, and not seek special treatment," Su Tang replied seriously. "Oh, okay." Qin Qinyuan was speechless. His little wife was just being ridiculous. She fed the stone-patterned butterfly with a level 10 energy stone without blinking an eye, and yet she was still talking to him about thriftiness. After dinner, Qin Qinyuan naturally didn't wash the dishes. Instead, he simply swept them all into the trash can. Su Tang could only strongly condemn this. It was such a waste. Even if you have money, you can't treat your dishes as disposable. After dinner, Su Tang made 2 more cups of tea. Qin Qinyuan, holding the teacups, stated his purpose. "Wife, let's go tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Shuo Tianyu isn't back yet." Su Tang immediately refused. "Wife, why are you waiting for him? Is he threatening you?" Qin Qinyuan looked aggrieved. This heartless man was actually waiting for Shuo Tianyu. Why was she waiting for Shuo Tianyu? Was she planning to dump him? "No, Shuo Tianyu said he'd protect me as I headed to the Wood Wolf Galaxy." After spending the past few nights basking in the red moon, Su Tang felt that the little red flower Su Xiaobai had left on her collarbone seemed to have regained a little bit of color. So her suspicion was correct. Basking in the red moon would help Su Xiaobai, so she still had to go to a planet with 3 red moons. Of course, a 100% developed planet with 3 red moons would be even better. "Who told you I could find my father by going to the Wood Wolf Galaxy?" Qin Qinyuan thought the man who had tricked his concubine into going to the Wood Wolf Galaxy was a heinous criminal. "He's a master," Su Tang said with an unfathomable expression. Su Xiaobai, surely, could be considered a master. "You trust him so much, are you sure?" Qin Qinyuan said with suspicion. "Sure, absolutely, absolutely," Su Tang said with a resolute look. "The master told me to stay in the Yuhin Galaxy for a while, and then go to the Wood Wolf Galaxy. That way, I find my father." Admittedly, Su Tang wanted to go to the Yuhin Galaxy simply because she was afraid she'd accidentally upgrade the map to a higher level before reaching the highest level, and end up dead there. "So you're planning to take the Yuhin Galaxy now?" "Yes, that's right." Su Tang nodded affirmatively. Even Qin Qinyuan couldn't stop her from looking for Su Yuan, or right now, saving Su Xiaobai. "Okay, I protect you. We leave tomorrow, okay?" Qin Qinyuan said sincerely. In his opinion, the Yuhin Galaxy was completely safe, and the garrison there was under his command, meaning it was his territory. "No, I have to wait for Shuo Tianyu." Su Tang shook her head immediately. Although she had a strong impression of Qin Qinyuan, she wasn't stupid. What if she went with him, and he took her back to his Qin family headquarters? What if Su Xiaobai died because she couldn't bask in the red moon? Then she'd never find Su Yuan's father again. Why wait for him? "I protect you, won't I?" Qin Qinyuan said, a bit annoyed. "He said he wanted to be my bodyguard," Su Tang immediately explained. In her opinion, Qin Qinyuan was a marshal. Although he seemed idle at the moment, a great marshal would always be busy. If he had to be busy, would she just go back to the capital system with him, or would she stay alone in the Yuhin system? Neither scenario was plausible. So, the more bodyguards, the better. He's a bodyguard, but what about me, huh? Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes. He had a hunch that this heartless little woman might have lumped him in with the bodyguard category too. The threatening tone of the word "huh" made Su Tang's scalp tingle. Su Tang suddenly remembered that although Qin Qinyuan was usually good-tempered and soothing, if he crossed his line, he would transform into a big bad wolf. He had a criminal record, and Su Tang hadn't forgotten Qin Qinyuan's threat to marry him. "You're my future husband," Su Tang said, her conscience betraying her. To ensure she could safely remain in the base awaiting Shuo Tianyu's return, she even found an excuse. "Besides, I happen to be free recently, and it's safe here. I'd like to combine a level 9 energy stone for you. Do you want one?" Yes. Qin Qinyuan was instantly healed. He liked the term future husband, and what did she say? Combine a level 9 energy stone for him. Bubbles of happiness bubbled around Qin Qinyuan. Well, you know, combining a level 9 energy stone requires undivided attention, so I'm going into seclusion. Seeing Qin Qinyuan's visibly pleased face, Su Tang spoke sincerely while the iron was hot. Okay, I know. I won't bother you. Qin Qinyuan nodded in understanding. Finally, Qin Qinyuan left with a look of happiness on his face, giving Su Tang a sneak poke on the cheek before leaving. After Qin Qinyuan left, Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qin Qinyuan had satisfied her vanity, she still felt a little uncomfortable that he had forced her to marry him. As for marriage, Su Tang still felt she should choose someone she loved, but she didn't love him right now. Furthermore, Su Yuan had previously stated that she wanted to find a husband and a son-in-law, and Qin Qinyuan, with his status, couldn't possibly marry into the Su family, so there was basically no future for them. Thinking of this, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed inside. Why dwell on it so much? She should just go find Su Yuan's father. She was confident that once he returned, no one would be able to force her. After sending a message to Zhuo Tianyu and giving a passing note to his confidant, Wang Liang, Su Tang hung her special retreat, "Do not disturb" sign on the door. From then on, Su Tang began her secluded life, sleeping during the day and basking in the crimson moonlight, combining energy stones, and drinking only nutrient solution at night. Chapter 189. Su Tang didn't begin her retreat by synthesizing energy stones. Instead, she experimented with her splitting technique. To her surprise, she successfully split her mental power in half again, effectively dividing it into 4,194,304 strands. However, when she tried to split again, she hit a bottleneck. After several attempts of splitting and gathering her mental power, splitting and gathering it again, Su Tang was satisfied. It was only a doubling, but she was thrilled. Doubling her mental power meant her energy stone synthesis speed doubled. She took out a blank, set a timer, and began synthesizing the energy stone. An hour later, she took out the tester and tested it, obtaining a result of 30,261,126. In just 1 hour, she had synthesized a level 7 energy stone starting with 3, meaning she could definitely synthesize a level 8 energy stone in 4 hours. This meant she could synthesize a level 9 energy stone in less than 3 days. Wow, that speed was truly incredible. Unavoidably excited after upgrading, Su Tang became completely absorbed in the world of synthesizing energy stones. On a separate note, after leaving the base, Zhuo Tianyu began searching tirelessly for the stone butterfly's hiding place. Although he knew it was likely a futile effort, there was nothing he could do. He delved into various wilderness areas, deploying positioning and monitoring equipment everywhere. After a busy 2 weeks, searching the entire planet, Zhuo Tianyu and his troops found no stone butterfly, not even a single energy devourer. Because SY-132 was an unfinished planet, the star network coverage was incomplete, and many areas lacked signal reception. That day, just as Zhuo Tianyu entered an area with star network coverage, he received a text message from Su Tang. "Qin Qinyuan is Zheng Zhe, come back." Zhuo Tianyu was stunned at first when he saw the message. Who was Zheng Zhe? He was so busy and confused that he couldn't react for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, he was shocked. Qin Qinyuan was actually the fake husband who had been harassing Su Tang, the wild man in the Mecca. No wonder. Their 26th Legion belonged to that old Lu Dong. Even if Qin Qinyuan had just happened to see this, he shouldn't have been so bored as to come over and meddle in other people's business. He couldn't understand why Qin Qinyuan was making such a fuss about the appearance of stone butterflies on this planet, which wasn't a densely populated natural planet. After all, the Federation wouldn't be reluctant to give up such a desolate and resource-poor planet. He was probably looking for an excuse to get him out of the way and pry him away. He hadn't expected a Grand Marshal to be so despicable, to come up with such a shady trick. Zhuo Tianyu's image of Qin Qinyuan, as a man of integrity and dedication to his country and his people, was immediately shattered. He was even voted the best marshal in the Federation by the citizens. Ugh! Remembering who Zheng Zhe was, Zhuo Tianyu stopped caring about the stone-patterned butterflies. The presence of stone-patterned butterflies on this lousy planet was none of his business. He was already about to be dismissed. Qin Qinyuan could demote him if he wanted. Trying to use his power to manipulate him and gain power over him was impossible. Zhuo Tianyu immediately ordered the main force to return to the capital, and then he drove his special mecha, Tianxi, at full speed back. A planet is both very large and very small. With his mecha running at full speed, Shui Tianyu made it back to the base in no time. Once back at the base, Shui Tianyu immediately headed for Su Tang's residence, only to encounter Qin Qinyuan, who was waiting for him. Shui Tianyu drove his mecha directly into the base, naturally alerting Qin Qinyuan. He knew, even with a quick guess, that Shui Tianyu would go find Su Tang upon his return. Shui Tianyu's quick return was undoubtedly due to his mistress contacting him. The thought of this filled Qin Qinyuan with rage. This heartless woman had even said she combined energy stones for him, apparently stalling for time to get reinforcements. She hadn't wanted to go alone with him. Fury simmering in anger, Qin Qinyuan blocked Shui Tianyu's path to Su Tang's room. The moment they met, a strange standoff ensued. Marshal Qin. Upon seeing Qin Qinyuan, Shui Tianyu didn't salute as usual. Instead, he stopped 5 meters away and raised an eyebrow. Why are you standing here enjoying the cool air? On his first day, Qin Qinyuan had already announced that Su Tang was his fiancée. Qin Qinyuan pretended not to know him, then turned around and dismissed him, starting to poach his men. Shui Tianyu despised Qin Qinyuan's petty behavior. It might be okay with others, but you, a grand marshal, had the nerve to resort to such despicable tactics. How could Colonel Zhuo be free? Has the stone-patterned butterfly incident been investigated? Qin Qinyuan said with a stern face, his expression icy. Marshal Qin, please ask Lieutenant Liu Yang, the person in charge here, about the stone-patterned butterfly incident. I'm about to resign. Shui Tianyu was ready to go. At worst, he'd just give up his rank. His Sky Blade Mercenary Guild was now a large organization, equivalent to the combat power of an entire legion. Shui Tianyu always believed that gold shines wherever it goes. At worst, he could marry into the Su family and become a son-in-law. With that in mind, Shui Tianyu felt leaving the army wasn't so difficult to accept. Resign? As a soldier, is Colonel Zhuo shirking his responsibility? Qin Qinyuan's anger intensified. Was he planning to elope with Su Tang? He couldn't even think about it. What a serious crime, huh? Shui Tianyu snorted, then began to directly criticize her by name. Qin Qinyuan, don't think I don't know your dirty tricks. Don't think just because you're a marshal you can just seduce someone else's wife. Wife? Qin Qinyuan said coldly. You're just being self-indulgent. In her eyes, you're just a bodyguard. I think it's someone's own self-indulgent behavior. Fake is fake after all, just a fake identity. Shui Tianyu retorted, unyieldingly, that Qin Qinyuan was just the fake husband on Su Tang's fake ID. Ha. Qin Qinyuan sneered. She admitted it herself. I don't want to put you down, but it's better to have some self-awareness. With a thoughtful expression, Qin Qinyuan opened his computer and pulled up a video. It was a conversation he had with Su Tang a few days ago, the part about Shui Tianyu being a bodyguard and her future husband. Of course, the last part about him combining the 9th-level energy stone with her had been cut. He kept this as evidence, and now it was a good opportunity to strike back at Shui Tianyu and make him give up. After watching the video, Shui Tianyu felt a chill in his heart. So she had only considered him a bodyguard, but his expression remained unmoved. Do you think I can't tell she's being threatened by you? Chapter 190. Threat? Qin Qinyuan gave Shui Tianyu a cold look. It seems you won't give up until we announce our marriage? Marriage? Shui Tianyu sneered. Qin Qinyuan was quite self-righteous. If Yin Zimu had said this to him, he'd have listened, but Qin Qinyuan, where did he come from? Don't think just because you're a marshal every woman will beg to marry you. Haha, I think that's a pretty good joke. Shui Tianyu raised his left hand and blew on the ring on his ring finger. It was then that Qin Qinyuan noticed that the ring on Shui Tianyu's ring seemed to be the heart of heaven. It's so small, and you dare to show it off? Qin Qinyuan scoffed. He wasn't ashamed to show off such a tiny piece of the heart of heaven. It doesn't matter if it's small. The key is who gave it to you, don't you think? Shui Tianyu said meaningfully. Who sent it? Qin Qinyuan reacted instantly. Su Tang? Su Tang gave it to him. Didn't she say she was a bodyguard? Why would she give him the heart of Tianlan? Qin Qinyuan suddenly remembered that Su Tang had accepted Shui Tianyu's heart of Tianlan. So the bodyguard thing was a lie? What? Didn't you say you were getting married? How come you don't even have this? Shui Tianyu continued to add fuel to the fire. I'm afraid someone's wishful thinking. Qin Qinyuan's face darkened as he looked at Shui Tianyu. He had to admit that Su Tang's gift of the heart of Tianlan had irritated him. Do you dare to fight me? Mecha? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Shui Tianyu naturally accepted Qin Qinyuan's provocation. Men, when words can't resolve matters, naturally resort to force. For mecha warriors, the outcome is usually decided in mecha battles. Whoever loses gets to get out and never appear before her again. How about that? Qin Qinyuan offered his stake. Okay, don't deny it if you lose. Zhuo Tianyu felt it was unfair to use Su Teng as a stake, but he simply disliked Qin Qinyuan and wanted to put a dent in his prestige. Humph, I lose to you. Qin Qinyuan snorted. While he knew Zhuo Tianyu was quite capable, his mental strength was still a level lower. Qin Qinyuan was confident in himself, which was why he dared to say something like, if you lose, get out. Because this was an undeveloped planet, Skynet had no presence on the entire SY-132 planet, so the two of them naturally couldn't enter Skynet's mecha battlefield. And the fact that the Legion commander and the marshal had fought over a woman was shameful to publicize. So, after finding an excuse and giving instructions to their subordinates, the two men tacitly left the base in their mechas. Although most people didn't notice the anomaly in this matter, one person did, Wang Liang, Zhuo Tianyu's confidant. Wang Liang saw Zhuo Tianyu return and then mysteriously leave, and Marshal Qin also left. Although Qin Qinyuan was very secretive, Wang Liang had long noticed the anomaly of him appearing in front of Su Teng for no reason. When Qin Qinyuan first came to see Su Teng, Wang Liang even saw him enter Su Teng's door through the surveillance equipment. To Wang Liang, Su Teng was Zhuo Tianyu's fiancée and sister-in-law, and Marshal Qin's behavior was an overstep. This time, when Zhuo Tianyu and Qin Qinyuan left one after another, Wang Liang felt that there was something wrong between the two, but he was not a mecha master and could not keep up without a mecha. Wang Liang, restless and anxious, spent the entire night awake. When, after daybreak, he realized neither of them had returned, he grew even more worried. Qin Qinyuan was a marshal. If anything happened to him on this planet, their entire 26th Legion would suffer. He wondered if their commander would act rashly and do something impulsive. That afternoon, the two still hadn't returned. Finally, unable to contain himself, Wang Liang knocked on Su Teng's door. Su Teng had just slept for over 6 hours. Hazy, she thought someone was knocking. Upon closer listening, it was indeed someone. Who is it? What's up? Su Teng asked, reluctantly pressing the doorbell. Could it be that Qin Qinyuan? Hadn't he been told not to disturb her? Sister-in-law, it's Wang Liang, a male voice chimed through the doorbell. Wang Liang. Su Teng's impression of Wang Liang was that of a shy young man who blushed whenever he spoke to her. He had been her guide until Su Teng had figured out the location of the cafeteria. Because of her relationship with Zhuo Tianyu, he kept calling her sister-in-law. What did he want with her? But Su Teng felt that Wang Liang was a very honest man, and she suspected something serious had happened. At this thought, Su Teng immediately shouted, "Wait!" Then she quickly climbed out of bed, brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed her clothes, and drank a nutrient solution. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. After getting ready, Su Teng opened the door. What's going on? Sister-in-law, something terrible has happened. Wang Liang's face was filled with worry. What happened? Su Teng's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell her that Zhuo Tianyu died in the wilderness. He couldn't be that weak. Well, the captain came back a while ago, but he went out again in a mecha, and Marshal Qin also went out in a mecha. I'm worried something's happened to them. Wang Liang was anxious, but a little embarrassed. His intuition told him that the relationship between Marshal Qin, the captain, and his sister-in-law was not normal. Did they say what they were going to do when they went out in a mecha? Su Teng looked puzzled. Zhuo Tianyu had returned without even looking for her. They said they found traces of the stone-patterned butterfly and needed to confirm them separately. But they haven't returned yet, and I'm worried something's happened. As for the traces of the stone-patterned butterfly, didn't Qin Qinyuan know Zhu Xiaobao was right here with her? So this was definitely just an excuse. So why were these two going out? Don't tell her they were just going to see the sights. Could it be? Su Teng was startled. Could he have gone out to fight? Didn't anyone send anyone out to look for him? The mecha and armored units stationed there are out and haven't returned yet, and Marshal Qin has ordered us not to look for them, so... Wang Liang lowered his head in embarrassment. He suddenly felt that letting his sister-in-law go out alone was quite dangerous. He wondered if the regiment commander would kill him when he returned. Well, I try to find him. Since she hadn't yet added Qin Qinyuan's communication, Su Teng immediately began locating Zhuo Tianyu's computer. Private computers can activate the status system, but Zhuo Tianyu had granted Su Teng maximum permissions, so she could locate him. Upon activating the location system, Su Teng was surprised to discover that the computer could actually locate Zhuo Tianyu. Just like a map in a game, a virtual map appeared on the computer, and then 2 dots appeared on the map, one representing her, the other, naturally, Zhuo Tianyu. In other words, Su Tang only needed to follow these dots to find Zhuo Tianyu. Su Tang didn't know that this was all thanks to Zhuo Tianyu, who had installed positioning monitoring systems all over the planet in the past half-month. Otherwise, Su Tang would never have been able to find him. Chapter 191. Did I go out and look for it? Sister-in-law, are you really okay going out alone? Do you need me to find a mech pilot to go with you? Wang Liang looked hesitant. This time, he had been inconsiderate. If sister-in-law were in danger, the captain would definitely punish him. Tell me honestly, how powerful is the most dangerous star beast on this planet? After thinking about it, Su Tang felt that going out rashly was indeed a bit dangerous. Well, this planet has been roughly cleared twice, and so far, there haven't been any mid-level ferocious star beasts found. Wang Liang honestly stated that SY-132 was indeed a very safe planet at the moment. Especially for mech pilots, after the disappearance of the stone-patterned butterfly, there were no creatures that could threaten mech pilots in their mechs. Okay, then wait for me. I go out and look. I can go alone. Hearing Wang Liang's honest words, Su Tang grew bolder. Furthermore, Zhuo Tianyu had previously told her that only close friends would ride in the same mecha. After learning this, Su Tang became quite repulsive about a stranger riding her angel. A level 5 energy cannon should be able to annihilate every living thing on this planet. Su Tang sorted out her loot from the past few days. It was quite good. After about 9 days of seclusion, she had combined a level 9 energy stone with a value starting with 1 and 10 level 8 energy stones with a value starting with 5. This meant she now had 3 level 9 energy stones and 14 level 8 energy stones. Level 7 and 6 energy stones were no longer of concern to Su Tang. After exchanging 3 level 8 energy stones for the angel and the space deduction, Su Tang set off under Wang Liang's worried gaze. Although Su Tang's mecha technology currently allows for free movement, her speed is roughly the same as a speeding car. Su Tang considers 100 km per hour to be quite fast. As a traffic police officer with 5 or 6 years of experience in her previous life, Su Tang always believed that speeding was illegal. Therefore, Su Tang never dared to increase her speed, and her speed was naturally considered a slow crawl by the mecha masters. Following the virtual map on the computer, Su Tang slowly approached Zhuo Tianyu at a snail's pace. Fortunately, the location of the fight wasn't too far from the base, only a few hundred kilometers away. After driving at a snail's pace for several hours, Su Tang finally spotted the large movement ahead. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu were still engaged in a fierce battle. Qin Qinyuan's star energy stones were the high-quality 8th level stone purchased at the auction, and the 7th and 6th level stones Su Tang had given him. Zhuo Tianyu's gift energy stones, on the other hand, were 3 lower-quality 8th level energy stones. Overall, their energy levels were comparable. The performance of their mechas was also comparable, both being SSS class, designed and manufactured by Master Shao. As if by convention, the two men tacitly agreed not to use energy cannons. Upon their clash, they both resorted to laser sword attacks, essentially ignoring even their energy shields. Both, believing themselves to have ample energy, employed a strategy designed to deplete the opponent's energy and wear down their losses. The fight lasted all night and all morning, with no clear winner. Admittedly, Qin Qinyuan was a 5S class warrior, surpassing Zhuo Tianyu in mental strength. However, Zhuo Tianyu hadn't lived in vain. 3 lifetimes combined had made him an immortal over 2,000 years old. Naturally, Qin Qinyuan couldn't match Zhuo Tianyu's combat experience. So the two of them fought on. When Su Tang arrived, she saw a light blue figure and a dark blue figure clashing fiercely in the sky. With her level 4S mental power, Su Tang could barely make out a few afterimages. They were indeed fighting. That was Su Tang's first thought. If only she had such impressive skills. That was Su Tang's second thought. After watching the afterimages for a few minutes, Su Tang grew bored. She could only see them swooshing together, then swooshing apart, then swooshing again. And even though she was using her mental power to see, Su Tang felt dizzy from watching the afterimages all the time. It was then that Su Tang remembered that she had seemingly come to mediate. Hey, stop it! Stop it! Because the mecha blocked external mental power, Su Tang couldn't communicate with the two men through her mental power. Instead, she shouted directly through the mecha's loudspeaker. Don't mind. Stand aside. 2 distinct male voices uttered simultaneously from the 2 mechas, their content strangely identical. Su Tang smiled. These two had such a good chemistry. Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu inside the mechas were also visibly stunned, their movements pausing. Of course, the pause lasted less than a second. Then the back and forth began again. Su Tang manipulated the angel to squat unassumingly on a large rock to the side. Then, she executed a difficult maneuver. He lowered his chin and gazed upward at the two mechas fighting. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The sky darkened, then gradually began to brighten until it was completely bright. The two men continued to fight. Luckily, Su Tang inside the mecha didn't have to look up, otherwise her neck would have been broken. Su Tang, controlling the angel, brushed off the cobwebs on her body. She felt like a fool. She must have been crazy to watch these two fight. Are you done? Su Tang shouted angrily this time through the loudspeaker. Not done. Two voices rang out again in unison. Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu inside the mecha were also extremely frustrated. After fighting for so long, they still hadn't worn each other down. It seemed they had underestimated each other's strength and energy, and this also meant getting away from Su Tang, so naturally, they wouldn't give up easily. Good, very good. It really never ends. Wang Liang, the honest guy in the base, was still worried about them, but these two guys were fighting like crazy. They were completely clueless. She'd been up all night, and now they were still fighting. So much for a fight, huh? Then let's just go for it. Su Tang's SP, Rage Bar, shot to the max, and then she unleashed a powerful move. Su Tang suddenly rushed directly below the two of them. In an instant, a dense, layered mass of stone butterflies appeared, obscuring the sky and surrounding the three mechas, forming a 50 kilometers diameter sphere. Despite the prowess of Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu, this sudden change was too sudden. Even though they instantly issued the order to retreat, before they could escape the stone butterflies' encirclement, both mechas ran out of energy and crashed to the ground one after another, creating two large craters. Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu were stunned. Not by the impact, but by the sheer force of the blow. At that moment, only one thought crossed their minds. The energy stone is ruined. The level 8 energy stone is ruined. After gloatingly directing Su Xiaobao to gather his scaly companions, Su Tang, with a look of satisfaction, commanded the angels to each of the two pits and gave them a kick. I told you to fight. Fight again if you dare. If you do, Su Xiaobao will consume every last bit of your energy. Chapter 192. Su Tang happily flapped her angel's 4 massive energy shields as she flew back toward the base. After replacing the energy stones in their mechas, Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu silently matched Su Tang's speed as they flew back. Su Tang had done it on purpose. After one of them kicked their mechas, she let out a deep sigh of relief. So what if they were advanced mecha masters? They still lost to her. No, to be more precise, Su Xiaobao. As if the two weren't provoked enough, Su Tang flew off with her wings flapping. She had so much energy, she was going to make these two bastards sick. After returning to the base, Su Tang ignored them and went straight back to her room to catch up on some sleep. After 2 days and 2 nights of fighting, the two men naturally had no energy left and opted to go back to their rooms to sleep. Qin Qinyuan had moved his room next to Su Tang's. So Su Tang was in the middle, the other two in the next room, all three catching up on some sleep. Su Tang woke naturally from a nap, feeling refreshed. Stretching lazily, she checked the time and realized it was already past 8 a.m. It had been past 7 p.m. when she returned to the base yesterday, meaning she slept for over 12 hours. No wonder she woke up so refreshed. On SY-132, the sky only begins to lighten slightly after 10 a.m., reaching full daylight after midnight, and then darkening after 6 p.m. Therefore, at this moment, the base was still as hazy as night. Out of curiosity, Su Tang activated her mental detection. After all, Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu knew her mental power level, so she didn't need to hide it. The two rooms to the left and right were already empty. After a careful search, Su Tang unexpectedly discovered Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu drinking under the moonlight. What kind of a turn of events was this? Weren't they fighting bitterly yesterday, and now they were so close? Su Tang felt that men were truly difficult to understand. Alongside, Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu sat at an open-air stone table within the base, enjoying a drink and a breeze. Of course, it wasn't the poetic moon-viewing and wine-drinking experience Su Tang had imagined. They were simply drinking in silence. They were of similar age, had similar mecha skills, and were both hardened Federation warriors. Most importantly, both had their level 8 energy stones destroyed by Su Tang. Zhuo Tianyu and Qin Qinyuan naturally developed a sense of sympathy, a sense of shared suffering, a sense of camaraderie, A feeling of heroes cherishing heroes. They had fought over a woman, and then the next moment, she had her pet drain their mecha's energy. It was a deeply frustrating feeling. But it was difficult to tell anyone about this, so the two heartbroken souls could only drink in silence. As Su Tang's mental detection swept over, the two naturally spotted her. Qin Qinyuan, caught off guard, was tricked by Zhuo Tianyu and fell into his trap. Zhuo Tianyu seized the moment Qin Qinyuan was stunned after noticing Su Tang's mental detection, and struck with lightning speed, directly placing a hypnotic spell on him. Slightly tipsy and distracted, Qin Qinyuan naturally fell victim to the spell, and collapsed on the stone table. Zhuo Tianyu lifted Qin Qinyuan up, summoned a flying car, threw him in, and drove off. Su Tang, who was in the room, was stunned by this sudden change. What did you do? You? You killed him. Su Tang, a look of horror on her face, addressed Zhuo Tianyu with her mental power. Zhuo Tianyu killed Qin Qinyuan? How could it be? How could he do that? Su Tang tightened her clothes around her left chest. She felt as if her heart was being twisted violently, the pain making it hard to breathe. What are you imagining? Who wants to kill him? He's just asleep, okay? Within 3 seconds, Zhuo Tianyu's mental energy returned. You're so worried about him. Are you really attracted to him? Who's attracted to him? Su Tang argued stubbornly. It turned out he was just asleep. Su Tang felt her heart return to normal. Why are you so excited if you're not attracted to him? Zhuo Tianyu asked back. He's a marshal, you know? If anything happens to him, you'd be a wanted criminal throughout the Federation. Su Tang quickly found an excuse for her actions. Oh, so you're worried about me. Don't worry, even if I do kill him, I have a way to escape. Zhuo Tianyu was unconcerned. He had plenty of valuable possessions to destroy the body. Where are you taking him? Su Tang wondered as Zhuo Tianyu's car slowly drove away. Let's go to a good place. You find out later. Zhuo Tianyu continued driving. Soon he reached his destination, the art troops living quarters within the base. After parking the car at the entrance, Zhuo Tianyu rested his chin on his hand, squinting his eyes as he pondered. Who should he choose? Or maybe just a first-class art soldier? TSK. Zhuo Tianyu felt truly righteous, paying out of his own pocket to hire the highest-ranking service for Qin Qinyuan. What are you doing? This was the first time Su Tang had noticed this place. It was a very secluded area within the base, and when Su Tang's mental power detected it, she was shocked. There were so many women here. Most of them were dressed like Minglan before. And most importantly, there were men and women engaging in various activities in several rooms. At this moment, Su Tang finally realized what Zhuo Tianyu had meant when he said the art troupe was about that. This was a brothel. The brothel of the Legion. Why? Give this guy some sex, so he doesn't keep pestering you. Zhuo Tianyu said it matter-of-factly. He was still fuming over Qin Qinyuan sending him away to try to steal his girlfriend, so in return, he helped him find a woman for free. No! Bring him back immediately. If you dare leave him there, I make you pay. Su Tang was immediately furious. Sure enough, Zhuo Tianyu was a treacherous bastard, capable of such a ruthless trick. If Qin Qinyuan had been raped by a woman in his sleep, he'd definitely kill someone when he woke up. Was this Zhuo Tianyu just looking for chaos? Why are you so excited? And you're saying you don't like him? Zhuo Tianyu was annoyed. He'd finally gotten to Qin Qinyuan, so he had to punish him anyway. None of your business. Hurry up and get Qin Qinyuan back. Su Tang was a bit furious. She had a crush on Qin Qinyuan, so what? No, I'm going to give him a hard time today. Seeing Su Tang's attitude, Zhuo Tianyu became even more displeased. He immediately carried Qin Qinyuan on his shoulders and prepared to head inside. If you don't bring him back with you, I have Su Xiaobao consume all the city's energy and bring this place to a complete standstill. Su Tang shouted at Zhuo Tianyu with her mental power. Before catching up on some sleep, Zhuo Tianyu had figured out the origins of the sudden appearance of the stone-patterned butterflies. The stone-patterned butterflies appeared whenever Su Tang arrived, then disappeared, leaving Su Tang with a treasure. This time, the stone-patterned butterflies only consumed the energy from his and Qin Qinyuan's mechas, while Su Tang's mecha remained intact. If he still didn't understand that the stone-patterned butterflies were Su Tang's new treasure, then his life would be in vain. Chapter 193. Su Xiaobao equals stone-patterned butterfly equals energy-eating beast equals pervert. A series of equations immediately crossed Zhuo Tianyu's mind. Okay, Auntie, you're so powerful, I get back here right now. Zhuo Tianyu instantly lost his temper after hearing Su Tang's threat. He would never forget how the stone-patterned butterfly brutally devoured his 3 level 8 energy stones yesterday. He tossed Qin Qinyuan into the speeding car with a savage shove, then drove back dejectedly. A few minutes later, Xue Tianyu rolled back to his apartment. Carrying Qin Qinyuan, Xue Tianyu entered Su Tang's room and threw him to the ground, his attitude practically like throwing away a rag. "Can't you be gentler?" Su Tang immediately accused. Seeing Qin Qinyuan's handsome face fall to the ground, Su Tang felt a pang of distress. She wondered if he'd been disfigured. "Why are you so worried?" Xue Tianyu rubbed his hands, his expression nonchalant. "This kid's physical strength is at least level 4. He's tough, and he can take any fall." As he spoke, Xue Tianyu kicked the corpse-like Qin Qinyuan twice to deflate his spirit. "Don't go too far." Su Tang immediately stood in front of Qin Qinyuan, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, pushing Xue Tianyu away. "Su Tang, you can't be so fickle." Xue Tianyu felt sour at Su Tang's attitude. "I'm telling you, this kid is a wicked fellow, full of evil intentions. Don't let yourself be sold out, and then help them count the money. Qin Qinyuan is a mean-spirited person, and you're no good either." Su Tang rolled her eyes. They were both equally treacherous and shameless. "You're a wicked person too. How could you abandon him to a place like that?" Su Tang began to criticize Xue Tianyu's despicable behavior. "Why are you so nervous? He's sleeping like that, and can't get hard, so he can't do that," Xue Tianyu said as a matter of course. He was just going to put on a show, find a woman to strip naked for Qin Qinyuan, throw her on the bed, cover her with a blanket, and sleep with her, just to disgust him. Qin Qinyuan couldn't do that kind of thing after being hypnotized like that, and he couldn't help him, could he? "Can you be more civilized?" Su Tang was furious, embarrassed and annoyed. What kind of person was this? He was so wicked. How could she even know this wicked guy? Could he really be her bodyguard? "Why are you still standing there? Get him to the sofa." Su Tang glared at Xue Tianyu. Although the daytime temperature on SY-132 was over 60 degrees, the sun hadn't risen yet. Even with the thermostat, the room temperature was only around 10 degrees. Wouldn't he catch a cold sleeping on the floor? No! Xue Tianyu stood there like a lord, his head tilted away, his displeasure evident. What a jerk! Xue Tianyu wasn't happy about Su Tang having to do it herself, but Su Tang's limited strength wasn't enough to move the lifeless Qin Qinyuan. After working for half an hour with no progress, and Qin Qinyuan showing no sign of moving, Su Tang flew into a rage and kicked Xue Tianyu, who was still standing there, acting like a superior. "Yo! You're going to support me if you kick me to pieces!" Xue Tianyu complained immediately. "Come on, you're so strong, how could I possibly kick you to pieces?" Threats didn't work, so Su Tang decided to resort to bribery, pulling out 3 level 8 energy stones with starting numbers in the 50s that she combined earlier. "Okay, you don't want to move him, right? Then I find someone else. I don't believe anyone else will do it with this as a reward." Su Tang made a move to leave. Su Tang's intention to give Xue Tianyu the energy stones was simply because she woke up feeling impulsive and a sense of guilt. "Okay, Auntie, stop making things worse. I move right away." Xue Tianyu immediately grabbed Su Tang, succumbing to the allure of the energy stones. Although he wasn't sure the grade of the 3 energy stones, he knew they were definitely high level. She had previously given him only level 8 energy stones. Thinking of those 3 level 8 energy stones, Xue Tianyu felt incredibly annoyed. He really suffered a setback this time, losing 3 level 8 energy stones. Such a humiliating thing must not be shared with anyone else. Xue Tianyu took 2 steps forward, grabbed Qin Qinyuan, and tossed him like a sandbag onto the sofa. Su Tang watched with a pang of heartache. This was torture. After tossing Qin Qinyuan, Xue Tianyu clapped his hands in triumph. Su Tang, worried, ran to the sofa and stared at Qin Qinyuan for a moment. On the surface, he didn't seem to have any scratches or bruises. His handsome face wasn't disfigured, and there weren't any bruises or black marks. Well, that put her mind at ease. Please forgive her slight obsession with looks. Reassured, Su Tang sauntered over to Xue Tianyu and handed him the 3 energy stones. What level of energy stones did your mech use yesterday?" "Level 8. And I used so many." Xue Tianyu gave Su Tang a cold glance, held out his hand, and made the number 3 with his fingers. This couldn't be shared with anyone else, but Su Tang, of course, wasn't the only one to blame. She was the culprit. Haha, I don't know about that. I didn't mean to do it." Su Tang smiled awkwardly. This is compensation. She actually installed 3 level 8 energy stones. Xue Tianyu, This stingy guy had 3 level 8 energy stones destroyed by Su Xiaobao, and yet he didn't go berserk and strangle her? Humph. Shu Tianyu said arrogantly, but without stopping, he took the energy stone handed to him by Su Tang, and then glared at Su Tang as if he had committed a heinous crime. Shu Qianyu's awareness was similar to Qin Qinyuan's. He was also a mecha pilot who valued high-level energy stones as his lifeblood. Su Tang's actions were like a knife to his heart, threatening to kill him. 3 level 8 energy stones, destroyed in less than a second. Consider this. He and Qin Qinyuan had battled for 2 days and 2 nights, and they only consumed less than 5% of their mecha's energy. Su Tang's inhumane behavior was simply outrageous. Okay, actually, I did it on purpose. Su Tang, defeated by Shu Tianyu's gaze, bowed her head and admitted her fault. Then, unwillingly she added, "Who told you two to go crazy and start a fight?" "You?" Shu Tianyu choked. "Who were they fighting for?" "Forget it. Let's not talk about this spoiler, or I'm sure you'd be pissed off. Where did you get that Su Xiaobao?" Although he didn't want to mention the wasted energy stones, Shu Tianyu suddenly remembered the ferocious stone butterfly that had suddenly appeared. "Oh, it came up here on its own. I fed it some energy stones, and it obeyed me." Su Tang honestly explained Su Xiaobao's origins. Su Tang's words successfully infuriated Shu Tianyu, causing him to vomit blood again due to internal injuries. Just like that, it came up here on its own. Su Xiaobao's ability to instantly transform into hundreds of millions of star beasts is a skill only high-level spirit beasts possess in the world of cultivation. This high-level creature just came up here on its own. As expected, the blessed always step in dog shit when they go out. It's just shit. Shu Tianyu began to feel indignant. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. Treating everyone equally is bullshit. If all things are truly straw dogs, how could there be such a favorite person as the blessed? Chapter 194. After a moment of indignation, Shu Tianyu finally remembered business. Pointing at Qin Qinyuan on the sofa, he asked, "Do you want to dump him and run away? You're giving up your military rank?" Su Tang disagreed with this awful idea. "No, I decided to marry into your Su family." Shu Tianyu shamelessly announced his plan. "No, our Su family temple is too small for a giant like you." Su Tang was immediately shocked. "That's not funny at all. Seriously, I have a foolproof way to get rid of him," Shu Tianyu said mysteriously. "What? Tell me about it." Su Tang's curiosity was instantly piqued. She had previously wanted to get rid of Zheng Zhe, but that was because she didn't know Qin Qinyuan's identity. But who was Qin Qinyuan? If they wanted to get rid of him, the Grand Marshal could just issue a Federation-wide wanted notice. Even the Su family could only issue a Hongyi Galaxy-wide wanted notice. Besides, her cover has almost fallen off, so getting rid of Qin Qinyuan is simply unrealistic, unless he leaves on his own. "Do you think I'm still the guild leader of Tianren, even though I joined the army at 16? Shu Tianyu said with a smug look on his face. "Didn't your father become the guild leader and pass the position on to you?" Su Tang said matter-of-factly. "Isn't this just like the son inheriting the father's business? Are you kidding me?" Shu Tianyu immediately jumped up. "My dad was just a small-time manager. I climbed up through my own abilities." "You're kidding." Su Tang naturally didn't believe Shu Tianyu's story. If you didn't reach a high position in the army, you wouldn't have time to leave the army except for special leave. She had some common sense. How could Shu Tianyu, after joining the army, have time to develop in the guild? It was definitely like the son inheriting the father's business. "I rose to this position through my own strength. I swear, I'd be a bitch if I lied to you." Shu Tianyu raised his hand in a gesture of oath. "Humph." Su Tang turned away, still looking unconvinced. Shu Tianyu rubbed his nose sheepishly. Was he so untrustworthy? "Stop twisting your neck. Look what this is." Hearing this, Su Tang turned and saw Shu Tianyu holding up a piece of yellow paper with a red, scribbled talisman on it. What was this? A talisman? Su Tang's eyes widened instantly. "Let me see." After standing there in shock for 3 seconds, Su Tang ran over, snatched the talisman from Shu Tianyu's hand, and examined it carefully. Shu Tianyu didn't stop Su Tang's behavior. If he didn't want her to, Su Tang would never have snatched the talisman from him. After staring at the talisman for over a minute, Su Tang remarked that, as expected, everything in the world of cultivation was so high-end. She couldn't see what it was made of. What is this? As a newbie with only a limited understanding of cultivation, Su Tang decided to ask the seniors directly. This is a clone talisman, a high-level talisman, very useful, Xue Tianyu said with an inscrutable expression. Clone talisman. How impressive. Su Tang was shocked again. Could it be like she imagined, creating a clone? That was too shocking. I created a clone for myself, one to remain in the tea-honoring guild as Fong Han. Although there are two bodies, there's still me. Do you understand? Su Tang nodded, half comprehending. She seemed to understand something. With this, she could create countless versions of herself, just like Su Xiaobao. Amazing. How do I use it? Can you show it to me? Su Tang stared at Xue Tianyu with wide eyes, looking hopeful as he began to act cute. She was so curious, like a kitten scratching her heart, itching her to death. The talismans of the cultivation world. The clones. Great God, please open the eyes of this country bumpkin and broaden her horizons. It was originally meant for you. Xue Tianyu instantly felt so cute and adorable, he just wanted to touch it. Really? You're such a good guy. Su Tang, beaming with excitement, immediately gave Xue Tianyu, who had been such a jerk just moments before, a good guy card. Come here. Xue Tianyu walked over to Su Tang's bed and pointed at it. Put the clone talisman here. Su Tang immediately obeyed, though she was a little puzzled by why the clone talisman was placed in the middle of the bed. Did the clones also need to sleep? Drop a drop of blood here, Xue Tianyu said, pointing to a red dot in the middle of the clone talisman's pattern. Drop blood. Su Tang was instantly in a dilemma. Holding her right index finger with her left hand, she hesitated. Should she bite it? In novels, heroines seem to drop blood by biting, but that seems painful. What would she do if she couldn't bring herself to do it? Xue Tianyu knew from Su Tang's troubled expression and furrowed brow that she was afraid of pain. You're taking so long. I do it. Xue Tianyu whipped out a small metal dagger and approached Su Tang. Su Tang was immediately startled. No, brave man, I do it myself. Su Tang pulled out a small metal needle. It was the reserve needle for her rose ring hidden weapon, the kind without anesthetic. Holding the needle, Su Tang was torn again. She could prick her finger, but her fingers were connected to her heart. She couldn't prick her finger, but where should she prick? Just as Su Tang was hesitating, Xue Tianyu suddenly spoke, Ah Qin Xinyuan, you're awake. Hearing this, Su Tang turned her head in surprise at the sofa. Huh? He was still lying there. Then, her finger felt cold. Su Tang turned back in shock, and saw blood oozing from her index finger. Ah! Xue Tianyu, you bastard! Die! Since Xue Tianyu still held the small dagger, Su Tang naturally knew it was his doing. This damn bastard! Why are you screaming so loud? I was so quick, I didn't feel anything at all. Xue Tianyu showed no remorse, then grabbed Su Tang's finger and pressed it against the red dot of the clone talisman. I didn't feel anything. It hurts. As soon as her hand was free, Su Tang held her index finger and blew on the wound with a look of pain on her face. Damn, the wound was already 1 centimeter in size. It was just a drop of blood. Wasn't it necessary to make such a big cut? Xue Tianyu looked at Su Tang, whose face was slightly pale, and wondered, could it really hurt that much? But then, Su Tang's physical strength seemed to be only level 2. A delicate young lady like her had probably never been injured before. Thinking about this, Xue Tianyu felt he had gone too far. Let me see. Xue Tianyu pulled out a delicate jade bottle from his pocket and grabbed Su Tang's finger. What for? Su Tang said angrily. I got a change of heart. I'm applying medicine to you. Xue Tianyu opened the jade bottle and poured it upside down onto Su Tang's small wound. Instantly, a white powder covered Su Tang's wound. Su Tang pulled her finger back curiously. What is this? Golden wound medicine. It's healed. Xue Tianyu put the bottle away. Su Tang was surprised to find that in just 2 words, the powder on her finger had disappeared, and a warm sensation had settled on her index finger. Could it be the medicine taking effect? Curiously, Su Tang poked at the wound. No feeling. Su Tang simply wiped the blood off her finger with her hand, and the wound was gone. Curiously, she bit her finger. There was nothing wrong with it. Miraculous. This must be something from the world of cultivation, right? It was truly miraculous. Su Tang smacked her lips in admiration. Chapter 195. Xue Tianyu, standing silently to the side, had a complicated expression on his face as Su Tang, who was intensely contemplating her fingers, looked at him. He must have lost his mind. He only had half a bottle of this golden wound medicine left. Normally, he wouldn't use it even when he was injured, instead going straight to the recuperation ward. Now, he was using it to treat a sesame-sized wound on a woman's finger? This was totally uncharacteristic of him. After playing with her fingers for a while, Su Tang belatedly realized that her concern now lay with the avatar. Why isn't it responding? Su Tang asked, nudging Zhuo Tianyu, who seemed lost in thought, pointing at the avatar on the bed. Zhuo Tianyu, snapping out of his trance, explained, wait about 2 minutes. Since the wound treatment had already taken about a minute, the avatar on the bed lit up within a minute. The white light grew brighter, gradually taking the shape of a person. After the white light faded, Su Tang could see the situation on the bed clearly. Su Tang's first reaction was to turn sideways and perform a scissor gesture, blinding Zhuo Tianyu's eyes. What are you doing? Zhuo Tianyu grabbed Su Tang's hand with a backhanded stab. Turn around. Su Tang glared at him angrily, then kicked Zhuo Tianyu hard in the shin. It was then that Zhuo Tianyu realized the consequences of using the clone talisman. It seemed he had just seen something he shouldn't have. After Zhuo Tianyu turned around, Su Tang rushed to the bedside. There lay a woman who looked exactly like her, Su Tang. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that this woman was naked. Su Tang was furious. Although the person lying on the bed was just an imposter, they looked exactly like her. Zhuo Tianyu had definitely used the clone talisman before. How could he not have known this? This had actually taken advantage of her. In reality, Zhuo Tianyu was wronged. He hadn't used the clone talisman in ages, and since he was distracted, he'd forgotten its deceptive properties. Su Tang pulled out a simple set of clothes and underwear from her space pocket and quickly dressed the imposter. She got off the bed and walked behind Zhuo Tianyu, who was facing away from her. Unsatisfied, she kicked him again and demanded, tell me, what did you see? I didn't see anything. Zhuo Tianyu immediately shook his head in denial. Humph. Since there was a way out, Su Tang had to let it go. Even if Zhuo Tianyu had seen something, she couldn't really do anything to him. Since he said he didn't see anything, she could just assume he didn't see it. That made her feel better. Once this matter was over, Su Tang became concerned about how to use her clones. 2 cells, it was so magical just thinking about it. Then what? How do I control that one? Control a clone? Zhuo Tianyu raised an eyebrow. Yeah, didn't you say we could create 2 free-moving clones? Su Tang looked at Zhuo Tianyu with starry eyes. Then a bucket of cold water was poured down on her. Move? That requires spirit stones. Then, Zhuo Tianyu delivered a brilliant finishing blow. I've been out of spirit stones for years. Su Tang felt like the foam sculpture, shattered into pieces, blown away by the wind. If I can't move, why did you ask me to create a clone? Su Tang wanted to pounce on Zhuo Tianyu and bite him. Didn't you want to play with it yourself? Didn't you say you created Fong Han to replace you in the mercenary guild? Yes, but we ran out of spirit stones a few years ago, so that clone is no longer needed. Zhuo Tianyu said, as a matter of course. Then what's the point of me creating this clone now? Su Tang gritted her teeth. Damn, without spirit stones, the clone talisman is just a useless piece of junk. No wonder they gave it to her so generously. She thought she found something precious. What a stingy person. Of course it worked. Zhuo Tianyu pulled out the small dagger he used before and said sinisterly, let's stab your clone in the heart and then dump her somewhere. That way we can get rid of her. After saying that, Zhuo Tianyu glanced at Qin Qinyuan. Damn it! Su Tang was instantly furious. What idiot would just abandon his own body in the wilderness for no reason? This guy was planning to blow her up. No, I don't agree. Su Tang shook her head firmly. Even though Zhuo Tianyu intended to kill his own clone, Su Tang still felt a sense of unease. And if he really did that, how would she explain herself to Qin Qinyuan the next time she saw him? Say she had a twin sister? No kidding. What a rotten idea. I absolutely disagree. Zhuo Tianyu was so unreliable. If you don't agree, then don't agree. Why are you getting so worked up? Zhuo Tianyu waved his hand. I was just saying. With that, Zhuo Tianyu sheathed his dagger and pulled out a bottle. He opened the cap and waved twice at Su Tang, who was protecting his clone. Go away. What do you want? Su Tang looked wary. What tricks was this guy up to? Destroy the body. Otherwise, how can we explain your presence? No. Su Tang instinctively knew the bottle contained something fishy. Could it be the legendary corpse-dissolving water? Sprinkling it on her, not her clone, would be embarrassing. Andy, this won't work, that won't work. What do you say? Zhuo Tianyu reluctantly put the bottle away. This clone, without spiritual power, will rot like a dead person. What? A dead person? Su Tang was shocked. Without spiritual stones, it was just a corpse. There seemed to be no other use except to escape. But she couldn't bear to destroy it like this. Su Tang looked at her own beautiful face. As someone obsessed with appearance, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Do you think we can keep her here? Isn't this a vacuum? Su Tang asked, pointing to her space ring. Although the 2 cubic meters of space were smaller, it was more than enough to hold a corpse. I think it's safer to put her in the hibernation pod, and then store her inside the space. Shui Tianyu offered his opinion. Okay. Su Tang decided to listen to the other's advice. After finding a hibernation pod, installing the energy stone, and activating it, Shui Tianyu carried the imposter Su Tang into the pod. After closing the hatch, Su Tang made the tragic discovery that her small energy cannon couldn't fit in. With the pod stored in the space ring, the space felt incredibly cramped. The energy cannons could still fit, but the energy cannon simply couldn't fit. Forgetting it, Su Tang simply removed the pod and placed it in a separate, empty space ring, then mounted it in the least noticeable part of the computer. At worst, if she ran into security, she could hide her in the space ring. While the space ring couldn't hold living things, it could certainly hold corpses. After storing the body, Su Tang clapped her hands and glared at Shui Tianyu. He just loved looking for trouble. Chapter 196. After seeing Su Tang's disapproving attitude, Shui Tianyu tactfully prepared to leave. Wait! What about him? Su Tang asked, pointing at Qin Qinyuan, who was sleeping like a pig on the sofa. Shui Tianyu checked the time. It was already past 10. Don't worry, he'll wake up soon. The hypnosis spell will only last for an hour, or 2. Did you put a hypnosis spell on him? Yes, what else do you think? With his physical strength, I can't knock him down with one strike. After a moment's thought, Shui Tianyu added, wanting to show off his formidable skills. Of course, with a few more exchanges, I can knock him down. As expected, men are barbarians who prefer to resolve problems with force. Su Tang came to this conclusion immediately. But a hypnosis spell? It looks more effective than a knockout drug. Su Tang put on a bright smile. Do you still have any more? What do you want? Looking at Su Tang's bright smile, Shui Tianyu suddenly felt a sinister feeling. Look, you're so powerful now. How could anyone possibly hurt you? Su Tang began flattering him, then subtly explained her purpose. Look, I'm such a noob, I don't have anything to defend myself with. What if someone accidentally snaps it off? Then no one will give you a high-level energy stone? You want a hypnotic talisman, right? Su Tang nodded her head like a garlic pounding. You want one? Give me a kiss, and I give it to you. Shui Tianyu pointed at his face and leaned forward. TSK? Stingy. Su Tang pushed Shui Tianyu's face away, turning her head away proudly. TSK? Who's so stingy that you won't even give me a kiss? Shui Tianyu only had 6 hypnotic talismans left. He kept one just in case, then took the other 5, took Su Tang's hand, and stuffed them in. Here, here. To use it, just apply it directly to the person and silently say go in your mind. Don't waste it. I only have one left. Talismans. My dear. Su Tang was immediately delighted, her face beaming. Are you happy now? I'm going to the base for a stroll. Don't run around. Thank you. Su Tang beamed, then pulled out a newly minted level 8 energy stone with a 5-digit starting price. I trade this with you. Although she had given him 3 before, those 3 were compensation for letting Su Xiaobao drain Shui Tianyu's mecha's energy. Now that he had so generously given her a hypnotic talisman, she naturally wanted to show her appreciation. Do you still have enough for yourself? Although Shui Tianyu was eager to accept it, he suddenly remembered that she had already given him many, so he wouldn't run out of it himself. It's okay, I still have some, Su Tang said with a heroic look. At her current level, level 8 energy stones were like cabbages in the field. She could give them away easily. After all, a raw energy stone only costs 5 credits. Then I take it. Su Tang's words immediately reminded Shui Tianyu of what she had said over half a month ago. I have a lot of this stuff. How much was that? Su Yuan was truly a freak, leaving so many high-level energy stones for his daughter. Thinking of this, Shui Tianyu worriedly instructed, don't take this out casually, and don't give it away casually. Showing off your wealth will attract thieves. Attracting thieves was the least of her worries. She might even be murdered and robbed. The more Shui Tianyu looked at Su Tang, the more he wondered what a foolish and naive girl she was. He was truly uneasy. I know. Su Tang, her eyes fixed on the hypnotic talisman, waved her hand, signaling Shui Tianyu to leave. She still needed to study the talismans carefully. After Shui Tianyu left, Su Tang began studying the talisman, staring at the scrawled symbols on the yellow paper. After a moment, she felt dizzy. Patting her head, Su Tang felt discouraged. It seemed everyone had their specialties. This talisman drawing was proving quite challenging. Just as Su Tang was feeling depressed, she heard Qin Qinyuan's muffled groan. Su Tang immediately put the hypnotic talisman into her space ring. It was a hidden treasure, meant to haunt someone, so she had to keep it safe. Just then, Qin Qinyuan woke up from the sofa, frowning. Upon waking, Qin Qinyuan stared at the ceiling, bewildered. Where was he? He seemed to have been drinking yesterday? And then what? Drunk? That couldn't be possible. His alcohol tolerance was no exaggeration. How could just a dozen bottles of wine knock him out? Then why did he fall asleep? It seemed like Shu Tianyu had tapped him, knocking him unconscious? Just kidding. How could he have been knocked unconscious by a tap? Qin Qinyuan was so weak. And besides, Shu Tianyu hadn't tapped him on the head. Qin Qinyuan pondered over how he had fallen asleep, but he couldn't figure it out. Using his mental power, Qin Qinyuan discovered that he was actually lying on the sofa in Su Tang's room, and Su Tang was watching him from the side. What a heartless woman. The thought of this heartless woman letting her pet consume all the energy for his mecha, his level 8 energy stone that was close to level 9. Qin Qinyuan wished he were dead, and then he lay there like a dead fish. Su Tang stood and waited for a moment, but saw that Qin Qinyuan showed no intention of getting up. He just stared at the ceiling with his eyes open. Why are you lying there? Su Tang couldn't help but speak. I'm dead. Qin Qinyuan remained in his corpse-like position. Su Tang was instantly amused. How can you still have your eyes open after you die? You die with your eyes open. Qin Qinyuan continued to lie in his corpse-like position. Su Tang was even more amused. Marshal Qin, can you be more funny? Then why are you still breathing? I can't swallow this. Qin Qinyuan remained lying in a state of despair. Su Tang, Marshal Qin, you're so ridiculous. Have you ever considered the feelings of the people of the Federation? Teased Qin Qinyuan. Su Tang pondered. She probably had a high-level energy stone installed in his mecha. Suddenly, she remembered the high-quality, level 8 energy stone Qin Qinyuan had spent 100 billion on at the District 13 auction. Her heart sank. Could Su Xiaobao have eaten that stone? Looking at Qin Qinyuan's despairing, lifeless expression, Su Tang felt a surge of guilt. Su Tang pulled out the level 9 energy stone she had recently combined. While it was considered low quality, a level 9 stone could still easily outperform a level 8 stone. Holding the energy stone, Su Tang waved her hand in front of Qin Qinyuan's face. All right, hurry up and come back. Wife, is this for me? Qin Qinyuan leaped up and grabbed Su Tang's hand. Although it was daytime, Qin Qinyuan's sharp eyes could still detect a faint glow on the energy stone surface. An energy stone that could even detect that glow in the daylight. What level must it be? Could it be level 9? Aren't you dead? Su Tang pouted in disdain, breaking free from Qin Qinyuan's hand and placing the energy stone in his. Thanks to my wife's loving heart, the energy stone instantly revived to full health and health. Qin Qinyuan said flatteringly. Humph. Su Tang snorted. Qin Qinyuan's true love must have been the energy stone. Everything was half dead before, but now it was instantly full of life. Chapter 197. I give you this too. Su Tang still felt guilty about Commander Su Xiaobao consuming Qin Qinyuan's mecha's energy source. As compensation, she produced 2 level 8 energy stones starting with 5. Wife, can I test them? Holding the 3 energy stones, Qin Qinyuan was instantly healed, his health bar rising past the upper limit. Sure enough, his wife still cared about him. All these days' hard work had paid off. The first one is a basic level 9 energy stone starting with 1, and the next 2 are level 8 energy stones starting with 5. Su Tang had imagined that the Grand Marshal would remain dignified and cool even when presented with a level 10 energy stone, not even blinking. Su Tang looked at Qin Qinyuan's surprised face with a slight disdain. How could a Grand Marshal drool over such a low-quality level 9 energy stone, like an uninformed bumpkin? Of course, Qin Qinyuan wasn't actually drooling. But she gave Qin Qinyuan 1 level 9, 2 level 8, and Shu Tianyu 4 level 8, so the total was about the same. Hey, she's truly impartial and fair. Wife, you've been so good to me. I decided to commit myself to you. Qin Qinyuan was overjoyed upon hearing Su Tang's words. It was actually a level 9. He finally had a level 9 energy stone of his own in his lifetime, and it was a gift from his beloved wife. He was so happy. Of course, Qin Qinyuan didn't know Su Tang had given Shu Tianyu 4 level 8 energy stones, or else he'd be furious. Watching Qin Qinyuan put away the energy stones and stretch out his arms as if to embrace her, Su Tang immediately stepped aside, saying with disdain, "You're so dirty and smelly. Why don't you wash it?" Although Qin Qinyuan's uniform looked handsome and stylish, it was naturally wrinkled and dusty like pickled vegetables after being tossed around like a sandbag by Zhuo Tianyu. Qin Qinyuan lowered his head and sniffed around. He certainly smelled of alcohol, but why was his uniform so dirty? He should be a good drinker. "Honey, why am I here with you? You fell asleep, and Zhuo Tianyu carried you here. He was busy, so I took care of you." Su Tang had promised Qin Qinyuan not to lie, and this was the complete truth. She just didn't say how she fell asleep or how Zhuo Tianyu abused her. "Oh." Qin Qinyuan walked into the bathroom with a look of suspicion. Could that Zhuo Tianyu be so kind? But he couldn't find any suspicious points. How did he fall asleep this morning? A little over 10 minutes later, when Qin Qinyuan, dressed beautifully, emerged from the bathroom, he saw Su Tang and Zhuo Tianyu sitting across from each other on the sofa, drinking tea. Qin Qinyuan's face darkened instantly. Qin Qinyuan's thoughts shifted, and he adopted a cold expression. He strode over and sat down beside Su Tang. He put his arm around her waist, raised an eyebrow at Zhuo Tianyu, and knowingly asked, "Wife, do you know Captain Zhuo?" "Shameless." Zhuo Tianyu immediately thought to himself, shameless. He thought he was thick-skinned enough, but he hadn't expected someone even thicker. Sure enough, the veterans in the military were incredibly shameless. Provoked by Qin Qinyuan's actions, Zhuo Tianyu stood up, striding across in 3 steps. He squeezed his way to sit on Su Tang's other side, then slung his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. He snorted, "Some people are so thick-skinned. From now on, we won't need to activate our energy shields in fights anymore. Just use our thick skin. We'd be able to withstand energy bombardments." Qin Qinyuan said coldly, "Talk about yourself." With his other hand, he grabbed Zhuo Tianyu's hand on Su Tang's shoulder and ripped it away. Of course, Zhuo Tianyu wasn't going to be a pushover either. Simultaneously, Qin Qinyuan's arm around Su Tang's waist was also yanked away. Then, the two of them began to spar, their hands clashing back and forth across from Su Tang. Of course, this action successfully infuriated Su Tang. What if they hit her? Could they afford the damages? She earns over 1 billion yuan an hour now. She's incredibly valuable. Su Tang slammed the table and yelled, "If you want to fight, go to the training ground." After that, Su Tang stood up and walked over to the empty sofa across from her, sitting down. It was so hot squeezing together in broad daylight. As soon as Su Tang left, Qin Qinyuan immediately tried to follow, but Su Tang glared at him, "Sit down." Seeing Su Tang's face darken, Qin Qinyuan didn't dare to act rashly anymore, and had to return to his original seat. Zhuo Tianyu, standing nearby, snorted coldly, "Serves you right." He then earned a glare. "If you want to fight, wait until you get out of this door, and go to the training ground inside the base. I won't bother you even if you're killed," Su Tang said fiercely. Then, lowering her head, she pulled up a picture of a planet on her computer. "I'm planning to go here in a few days. Yuan star in the Yuhin Galaxy." The Yuhin Galaxy is the actual battlefield for the military academies of the Federation, primarily serving as a training ground for cadets. The entire galaxy spans a vast area. Adjacent to the Wood Wolf Galaxy, the Yuhin Galaxy boasts a higher concentration of star beasts than other galaxies, and is also relatively safe compared to the Wood Wolf Galaxy. Despite its pleasant name, Yuan star is still an undeveloped planet, but its development rate is 76%. Of course, it's not intended for actual combat, but merely a temporary residence. Yuan star is a beautiful, natural planet. While its resources are limited, its environment is beautiful and suitable for living. 57% of the planet's surface area is ocean, and its climate is somewhat similar to that of ancient Earth. Although not fully developed, the planet is mostly populated by docile star beasts, making it incredibly safe. Of course, these are just rumors from the Star Network, and Su Tang has her reservations. Su Tang wanted to go there primarily because Yuan star's climate is split into 2 halves. From March to August, the average nighttime duration is 18 hours. Furthermore, Yuan star's nights feature 4 yellow moons and 2 red moons, also known as crimson moons. 6 full months of brightness, and Su Tang was absolutely delighted. And since it was the end of March, going to Yuan star to bask in the moonlight was the perfect opportunity. After hearing Su Tang's words, the two people across from him began to think simultaneously. Qin Qinyuan reasoned that the Yuhin Galaxy was his territory, and arriving there would naturally feel like home. As a battlefield, The Yuhan Galaxy didn't allow large families to expand their influence there. Therefore, in the Yuhan Galaxy, where the 15th Legion was stationed, everyone except the students who were there for training were Qin Shinyuan's own people. So, naturally, Qin Shinyuan was completely in favor of Su Tang's trip to the Yuhan Galaxy. Meanwhile, Xue Tianyu was thinking, the Yuhan Galaxy? While it's less dangerous, a few powerful star beasts do appear every few years. If Su Tang goes there, maybe she can pick up a few powerful star beasts to use. Furthermore, the Yuhan Galaxy is less developed, so places that haven't seen much attention are more likely to hold treasures. Perhaps she could find a great treasure there. So naturally, Xue Tianyu fully supported Su Tang's decision to go to the Yuhan Galaxy. Chapter 198. Watching the two men across from her remain silent, Su Tang made her stance clear. Anyway, I'm definitely going to Yuan Star. If you're willing, come with me. If not, I go alone. Of course. They both looked up at the same time, their eyes fixed on Su Tang. Then, they turned their heads and exchanged fierce glances. Su Tang suddenly smelled a burning smell, as if an electric current had struck between them, creating a pulsing spark. After shaking off the strange feeling in her head, Su Tang dismissed them. That's it then. I'm going to retreat for 3 more days to combine the energy stones. We leave in 3 days. Do whatever you want in the meantime. Since Su Tang had spoken, the two men couldn't resist. After leaving, they each turned and headed in opposite directions. Xue Tianyu naturally went to arrange matters within the base. Before leaving, he would compile the relevant information he had gathered and hand it over to Lu Yang, the base manager, and also hand over some other matters. Overall, Xue Tianyu was a very responsible man. Qin Shinyuan, on the other hand, naturally returned to his room to think of a plan. Back in his room, Qin Shinyuan smoked a cigarette while racking his brains to figure out how to get Xue Tianyu out of the way. He didn't want to be caught off guard by a flashing light while he and his mistress were being affectionate and fussy. Using his laptop to access the military's internal affairs department, Qin Shinyuan was surprised to discover that Xue Tianyu hadn't yet handed over his position. This meant that while his resignation papers had been approved, he hadn't officially left yet, leaving room for reversal. So where could he be sent? Lu Dong was definitely eager for Xue Tianyu to be gone. If he were to leave, the 26th Corps would immediately appoint a Lu family member as its leader, making it unrealistic for Xue Tianyu to continue serving in the 26th Corps. But it wasn't practical for him to command 3 legions. 3 of the Qin family's captains to give way to Xue Tianyu. Even though he was both the marshal and the clan leader, that wasn't practical either. Transferring Xue Tianyu to be deputy captain? That would be a demotion, and there was no reason for him to do that. Simply, Qin Shinyuan checked the personnel arrangements for his 2 personal guard regiments. It turned out that his third uncle, Qin Yao, had recently needed some time off due to a recurrence of an old injury, but the lack of a suitable replacement had delayed the matter. The marshal's personal guard regiments were led by the marshal himself and bore his surname. The Qin 1st Personal Guard Regiment was required to remain in the capital system, while the Qin 2nd Personal Guard Regiment accompanied the marshal on his travels, responsible for his personal protection. Of course, someone as fearless as Qin Shinyuan could abandon the Personal Guard regiments and travel alone. Although Qin Yao was the deputy captain of the Qin 1st Regiment, the deputy captains of the Personal Guard regiments were all higher than the legion commanders. 30 legions, places where young people could strive for success. Once one's rank and military achievements reach a certain level, one can retreat to the rear and join the Imperial Guards. Therefore, the ranks of officers in the Imperial Guards are generally higher than those in the 30 legions. In other words, transferring Xue Tianyu to the Imperial Guards would be considered a promotion. Once in the Qin Imperial Guards, one would be stationed in the capital system at all times, forbidden from leaving unless a major war broke out. Thinking of this, Qin Shinyuan smiled sinisterly and happily made the decision. Strike while the iron is hot, Qin Shinyuan contacted his third uncle, Qin Yao. After Qin Yao expressed his desire to recuperate, Qin Shinyuan decisively approved the transfer. Then, they all worked together to arrange Xue Tianyu's transfer. Using an expedited process, Qin Shinyuan directly sent the transfer to the other 9 marshals. Qin Shinyuan requested an expedited order, and the other 9 old men naturally gave him face, approving all of them in less than 2 hours. These transfers in the Imperial Guard were essentially internal affairs. You could promote whomever you pleased. As long as they weren't some second-generation rich kid or a troublemaker, the other marshals generally wouldn't interfere in other people's affairs. Qin Shinyuan's promotion of Xue Tianyu had no vested interests in the other 9 families, so they naturally gave him a favor. Then, Qin Qinyuan went straight out to find Zhuo Tianyu. He wanted to present the emailed appointment letter, stamped with the military insignia of 10 marshals, right in front of him. Qin Qinyuan couldn't wait to see Zhuo Tianyu's expression upon seeing the letter. Qin Qinyuan was overjoyed, but he maintained his aloof expression as he approached Zhuo Tianyu. I have something to discuss. Come with me to the meeting room. Zhuo Tianyu frowned in confusion. His instincts were strong, and he knew Qin Qinyuan was looking for something up to no good. But Qin Qinyuan was a marshal after all. While he might have fought him privately for Su Tang, Zhuo Tianyu, as a subordinate, still had to obey his superior's orders in front of the soldiers. Full of doubts, Zhuo Tianyu followed Qin Qinyuan into the conference room. As soon as the door closed, Qin Qinyuan's composure faded, and he said with a bright smile, "Haha, don't be so stern. I'm calling you this time for good news, haha." With a flick of his fingers, he sent the appointment letter to Zhuo Tianyu. Huh? Zhuo Tianyu glanced down at his laptop, puzzled. It was a military-specific message. He knew without even looking that this was what Qin Qinyuan had just sent him. But what was it? Qin Qinyuan's attitude was very unusual. Suspicious, Zhuo Tianyu saw the appointment letter sent over the military communication channel on his laptop. Deputy Commander of the Qin Guard. Zhuo Tianyu had been in the military for decades, so of course he knew about the Qin Guard. Stationed in the capital. Immediate appointment. Qin! You're playing dirty tricks. Zhuo Tianyu was so angry he wanted to curse. Damn, that despicable guy actually transferred him to garrison the capital. This way, he have to get away from Su Tang, and then he can take the top spot. So insidious. If I had known this morning, I should have drugged him and thrown him into the art troupe, damn it. What? I'm giving you a promotion. Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow, giving him a look that said, don't be too grateful. Zhuo Tianyu clenched his fist in fury, his teeth crackling with anger, as he uttered a few words. Do you dare challenge me to the training ground? This time, he failed. He hadn't completed his handover and resigned in time, allowing the sinister villain to take advantage. Qin Qinyuan had promoted him under pretentious pretexts, making resignation impossible. Even if he applied for retirement directly, he would have to report to the Qin guards first. Simply walking away would be insubordination and a violation of discipline, a possibility that this sinister villain could easily seize upon and send him to the Star Pass Federal Penitentiary. At this moment, Zhuo Tianyu once again realized the power of power. No matter how hard he worked after joining the Corps, there would always be those who would jump in and take his promotion. However, he understood this was reality, and felt only a slight sense of disappointment. But this time, Zhuo Tianyu felt a deep sense of resentment. Why should he be banished from Su Tang's presence just because that idiot across from him was powerful? Qin Qinyuan's background was simply better than his, and he had a chance encounter. Zhuo Tianyu had naturally discovered that Qin Qinyuan was a 5S expert, but understanding the laws of nature, Zhuo Tianyu knew that unless someone had a chance encounter, the locals here would never reach that level. He couldn't match his power, but in terms of strength, he was no less capable. He would definitely cripple him, and send him to the hospital for 10 or 8 years. Huh, you think I'm afraid of you? Sometimes, problems between men truly needed to be resolved with force. The previous mecha battle had been interrupted by Su Tang. In a simple contest of skill, Qin Qinyuan wouldn't have lost to him. This shameless Zhuo Tianyu had tried to elope with his concubine, and he had long wanted to beat him. Chapter 199. A little after midnight on the third day, when the star's light completely illuminated the entire SY-132, Su Tang punctually called it a day. Looking at the 1-1-digit 9th level, and 2 1-digit 8th level coins she had just combined that day, a sense of pride and accomplishment filled Su Tang's chest. She had created 90 billion in wealth in 3 days. If she'd been more diligent, could she have become the richest person in the world? After reveling in herself, Su Tang quickly packed up her things. Rubbing her stomach, which had been simmering like an empty city, Su Tang decided to go to the cafeteria for a meal. The daily nutrient solution had left her mouth dry. Su Tang trudged to the cafeteria. Her sharp eyes noticed something odd today. Normally, these general-level soldiers ate at their own spacious tables, but today they were all gathered together, seemingly discussing some shameful news. After ordering her favorite dishes and carrying her plate, Su Tang sat at the edge of the group, listening to the gossip as she ate. Someone, who do you think won this afternoon's match? Someone, it's hard to say. I think it's a close match. Someone, noticeably lowering their voice, I think our captain is still the best. How can someone like the marshal, a scion of an aristocratic family, compare to our captain? This person is clearly a fan of Zhuo Tianyu. Someone, Marshal Qin, is also very impressive. He looks skinny, yet he was able to exchange so many moves with the captain. Someone, yeah, I couldn't last more than 10 moves against the captain before I was down. Someone, TSKU? You're down in 3 moves, right? Someone, you only went down in 3. Then, Su Tang realized the conversation had veered off track. The discussion had turned to how many moves each of them could survive against Zhuo Tianyu. After a flurry of spitting, the conversation shifted to something else. Someone, who are you betting on this afternoon? Someone, of course, our regimental commander. Someone, I'm betting on Marshal Qin. Is this a gambling game? Based on what Su Tang overheard, she concluded, Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu really did go to fight. Ahem. Su Tang coughed loudly. Then, the group discussing animatedly noticed someone else in the corner. Hello, sister-in-law. After a 3-second pause, a chorus of voices echoed. You were talking about, when does the match start and where? Su Tang asked innocently, blinking. Then, a soldier was pushed out. Report, sister-in-law, Marshal Qin and the regimental commander have an appointment to fight on the battlefield at 1 o'clock. What are you doing? Can I place a bet too? Su Tang was just having fun and acting on a whim. She had never participated in a group gambling before. That sister-in-law. Su Tang suddenly noticed that everyone had drooped their heads, turning into a pile of bitter melons. Did she say something she shouldn't have? Sharing joy is worse than having it alone. She just wanted to have some fun. Sister-in-law, can you please forgive us this time? The soldier who had been pushed out cried. Huh? She didn't seem to say anything. Is gambling illegal? Sister-in-law, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have used the regiment commander as a gambler. The group continued to cry. If the regiment commander knew they were using this as a gambler, they would definitely be skinned alive. Forget it this time. Don't do it again. Su Tang naturally understood that gambling in the base was indeed illegal. I'm done eating. Whoever has finished eating, take me to the actual battlefield. Sister-in-law, I'm done eating. I take you there. Hearing Su Tang's willingness to not complain, meaning she wouldn't tell the team leader, everyone beamed. The person who had been pushed out by the crowd naturally volunteered to be Su Tang's guide. Then Su Tang, under the guide's guidance, headed to the actual battlefield. The actual battlefield was actually quite large, divided into many smaller areas. Although Su Tang could use her mental power to detect the area, she would be discovered. She wanted to sneak in and see what these two guys were up to. Luckily, the actual battlefield wasn't far from the cafeteria, and Su Tang quickly reached her destination, the door to a room labeled training room. Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu's fight naturally couldn't be watched like a monkey show. So, it wasn't the kind of show Su Tang had imagined. The two fought on the stage, with a crowd cheering and cheering below. Not a single sound could be heard from outside the training room. After bringing Su Tang to her destination, the guide left. Although everyone in the garrison knew that Marshal Qin and the regimental commander had been fighting here every morning, afternoon, and evening for the past 3 days, each beating the other to a pulp, subordinates couldn't afford to make a fool of their superiors or embarrass them. Therefore, despite being fully aware of the situation, everyone ignored it, discussing it behind their backs, and keeping quiet in front of the main boss. Su Tang checked the time. It was already past 1 o'clock, meaning the two were already fighting. Should she intervene? Looking down at herself, Su Tang decided against it. Fists and feet have no eyes, and with her small frame, it was best not to get involved, lest she get caught in the crossfire. After idly browsing the star network for half an hour outside, Su Tang grew impatient. They already said they leave on the 3rd day, so why were these two still going on? Another hour passed, still no movement. Could it be that they weren't inside? Su Tang scanned with her mental power. Inside the room, the two men were still fighting fiercely. Since Zhuo Tianyu was an old man, and Qin Qinyuan was barely a fraction of his age, Zhuo Tianyu naturally had the upper hand. But while Zhuo Tianyu was eager to cripple Qin Qinyuan, his status as a marshal meant he couldn't really use any force within this garrison. So usually, the two would fight for several hours before finally giving up. When Su Tang's mental power scanned over, the two men naturally noticed, and to impress Su Tang, the fight intensified. Su Tang used her mental power to observe the two for over 10 minutes, noticing they showed no sign of stopping. Instead, they were getting more and more excited. Su Tang was annoyed. Only men wait for women, never women wait for men. People who are late are the most annoying. Then Su Tang started to act arrogantly and tantrum. Su Tang turned and left, reaching the open space. summoning a flying car and heading to the spaceship parking area within the base. She sent a farewell text to the shy young man, Wang Liang, thanking him profusely for his care during this time. Besides Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu, Wang Liang was the only person Su Tang knew in the base, not including Lu Yang and Minglan. After sending a goodbye to Zhuo Tianyu and Qin Qinyuan, Su Tang took out the small spaceship, entered the cockpit, and drove away without looking back. Su Tang dared to leave alone, because she had thoroughly researched the relevant information. The route from SY-132 in the Xianin Galaxy to Yuan Star in the Yuan Galaxy is a busy one, with an accident rate as low as 0.01% and a travel time of only 4 days. Because it's a combat training system, the Yuan Galaxy has very lax controls on weapons and ammunition. Anyone with a third-class resident or above and a clean record can freely enter with weapons. Of course, anyone committing acts of vandalism will still be apprehended. Yuan Star is virtually devoid of ferocious star beasts. For Su Tang, armed with her mecha and Su Xiaobao, she's practically invincible there. That's why Su Tang dared to travel alone. Furthermore, she deeply believed that Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu would pursue her. Chapter 200. Inside the training room. The fight was so close that the outcome was decided. Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyu didn't think much of Su Tang's withdrawal of her mental detection, simply assuming she'd gone home bored. They fought for over 3 hours, until they were exhausted and stopped. Seeing their opponent beaten so badly that they couldn't even recognize their parents, each felt a small sense of pride. Then, they both came up with the same plan: go to the recuperation ward to quickly recover from their minor injuries, then go find Su Tang. Qin Qinyuan left the room first. Zhuo Tianyu noticed a text message had come in during the fight. He opened it, and saw it was from Su Tang. Goodbye. Zhuo Tianyu was startled and immediately launched a wide-range mental scan. No! Su Tang wasn't in the base. Zhuo Tianyu then checked Su Tang's location on his computer. It couldn't be located. In other words, she wasn't on SY-132 anymore. Su Tang had actually left on her own. Zhuo Tianyu was stunned for a second before reacting. He rushed out of the room, sprinting to the open ground with all his might. He summoned his mecha and, without stopping, soared into the sky. This sudden change left Qin Qinyuan stunned. Where was he going in such a hurry? Zhuo Tianyu's behavior was very unusual. Qin Qinyuan subconsciously thought of Su Tang. Could something have happened to his concubine? But there was no need to use a mecha for just one base, right? And which direction? Outer space? Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened, and he immediately activated his mental detection. Then he realized his concubine had disappeared again. Qin Qinyuan immediately felt something was wrong. Could that heartless woman have abandoned him and run away again? Qin Qinyuan immediately rushed to the open space, just like Zhuo Tianyu, summoned his mecha, and chased after him at full speed. Although Qin Qinyuan was overthinking it, it had only been about 3 seconds since Zhuo Tianyu had driven off in his mecha. 3 seconds was short, but also long. At least during those 3 seconds, Qin Qinyuan could no longer detect Zhuo Tianyu's mecha. Qin Qinyuan activated his mental detection to maximum range, maneuvering the mecha at full speed towards the Yuan Galaxy, while simultaneously checking his computer. It seemed a text had just come in, but his computer hadn't detected it. Was it from Zheng Zhe? Sure enough, there was a message from Tang Xiaomi on Zheng Zhe's computer. Goodbye. Qin Qinyuan's heart sank. Sure enough, his little wife had abandoned him again. But Zhuo Tianyu had just been fighting with him, and judging from his reaction, it didn't seem like they had agreed. Did his little wife leave alone? She left alone. With this conclusion, Qin Qinyuan let go of his sadness, and immediately accelerated his mecha to maximum speed. A rookie flying an unarmed spaceship alone to the Yuan Galaxy. Is she really going to die? Inside the small spaceship, Su Tang leisurely maneuvered the craft at a snail's pace. Although she wasn't very proficient at first, the SY-132 star field was desolate and largely devoid of other spacecraft, so Su Tang didn't have to worry about collisions. After a while, she naturally became adept at it. Su Tang felt that flying a spaceship was even easier than driving a car. As long as she didn't crash into a planet, she'd be fine. But an hour later, Su Tang realized a problem. Forget the Xianin Galaxy. She hadn't even left the SY-132 star field. At her current speed, she might still be on her way to Yuan Star in a year. Not daring to increase speed was a major drawback. The ship's full speed was measured in light years, and for a rookie who couldn't even fly a mech faster than 100 kilometers per hour, that speed was terrifyingly terrifying. Su Tang suddenly felt a surge of regret. They say impulse is the devil, so why had she just left like that? But returning home now would be so embarrassing. At this rate, it would take forever to reach Eurostar. What would happen to her mech if she took the ship? Public ships, except for special flights, were subject to weapons and ammunition restrictions. Just as Su Tang was struggling with this, she felt the ship shake. Had it hit something? Su Tang then realized that Zhuo Tianyou's aquamarine mech had entered her mental range and landed directly outside the ship's deck. Seeing Zhuo Tianyou follow, Su Tang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they hadn't come, she really didn't know what she would have done. But why was he alone? Where was Qin Qinyuan? Confused, Su Tang opened the ship's deck hatch. Zhuo Tianyou boarded the ship in his mecha. The deck hatch closed, and the various control systems activated. In less than 2 minutes, Zhuo Tianyou, feeling the deck hatch was stable, immediately exited the cockpit. After stowing his mecha, he immediately headed for the ship's cockpit. In the cockpit, Su Tang was visibly startled. Who was that pig-faced person? Because of their mutual dislike for each other, Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyou fought without holding back, punching each other back and forth, staring into each other's faces. Naturally, this horrific scene had resulted. Originally, Zhuo Tianyou had intended to go to the recuperation pod to recuperate for a while, returning to Su Tang once the wound on his face had faded. But Su Tang left on her own, and Zhuo Tianyou was naturally too anxious to care about his horrible face. Even with his pig-faced face, Su Tang could see Zhuo Tianyou's expression at that moment, fury raging. Su Tang's heart skipped a beat. Was he going to hit her? Zhuo Tianyou strode into the control room in just a few minutes. Although his expression was grim, he looked at Su Tang, who looked guilty in the driver's seat, and finally sighed. Without a word, he took the other driver's seat. Soon, Su Tang noticed that the spacecraft was picking up speed and was turning back. It had taken Su Tang over 2 hours to leave SY-132, but Zhuo Tianyou only took about 10 minutes to return to the SY-132 base. Su Tang once again felt the gap between the rookie and the master. Hey, why are you like this? Does it hurt? Who hit you? After the spacecraft came to a stop, Zhuo Tianyou just stared at Su Tang without saying a word. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Su Tang had to speak up. Who attacked? Who else? Zhuo Tianyou gave Su Tang a cold glance. This woman was completely clueless. Is a spaceship a flying car? Spaceships require professional pilots to operate. She thought she could fly around just because she had high mental power? How could a woman be so naive? Furthermore, it was an unarmed spaceship. While there weren't any vicious pirates in the Federation, she could still be robbed if she was unlucky. Any ill-intentioned mecha pilot could rob her, of course. Zhuo Tianyou didn't know at this point that Su Tang Su Xiaobao had already become a high-level star beast. Even in the vacuum of space, Su Xiaobao could move freely. Therefore, Su Tang had no fear of being robbed by someone driving an energy device. Chapter 201. Well, why don't you go heal your wounds first? Su Tang smiled ingratiatingly. Although she hadn't instigated the fight between Qin Qinyuan and Zhuo Tianyou, it was ultimately because of her. It seemed a bit unreasonable for her to leave without a word. Humph. What's the point of healing? You're pissing me off. Zhuo Tianyou snorted. Hee hee. Su Tang smirked, then began to argue. I just watched you guys fight so fiercely and practice flying a spaceship. There's nothing else to it. Then what's this? What do you mean by goodbye? Zhuo Tianyou demanded, pointing at the laptop. Okay, I was wrong. Su Tang bowed her head and admitted her mistake, feeling inwardly annoyed. You were so naughty. I let you get away with it. Send a message to Qin Qinyuan, tell him to come back. With his speed, he had no idea where he was by now, Zhuo Tianyou said bitterly. Although he was worried about Su Tang being alone with Qin Qinyuan, he was even more worried about her going to Eurostar alone. With Qin Qinyuan around, safety was guaranteed. But Zhuo Tianyou lowered his eyes, his gaze darkening. After this trip to the capital system, he might not have a chance. When he saw her again, would she be someone else's wife? Although he was confident in his abilities, he had no chance against Marshal Qin Qinyuan. He simply issued a transfer order, and he was being forced to leave. He simply couldn't accept this. At this point, Su Tang hadn't noticed the change in Zhuo Tianyou's expression. After sending Qin Qinyuan a text message from her base, she asked naturally, will we leave together when Qin Qinyuan returns? I'm not going. Zhuo Tianyou's expression darkened. What? Didn't you say you protect me? You're going back on your word? Su Tang was shocked. Zhuo Tianyou actually went back on his word. What about being her bodyguard? Was he dissatisfied with the low salary, high-level energy stones she offered him? No, it was level 8 energy stones. It's said many wealthy families don't even have a single level 8 energy stone. That's all the fault of that despicable villain. Xue Tianyu gritted his teeth. In a fair competition, even if he were eliminated, he wouldn't be so unwilling. But that villain, Qin Qinyuan, had actually used his position as a marshal to resort to underhanded tactics. He was furious. Despicable villain? Who? Qin Qinyuan? Su Tang was puzzled. What's wrong with him? He transferred me to the Qin No. 1 Guard Regiment to garrison the capital. As if Su Tang didn't understand, Xue Tianyu added, the No. 1 Guard regiments of the 10 marshals are stationed in the capital, and are not allowed to leave. What? Su Tang was stunned. Qin Qinyuan, that shameless fellow, had actually done such a despicable thing. I told you that kid was a scoundrel, but you still didn't believe me. Thinking of how Su Tang had tried to stop him from sending Qin Qinyuan to the art troop, Xue Tianyu couldn't help but feel angry and regretful. He shouldn't have listened to Su Tang's soft words. How about I talk to him, and get him to revoke your transfer? Su Tang was a little bewildered. Qin Qinyuan could transfer Xue Tianyu so quietly. If he ever decided not to accompany her to find her father, he could definitely secretly pack her up and send her back home. Do you think it would work? Xue Tianyu asked. Well, maybe not. Su Tang was a little dejected. Su Xiaobai, why aren't you awake yet? The capital galaxy and the Yuhan galaxy are not in the same direction. I will be leaving for the capital galaxy in a few days. When you are alone with Qin Qinyuan, be vigilant at all times. Don't let someone kidnap you without you even noticing. Xue Tianyu began to explain carefully. If Qin Qinyuan forcibly takes you back to the capital galaxy, contact me immediately. Oh! Su Tang looked even more dejected. Although Qin Qinyuan was usually nice, he could be terrifying when he turned mad. With Xue Tianyu around, she could still keep him in check, but without him, her weak arms and legs were clearly no match for him. What if she angered Qin Qinyuan, and he turned on her? What would she do? Xue Tianyu grew even more worried seeing Su Tang scowl. How could he be at ease with the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit alone together? How about we just dump 2 bodies and then try to escape? Xue Tianyu thought this method was feasible. While it would mean giving up everything and going into hiding, eloping together still seemed quite romantic. No! Su Tang hesitated, then shook her head. Dumping bodies was fine now, but she still had to show up later. She still had to be Su Tang. She didn't want to resort to the desperate route unless it was absolutely necessary. Okay, I knew you were heartless. Xue Tianyu had clearly guessed Su Tang wouldn't accept this approach, but he wasn't exactly disappointed. Anyway, be smart and don't be fooled by that black-hearted guy. He definitely has a purpose for following you. He might be interested in your mental power level, and want you to go back and give him a high-caliber child. People like them always marry into their families. If your father doesn't come back, you never be his legal wife. Xue Tianyu didn't know Su Tang's energy master level yet, so he naturally assumed Qin Qinyuan was after her. Oh! Su Tang seemed nonchalant at Xue Tianyu's statement, believing Qin Qinyuan valued her status as a senior energy master more. What an attitude! I'm not kidding. Your mental power is S. The mental power boost from consuming chalcedony isn't passed down to the next generation. If you follow Qin Qinyuan, you have children with low mental power levels, and you suffer. You might even get dumped again. Xue Tianyu spoke with a serious, earnest expression. He had no idea Su Xiaobai had this bug, and he naturally assumed Su Tang's mental power had been boosted by consuming chalcedony, an external force that couldn't be inherited. Okay, I get it. I'd be more resourceful. Su Tang nodded cautiously. After hearing Xue Tianyu's words, she suddenly thought of her own aptitude. Miss Su's aptitude probably wouldn't reach level 4's mental power. Would this affect her future children? This was a serious question, but one she couldn't ask Xue Tianyu about. She could only consult Su Xiaobai. Even after explaining everything and analyzing the situation with her, Xue Tianyu still felt uneasy. After a moment of internal and external struggle, Xue Tianyu fished out something. Take this. You can use it 3 times. What is this? Su Tang looked at the object Xue Tianyu handed over, puzzled. It was a classical aqua blue mirror, palm-sized and round, with a 3-dimensional decoration of 2 dragons spitting pearls around its edge. Upon closer inspection, Su Tang discovered that the surface was actually liquid water. Su Tang took it curiously and poked it with her finger. Her finger passed through the water curtain, feeling a cool sensation. She withdrew her finger, and the water curtain returned to a mirrored surface like the surface of a lake. Chapter 202. This is a defensive magic weapon from the world of cultivation. It's equivalent to a level 6 energy shield here, but it can only be used 3 times without spiritual energy replenishment. As I mentioned before, I'm currently out of spiritual stones. I searched for spiritual stone mines in this world for years, and haven't found one. Xue Tianyu sighed. So don't use it unless absolutely necessary. To use it, simply hold it in your hand, and silently chant Water Mirror, activate. That's all. Remember, it only lasts 2 hours at a time. Give it to me? Su Tang smiled broadly. This is a treasure from the world of cultivation. While the energy shield on the mecha can be activated it will as long as there's energy. Without the mecha, the small level 2 energy shield requires physical strength level 3 to use. With her physique, she can only use the smallest level 1 energy shield, which is at most the size of a wash basin. This one is a level 6, even more powerful than the light armor Yen Zima gave her. But would this guy give it to her? Was he just going to show it to her? Well, keep it for your own safety. Xue Tianyu touched his chest, his reluctance seemingly vanishing upon seeing Su Tang's smile. Thank you. Su Tang's smile widened. She had found another treasure. No, she had received another treasure. After the excitement wore off, Su Tang suddenly felt something was amiss and asked suspiciously, Do you have any more? Yes. What? Are you still trying to blackmail me? Xue Tianyu gave a reluctant expression. His magical weapons, which had inherent spiritual energy for mortal use, were now nearly useless. Aside from the soul jade, everything else was useless. But the soul jade was attached to the soul, so Su Tang couldn't use it. In other words, he had nothing left to give Su Tang for self-defense. After a moment's thought, Xue Tianyu pulled out the half-filled bottle of wound medicine he'd been using. Never mind, I give you this too. Use it if you suffer fatal physical damage and can't get treatment in time. This is life-saving. For minor injuries, take the medicine or stay in the sanatorium. Su Tang felt a little embarrassed by Xue Tianyu's words. She hadn't intended to blackmail him again. She was simply worried that he put himself in danger by giving her his life-saving item. I don't need this. Keep it for yourself. Su Tang considered herself somewhat timid, so she wouldn't foolishly go into any dangerous places without first being sure. Relatively speaking, as a soldier, Xue Tianyu was more likely to encounter danger. Just take it. Why are you being so pedantic? Xue Tianyu grabbed Su Tang's hand and stuffed the wound medicine into it. Then he spread his hands, a look of resignation on his face. Well, it's over now. Xue Tianyu's action left Su Tang a bit bewildered. They couldn't be that close, but he gave her something to save her life? Don't be so touched. I go get my wound treated, or I be disfigured. Xue Tianyu noticed Su Tang's discomfort, waved his hand, and strode away. Lying in the convalescent chamber, Xue Tianyu began to reflect on his actions. He had always considered himself fearless, believing he still had a trump card and wouldn't die so easily. But ever since Su Tang reappeared, he felt completely shattered, constantly worrying about her. Initially, he only considered her because he knew she was Su Yuan's daughter. But now that he knew she had so many high-level energy stones, and with Qin Qinyuan around, his chances of marrying her were practically zero. Shouldn't he have simply destroyed her if he couldn't get her, killing her and robbing her? While killing someone destined for good would affect his own fortune, using someone else's hand would completely negate that. Why would he even think of protecting her by going to the Timber Wolf Galaxy and following the Man of Destiny to collect treasures? No kidding. Unless Su Tang offered to give them to him, all the treasures he encountered along the way would go into her pocket, and he'd be left to stare at them. And why would he give her his own things? He must have lost his mind again. Xue Tianyu scratched his hair in annoyance. Something seemed off. He hadn't noticed anything unusual when Su Tang left alone before, but this time, Su Tang was leaving with Qin Qinyuan, and he couldn't swallow the resentment in his heart. Was this a man's competitive spirit at work, or was he truly in love with that little girl, Su Tang? Xue Tianyu touched his heart. Seeing her happy made him feel happy, so that must mean he was in love, but when he thought of Qin Qinyuan, Xue Tianyu's eyes darkened. Power, after all, is a sharp weapon. He had originally thought he could compete with his own strength in the future, but now time seemed to be running out. Before Su Tang fell in love with Qin Qinyuan, he had to reach Qin Qinyuan's level, otherwise he wouldn't even be qualified to compete. Since that was the case, he would have to do whatever it took. Xue Tianyu touched the soul jade he always wore around his neck, and made a secret decision. Speaking of Qin Qinyuan, after he chased Xue Tianyu and lost him, Qin Qinyuan estimated Su Tang's location based on the route. However, because he had calculated Su Tang's speed as normal, by the time he received Su Tang's text message, Qin Qinyuan had already passed through a space jump point and left the Xianin galaxy. Qin Qinyuan, upon reading the text, was naturally furious. He had been tricked again. Since space jump points are one way, there was no direct space jump point to the Xianin galaxy from his location. Qin Qinyuan could only drive his mech back home. Even taking the shortest route, it took him 5 days to reach the SY-132 base. Upon returning to the base, Qin Qinyuan naturally activated his mental detection to locate Su Tang. He discovered Su Tang and Zhuo Tianyu intimately mingling in the room. In reality, Su Tang and Zhuo Tianyu weren't doing anything special in the room, they were simply chatting. Zhuo Tianyu was, of course, mostly discrediting Qin Qinyuan and repeating the same old advice to Su Tang to be wary of him. When Qin Qinyuan burst through the door, Su Tang and Zhuo Tianyu had just gotten up to go to dinner. When Su Tang saw the menacing, gloomy Qin Qinyuan, she instinctively hid behind him. Zhuo Tianyu understood Qin Qinyuan's feelings, and when he found Su Tang, he couldn't help but want to give her a beating. Fearing that Qin Qinyuan, in his rage, might do something drastic, Zhuo Tianyu naturally stepped forward, shielding Su Tang behind him, as he confronted Qin Qinyuan. Watching their interaction, Qin Qinyuan's anger flared like a balloon punctured by a needle, and a deep sense of powerlessness washed over him. God knows how worried he'd been when he learned she left alone. After learning she returned to base, he rushed back in his mecha without stopping. But now, she was flirting with another man. And hiding behind him. Was she afraid he hurt her? That he'd do something to hurt her? He was human too, and he'd feel tired too. Had she never considered his feelings? Finally, Qin Qinyuan unclenched his fists, giving up on another fight with Zhuo Tianyu. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Chapter 203. Qin Qinyuan left partly because he feared he'd get into another fight with Zhuo Tianyu in a fit of impulsiveness, and partly because he wanted to rest. After 5 days of non-stop mental exertion, he wasn't superhuman, so naturally he felt fatigued. Only by adjusting his state and maintaining a clear mind could he act in the best interests of his own. Zhuo Tianyu was leaving soon anyway, so he had plenty of time to deal with that heartless woman, and inside the room. Gone? Su Tang only dared to poke her head out after Qin Qinyuan left. She found the way he just acted terrifying, and she almost suspected he was about to strangle her. Yeah, I'm leaving, Zhuo Tianyu replied affirmatively. Actually, he was still feeling rather gloating. That despicable Qin Qinyuan had deserved it. Did I piss him off? Su Tang pointed at herself, her face filled with suspicion. No way. 5 days had already passed, and Qin Qinyuan was still mad at her. So petty? It's none of your business. Ignore him, he's acting on his own. Let's go eat. Zhuo Tianyu felt that pissing Qin Qinyuan off would be the best option. Oh! Su Tang rubbed her stomach, then forgot about Qin Qinyuan. Of all things, eating was the most important thing. Since they had already been delayed for several days, if they didn't leave today, Zhuo Tianyu would miss the reporting time. So, after lunch, even though he was reluctant to leave, Zhuo Tianyu had no choice but to set off for the capital system. Watching Zhuo Tianyu depart, Su Tang began to worry. Seeing Qin Qinyuan's expression today, she felt a little hesitant to be alone with him. What was she going to do in the future? Do you want me to send a few people to go to Euro and Star with you? Seeing Su Tang's bitter face, Zhuo Tianyu also began to feel melancholy. It's useless, Su Tang shook her head, feeling down. Even if Zhuo Tianyu had transferred people to her, Qin Qinyuan, with his high rank, would always find a way to get rid of him. Got it. Take this. Zhuo Tianyu directly took out his space button and transferred something to Su Tang's space button. Take this and go to the mercenary guild to hire bodyguards. There should be mercenaries from the Sky Blade Guild on this planet. Show them this, and they won't dare rob their employers. Zhuo Tianyu spoke the last sentence with his mental power, and the token he gave Su Tang was naturally a token of his position as guild leader. With this, his subordinates would know of his close relationship with Su Tang, thus eliminating the possibility of her killing her employer. Zhuo Tianyu felt that his IQ had dropped recently, as he hadn't even considered such a simple method. Su Tang scanned the space button with her mental power, and discovered a special plaque with the word Sky Blade engraved on it. Su Tang slapped her head. Right, why didn't she think of becoming a bodyguard with the mercenaries? High-level energy stones are hidden away. Not every mercenary upholds the moral code of renunciation. Zhuo Tianyu added a note of caution with his mental power. Yes, I know. Su Tang nodded seriously. She understood the principle of murder for wealth. Also, be wary of Qin Qinyuan. That guy definitely has bad intentions. Zhuo Tianyu launched into another of his usual refrains. I know. Su Tang nodded earnestly, but inwardly, she was speechless. Xue Tianyu had been repeating this phrase daily these past few days, and it all came down to be wary of Qin Qinyuan. He wasn't tired of talking, but she was tired of listening. After Xue Tianyu's long, rambling ramblings, she received a text message from the pilot, saying everything was ready and ready to go. Seeing Su Tang looking a little impatient, Xue Tianyu finally sighed, "Well, I'm leaving now. Be careful. This is for you. Be safe." Seeing Xue Tianyu about to leave, Su Tang finally decided to give him a level 9 energy stone. Su Tang, no fool, naturally sensed how Xue Tianyu treated her, but for now, the only thing she could offer him in return was a high-level energy stone. From the standard box in Su Tang's hand, Xue Tianyu knew it contained a high-level energy stone. For Su Tang, who would simply throw away level 8 energy stones without boxing them, the one she carefully preserved must be of a higher rank. Su Tang's actions gave Xue Tianyu a glimmer of hope. The moment he took the box from Su Tang's hand, Xue Tianyu pulled Su Tang into his arms, whispering in her ear, "I want to marry you." "Seriously? Give me a chance. Wait for me to come back." Without giving Su Tang a chance to refuse, Xue Tianyu turned and strode away. By the time Su Tang recovered from Xue Tianyu's words, she realized he had already walked away. A moment later, through the huge glass wall, Su Tang saw the slowly starting starship. After reaching a certain altitude, the starship vanished from her sight with a whoosh. Since ancient times, the sentimental have always been saddened by separation. Su Tang couldn't help but recall this line, but did she have feelings for Xue Tianyu? No. And what did he mean by those words before he left? Could Xue Tianyu really be in love with her? Using her mental power to examine the heart of Tianlan that Xue Tianyu had given her, Su Tang felt her heart become a tangled mess of twine. Finally, Su Tang tapped her forehead in frustration. Why bother thinking so much? Finding her father was the most important thing. As for her husband, she just let him make the decisions from now on. The starship naturally had professional pilots. Xue Tianyu didn't have to fly it himself. After returning to his room, Xue Tianyu took out the box Su Tang had given him and opened it. It was indeed an energy stone, but this? Xue Tianyu narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be a faint glow. Suspicious, he immediately turned off the lights. In the dark room, the energy stone in his hand radiated a seductive luster, like the sight of a peerless beauty. Xue Tianyu was stunned and excited. The light was even brighter than the level 8 energy stone in his space pocket. This was level 9. He pulled out the tester and gasped when he saw the result. Level 9. A level 9 in the 20s. Was this what Su Yuan had left for Su Tang? Level 9 energy stones might not even be found in the 10 major military families. After the shock wore off, Xue Tianyu felt a surge of joy as he touched the 9th level energy stone in his hand. Su Tang must have feelings for him, otherwise she wouldn't have given him this. So he still had a fighting chance. As long as he could reach Qin Qinyuan's level, he still had a chance. What about the marshal? Unless one possesses incredible strength and achievements, the position is generally inherited within the 10 great families. Xue Tianyu touched the soul jade around his neck, a bewildered look in his eyes. His origins in this life were always a handicap, but he still had the opportunity to choose, didn't he? This time, he was heading to the capital galaxy. With so many outstanding descendants among the 10 great families, he would surely find someone who met his requirements. Chapter 204. Since the soldiers at the base all believed Su Tang to be Xue Tianyu's fiancée, it would have been strange for Su Tang to remain there after Xue Tianyu left. Her presence with Qin Qinyuan would have been even more bizarre. Rumors always have an impact. With this in mind, after using her psychic powers to observe Qin Qinyuan sleeping in the sanatorium, Su Tang left the base and checked into the small hotel she stayed in. After texting Qin Qinyuan to meet up there, Su Tang headed straight for the small city's largest trading market to restock her supplies. Qin Qinyuan, exhausted after returning to his room, accidentally fell asleep in the sanatorium. It wasn't until a disturbing communication alert awoke him. Qin Qinyuan rubbed his forehead, which still felt a little uncomfortable. Who was calling him? From Qin Qinyuan's computer, an unknown, unfamiliar call? Qin Qinyuan frowned. Who was this? Or was it an international call from abroad? Ordinary people wouldn't know about his computer's communications. Calls from non-military channels were filtered before they could reach his computer. So this person must be someone he knew. Who could it be? Questioningly, Qin Qinyuan answered the call. Hi, Qin. A man immediately appeared in the video. He had shoulder-length blonde hair, deep western features, and a fair complexion framed by blue eyes, as bright as the sky after rain. He was a handsome man, like a sun god. As soon as he saw the face in the video, Qin Shinyuan realized it was one of the 8 princes of the American-European Federation RIA. Lured, although the American-European Federation was a federation, it had a royal family. American-European citizens were divided into classes. Only those who made outstanding contributions were granted nobility by the king. The king was in charge of the government, while the military was controlled by 8 noble families. Each family had a prince. The Lord family was not the most powerful of the 8 families, but Prince Lord was the most powerful among the 8 princes. Prince Lord, long time no see. Qin Shinyuan greeted him formally, but inside, a jolt sank in his heart. Why did the golden-haired Leia want to see him? His instinct told him it was up to no good. It's been a while, and I missed you so much. So, I decided, Leia said with a broad smile, a word that startled Qin Shinyuan, to come to Yin country to see you. It's an honor, but Prince Lord is so busy, isn't it inappropriate? Qin Shinyuan's heart was already churning. This idiotic golden-haired guy hadn't come earlier or later, but at this crucial moment, when he was pursuing his wife. Okay. Leia continued to smile, he said. We submitted a letter of friendship last month, and your president has approved it. Our delegation will arrive in your capital in early May. Qin, remember to pick me up. I'm looking forward to a good fight with you, and a surprise for you, haha. Okay, I be there. Qin Shinyuan remained polite, but his heart was churning. Surprise? Perhaps it was shock. Seeing Leia's smirk, Qin Shinyuan's heart sank. A mecha fight? Could it be that the US and Europe have already developed a 4S mecha? After a few more words, Qin Shinyuan turned off the communication. 4S mecha? Qin Shinyuan's face darkened. The mention of this brought back thoughts of the missing master Xiao Jing, and thinking of Xiao Jing naturally reminded him of Su Yuan, who had also disappeared. And thinking of Su Yuan naturally reminded him of that heartless woman, Su Tang. After using his mental power to scan the base, and finding no trace of Su Tang, Qin Shinyuan's face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. Did she abandon him and run away again? After expanding the detection range, and finding Su Tang, Qin Shinyuan's expression eased a little. As if recalling something, Qin Shinyuan checked Zheng Zai's laptop, and found a text message from Tang Xiaomi, waiting for him at the same small hotel. Qin Shinyuan's mood brightened slightly. At least she still had some conscience. Knowing that Su Tang hadn't abandoned him, Qin Shinyuan began to ponder the purpose of Leia's visit. Had the US and Europe truly developed a 4S class mecha? Was it simply a show-off? He knew Leia wasn't such a naive person, but he couldn't immediately figure out his purpose. It seemed he would have to meet him in person. However, when he and Leia first met, he was already a 4S class psychic. If other families in the military knew of Su Tang's 4S psychic power, they would at most try to recruit her into their family. But if Leia learned of it, they would definitely assassinate her. It was likely that Lu Shi, with her SSS psychic power, would be sent out of the capital and hidden away during Leia's visit. Qin Shinyuan's eyes darkened. This meant that he absolutely couldn't bring Su Tang back to the capital during this period, let alone keep her here, otherwise Leia would definitely suspect him. He checked his computer. Today was April 3rd, 20313. The shortest distance from here to Yerwin Star via the space jump point was 4 days, and the shortest distance from Yerwin Star back to the capital star of the capital system was 8 days. This meant he had to leave Yerwin Star and return to the capital on April 23rd. He only had 20 days left to spend with Su Tang. He had thought he had plenty of time to slowly waste with that heartless woman. He firmly believed that sincerity would eventually lead to a breakthrough, and that she would fall in love with him. But 20 days was clearly not enough. Sensing the urgency of time, Qin Shinyuan left the sanatorium, summoned a flying car, and left the military base. Finding a secluded spot, he donned his Zheng Zai vest, searched for Su Tang's location, and rushed over. When women are in a bad mood, they either go on a shopping spree or indulge in a feast. This also applies to Su Tang. This little watermelon city may be small, but it has everything. After browsing several shopping malls, and buying a ton of stuff at the market for only a few 100,000 yuan, Su Tang felt much better. When Qin Shinyuan found Su Tang, she was still on her way to the mercenary bar. Like the halls where monsters are killed and quests are issued in games, there are mercenary bars in almost every city on every planet, and even more so on planets that haven't been completely explored. Mercenary bars can post various quests, such as finding people, finding objects, and escorting them, and mercenaries will accept them there. Of course, mercenary bars, officially registered with the government, don't openly accept illegal quests like hiring murder. Qin Shinyuan whizzed his car across Su Tang's path, startling her as she searched for the bar's location on her laptop map. Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow. Where are you going? Seeing it was Qin Qinyuan wearing the Zhengzhe mask, Su Tang involuntarily took a step back. Then, realizing she overreacted, she forced a smile. Nowhere, just a casual walk. Are you awake? Yes, get in the car. Qin Qinyuan opened the door directly. Where are you going? Ever since she'd seen Qin Qinyuan's gloomy face at noon, Su Tang had still been a little nervous about being alone with him. She hadn't even hired bodyguards yet. Out of town? Aren't you going to Eurostar? After Su Tang got in the car, Qin Qinyuan sped off, heading out of town. Leaving now? So soon? Why don't you get some sleep? Su Tang tilted her head, staring at Qin Qinyuan in surprise. Chapter 205. The human skin masks of this era were quite advanced. While they could alter a person's appearance, the complexion of the person remained unaffected and was reflected directly on the face. Even after sleeping in the sanatorium for over 4 hours, Qin Qinyuan's complexion was still a bit haggard and pale, with slightly dark circles under his eyes. If Qin Qinyuan had lost his temper like he did at noon, Su Tang wouldn't have felt guilty at all. But Qin Qinyuan's expression was so calm that Su Tang began to feel uneasy. Qin Qinyuan was supposed to be back in 5 days. Could he have accidentally wandered too far and taken 5 days to get back? The thought of this made Su Tang even more uneasy. You drove the mecha for 5 days to get back? Yes. Qin Qinyuan hummed a calm affirmative. I'm sorry. Su Tang apologized softly, then lowered her head in silence. Yes. Qin Qinyuan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to give one-word answers through his nose. After a long pause without Su Tang's response, Qin Qinyuan curiously glanced at her from the corner of his eye, and he caught a glimpse of sadness on her face. Sad? Shouldn't she be moved by his actions? Why this expression? Su Tang's melancholy was naturally due to her sudden thought of Yin Zimu. Yin Zimu had driven his mecha day and night for 6 days just to get back to her, and now he was another woman's fiancé. To say she wasn't sad or heartbroken would be sheer deception. What's wrong? Unhappy? Qin Qinyuan was naturally puzzled by Su Tang's expression. Su Tang sighed, a hint of sadness in her voice. I was just thinking about some things from the past. What's so sad? Talking it out will make you feel better, Qin Qinyuan said, trying to comfort Su Tang. He assumed Su Tang was missing Su Yuan. Did you know? There was once a man who drove his mecha day and night for 6 days just to come back to see me. Su Tang smiled bitterly, touching her chest. 1 day longer than you. The second half of Su Tang's words was a completely thoughtless, unconscious statement of the truth, simply an objective statement of fact. But the speaker didn't mean it, the listener took it seriously. To Qin Qinyuan, this remark was like a level 9 energy cannon, and he immediately went berserk. Okay, he still has 1 day longer than me, right? Qin Qinyuan replied coldly. Qin Qinyuan naturally knew the man Su Tang was referring to as Yin Zimu. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Qin Qinyuan guessed she was thinking of Yin Zimu. How could she possibly think of another man in front of him? How could he allow himself to be less than Yin Zimu? Qin Qinyuan ignored the city's speed limit and accelerated his car to the limit. Su Tang was immediately startled. What are you doing? Speeding? As a traffic officer, Su Tang hated speeding the most. Qin Qinyuan didn't reply, continuing his car in silence until he was out of the city and parked in an open space a few kilometers away. After putting the car away, Qin Qinyuan took the small spaceship from Su Tang's hand and summoned it to the open space. He was already familiar with the spaceship on Su Tang's computer. It was only after Qin Qinyuan pulled her aboard the spaceship that Su Tang recovered from her extreme speed. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Su Tang was dragged all the way to the driver's seat by Qin Qinyuan. Only then did she realize Qin Qinyuan's intention. Could he just leave now? Qin Qinyuan ignored Su Tang, simply walking forward with his head down. Watching Qin Qinyuan get in the cockpit and scramble straight into the driver's seat, Su Tang grew anxious. Someone who'd been flying a mecha for 5 days and only slept 3 or 4 hours, was he really fit to fly a spaceship now? There's no rush to leave. Why don't you get some sleep? Su Tang began to persuade him kindly, then began to reflect on her own actions. What had she done to irritate him? Reflecting on their previous conversation, Su Tang realized the problem was serious. It was all her fault. She said something so rude about having 1 more day than him, and now he was about to lash out again. What are you doing? I was just saying it casually. Why would I? Didn't you say you had 1 more day than me? I could fly a spaceship for you for 10 days without batting an eye. Qin Qinyuan's tone was sour, and a touch impulsive. 20 days? Replacing Yan Zima's place in Su Tang's heart within 20 days seemed a bit too much for Qin Qinyuan. Flying a spaceship for 10 days. Su Tang's eyes widened in shock. Damn, this guy wasn't afraid of losing control of his mental power and becoming insane, but she was afraid of fatigue and the ship crashing and everyone dying. She didn't want to die with him. What's the point of comparing this? Can you please stop? Su Tang immediately stepped forward and grabbed Qin Qinyuan's arm, trying to pull him out of the driver's seat. Who's causing trouble? Qin Qinyuan sat motionless in the driver's seat and launched into a long speech. I went to find the Tianlong beast, and who left me and ran away. I searched all over the world for you, but you were flirting with someone named Shua, ignoring me. We agreed to set off together, but who left me and ran away again? I rushed back overnight, and you're flirting with someone named Shua again. By the end, Qin Qinyuan was gritting his teeth. I was being unreasonable. Su Tang quickly interrupted Qin Qinyuan and admitted her fault. She was convinced that if she dared to object, Qin Qinyuan would absolutely go on a rampage and fly the spaceship for days and nights. Was it really okay for a marshal to act so childishly? I was wrong. Your Excellency, the Great Marshal, please be magnanimous and not bother with a commoner like me. Humph. Qin Qinyuan snorted arrogantly, his expression stern, and then immediately started the spaceship. I was really wrong, okay? Could you please get out of here and go to sleep? Su Tang became even more anxious, and immediately began to nod and grovel, admitting her fault. Even if it meant losing her dignity, she would pull this guy out of the cockpit. You really know you're wrong? Then, to show your sincerity, give me a kiss. Qin Qinyuan, knowing when to stop, pointed a finger at his lips, and began to demand a favor. Fuck, shameless scoundrel. Su Tang suddenly felt the urge to quit, and just let this guy drive the spaceship until he went insane. Of course, it was just a thought. Even if Qin Qinyuan dared to fly the spaceship for 10 days, she wouldn't dare sit on it. The thought of the driver driving, while deeply fatigued, made Su Tang feel that it would challenge her ability to withstand pressure as a passenger. Drunk driving, speeding, and driving while fatigued were the behaviors Su Tang hated most. Thinking of the various mutilated and horrific bodies at the car accident scenes she had seen in her previous life, Su Tang had no choice but to compromise. If I kiss you, will you go to bed? Yes, I promise. Qin Qinyuan secretly beamed at the news of a real benefit. Chapter 206. After waking up, Qin Qinyuan naturally went to pilot the spaceship. The spaceship left SY-132, and the two set off for Yuruin Star. Since Qin Qinyuan was the only pilot, Su Tang required them to rest at a nearby space station every once in a while to prevent accidents caused by fatigue. When there was no enemy threat, Qin Qinyuan became his good-tempered henpecked husband, letting Su Tang make all the decisions. Su Tang had planned to synthesize a few energy stones along the way, but she was dismayed to discover that, except when sleeping, Qin Qinyuan would cling to her whenever he left the driver's seat. With Qin Qinyuan's intense gaze fixed on her, she had no time to synthesize energy stones. In the end, the entire journey to Yuruin Star became a series of meals, tea, and movie nights whenever Qin Qinyuan was free. Su Tang discovered that Qin Qinyuan actually liked horror movies. She had assumed that people like him preferred war and political films. Qin Qinyuan naturally had ulterior motives for watching the horror film, but he discovered that his purpose was futile. Su Tang didn't scream and throw herself into his arms as he imagined. Instead, she calmly munched on her snacks, enjoying the film. Su Tang said that if she were ever in real danger, she would immediately hide behind Qin Qinyuan, but movies are fake. After 9 days of stopping and starting, the two arrived at Yuruin Star. From space, Yuruin Star resembled Earth, appearing flawless and translucent. Its pale aqua blue, interwoven with patterns, was mysterious and unpredictable, beautiful and intriguing. While the Yuhin Galaxy is the Federation's actual battlefield, mercenaries and explorers can also come here to seek gold. Planets with high safety margins, such as Yuruin, serve as transit points and temporary resting places. The planet is primarily populated by merchants, and trade is thriving. Students, mercenaries, explorers, and others can all come here to restock their supplies. The spaceship landed on a grassland, 100 kilometers away from a large city, Tianrun City. After disembarking and folding the spaceship, Su Tang and Qin Qinyuan boarded their flying car. Moments later, a vast, majestic city appeared in the sky. As the car approached, Su Tang could see the city in its entirety, a large, ancient city surrounded by a massive wall, reminiscent of a Jiangnan water town, with distinct characteristics of the ancient Yin kingdom. Aside from the constant flow of cars and the unusually dressed crowd, the city clearly exudes a classical atmosphere. "This city is so beautiful," Su Tang exclaimed. "Well, this is the largest city on this planet. There are virtually no wild areas near Tianrun City where ferocious star beasts might appear, making it the safest city on the planet." Since Qin Qinyuan was leaving, he naturally sought the safest place for Su Tang to stay. Security checks in Tianrun City were simple. Basic information was first checked. Citizens with a level 2 or higher, and no bad records were exempt from the military space inspections. Of course, Tianrun City's surveillance equipment was comprehensive, and any disturbances would be immediately caught by the military. After finding 2 rooms at a 5-star hotel, Qin Qinyuan, contrary to his usual behavior, headed straight back to his room. Once in his room, he used his mental power to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings and confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras. He then made a call using his computer. "Brother?" After the call was connected, the uniformed man on the other end looked a bit surprised at the unfamiliar face. "It's me," Qin Qinyuan nodded. "Brother, you're looking for me. Are you going to give me a promotion?" Qin Mufeng, realizing something, immediately flashed a look of surprise. "Promotion? I give you a promotion if you complete this mission." Qin Qinyuan's expression grew serious. "I guarantee you complete it." Qin Mufeng immediately straightened his demeanor and saluted. Was he entrusting him with a significant responsibility? "Well, it's actually a personal matter." Qin Qinyuan coughed awkwardly. "Brother, you're being corrupt and corrupt. You're treating personal matters as public matters." Qin Mufeng immediately jumped up. "Personal matters?" He must be teasing him. "Are you going to do it or not?" "Yes. I promise to complete any task I give you, no matter if it's personal or public affairs, no matter how hard it takes." Qin Mufeng immediately made his stance clear. "Yes, on April 22nd, you're going to this location." Qin Qinyuan sent the address of his hotel. "Huh? Brother, when did you arrive on Yuan Star? Why didn't you let me know?" Qin Mufeng looked at the address Qin Qinyuan sent, puzzled. Coincidentally, he was also in Tianrun City. "Brother, I'm at the Tianrun City base right now. Do you want to come over now?" "Don't come now. Come back on the 22nd. Be careful when you go out. I don't want anyone to know I'm here." Qin Qinyuan immediately stopped him. What a joke. He only had a few days left to spend alone with his mistress. Why would he be so foolish as to find himself a third wheel? "Oh brother, what's going on?" What a mystery. Qin Mufeng's curiosity was piqued. "You know when the time comes." "Okay, that's it." With that, Qin Qinyuan hung up. Even though Tianrun City was safe, Qin Qinyuan was still concerned about Su Tang being left alone there, so arranging a bodyguard for her was naturally necessary. Qin Mufeng, the commander of the 15th Legion stationed in the Yuhan Galaxy and an SS Psychic, held great power, had freedom of movement, and had ample free time, making him well suited to protecting Su Tang. Furthermore, Qin Mufeng was his third uncle's son, making him his cousin, and considered one of his own. He wouldn't be unethical and certainly wouldn't have the guts to try to steal his support. Qin Mufeng naturally became the perfect person to protect Su Tang. Thinking of the impending separation, Qin Qinyuan persuaded Su Tang to retreat and combine the energy stones. After settling down in Tianrun City, Qin Qinyuan clung to Su Tang like a sticky candy, except for sleeping at night. During the day, the two of them went shopping, dined, and watched movies like a couple. Qin Qinyuan did everything he could think of for a date, leaving Su Tang feeling frustrated. Time flew by and it was the 22nd. After Qin Qinyuan and Su Tang finished breakfast, Qin Qinyuan, contrary to his usual behavior, didn't ask Su Tang out for a date. Instead, he sat down in his room. Not going out today. Su Tang found it odd that Qin Qinyuan didn't ask her out today. "Yeah, I have a date today," Qin Qinyuan said, checking the time. It was only 10 minutes until 8. Xiao Feng was always punctual. "I think he'd be here soon." A date. Su Tang was about to ask who it was when the doorbell rang. Confused, she scanned the room with her mental power. An unfamiliar man? After hearing the doorbell, Qin Qinyuan got up and opened the door. Chapter 207. Brother. Qin Mufeng greeted Qin Qinyuan, then revealed an expression of immense surprise. There was a woman in the room. His brother was in the same room with a woman. "Yes, come in." Qin Qinyuan nudged Qin Mufeng inside and closed the door. He cautiously scanned the surroundings with his mental power. Seeing no spies, Qin Qinyuan felt relieved. At this moment, Su Tang had a clear look at the newcomer's face. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with fair skin and slightly yellowish hair. His features were delicate and handsome. He wore a red, double-breasted gown with a gold and silver thread around the collar, paired with black pants and high boots. He exuded the aristocratic air of a young master from an aristocratic family. The moment she saw Qin Mufeng, Su Tang was reminded of someone, Xiaolu from Running Man. Upon closer inspection, they did bear some resemblance. By then, Qin Mufeng had recovered and gave an awkward smile. "Brother, who is this? What should I call you?" Qin Mufeng had always suspected his brother disliked women. He always wore a formal expression in front of a stunning beauty like Liu Shi, possessing high-level spiritual power. And now, there was a woman in his brother's room, and a plain-looking one at that. To Qin Mufeng, accustomed to the diverse beauties of the capital galaxy, Tang Xiaomi's appearance was at best a simple, ordinary beauty. "This is your sister-in-law." Qin Mufeng's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. "What's with that expression?" Qin Qinyuan gave him a cold shoulder. "This is your sister-in-law, Tang Xiaomi." Qin Qinyuan didn't want to reveal Su Tang's identity. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Qin Mufeng. You can call me Xiufeng." Realizing Qin Qinyuan wasn't joking, Qin Mufeng immediately put on a fawning smile and began to get closer. "Hello, just call me Xiaomi," Su Tang smiled. She noticed that Qin Mufeng actually had 2 dimples when he smiled, which made him look quite adorable. "Yes, from now on, you call her Xiaomi. After I leave, she go with you to the base as your girlfriend," Qin Qinyuan stated his plan. "What? What?" Su Tang and Qin Mufeng spoke almost simultaneously, one after the other, a fraction of a second apart. "A visiting delegation from another country is coming, and I have to return to the capital for a while," Qin Qinyuan explained to Su Tang. "Then why do you have to go as my girlfriend?" Qin Mufeng muttered quietly, baffled by Qin Qinyuan's arrangement. Qin Qinyuan gave him a disdainful look. "Is she going to your base as my wife?" That seemed a bit inappropriate. "Brother, why doesn't my sister-in-law go back to the capital with you?" Qin Mufeng asked directly. This question earned Qin Qinyuan another look of disdain. Why didn't his brother have any more savvy? "Why would I look for you if you could come back to the capital with me?" Qin Mufeng suddenly felt his IQ had dropped. How could he not have thought of such a simple thing? There must be a reason why his sister-in-law wanted to stay here. And because Prince Luward was coming to visit, his brother had to return to the capital, but he was worried about leaving his sister-in-law here alone, so he was called in as a bodyguard? "Brother, you want me to protect my sister-in-law?" "Yes." Seeing his foolish brother finally come to his senses, Qin Qinyuan felt a small sense of relief. "Well, if you need anything, it's okay for me to stay here alone," Su Tang interjected weakly. "No, there's still danger in the city. I can only feel at ease if you and Xiufeng go to the base." Qin Qinyuan was firm. Although there were troops on duty, robberies and brawls were inevitable in the city every year. Oh! Wouldn't that cause trouble for Xiufeng? After spending time with her recently, Su Tang had also realized that once Qin Qinyuan made a decision, there were some things that were absolutely non-negotiable. So if he told her to go to the base, then so be it. After all, she only needed to stay on this planet. No trouble, no trouble. Qin Mufeng quickly waved his hand to make his position clear. If he dared to mention trouble, his brother would definitely punish him. "Okay, get ready. Go to the base with Xiaofeng tomorrow morning." After instructing Su Tang, Qin Qinyuan dragged Qin Mufeng away. Returning to his room, Qin Qinyuan immediately gave Qin Mufeng a series of tasks. "Brother, isn't this bad?" Qin Mufeng looked embarrassed. "Stop all that nonsense. In a word, can you do it?" Qin Qinyuan said threateningly. "Yes." Qin Mufeng gritted his teeth. After today, his stern and dignified image would be completely ruined. How miserable. "Well, that's it. Tomorrow morning, you pick up my wife. If she loses a single hair before I return from the capital, I chop you off. Understand?" Qin Qinyuan continued his threat. "I understand. I definitely protect my sister-in-law's safety," Qin Mufeng quickly promised. "Well, and if anyone dares to flirt with your sister-in-law, I do it to you." Qin Qinyuan made a sinister gesture, wiping his neck. "Understood." Qin Mufeng swallowed hard. When had his once fair, righteous, and selfless cousin become like this? Love truly blinds. "Very good, then you go and deploy." Qin Qinyuan waved his hand with satisfaction, sending his little cousin off to do the hard labor. "Oh, I go then." Qin Mufeng walked out of the room, with a bitter look on his face. His tall image had completely crumbled tonight. After Qin Mufeng left, Qin Qinyuan naturally continued to stick with Su Teng in her room. Why are you going back to the capital? Su Teng asked immediately upon Qin Qinyuan's return. What a wicked man. He had to go back to the capital for something, and sent Zhuo Tianyu away. Compared to spending time with Qin Mufeng, a complete stranger, Su Teng felt more comfortable with Zhuo Tianyu. There's this golden-haired jerk who wants to challenge me to a mecha tournament. If I don't go back, he definitely comes straight to me. And that golden-haired jerk is a level 4S psychic, so I can't take you back with him. Qin Qinyuan was filled with resentment when he mentioned Rei's upcoming visit. Oh! Su Teng suddenly felt a little relieved. If the visitor hadn't been a 4S level psychic, would Qin Qinyuan have simply asked her to return to the capital with him? Her earlier worries had proven to be unfounded. Don't worry, honey. I read their visit letter. They're only staying for a month. So, I come to see you in 50 days at the latest. During this time, just stay with Xiao Feng obediently. As Xiao Feng's girlfriend, no one in the base will dare to bother you. I'm sorry to have you in this situation. Qin Qinyuan frowned. Although he didn't want Su Teng to pretend to be someone else's girlfriend, if he directly announced their relationship, those old men would probably dig up every last vestige of Su Teng's family history. If his concubine's abilities were exposed, he had even more to worry about. This was the only way to make do for now. Behave yourself, honey. If you run away again, I take you back to the Qin family headquarters. Thinking of Su Teng's previous misbehavior, Qin Qinyuan added with a worried threat. How could that be? I promised to stay inside the base. Su Teng immediately declared her obedience. Besides, once inside the military base, as long as Qin Qinyuan gave Qin Mufeng the order, it would be far from easy for her to sneak out. Yes. Qin Qinyuan had naturally considered this, and therefore felt relieved. Chapter 208. Thinking of the level 9 energy stone she had given Zhuo Tianyu, which started with a 2, Su Teng felt she couldn't favor one over the other. She immediately pulled out a box containing a level 9 energy stone starting with a 1. I just combined this. Keep it for self-defense. This time, Qin Qinyuan's first reaction upon receiving Su Teng's energy stone wasn't surprise but worry. Giving away energy stones carelessly like Su Teng was bound to cause problems. Don't give high-level energy stones to anyone, especially a mecha pilot. A typical mecha pilot would be moved to the point of committing suicide upon receiving a high-level energy stone from a woman. Don't give it to Xiaofeng either. If you do, only give it to someone below level 5. Remember, I told him you're a level 5 energy pilot. Be smart and don't let on, Qin Qinyuan added worriedly. Qin Qinyuan was confident in Qin Mufeng, but he was concerned about Su Teng. If she impulsively gave Xiaofeng a level 9 energy stone, he'd definitely be moved to commit suicide. Afterward, Qin Qinyuan kept giving her instructions, worriedly. Su Teng felt like she had a new father. Soon, it was past 7 p.m., and Qin Qinyuan, with a mysterious look on his face, pulled Su Teng into his car and drove to the Drum Tower, the tallest building in Tianrun City. What are we doing? Su Teng asked, puzzled. To see the scenery, Qin Qinyuan winked at Su Teng. Hearing this, Su Teng looked out. She had to admit, the night view of Tianrun City was quite beautiful. Unlike the dazzling lights of Xiangye City, the city was awash in colorful neon lights with a dreamy, hazy hue. Under the light mist, the classical charm of Tianrun City gave her a fairyland-like feeling. Let's go back. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Su Teng decided it was foolish to enjoy the scenery and the breeze from such a high vantage point. Besides, for some reason, the military had issued a citywide curfew from 8 to 9 p.m., requiring all citizens to remain inside buildings. Su Teng checked the time. 8 o'clock would be here in a dozen minutes. If they didn't leave, they'd be stuck here in the cold wind for over an hour, waiting until after 9 p.m. to return. Don't worry, I have a surprise for you. He was leaving for the capital tomorrow, so of course he wanted to be romantic before leaving. Seeing that Qin Qinyuan showed no sign of leaving, Su Teng could only continue enjoying the breeze and the scenery. Yurwen Star had a pleasant climate, with night temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius in April. So, while the wind felt a bit cool on her face, it wasn't a chill. 10 minutes later, Qin Qinyuan's computer beeped. He glanced down and saw a text message from Qin Mufeng. Everything is ready. Qin Qinyuan's lips curled up, and he quickly replied, 8 o'clock, proceed as planned. With a minute left before 8 o'clock, Qin Qinyuan walked behind Su Teng and placed his hands over her eyes. Don't peek, I'm giving you a surprise. Su Teng closed her eyes in confusion. What was he doing? Considering Qin Qinyuan's behavior, she suddenly wondered if he had orchestrated this citywide lockdown. Alright. Seeing everything proceed as planned, Qin Shinyuan released his hands. Opening her eyes, Su Tang was stunned by the stunning scenery before her. Tianrun City's lighting system was completely shut off, but in the darkness, billions of colorful bubble robes slowly floated up from every corner of the city. They resembled soap bubbles, but the size of a human head, shifting in a variety of colors. The hazy mist characteristic of Tianrun City at night made them even more dreamlike. At the same time, waves of melodious music, like the sounds of nature, echoed through Tianrun City. At this moment, one felt as if they were lost in a dream, unable to extricate themselves. And as each bubble rose, to a certain height, it exploded like fireworks, with vibrant and beautiful patterns echoing in the sky. The sky above Tianrun City was as gorgeous as a cluster of flowers. Qin Shinyuan gently hugged Su Tang from behind, whispering in her ear, "Do you like it?" "Yes, it's beautiful." Amidst the dazzling fireworks, the beautiful scenery, and the moving music, Su Tang was momentarily lost in the beautiful atmosphere and forgot to push Qin Shinyuan away. The dreamy bubbles surged upwards without a trace of cost, and when they reached a certain height, they exploded into dazzling fireworks. Su Tang was lost in the beauty, while Qin Shinyuan quietly embraced her, savoring this final sweet moment. The fireworks display lasted nearly an hour. Finally, Su Tang, perceptive enough, caught a glimpse of something unusual. 5 minutes before 9 o'clock, all the bubbles had turned a uniform, crystal blue. As these bubbles ascended, they burst forth with countless words, as azure and crystal clear as the heart of the sky. "I love you. And marry me." Su Tang's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly felt a little bewildered. At this moment, Qin Shinyuan turned Su Tang so that they were face to face, and gazed deep into her eyes. Su Tang hesitantly lowered her head, not daring to meet Qin Shinyuan's gaze. She felt as if something was about to happen, something she couldn't handle. "Then let's go back." Su Tang currently adopted an evasive approach when faced with something she couldn't handle. "Once I'm done with this, we go back." With that, Qin Shinyuan knelt on one knee, fished out an exquisite box from his space pocket, and held it in front of Su Tang. "Marry me, please." Qin Shinyuan's voice was still as gentle and magical as warm jade, but his tone was tinged with an indescribable nervousness and hope. Su Tang twisted her hands, feeling even more bewildered. She knew without even looking that the box must contain the heart of Tianlun. But was she currently in love with Qin Shinyuan? It was probably just a passing fancy. Her true love was still with Su Yuan. This time, Qin Shinyuan was clearly serious, unlike his previous threats. If she chose to accept his offer, it would mean she truly accepted him. Su Yuan's father hadn't been found, and the matter with Yin Zimu wasn't settled. At this point, Su Tang felt she still couldn't accept him. Seeing Su Tang's face full of hesitation, showing no sign of accepting his advances, Qin Shinyuan's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his gaze. Sure enough, he'd been rejected again. It seemed their time together was too short. Thinking of Yin Zimu and himself about to leave, Qin Shinyuan reached for the space button on Su Tang's computer, and tossed the box containing the heart of Tianlun into it. "Wife, I take this as your consent." Dusting himself off, Qin Shinyuan beamed and stood up. Su Tang was stunned by Qin Shinyuan's behavior. How could a proposal be this bad? I didn't say yes, you're being a scoundrel. Since you didn't reject me, I take this as your implicit consent, Qin Shinyuan beamed. Well, that's it. Our relationship is settled. When you come of age, we get the marriage certificate. What the hell? Could the heart of Tianlun be forced upon her like this? Su Tang felt that the previous romantic atmosphere had been completely ruined by this brazen idiot. In the end, the depressed Su Tang followed the smug Qin Shinyuan back to their hotel. Chapter 209. Today, a major entertainment story appeared in all major newspapers across the Yuhan Galaxy and on the Yuhan Galaxy Regional Network. Major Qin Mufeng, the young and promising 44-year-old commander of the 15th Regiment of the Yuhan Galaxy Garrison Corps, a cousin of Qin Shinyuan of the Qin family in the capital galaxy, and a noble of SS psychic power, exploited his position to express his love for the woman he loved by staging a romantic and grand fireworks display. According to estimates by relevant industry insiders, this fireworks extravaganza cost at least 150 million credit points. Online opinions were mixed. Some said Major Qin had blatantly abused his power for personal gain and engaged in corruption. Some said Qin Mufeng was obsessed with beauty, extravagance, and disregarding the greater good. What if something happened during this time? Some said Qin Mufeng was courageous in his pursuit of true love, and that such a harmless act was perfectly safe. The women generally expressed their support for Qin Mufeng's extravagant and romantic behavior, and expressed immense envy and jealousy of the person he proposed to. After witnessing the grand fireworks display, everyone in Tianrun City speculated about who the lucky woman would be. Every unmarried woman in Tianrun City wished Qin Mufeng had taken a fancy to them. To everyone's disappointment, the day after the fireworks display, news broke that Qin Mufeng had brought a woman into the garrison, and he personally admitted that she was his girlfriend. The citizens and soldiers were in an uproar. Some were envious, some jealous, some surprised, and some celebrated. Those celebrating said that Qin Mufeng's single life was over, so wouldn't their chances of finding a woman increase? The next day, after Qin Qinyuan departed Yuan Star, Qin Mufeng and Su Tang forced a smile as they entered the base. After placing Su Tang in the room next to his, Qin Mufeng slumped his head and sighed deeply. Xiaomi, my image as the regimental commander, righteous and imposing, has completely collapsed. Qin Mufeng felt like crying. His brother was pursuing a woman, and not only did he contribute, he was also taking the blame. Look at what the internet is saying. Abuse of power for personal gain. Debauchery. Extravagance. Corruption. Lust blinded his mind. Heaven knows, he did nothing. He's innocent. But he was the one who issued the strict ban, the one who ordered the lights cut off, the one who bought the fireworks, and even the one who ordered the fireworks to be set off. In everyone's eyes, he was the one who orchestrated what happened last night. Even his old man called to scold him today, yet he still had to keep this a secret for his brother. Qin Mufeng felt even more wrong than that guy. Xiaofeng, I'm so sorry, Su Tang said with an awkward smile. If I'd known he was going to do what he did last night, I would have stopped him. Su Tang didn't know how to comfort the hurt young man. Qin Qinyuan had done such a willful thing, and yet he was making his brother pay for it. It was simply too unfair. They'd forget about it in a few days. Well, I hope so. Qin Mufeng felt helpless about his brother's unreliable behavior, but the incident had already happened. Although some people attacked him online, there were still a lot of people who supported him and worshipped him as a love saint. But when his brother returned, and he broke up with Tang Xiaomi, he would probably be called a heartless scumbag again. Qin Mufeng felt his future was bleak. By the way, Xiaofeng, I'm going into seclusion to synthesize energy stones. If you need anything, go get busy. Although Qin Mufeng seemed easy to get along with, Su Tang felt a bit awkward when they were alone together, as they weren't familiar with each other. Xiaomi, you're really hardworking. Qin Mufeng suddenly remembered his brother's comment about his sister-in-law being a level 5 energy master. A level 5 energy master at 44 was considered a genius. She might even become a high-level energy master in the future. He wanted to build a good relationship with his sister-in-law. Then you go ahead. This is my private address. Call me directly if you need anything. Just treat this place like your own home. Yes, thank you. Su Tang smiled politely. After Qin Mufeng left, Su Tang hung her retreat sign on the door again. Seclusion, do not disturb. Then she imagined a life of sleeping during the day and synthesizing energy stones in the moonlight at night. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Less than an hour after Su Tang had been fusing the energy stone, Zheng Zhe called. Thinking Qin Qinyuan might be busy, Su Tang answered the call, only to find him simply chatting with her. In the days that followed, whenever Qin Qinyuan was awake and the spaceship was within range of the star network, he would call. Even when he had nothing to say, he wouldn't hang up, insisting on keeping the video chat going. If she didn't answer his calls, he would keep calling, leaving Su Tang feeling extremely frustrated. Finally, on the 7th day after Qin Qinyuan's departure, he announced that they were about to enter the capital system. Zheng Zhe's computer needed to be hidden, and it was inconvenient for Qin Qinyuan's computer to communicate with Su Tang. Thus, Su Tang could finally enter a quiet retreat. During Su Tang's retreat, a major event occurred within the base. Inside the resident conference room, Qin Mufeng sternly gazed at the documents his subordinates had sent him. Silence reigned in the room. When did this happen? Qin Mufeng clutched the thin sheets of paper in his hand, hints of anger evident. Specifically, something unusual happened in January. An officer spoke sternly, a hint of worry in his voice. During February's annual leave, a group of students participating in field training didn't return on time. The academy assumed they were delayed on the way and sent instructors to investigate. However, in March, they discovered that all the instructors who had been there had also been lost. Therefore, they sent a letter to us for help. Because the missing students included several of Deputy Regiment Commander Han Xian's younger brothers and sisters, Deputy Regiment Commander Han Xian immediately rushed to Yushu Star, where the unusual situation had occurred. And then, why didn't you report this to me? Qin Mufeng slammed the table, his face furious. And so far, we haven't been able to contact Deputy Commander Han Xian. At the time, Deputy Commander Han Xian thought it was a minor matter he could handle, so he didn't report it. Small matter? Qin Mufeng grew even more furious. A minor matter caused me to lose contact? After scolding his subordinates, Qin Mufeng felt the most urgent task was to understand the severity of the situation. How many students are missing? The various military academy authorities only discovered the anomaly in February and halted combat training on Yushu Star. According to statistics, 43 groups of students have disappeared from the 30 military academies in the capital system, and data from other systems has been sent to us for 65 groups. Someone immediately reported back. After hearing his subordinates report, Qin Mufeng's heart sank. Based on the scale of military academy training, a group of students typically consists of 10,000. This means over 1 million students are missing. The situation is serious. Besides Deputy Captain Han, did anyone else go to Yushu Star to investigate? After Deputy Captain Han lost contact, Deputy Captain Liang, who had a good relationship with him, also went. Before leaving, Deputy Captain Liang instructed you to report him if he didn't return within a month. Did Liang Xiang also go? Is he missing? Yes. Deputy Captain Liang hasn't been contacted yet. Qin Mufeng's heart was in turmoil. Liang Xiang, like him, was an SS-level psychic, and his physical strength had reached level 4. Honestly, Liang Xiang was even more powerful than him. If he had been born into one of the 10 major military families, he would have definitely been the captain. And yet, even he had disappeared. It seemed like something serious had happened this time. After much reflection, Qin Mufeng felt that the most likely scenario was that some troublesome star beast had appeared on Yushu Star. Mobilize 2 warships, 20 star ships, and 80% of the mecha forces to surround Yushu Star. If any high-level star beasts appear, kill them immediately. Prepare a warship for me, dispatch 10,000 beast-taming troops, complete with medical and reconnaissance personnel, and prepare supplies and weapons. Depart in 3 days. I will personally lead the team to Yushu Star. If no news returns after a month, report to Marshal Qin. Yes. Chapter 210. After the meeting, Qin Mufeng remained alone in the conference room, quietly pondering. Jade Snow Star was largely inhabited by only low-level, ferocious star beasts, making it relatively safe for students with some self-protection skills. But they hadn't returned yet? Did some powerful star beast appear? Should I report this to my brother in advance? Besides, my sister-in-law was here too. If he left, she should be fine, right? Should I ask my brother? No. Qin Mufeng scratched his hair in frustration. Prince Lu Huada had already arrived. If he revealed his brother's relationship with his sister-in-law, he would surely be killed. Forget it. When he went to Jade Snow Star, he would just have his trusted subordinates protect his sister-in-law. After all, nothing would happen in this base. After figuring it out, Qin Mufeng decided to explain everything to Su Tang. After sending a text message asking if Su Tang was available, and receiving a positive response, Qin Mufeng went straight to Su Tang's room. Su Tang, who was inside the room, was synthesizing energy stones. After receiving Qin Mufeng's text, she felt a little confused. Her intuition told her something was wrong. Qin Mufeng soon arrived at Su Tang's room. What's going on? Su Tang made Qin Mufeng a cup of tea. Qin Mufeng's face was a bitter one, a clear sign that something serious had happened. Xiaomi, I'm going to be away for a while. I have my trusted people protect you during this time. You just stay in the base, and don't go anywhere, okay? Qin Mufeng's face was bitter. If his brother knew he hadn't properly protected his sister-in-law, he would definitely be in trouble. But he couldn't just sit back and do nothing after such a serious incident on Yushu Star. Where are you going? I'm going to Yushu Star to investigate something. I should be back soon. If I'm not back, wait here for me. Qin Mufeng gave a wry smile. He wasn't sure if he could fully investigate the Yushu Star case. After all, Liang Xiang's abilities were far superior to his own. When she heard the words Yushuexing, Su Tang's heart leaped. A frantic urge to go there, grew like weeds, taking over her entire being. What was this? Su Tang touched her heart. This was her destiny instinct, telling her to go there. Did it mean there were treasures there? Can I go with you? Su Tang, trusting her instincts, asked directly. What? Qin Mufeng was startled, then immediately shook his head. No, you can't go there. It's very dangerous. I'm a mecha pilot. I have a mecha. I can protect myself and won't cause any trouble for you. Su Tang said sincerely. If she encountered danger, she could just hide in the mecha, so she shouldn't be in danger. Show me that. Qin Mufeng looked peculiar after hearing Su Tang's words. Let me show you Yu Shuixing's information first. Qin Mufeng directly sent the military's information about Yu Shuixing to Su Tang's computer. Su Tang was deeply puzzled by Qin Mufeng's strange expression. Confused, she reviewed the information he had sent her. After reading it, her heart sank. What kind of perverted planet is this? Interstellar. The entire planet is inaccessible to the use of mental power. This means you can't operate mechas, spaceships, fortresses, or even space detours, and that's not all. The planet is swarming with energy-eating beasts. Manually operating a spaceship can only stay above 500 meters above the planet's surface, otherwise you encounter flocks of energy-eating beasts. Not only is there no signal on the planet, but the most perverse thing is that, for some unknown reason, all electronic equipment is being disrupted, rendering even the most basic compass inoperable. Entering Interstellar is like living a primitive life, where direction is determined by natural phenomena like tree rings and the sun and moon. Seeing this, Su Tang was exhausted from complaining. Such a perverted planet was actually considered a relatively safe one. Who was they kidding? Why is it considered a safe planet? Su Tang thought the assessment was exaggerated. Interstellar only has low-level ferocious star beasts, most of which are vegetarian and energy-eating. For students with an average physical fitness of level 3, it is indeed relatively safe. In Qin Mufeng's impression, Interstellar, without any abnormalities, was indeed a relatively safe planet. How do people land on the planet's surface? How do they get around on foot? Where do they live, and how do they eat? Su Tang was like a curious child. Is Interstellar really survivable? There are animal trainers. During student training, there are usually several trainers in each team. For trainers with star beasts, practical training on Interstellar is very simple. Food and lodging are all provided locally. Su Tang realized that animal trainers were quite useful. I'm a trainer. Xiaofeng, please take me there. Su Tang's eyes pleaded. She absolutely had to go. Her obsession with going there was insane. If she didn't go, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Xiaomi, you can't lie just to go to Interstellar. Besides, there's something unusual there right now. It's very dangerous. Qin Mufeng said seriously. If his brother knew he'd taken his sister-in-law to Interstellar, a place with unusual conditions, he'd be torn to pieces. I'm not lying to you. I'm really an animal trainer. Take me with you. Maybe I can help you. Qin Mufeng still refused with a steadfast expression. No. Su Tang, seeing Qin Mufeng's refusal, immediately resorted to her trump card. If you don't take me with you, I go by myself in the mecha after you leave. Xiaomi, can you please leave me a way out? If he finds out, I'd be chopped up and thrown into the river to feed the fish. Qin Mufeng felt for him, feeling rather miserable. Xiaofeng, you have to have confidence in your own abilities. What can possibly go wrong if we go together? When we return, I keep it a secret and won't tell him. I promise. Su Tang began to coax him gently. Qin Mufeng began to waver. If he didn't take his sister-in-law with him, and she went there on her own, it would be a disaster. But he decided to take her. How about this, Xiaomi? You said you're a beast tamer, and there's an ownerless star beast in the base. If you can tame it, I take you. If you can't, you just stay here. How about that? Qin Mufeng thought he had a brilliant plan. All the beast tamers in the base had tried, and none had been able to tame the ferocious, ownerless star beast. He figured his sister-in-law wouldn't be able to tame it either. Okay, then, I give it a try. Okay, then it's a deal. If you fail, you just stay here. Yes, it's a deal. Su Tang nodded. Although she knew nothing about taming star beasts, she had to try if she had the chance, right? If that didn't work, she could wait until Qin Qinyuan returned and have him take her. Her treasure wouldn't be easily taken away by someone else. Chapter 211. Once the two reached an agreement, Qin Mufeng led Su Tang outside. After driving for over an hour, Su Tang arrived at a special location within the garrison. A wall over 10 meters high surrounded the waterside houses. After the gate opened and the car entered, Su Tang noticed something different about this place. Almost every soldier here carried a star beast, some even two. There were a variety of star beasts, and for Su Tang, still a rookie, she didn't recognize many. Su Tang then realized that the Legion also had a beast training unit. After driving for another half hour, the car stopped in front of a large building, somewhat resembling a prison. When the gate opened, Su Tang heard the howling of wild beasts from within. Led by two soldiers, Su Tang followed Qin Mufeng into the building. Inside, just like a prison, were iron cages of varying sizes, each holding a star beast. After a long walk through a locked, gate-like structure like a bank vault, and passing through a series of protective doors, the group finally arrived before the star beast Qin Mufeng had described. It was a massive star beast, as tall as a two-story building. Su Tang estimated it to be at least 10 meters long. It lay crouched within its cage, merely opening its eyes at the entrance before returning to sleep. Its form somewhat resembled an earth lion, but where its mane should be, its neck was covered in yellow flames. Su Tang took a closer look and saw small clusters of flame at its tail and the ends of its limbs. Even from a few steps closer, she could feel the scorching heat. Xiaomi, that's it. I'm counting on you, Qin Mufeng joked. In his opinion, the chances of his sister-in-law taming this star beast were practically zero. Su Tang swallowed. Oh my god, she was so nervous. This star beast looked so imposing and majestic. How could she, with her tiny frame, tame it? What kind of star beast is this? Knowing yourself and your enemy is crucial for success. Su Tang felt that a thorough understanding of the target was crucial. This is a lion flame beast, a high-level, ferocious star beast, an omnivorous one. There are relatively few of them. For some reason, this one was seriously injured, and we captured it. Qin Mufeng was telling the truth. The lion flame beast's attack and defense were incredibly powerful. Only energy cannons of level 6 or higher could damage it, and its flames were comparable to those of level 5 energy cannons. And yet, when they encountered this one, for some reason, it offered no resistance at all. After searching the star network for information on the lion flame beast, Su Tang became even more nervous. This one could outmaneuver an average mecha. Could she really tame such a wild and powerful star beast? Xiaofeng, why don't you guys leave first? You're hindering my performance here. All right. The material holding the lion flame beast's cage was made of enough material to withstand a level 6 energy cannon attack. Qin Mufeng felt that even leaving Su Tang alone inside would be safe. After Qin Mufeng and the other two left, Su Tang glared at the lion flame beast in the cage, but it was too busy sleeping to pay any attention. Hi. Hello. Su Tang tried to communicate with her mind. Alas, the lion flame beast in the cage didn't even raise an eyelid. Su Tang rubbed her nose awkwardly. So, communication was impossible. Just as Su Tang was at a loss as to what to do, Su Xiaobao's voice echoed in her head, Mom. Ignore it. It's a bad guy. Su Tang blushed. Bad guy? Yes, bad guy. Bad guy. Su Xiaobao shouted even louder. That stupid woman. Suddenly, a powerful, raspy voice echoed through Su Tang's mind. Is this telepathic communication? Su Tang looked around bewilderedly. Who is calling her a stupid woman? Stupid woman, I'm talking to you. If you don't take care of your little brat, I eat it. Yin Lai felt like he was being treated like a sick cat for not showing off his power. That little brat actually pointed at him and called him a bad guy. Are you talking to me? Su Tang asked in surprise, pointing at her nose at the lion flame beast in the cage. It had already stood up, looking down at Su Tang. Su Tang could actually see the contempt in its eyes. Nonsense, who else but me? Su Tang clearly saw the lion flame beast curl its lip in disdain. So you can talk? Then why did you ignore me just now? I don't pay attention to stupid women. What the hell? Sexism. But, she can actually communicate with her mind. Doesn't that mean she's taken a big step toward success? Well, will you accept me as your master? I take you to eat delicious food. With the communication problem solved, Su Tang naturally began her seduction plan. No, mommy doesn't want it. It's a bad guy. It eats a lot. Su Xiaobao was the first to object. Su Tang was very confused. Su Xiaobao, a foodie, usually slept, so why was he so excited now? And what did it have to do with the lion flame beast eating so much? Su Tang was shocked by her own thoughts. Could it be that the lion flame beast also eats energy stones? Little baby, be good. Mommy has plenty of energy, and won't let you go hungry. Go to sleep, okay? Su Tang decided to coax Su Xiaobao first. Oh, mommy can't give it all the goodies. I have to save some for the baby. Su Xiaobao's tone was a little aggrieved. For a foodie, the most unacceptable thing was having someone else eat all his food. Yes, mommy loves you the most. Go to sleep. After dealing with Su Xiaobao, Su Tang continued to persuade the lion flame beast. How about coming with me to eat something delicious? If you're willing to let me eat your little brat, I acknowledge you as my master, Yin Lai proposed. What? Su Tang jumped up. Little brat equals Su Xiaobao. This lion flame beast wants to eat Su Xiaobao. He's dreaming. That won't work. Try something else? Su Tang shook her head. Then there's nothing I can do. Sigh. Actually, I'm dying soon, so don't waste your energy. Yin Lai suddenly felt a little sad and disappointed. He knew this woman wouldn't give him the little butterfly. If he ate it, there was still hope for recovery, but otherwise, he'd just die. Are you seriously injured? Su Tang suddenly realized. No wonder such a powerful star beast was so easily captured by Qin Mufan. It must be dying and giving up resistance. Do you think you humans can catch me? Yin Lai said with disdain. Then how can I help you recover? Eat your little butterfly brat, and I recover. Besides this, you humans have a kind of stone that can heal my injuries. Energy stone? Su Tang's eyes lit up. A promise. Is it this kind? How much do you want to eat? Su Tang pulled out a level 4 energy stone. Yin Lai's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. It's not enough. I need to eat a lot to recover. Don't worry, I synthesized this. Just follow me, and I promise to heal your injuries, restore your strength, and even make you even more powerful. So it really was an energy-devouring beast. Su Tang suddenly felt confident. She loved powerful energy-devouring beasts the most. They were easy to trick and deceive. Chapter 212. If you cure me, I work for you for a year, okay? Yin Lai began to bargain. Su Tang blushed. Was this a market? And this lion flame beast actually knew the word work. No, these stones are expensive. You can't even pay off your debt in a year, Su Tang said seriously. 2 or 3 years would be fine. Yin Lai began to get anxious. He had finally found someone he could communicate with, and who could even combine these magical stones. He couldn't let this opportunity go. My old boss gave me this much of these stones every year. Yin Lai made a large circle with his paw, indicating that his asking price was fair. Su Tang's forehead was immediately bruised. How much was that? Forgive her inability to understand. And this lion flame beast actually had a previous boss. What about your boss? Su Tang asked curiously. A long time ago, my boss and I worked happily together until one day, he met a foolish woman. That foolish woman said I ate too much and wasted credits. Credit points? Yes, credit points, and then my boss fired me. Su Tang thought this lion flame beast had a rather melodramatic life. The boss must have been a tamer too. Giving up such a powerful pet for a woman? That was bizarre. How about I hire you? I give you 3 stone more per year than your previous boss. Su Tang, acting like a big boss, began to negotiate with her employee. No, I wasn't that powerful before. Now that I'm this powerful, I need a higher salary. 5 more. It turns out this lion flame beast is quite clever, even knowing how to increase salaries based on employee ability. 10 no less. And not this kind. This stone is a bit more fragrant than this one. Yin Lai sniffed it carefully. It seemed even better than the one his boss gave him long ago. Is that this? Su Tang produced a level 5 energy stone. Yes, that's it. Yin Lai's eyes lit up again, and he made a larger circle with his paw. With this much, I can heal my injuries. Okay, then I heal you. You work to pay off your debt for the first 3 years, and then I pay you this much every year. Is that okay? Su Tang didn't know the exact amount, but whatever. She better trick this lion flame beast into her hands first. Okay, you can't delay my salary then. Weekday meals must be provided, and I have 2 days off. Yin Lai immediately demanded benefits. There's actually a person living in this lion flame beast shell, right? And they even know they need a weekend off? What are you eating? Isn't this what you're eating? Su Tang waved the energy stone in her hand. This boosts my strength and keeps me alive. On weekdays, I eat some meat, drink some wine, and try some desserts. I always have to indulge, right? Speaking of food, Yin Lai's face was filled with longing. It had been ages since he'd eaten human food. My favorite is a black, mud-like thing. It tastes sweet. As if savoring something, Yin Lai licked his lips with his large tongue. Is this it? Su Tang pulled out a large bar of chocolate from the space key and unwrapped it. Yes, that's it. Yin Lai immediately lowered his head, staring at Su Tang with a piercing gaze. So this guy's a foodie too. No wonder Su Xiaobao doesn't like him. Come on, let's sign a contract to sell ourselves. This is the boss's gift to you. Okay, the foodie nodded immediately. Then Su Tang noticed she had another string on her psychic kite. One was connected to the butterfly Su Xiaobao, and the other to a lion-shaped flame. It must be the lion flame beast in the cage. After confirming their connection, Su Tang reached into the cage and handed over the chocolate. Then Su Tang noticed the lion flame beast in the cage shrink to the size of a cat, grabbing the chocolate and licking it. So you can transform too. I get smaller, and this gets bigger, so it lasts longer. He's a real foodie. Then why didn't you run away before? Su Tang couldn't understand the lion flame beast's behavior. It could even get out of the cage after shrinking so small, but instead of running away, it was waiting to die? Is it mentally ill? What do you know? I'm going to die. I can't shrink back down without energy replenishment. Going out with this small body will kill me anyway. What's the point of going through all this trouble? Okay, you win. Su Tang felt completely defeated. After Yanlai finished licking the kilogram of force, Su Tang took out a 9th level energy stone. Will eating this heal my wounds and restore my strength? Almost halfway. My life is safe. Yanlai immediately jumped out of the cage and pounced on it, then began to chew on the energy stone. Su Tang felt a sore bite in her teeth. She had thought it was just consuming the energy inside like Su Xiaobao, but it turned out it was eating the stone as well. Not enough, not enough. I need another one to reach my peak strength. After finishing a piece, Yanlai continued to ask for more. Eat another piece, and you have to work for 3 more years for nothing, Su Tang threatened immediately. This was a level 9 energy stone, one piece worth countless level 5 energy stones. Alright. After finishing his second piece, Yanlai rubbed his stomach with satisfaction and burped. Just a little more digestion would not only restore his strength, but even improve it. He had a good boss this time. Because my previous boss's last name was Yin, I'm Yanlai. What about you, boss? As a lion flame beast, it knew that employees needed to maintain a good relationship with their bosses to get a raise, so Yanlai decided to build a good relationship with this foolish woman. My original last name was Su, but now I'm Tang Xiaomi. Now that you're my employee, you be Su Xiaolai. Su Tang felt that since he had changed his master, he should change his name. No, that's not powerful enough. Then what do you want? It should be Su. Some foodie. How about Su Daily? Su Tang, Su Tang said, what a powerful name. It's better to call him Su Yanlai. Okay, let's call him Su Yanlai. Finally, having settled everything and managed to get a pet, Su Tang was in high spirits as she headed out with her kitten, Su Yanlai. As soon as Su Tang emerged, Qin Mufeng greeted her and said soothingly, Xiaomi, don't be discouraged. I believe you can tame even more powerful star beasts in the future. Su Tang was baffled. What was Qin Mufeng talking about? Xiaomi, after I leave, you must stay in the base as agreed. Qin Mufeng felt relieved. He didn't have to be torn apart by his brother anymore. What? Didn't you say you'd take me once I tamed it? How can you go back on your word? Tamed. Qin Mufeng was stunned. How could that be possible? He peered inside. Holy shit! The lion flame beast was gone. Where's the lion flame beast? Qin Mufeng pointed at the cage in shock. Awu, Yanlai said, which translated to, I'm here. Qin Mufeng stared blankly down, his expression petrified. Don't tell him this kitten is a lion flame beast. Right here. Su Tang lifted Yanlai by his 2 front legs. Look, that's it. Qin Mufeng. At that moment, 3 words flashed through his mind. It's over. Chapter 213. Qin Mufeng suddenly felt like slapping himself. You're such a jerk. Talking about taming star beasts. But sister-in-law, a mecha master. An energy master. A beast tamer. With all your talents, have you ever considered the feelings of this poor little bastard? Even though Qin Mufeng was extremely unhappy, he was a man, wasn't he? A man's word always goes. After giving Su Tang a long list of instructions, and setting a departure time, Qin Mufeng left with a bitter face. He was going to bolster his weaponry, and ensure his sister-in-law's safety. Su Tang happily threw herself on the bed. She was going to collect treasures, and with this new hire around, she should be safe. After carefully reviewing Yu Xuexing's information, Su Tang packed her space ring to the brim. Potions, nutrient solution, tent, weapons, a life-saving water mirror, everything she could think of. Su Tang considered that the space ring wouldn't work, but this ring didn't require mental energy, so it should still be usable. 3 days passed quickly. Early in the morning of the departure day, Su Tang began packing. She wore a tight, insulated military combat uniform. 2 pistols, a cold weapon somewhat resembling a Japanese samurai sword, and 2 small daggers were tucked into her boots. On her back was a small military bag containing a month's supply of nutrient solution and some small daily necessities. After carefully checking her space ring twice, Su Tang felt completely safe. A little after 7 a.m., Qin Mufeng appeared at Su Tang's door. He was wearing the same combat uniform, but he clearly had far more weapons than Su Tang. After checking the troops at the assembly area, everyone boarded the warship, which departed for Yushua Star. It took less than 2 days to get from Yuruin Star to Yushua Star. Yushua star, as its name suggests, is a white planet seen from space. After the warship entered the planet's atmosphere, Su-Tang gradually saw the face of Yushua star clearly, a vast expanse of white snow, with only occasional hints of green. Soon, the warship came to a stop, floating steadily in the air. "Captain, we met the landing requirements," someone reported. "Prepare for landing. Team 1, take Team 2 down." Qin Mufeng gave orders from the open deck hatch. This expedition was divided into 11 teams, 10 combat teams, each with 1,000 men. Team 11 consisted of medical personnel and some logistics personnel. The howling wind blew, and although Su-Tang didn't feel cold in her thermostatic suit, following behind Qin Mufeng, she still felt a sense of tension and solemnity, like the eve of war. After Qin Mufeng gave the order, 1,000 beast trainers emerged, accompanied by their flying beasts. Su-Tang noticed that the army's flying beasts were mostly Pegasus beasts, white, horse-like flying star beasts with 2 pairs of large wings. Another 1,000 men followed, each Pegasus beast leading 2 warriors and a star beast. The 2,000 warriors and their star beasts quickly left. 10 minutes later, Qin Mufeng frowned, a frown that deepened as time passed. Why hadn't they returned yet? Huh? This is Yushua star? Su Yanlai, who was only too aware of food and wages, realized it later. Yeah, what's the matter? You been here before? Su-Tang wondered in her head. This is really Yushua star. I'm going to kill those bastards. Su Yanlai was clearly excited. Calm down, explain yourself. Su-Tang immediately restrained Su Yanlai, who attempted to leap from her arms. Who are those bastards? Who else? Of course, those snow moon foxes. I was just passing through this planet, and they attacked me. Su Yanlai raged. He was truly just passing through, at most wanting to satisfy his craving for a few snow mist lotuses. But before he could even begin, he was besieged by hundreds of snow moon foxes. Hundreds. If it weren't for this boss, he would have been dead. Why are they attacking you? Su-Tang looked puzzled. Having carefully read the information on Jade Snow Star, she knew that snow moon foxes were unique to Jade Snow Star, but they were herbivorous and gentle, and wouldn't attack humans unless attacked. How would I know? They're out of their minds. Humph! Su Yanlai snorted. Don't let them run into him. He kill everyone he encounters. He never vent his anger on those bastards. After discussing the situation with Su Yanlai, Su-Tang felt the atmosphere on the deck grew even more unsettling. Wang Hao, Mu Qi, you two go check on the situation below. After Team 1, who hadn't returned from the surface for 20 minutes, Qin Mufeng couldn't help but feel uneasy. A round trip from here on the Pegasus Beast to the surface only took a few minutes. Could something have happened? Qin Mufeng's heart sank. Yes. The 2 warriors who had been called stepped forward. Su-Tang discovered that the warrior star beasts were large, eagle-like birds she didn't recognize. Just as the 2 warriors mounted the birds' backs and prepared to depart, something strange happened. With a sharp fox cry, the 2 large birds threw off their trainers and fell to the ground, trembling. Most of the star beasts on the deck also lay prone and trembling, with only a few baring their teeth and bristling with fur, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Hurry, let me go! I'm going to kill it! Su Yanlai roared, and without waiting for Su-Tang to react, he broke free and leaped out. In midair, Su Yanlai's body instantly swelled to the size of a 3-story villa, even larger than when Su-Tang first saw it, and the flames on his body were even more intense, with huge clusters of flames leaping in the air. Ah! With a lion-like roar that shook the earth, Su Yanlai rushed out. Out of habit, Su-Tang tried to use her mental power to observe, but it seemed to have vanished without a response. Only then did she realize that Yushua couldn't use her mental power. What's going on? Qin Mufeng, having regained his composure, asked Su-Tang directly. Su-Tang shook her head. I don't know exactly, but it seems there's an enemy. Most star beasts can only understand simple commands, requiring repeated practice. Trainers can only vaguely understand a star beast's emotions. No one has yet been found who can communicate directly with a star beast through mental power, so Su-Tang didn't dare to be too specific. Can we capture the footage? Qin Mufeng immediately contacted the surveillance personnel. Report, no. Qin Mufeng was discouraged. Although the warship's electronic equipment was still functional at its current altitude, it was still somewhat affected. About 5 minutes later, the distant roars and howls of lions and foxes faded, and everything returned to calm. The star beasts on the deck returned to normal. Within a minute, Su Yanlai's enormous figure appeared in the sky. At this moment, Su-Tang belatedly realized. Oh my god, Su Yanlai could fly? I hadn't even seen him have wings. yet he walked on the air as if it were flat ground. How unrealistic. Chapter 214. Su Yanlai approached, but Su Tang realized it was holding something white in its mouth. Su Yanlai quickly returned to the deck. The battleship's deck was naturally enormous, with over 10,000 people standing, and plenty of room for Su Yanlai. Upon returning to the deck, Su Yanlai spat the star beast from his mouth onto the ground. That's a bunch of bastards. Of course, only Su Tang heard these words. Su Tang now had a clear view of the snow moon fox. It was completely white, with only a small, moon-shaped tuft of yellow hair on its forehead. It was only 1/3 the size of Su Yanlai, resembling a fox, but with 4 tails. Su Tang suddenly thought, this fur would look very luxurious if made into a fox fur coat. Is this a snow moon fox? Qin Mufeng was incredulous. How could the docile snow moon fox attack them? And this one had 4 tails. Very rare. They had usually seen 2-tailed or 1-tailed snow moon foxes. Oh no! The 2 teams just left. Qin Mufeng was startled. Xiaomi, hurry up, have it take me down. Everyone else stay here and prepare for battle. No, I don't want him to ride. He doesn't even pay me. Before Su Tang could even say anything, Su Yanlai immediately turned his head away, a look of displeasure on his face. I give you a bonus. If you don't obey, I deduct your salary. Su Tang understood the seriousness of the situation and naturally couldn't let Su Yanlai act so irritably. Okay, then there's a bonus. The last thing Su Yanlai wanted to hear was the word deduction of salary. He obediently lay down, shrinking down a bit so Su Tang's tiny body could climb aboard. Su Yanlai shrank to the size of a speeding car, and Su Tang naturally climbed onto his back with ease. Seeing Qin Mufeng halting a step away from Su Yanlai, Su Tang reacted immediately and kicked Su Yanlai. Behave yourself. Don't do anything naughty. Oh, Su Yanlai said reluctantly. Instantly Qin Mufeng, a step away, felt the scorching heat of the lion flame beast disappear. He tentatively reached out and touched it. Not hot. No feeling. Qin Mufeng, reassured, swiftly turned over and sat behind Su Tang. Xiaomi, hurry, get it down. Yes, Su Tang said without delay. She understood Qin Mufeng's anxiety. After they both settled into their seats, Su Yanlai obediently served as his mount, charging towards the ground. As they drew closer, a strong smell of blood reached out, and both of them felt uneasy. When Su Tang took in the scene on the ground, she gasped. The white snow was stained red with blood. There were corpses everywhere, warriors, Pegasus beasts, snow moon foxes, and other star beasts. Clearly, only a small number of snow moon foxes were found, and those few were mostly single-tailed. Not far away, flames shot up into the sky, and the sound of gunfire could be heard. Quick, go over there and take a look. Qin Mufeng immediately pulled out his weapon, an old-fashioned gunpowder-fired rifle. On Yushu Star, a place teeming with energy-eating beasts, using energy weapons was tantamount to seeking death. The best weapon against snow moon foxes was a flame gun, but its range was obviously too short and inconvenient to use. Okay, Su Tang instructed Su Yanlai to fly over. Su Tang suppressed her inner nervousness and fear, took out her pistol, and held it in her hand. Without mental strength, the light armor Yen Zima gave her was completely useless. Although the combat uniform on her body had a certain degree of defense, after seeing the soldiers who died, she knew it was useless. People really could die here. Little Lai Lai, if there's any danger, you must protect me. If I, your boss, die, you won't get paid, Su Tang said, still worried. Boss, don't worry. My strength has returned, and I definitely kill those bastards. Su Yanlai immediately assured him. He was caught off guard and surrounded, otherwise, with his speed, he could always escape. In less than a minute, Su Tang saw hundreds of soldiers surrounded by a swarm of star beasts. Hold on, maintain formation. Qin Mufeng shouted to the group below as he opened fire. At this point, Su Tang felt it best not to add to the chaos. After all, with her marksmanship and Su Yanlai flying around, it would be disastrous if he hit one of their own. Luckily, none of the attacking star beasts were flying, so at least her safety was guaranteed. Can you help them? Su Tang asked Su Yanlai. Raise your salary. Raise. You must. Su Yanlai, satisfied, unleashed a lion's roar, and all the star beasts below, save for the snow moon fox, turned and fled. Could Su Tang do this? The remaining snow moon foxes were few in number and looked insignificant, so the situation immediately reversed, with humans killing beasts. In a matter of minutes, the snow moon foxes were either dead or fled. Su Tang directed Su Yanlai to land. What's going on? Qin Mufeng asked, walking directly towards the exit of the main group. "Captain, as soon as we landed, we heard a fox cry. Then, all the Pegasus beasts and most of our star beasts lost control and refused to obey orders, lying flat on the ground, refusing to move. Then, numerous star beasts appeared from all directions and attacked us." An uninjured soldier immediately reported to Qin Mufeng. "Boss, let's go!" That four-tailed fox summoned its comrades before dying. "A large group of snow moon foxes is likely on their way. Of course, I'm not afraid of them, but those bastards are numerous, and if their king is here, it'd be troublesome." While Qin Mufeng was talking to his men, Su Yanlai quietly expressed his concerns to Su Tang. "That makes sense. And they even have a king." Su Tang immediately felt it was unsuitable to stay here for long. "Xiaofeng, it seems the snow moon foxes are social creatures. The ones that escaped might go looking for reinforcements. Besides, the smell of blood is too strong here. We should leave." Qin Mufeng hesitated. These were his men, all Federation soldiers. He didn't want to give up even a shred of hope. "I want to see if there are any survivors there. How about this? Those who are uninjured, come with me to find the surviving comrades. Those who are injured, go back first." Qin Mufeng made a quick decision. As soon as Qin Mufeng gave the order, Su Tang directed Su Yanlai to grow larger. At the size of a large house, Su Yanlai could easily lead several hundred men. After leaving Qin Mufeng and a group of uninjured soldiers on the corpse-strewn battlefield, Su Tang carried the injured soldiers back to the warship. Later, she went down to retrieve Qin Mufeng. Thanks to Qin Mufeng's insistence, she indeed found several seriously injured and unconscious soldiers. Because of this unsuccessful start, the atmosphere on the warship was oppressive and tragic. The warship is heading for Yunqiu's city and entering combat readiness. Energy cannons are ready to fire at any moment. "Captains who are uninjured, please come with me to the meeting. The medical staff will do their utmost to treat every injured soldier. I hope everyone who returns survives." Qin Mufeng issued a series of orders, and then led his men to discuss countermeasures. Because Su Yanlai had performed so well, Su Tang brought Su Yanlai, transformed into a kitten, along to participate. Chapter 215. In the conference room, Qin Mufeng asked the surviving captains of the two teams that had arrived first about the casualties, and the details of the incident. Su Tang, on the other hand, went directly to Su Yanlai to learn about the situation, intuitively believing that he knew more. "What do you think of the snow moon fox?" According to Star Network records, although fox fur coats made from snow moon fox fur are very popular among the upper class, resulting in large numbers of snow moon foxes being hunted every year, even so, snow moon foxes never actively attack humans. But this time, snow moon foxes are bastards, trash, scum. Su Yanlai began to curse, threatening to use every word he knew. "Stop, get to the point." Su Tang interrupted the meaningless curse words. "Well, they like to fight in groups." Su Yanlai curled his lips, now forced to admit that foxes have strength in numbers. "That's not what I'm talking about. Do you know why they attack humans? And why did they attack you? Did you do something?" Su Tang felt a faint unease. Could it be that Su Yanlai had done something to anger them? "I didn't do anything." Su Yanlai quickly defended himself. "Really, I was just planning to dig up a few snow mist lotuses to eat, but before I could do anything, I was attacked by these lunatics. Besides, snow mist lotuses aren't particularly precious." Su Tang was puzzled. Yushu Star's specialty is the snow lotus, a raw material for a special potion. While snow mist lotuses can't be cultivated artificially, and haven't been found on other planets, on Yushu Star, they're like weeds. You can easily step on one if you walk a few steps. Snow mist lotuses are only slightly rarer than snow mist lotuses, but if you look carefully, you find plenty. "Oh right, during the fight, I faintly heard them say they'd lost something." Su Yanlai recalled some details and summarized them. "Lost something? You really didn't take it?" Su Tang was still puzzled. Could it be that they lost some treasure, and were therefore attacking all humans, suspecting humans of the crime? "I really didn't take it." Su Yanlai pleaded his innocence. Although he also wanted to steal the Snow Moon Fox's treasure, their lair was very secretive. Their treasures are hidden in their lair, unknown to others. Besides, their kings are two Vulpix, and who knows if there are more powerful ones in their lair. So Su Yanlai had the will but not the nerve. With one Vulpix, he could still fight to a draw, but with two, he'd be beaten. Two kings? Su Tang was surprised. Isn't there usually only one king? And there were actually treasures on this planet. One male and one female, a couple. If I had a wife, I'd definitely take them down to their lair, Su Yanlai raged. This was bullying a single beast. You can't beat two of them? Su Tang immediately thought of her own safety. If she was unlucky enough to encounter two, would she be doomed? I can't beat them. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. To show he was still powerful, Su Yanlai added, I can still outrun them. The more tails they have, the more powerful they are? Could there be 9 tails? Su Tang suddenly thought of a cultivation novel about a powerful 9-tailed celestial fox. According to the novel, foxes with 9 tails have all achieved immortality on the same level as Su Xiaobai. I don't know. I only seen 6-tailed ones. There shouldn't be anything as freakish as 9-tailed ones, right? Su Yanlai was a little unsure. Lion flame beasts are solitary, which results in information isolation. The information he knew was very limited. 1- and 2-tailed ones aren't anything special. 3-tailed ones can intimidate or command other unattached, lower-level star beasts. 4-tailed ones are starting to fly. 5-tailed ones have an ice attack. I don't know about 6-tailed ones either. Of course, the more tails they have, the higher their attack and defense power. Su Yanlai told him everything he knew. Xiaomi, what do you think about this? After consulting his subordinates, Qin Mufeng directly asked Su Tang for her opinion. In his opinion, if it weren't for his sister-in-law's newly acquired lion flame beast, his 2 advanced teams would have been wiped out. I think the snow moon foxes have undergone a mutation, and they're definitely organized. There are even some foxes in the pack that can defeat star ships. Su Tang decided to carefully process Su Yanlai's words, and then express them tactfully. That's probably because the previous starships have lost contact. Qin Mufeng's expression grew even more grim. Even the crews who landed on the planet's surface were missing, and even the starships hadn't responded. The situation was indeed worse than he imagined. On a normal planet like this, if the Federation couldn't find the cause, they would simply abandon the planet and its inhabitants, reducing it to ash. But this time, there were over 1 million students on Yushua Star. The students at the Federation Military Academy were elite, the future of the Federation. Furthermore, many of the 10 major military families were also present. Therefore, this planet couldn't be abandoned unless absolutely necessary. This unusual situation had to be thoroughly investigated. Furthermore, his Qin family was no longer as powerful as before. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake. Qin Mufeng clenched his fist even harder. Also, many of our star beasts have gone out of control, which suggests the snow moon fox has the ability to control star beasts. Of course, it should only control lower-level star beasts. Su Tang continued to tactfully paraphrase Su Yanlai's words. I think so too. Qin Mufeng's eyes were deep. Let's go to Yunshua City first to check the situation. Everyone else stay here. Let the warriors whose star beasts weren't affected come with me. Yushua Star also has human towns, and Yunshua City is the largest on the planet. Students generally base themselves here for practical training, and most instructors also stay in the city during their practical training. After giving the order, Qin Mufeng suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It was dangerous here. He couldn't leave his sister-in-law here. However, the only flying star beast unaffected was his sister-in-law's lion flame beast. Without her, they wouldn't be able to land. Furthermore, this lion flame beast was a significant aid. It could easily kill a 4-tailed snow moon fox. Xiaomi, how about you take us back to Yunshua City, and then go back with the warship? Qin Mufeng ultimately decided it would be best to send her back. The situation here was uncertain, and he couldn't risk his sister-in-law. If he disappeared here, I would come here myself, and it would be up to me to decide whether to bring my sister-in-law with me. Su Tang shook her head, rejecting Qin Mufeng's offer. I stay with you. Su Tang thought, her treasure still undiscovered, and with Su Yanlai around, her life should be safe. Not to mention, she had the water mirrors with Tianyu had given her. Thank you. Qin Mufeng was touched. He had always felt vaguely that Su Tang wasn't worthy of his brother, but this time, Su Tang's understanding and willingness to stay, regardless of her own safety, instantly elevated her image in Qin Mufeng's heart. Su Tang's actions also won the favor of everyone in the conference room. These generals, who had previously thought their commander was being frivolous over a woman, were now envious. In this dangerous situation, the sister-in-law did not leave alone, but chose to stay with the leader. How could they not be jealous that their leader found a wife who would share life and death with him? Chapter 216. Although electronic equipment on the planet was prohibited, pilots familiar with the longitude and latitude coordinates could still quickly locate the locations of various cities on Yushua Star. Within half an hour, Qin Mufeng, who had already reorganized his forces, received a report that they had arrived above Yushua City. Prepare to depart. The warships are on standby here. If you encounter danger, return directly to outer space and reunite with the main force. Return to Tianjua City to meet us in a month. Qin Mufeng issued a series of orders as a precaution. Afterwards, everyone in the Star Beasts all mounted Su Yinlia's back. There were only 54 beast trainers with medium-sized Star Beasts, and with Su Tang and Qin Mufeng, there were 56. But Su Yinli was still dissatisfied with having to carry so many people. It wasn't a mount. It was fine for the boss to ride, but these unrelated people, not to mention medium-sized Star Beasts, which were generally the size of a small car, were too heavy. Humph! If it weren't for a piece of chocolate, it wouldn't carry them. Minutes after leaving the warship, Su Tang saw a magnificent, exquisitely crafted crystal city. Its buildings, constructed from ice and snow with a hint of Western style, were surrounded by a wall of ice several dozen meters high. However, the wall was covered in mottled, frozen bloodstains, forming beautiful patterns, enchanting and eerie. There's someone there. Su Tang's sharp eyes spotted a dark figure within the bunker on the wall. Yes, Qin Mufeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yunxua City hadn't fallen, as he had feared, leaving it lifeless. Qin Mufeng pulled out a special flare and sent a signal, naturally indicating the presence of a star beast to prevent accidental casualties from ranged attackers on the wall. After Qin Mufeng sent the signal, Su Tang clearly saw someone emerge from a building behind the city wall. Commanding Su Yinli, the group landed. Captain Qin. Some of the people on the ground were clearly soldiers from the 15th Legion. Seeing Qin Mufeng, everyone seemed a little excited. Yes, it's me. What's going on here? Qin Mufeng immediately asked. Captain, when we arrived at Yunxua City with Deputy Captain Liang, it was under siege by star beasts. The cause of the beasts' unusual movements has yet to be determined. A soldier immediately stepped forward to report. We review the details later. Are there any wounded or students in the city? Evacuate immediately. How much supplies are left? Qin Mufeng felt the top priority was ensuring the safety of the personnel and the availability of supplies. We have many wounded and some students here. We do have plenty of food, but the weapons are. The person speaking was clearly a member of Yunxua City's management staff. Where's the city lord here? Every city has a city lord, equivalent to a mayor. Of course, they oversee minor matters, while military power remains in the hands of the military. The city lord led the search team out for a rescue 3 months ago, and they haven't returned yet. I'm afraid they're in grave danger. The person who had spoken earlier had a dejected look on his face, filled with worry. My name is Li Shi, and I'm in charge here for now. Captain Qin, please tell me anything you want. I need a list of missing persons, and detailed information on the anomaly. Find someone who knows the situation and report it to me. Li Shi, take her to evacuate the wounded, students, and incapable personnel. After saying this, Qin Mufeng turned directly to Su Tang. Xiaomi, take everyone who needs to be evacuated to the warship. Also, retrieve some of the supplies and weapons aboard. Thank you for your hard work. Okay, I understand. At this moment, Su Tang naturally considered the overall situation. Qin Mufeng followed the others to investigate the situation, while Su Tang, along with Li Shi and several other managers, began to work. Fortunately, Yunxua City still had a dozen flying star beasts. Without the Snow Moon Fox's intimidation, they still obeyed their trainer's commands, slightly easing Su Yinlia's burden. Su Yinli immediately transformed into his largest form and evacuated around 1,000 people at a time. Su Yinli flew the personnel onto the warships and returned with a trove of supplies and weapons. After over 200 rounds of flights, he finally evacuated over 200,000 people from the city. Most of the supplies and weapons on the warships were also transported to Yunxua City. Su Yinli toiled as a porter for a whole day and night. Just when he thought he could finally rest, he realized his hard days had just begun. After leaving only the soldiers, instructors, and other high-caliber personnel in Yunxua City, Qin Mufeng returned to the warship with Su Tang. The warship then headed directly over another city to continue evacuating personnel and moving supplies. Although the other cities were smaller than Yunxua City, each served as a starting point for the students undergoing the practical training. Missing students, if lucky enough to survive, would simply return to the nearest starting point. Therefore, a group of instructors and soldiers with a reasonable level of combat effectiveness remained in each city. After traveling through all 6 cities on Yunxua Star, and killing 2 four-tailed Snow Moon Foxes along the way, Su Yinli finally bid farewell to his life as a porter and thug. After 5 days of hard work, the warship returned to Yunxua City. Qin Mufeng ordered the warship back to the base planet and instructed his subordinates to recruit beast trainers with medium-level star beasts from the base planet. He also ordered them to return to Yunxua City in 10 days. After that, Qin Mufeng and Su Tang returned to Yunxua City. Qin Mufeng was still holding a meeting to arrange the next steps. Su Tang, on the other hand, went straight back to the room the steward had assigned her. Swinging her arms around in the room, Su Tang felt an unprecedented exhaustion, not just physically, but emotionally and physically drained. These past few days had been truly taxing for her. Seeing the countless people who had lost classmates, comrades, and loved ones, Su Tang felt a deep sense of pain. The wounded, missing limbs, not to mention the soldiers who had served their country, the vast majority of the seriously injured were students, minors under 30. Compared to the 300-year lifespan of the day, these were still buds. These people were considered lucky because they had waited for rescue. With advanced medical care, they could get prosthetic limbs and live a normal life. However, only a little over 300,000 people were evacuated, and over 700,000 were still missing. It's likely that most of these missing people perished. This experience on Yunxua Star had made Su Tang realize that this wasn't Earth, and that casualties weren't limited to war. Any unusual movement of a star beast could lead to mass casualties. After a moment of emotional lamentation, Su Tang thought of treasures. She hadn't encountered many along the way. At most, she harvested the carcasses of 3 four-tailed snow moon foxes, enough to make dozens of fox fur coats. Why was she so eager to come to this planet? Was she just here to save people? After pondering for over 10 minutes without a clear answer, Su Tang decided to sleep. She barely slept a few hours in the past 5 days, while Su Yinlai had barely slept a wink. They both needed a good rest. Chapter 217. Because the computer had crashed, Su Tang had no idea how long she slept when she woke up. Scanning the room, Su Tang saw the kitten, Su Yinlai, licking a large piece of chocolate happily under the bed, his eyes narrowed with a look of enjoyment. Where did the chocolate come from? Su Tang glanced at her backpack. It was open. Su Tang got out of bed, grabbed Su Yinlai's ears, and lifted him up. How dare an employee steal the boss's things? Let go, or I bite you. Humph! Su Yinlai clutched the chocolate in his paws, his mouth baring his teeth in a threatening gesture. Su Tang let go, pouting in disdain, his teeth blackened from eating. Be careful of cavities. I won't get cavities. Su Yinlai continued to lick the chocolate. This is the bonus you promised me yesterday. I saw you look so dead asleep, so I took it for myself. How long have I been asleep? Su Tang steadfastly denied that she had looked so dead asleep. I don't know. I just know I've been awake for a long time. Su Yinlai continued licking the chocolate. Su Tang pulled out her pocket watch from her backpack. This mechanical, analog pocket watch was the only timekeeping device on this planet. Well, it was already 3 p.m., and it seemed like it was 11 p.m. when she returned to Yunxua City. She actually slept that long. Su Tang immediately got up, washed, and dressed before heading out to find Qin Mufeng. Sister-in-law, are you looking for the commander? On the way, Su Tang ran into a soldier from the Beast Tamer Corps, though she couldn't quite remember his name. Yes, I'm looking for him. The commander has already left. Before he left, he told you to wait for him in the city. So when will he be back? Out? Isn't Qin Mufeng a beast tamer? Isn't it dangerous for him to go out like that? Su Tang was a little worried. The commander left the city at 8 a.m., saying he'd be checking the situation within a 10 kilometers radius. If nothing goes wrong, he'd be back before dinner. The young soldier replied carefully. Oh, I see. Go ahead and get busy. Then, bye, sister-in-law. After saying goodbye to the young soldier, Su Tang began to wander around. With no personnel or supplies to transfer, and Qin Mufeng away, Su Tang was at a loss for what to do. Boss, how about we go find some snow mist lotus? Su Yinlai suggested. I don't eat grass. I prefer meat. Su Tang immediately refused. No, boss, snow mist lotus is delicious. And it's good for the body. Su Yinlai remained undeterred. Beneficial? Su Tang was puzzled. She only knew that snow medicine lotus and snow mist lotus were ingredients for making potions. Not being a pharmacist, she had no idea of their specific uses. But eating them directly, there was nothing on the Star Network that said they could be eaten directly. I'm human. What you can eat doesn't necessarily mean I can. No, my former boss and that idiot woman loved eating snow mist lotus. We even found the even more advanced snow hidden lotus. Let me tell you, Su Yinlai said, his cat face creating a difficult, mysterious expression. That idiot woman of mine became so incredibly beautiful after eating snow hidden lotus. Beautiful. Beauty products? Su Tang's eyes lit up, immediately intrigued. Really? You're not lying to me? If I lie to you, I never have chocolate again, Su Yanlai said seriously. Okay, let's go out and look for it. Su Tang checked the time. It wasn't even 4 o'clock yet. We can only look nearby. Don't go far. Be back before 6 o'clock. Could the snow-hidden lotus be the so-called treasure, and would it make her even more beautiful? Su Tang, tinged with doubt and excitement, found an unobserved corner, mounted Su Yanlai, and rode out of the city. For an employee, Su Yanlai was truly dedicated to his job, ignoring his frequent requests for a raise. When flying faster, he would surround Su Tang with flames. Encircled by the flames, Su Tang felt like she was strapped into a car, completely oblivious to the cold wind and free from the worry of falling due to inertia. Because he was carrying only Su Tang, Su Yanlai became the size of a lion. Within minutes of flying out of the city, he landed on the ground and began digging with his claws. Soon, Su Tang spotted something resembling a radish in a pit. Su Yanlai grabbed it out as if offering a treasure. Boss, half for each of us. Although she had read in the literature that the so-called snow mist lotus was something like a white radish, seeing it in person was a bit disappointing. She might as well have just called it snow radish. Su Tang whipped out a small dagger, cut off a tiny piece, and then gave most of it to Su Yanlai. You eat it? This little bit is enough for me. Intrigued, Su Tang took a bite. Wow, it not only looked like a radish, but tasted exactly like one, with a cool, spicy flavor and a hint of sweetness. Su Tang frowned as she watched Su Yanlai chew happily. Was it really that delicious? She couldn't understand the taste of a chocolate lover. Just as Su Tang was wondering if the snow mist lotus really had any beauty benefits, Su Yanlai, beside her, froze. He stood up and looked warily to the southeast. Su Tang followed Su Yanlai's gaze. In the distance, wind and snow raged. Was this a blizzard? There's a high-level snow moon fox over there, at least 5 tails. After observing for a few minutes, Su Yanlai spoke in a serious tone. 5 tails. Su Tang was startled. Let's hurry back to the city. Why? I'm going to kill it. No. What if it has minions? We're outnumbered and can't defeat them. Su Tang was even more alarmed. What if Su Yanlai couldn't handle the fight? Wouldn't she be finished? What are you afraid of? Who has more minions than your little brat butterfly? I take care of their boss, and let the little brat protect you. In Su Yanlai's opinion, this new boss was a bit too timid. Su Xiaobao? That guy's attack power is nothing. How can he protect her? Mom, Xiaobao is very powerful. Su Xiaobao interrupted at the right time. The energy attack from its scales is more than enough to deal with 1 or 2 snow moon foxes, Su Yanlai explained to Su Tang. Scales? Stone-patterned butterflies? Su Tang was completely baffled. She had never heard of a stone-patterned butterfly attacking. Xiaobao, can your scales attack? Yes, Su Xiaobao said as a matter of course. Then why don't you use them normally? Condensing the scales into an attack consumes the food stored within them. Xiaobao doesn't usually have enough to eat. Su Xiaobao's voice was filled with grievance. Su Tang. Su Tang thought about it and figured it out. Qin Qinyuan had said before that energy-devouring beasts could condense energy weapons to attack. Therefore, Su Xiaobao's attacks would inevitably consume energy. It seemed that all those gluttonous stone-patterned butterflies were reluctant to eat, which was why they refrained from attacking humans. Forget it, let's go and see. Su Tang made up her mind. Su Yanlai should be able to defeat the 5-tailed snow moon fox. Even if it had minions, she still had Su Xiaobao to protect her. If Su Xiaobao proved unreliable, she could simply activate the water mirror. Hurry! Watch me show off my prowess. Su Yanlai began to rub his hands. Climbing onto Su Yanlai's back, Su Tang immediately pulled out the water mirror from her space ring. One hand touched the flame spear, the other held the water mirror. For something as life-threatening as this, she had to be fully prepared. Chapter 218. Su Yanlai moved swiftly, quickly reaching the outskirts of the blizzard. Because of the intense wind and snow, Su Tang couldn't see clearly what was happening inside. She only heard a few fox calls. Based on the frequency, Su Tang guessed there was only one fox inside, not likely accompanied by a group of followers as she had imagined. Hee hee, I'm a fire-attributed fox, perfect for these damn foxes. Su Yanlai chuckled smugly. After entering the blizzard, a sky of flame shot up into the sky, and the temperature around them soared several notches. Although Su Tang, perched on Su Yanlai's back, couldn't feel the scorching heat, the sight of the melting snow and the snowflakes and ice that had turned to rain and then steamed up into steam clearly indicated the power of Su Yinlai's flames. With an angry fox call, a white figure rushed towards them through the thick fog. Su Yinlai roared and, with a swipe of his large claws, effortlessly knocked the fox against the side of the mountain wall. Only then did Su Tang see clearly that it was a five-tailed snow moon fox, half the size of Su Yinlai, and its body was covered in blood. What a bargain! This one's injured, Su Yinlai said excitedly. Dealing with a wounded five-tailed fox was much easier. As the five-tailed snow moon fox struggled to its feet, Su Tang noticed with her sharp eyes that a figure seemed to have fallen from its back. This person had caused the fox's injuries. I love to beat up a drowning fox, ha ha ha. Su Yinlai roared, charging forward. Be careful. There's someone over there. Don't get hit. Su Tang was deeply impressed by this brave man, who dared to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the five-tailed snow moon fox. Got it. Su Yinlai rushed forward, knocking the newly secured snow moon fox back into the trees on the other side. The snow moon fox flew to the side without a fight, then crashed down to the ground, breaking several towering ancient trees in half. Su Yinlai rushed forward without hesitation, pinning it down with his claws and biting its neck. After a few twitching struggles, the snow moon fox lay motionless. Su Yinlai raised his head triumphantly. I'm awesome, aren't I? Yeah, really awesome. Su Tang nodded in agreement. It was as easy as a lion slaying a fox. She thought it was dangerous, but it turned out the five-tailed fox was so weak. But this one seems to have lost too much blood. Its speed and strength have greatly decreased. Su Yinlai, not too carried away by his victory, offered an objective assessment. Actually, I think five-tailed snow moon foxes are all idiots. Huh? Hey, once injured, they unleash what they consider their strongest ice and snow attacks. Like that person just now who climbed onto its back. If they were agile enough, most of its attacks would have landed on them. If the person on its back had held on a little longer, that idiot would have exhausted himself to death. Sure enough, very stupid. Su Tang nodded. It turns out not all foxes are so smart. Where's that brave man from just now? He's still there, probably dead. Whatever. Let's go. Su Yinlai wasn't very enthusiastic about the lives of others. No, if he's not dead, save him. Maybe we find a handsome guy. After seeing Su Yinlai so easily kill a five-tailed snow moon fox, Su Tang, despite being injured, was clearly relieved now that the crisis was over. If there's danger, she naturally prioritizes her own safety. If there's no danger, and she can afford to save someone, she'd do it. What if it's an ugly man? Su Yinlai disagreed. While he wouldn't normally kill without reason, he had no interest in saving people. He wasn't his boss, and he wouldn't be paid. An ugly man. Su Tang hesitated for a second. Save an ugly man too. Saving a life is worth building a 7-story pagoda. Su Tang was still kind-hearted. As long as it didn't harm her interests, she hoped. What if he turns against you and kills you because you're so easy to bully? Su Yinlai still didn't want to save anyone. When he was a kitten following his former boss, he encountered countless robberies. Of course, he eventually bitten or burned the robbers, and then he and his boss would loot their bodies. How could he rob me when he's so injured? Su Tang scoffed. If he has any bad intentions, just bite him to death. Okay. In fact, Su Yinlai was still secretly hoping for something. He robbed its boss soon, so it could bite him to death and rob him back. Although Su Tang and Su Yinlai had discussed a lot, the time from the snow moon fox's death to its arrival at the man's side was less than a minute. Jiang Yinchuan had always considered himself a child of destiny. He had reached SSS-level mental power before reaching adulthood, and after entering the military as an adult, his career had been smooth and successful. Until the battle in the Tianyun galaxy, he almost thought he died there, but luckily, he survived and successfully killed the Star Beast. But it seemed all his luck had been drained away by that battle. His mental power went haywire, forcing him to recuperate. He endured his mother's nagging daily, and was constantly pressured into blind dates. Life was a living hell. After finally recovering his mental power and successfully upgrading, Jiang Yinchuan felt he could return to the Legion and continue his ambitious plans. In the end, his mother, the domineering Queen Mother, was responsible. The womanizing old emperor issued an imperial decree ordering him to recuperate. Well, he could only obediently remain on Shoming Star as a junior instructor, continuing his miserable blind dates. He finally made it to the Yuheng Galaxy under the pretext of protecting his cousins. Only then did he encounter a strange incident on Yushua Star, a planet with such high safety standards. After leaving Yunshua City, he finally found his cousins and dozens of students alive after enduring countless hardships. After stumbling along the way and losing a bunch of insignificant people, Jiang Yinchuan considered it best to protect students who weren't his relatives if possible, but in times of crisis, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope for the best. With none of his 3 siblings injured, they were only a little over 100 kilometers away from Yunqiu City. They should be back in 2 days at most, but fate always liked to play tricks on him. That day, Jiang Yinchuan noticed that the surroundings were unusually quiet. In the past, 1 or 2 low-level star beasts would occasionally appear and attack them, but today, after walking all morning, he still hadn't seen a single star beast. Sensing something was amiss, Jiang Yinchuan carefully observed his surroundings with a military telescope and discovered the source of the anomaly. 20 kilometers ahead, on the only way to Yunqiu City, there was a snow moon fox blocking the way. The snow moon fox had its head buried in its tail, apparently sleeping. It turned out to be a 5-tailed fox. Jiang Yinchuan took a deep breath. With his level 5 physical strength, a 3-tailed fox could still fight. But a 5-tailed fox? A 3-tailed snow moon fox was no longer afraid of bullet attacks. Only a flame gun could cause damage. He couldn't imagine the defense of a 5-tailed fox. Chapter 219. After finding a secluded cave and settling his cousin and his group, Jiang Yinchuan began observing the snow moon fox. To his disappointment, the 5-tailed fox seemed to be confined to its spot, either sleeping or strolling nearby, never leaving the route to Yunqiu City. If they chose a detour, they would have to travel at least 500 kilometers, and even detours weren't necessarily safe. Finally, Jiang Yinchuan decided to lure it away and told his cousin Hanja that if he didn't return after 3 days, they would head back to Yunqiu City on their own. After traveling 50 kilometers in the opposite direction of the cave, they chose an ambush point. After laying mines on the road and concealing themselves on a high slope beside the road, Jiang Yinchuan threw a decoy directly below the mine. This decoy is specifically designed to lure snow moon foxes. It emits a sound that attracts them. Most people use this to hunt snow moon foxes. Soon, there was a noise. A snow moon fox, its 5 enormous tails raised, slowly flew over from the sky. Jiang Yinchuan cried out inwardly, "Oh no! A 5-tailed snow moon fox could actually fly." Holding his breath, Jiang Yinchuan tried to minimize his presence. He cautiously covered himself with a layer of snow, making it invisible even from above without careful observation. The snow moon fox circled above the bait for a moment, then, seeing nothing, slowly descended, taking suspicious steps toward it. Boom! A loud bang erupted, sending snowflakes flying. Jiang Yinchuan was delighted. It had stepped on a landmine. The injured snow moon fox let out a wail and took flight again. Under Jiang Yinchuan's astonished gaze, it raised its head and spit dozens of icy arrows downward. Explosions echoed one after another, but this time, they didn't harm the snow moon fox at all. Jiang Yinchuan keenly noticed that the previously injured left front leg of the snow moon fox had completely frozen over, the wound completely frozen shut. It was healing itself. Jiang Yinchuan's eyes darkened. It seemed that continuous damage from the flame gun would be necessary to achieve any effect. After randomly attacking the ground for a while without any response, the snow moon fox turned in midair, preparing to depart. Just as the snow moon fox passed beneath Jiang Yinchuan seized the opportunity and leaped onto its back. Ignoring the freezing cold, he grasped the snow moon fox's fur with one hand and fired the flame gun with the other. The sharp blade on the top of the gun pierced the snow moon fox's back. When dealing with larger star beasts, climbing onto their backs was naturally the most effective method. The snow moon fox's defenses were extremely high, but under the flame gun's fire, their strength was greatly reduced, allowing even cold weapons to penetrate directly. The snow moon fox howled in anger and pain, turning to launch an icy arrow from behind. However, Jiang Yinchuan targeted the back of the snow moon fox's neck, a spot the icy arrows from the fox couldn't reach. After the icy arrows struck it, the snow moon fox grew even more furious and agitated, bucking and tumbling in an attempt to throw Jiang Yinchuan. However, Jiang Yinchuan's flame spear had already pierced the snow moon fox's flesh. Clinging tightly to the spear shaft, Jiang Yinchuan, despite being thrown dizzy, remained firmly planted on the snow moon fox's back. Taking advantage of the snow moon fox's fatigue, Jiang Yinchuan thrust another flame spear into its back. The snow moon fox, naturally furious, was struck by multiple icy arrows, and the 5-tailed beast unleashed its ultimate attack. A vast blizzard of snow suddenly rose, mingled with countless ice blades, and charged directly at Jiang Yinchuan, though most of them struck the snow moon fox itself. But for the snow moon fox, Beyond the areas targeted by the flames, the ice blades were like tickles wherever they struck. Although this large-scale ice blade attack was much less powerful than an ice arrow, a single strike to a vital part could kill an ordinary human. For Jiang Yunchuan, with his level 5 physical strength, while a single strike to a vital part wouldn't kill him, a single cut would still result in death from excessive bleeding. Maintaining balance on the Snow Moon Fox's back was already difficult enough. He couldn't possibly dodge all the intense ice blade attacks. Worse still, his thermostatic combat suit was nearing critical damage. Excessive damage would render it incapable of regulating heat. Jiang Yunchuan gradually felt the chill, and his movements began to slow due to the combined effects of blood loss and freezing temperatures. The daytime temperature on Yushua's star was several degrees below zero, while the nighttime temperature dipped below -50 degrees Celsius. Although it was daytime, the temperature on the Snow Moon Fox's back was even higher. If it weren't for the flame from the flame gun, Jiang Yunchuan felt he would have frozen to death by now. After spending over half an hour on the Snow Moon Fox's back, Jiang Yunchuan began to feel the strain as one of his flame guns had run out of fuel. They had very few weapons left on this journey, and these two flame guns had the most fuel. The other one was probably running low as well. Although the Snow Moon Fox had begun to move more slowly, it was clear that the damage it had inflicted wasn't fatal. The damage from the other flame gun had been frozen after the flames died down. Even if it was very slow, Jiang Yunchuan could sense the Snow Moon Fox's wounds gradually healing. He was certainly no match for the five-tailed Snow Moon Fox. But Jiang Yunchuan was never one to give up easily. His right hand, free of the gun, produced a small bomb. This was his most powerful weapon, and he decided to give it a try when his flame gun ran out of fuel. If even this couldn't kill the beast, then he'd be damned. But before Jiang Yunchuan's flame gun was even useless, something strange happened. The surrounding ice blades ceased attacking him. As if encountering a natural enemy, the Snow Moon Fox's fur stood on end, baring its fangs and howling demonstratively in one direction. Before Jiang Yunchuan could comprehend the situation, a burst of flame shot up into the sky, like a world of ice and fire. The temperature around him suddenly went from winter to summer. The Snow Moon Fox's ice blades, along with the snowflakes, melted into water droplets, turning to steam before they even hit the ground. If he hadn't been on the Snow Moon Fox's back, Jiang Yunchuan felt he would have been scorched. The moment steam rose, the Snow Moon Fox charged forward. A lion's roar echoed, and Jiang Yunchuan was caught off guard as the fox carried him crashing into the side of the mountain wall. Due to its immense speed and immense inertia, Jiang Yunchuan felt his internal organs tangle. A sharp pain shot through his left eye, as if it had struck a sharp rock. The Snow Moon Fox, however, was clearly in much better physical condition. Despite the intense impact, it struggled to its feet within seconds. Severe pain ravaged his body, leaving him with no strength left. Jiang Yunchuan rolled off the Snow Moon Fox's back. Another wave of intense pain. Jiang Yunchuan felt a burning sensation around him, followed by a violent tremor. The fox beside him seemed to have been knocked back. Chapter 220. Jiang Yunchuan struggled to sit up, leaning against the mountain wall. He saw a blazing flame, and the Snow Moon Fox was quickly mauled to death by the flaming star beast. After regaining some clarity, Jiang Yunchuan finally saw the star beast's full form. It was the lion flame beast. Jiang Yunchuan was horrified. A lion flame beast had actually arrived on Jade's snow star. Against the ice-attributed Snow Moon Fox, the fire-attributed lion flame beast naturally had a significant advantage. Among the 30 legions of the Federation, no warriors had ever tamed a lion flame beast. Could it be a foreign aid the legion had invited? It was probably just passing through. Even a highly skilled beast tamer wouldn't necessarily be able to tame a high-level, ferocious star beast like the lion flame beast. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunchuan gave a wry smile. It seemed his fate was sealed. Even if the lion flame beast didn't kill him, with such severe injuries, and without treatment, he probably wouldn't survive much longer. What surprised Jiang Yunchuan was that the lion flame beast, after killing the Snow Moon Fox, was approaching him. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes darkened. He glanced at the bomb still in his hand, and began to secretly gather his strength. Killing him would come at a price. The lion flame beast stopped 5 steps away. "Are you still alive?" A female voice called out. "A woman?" Jiang Yunchuan strained to raise his head. Only then could he see a white figure amidst the lion flame beast's blazing flames. "Are you okay?" Su Tang, watching the person on the ground raise their head slightly, was certain they were still alive, but appeared to be in a bad state. Jiang Yunchuan, standing on the ground, thought this was nonsense. How could he possibly be okay in this state? But this lion flame beast actually had an owner, and the tamer was a woman. And she sounded very young. When did the Federation produce a high-level female tamer? While many people could become beast tamers, and the military boasted numerous tamers, only 1 in 1,000 of them were mid-level tamers, and advanced tamers were even rarer, with fewer than 10 in the entire federal military. It's fair to say that advanced tamers were even rarer than advanced energy specialists. Of course, the scarcity of advanced tamers stems not only from subjective qualifications, but also from the objective difficulty of capturing advanced star beasts. Only those who have tamed aggressive, ferocious, and aggressive advanced star beasts can be considered advanced tamers. While Jiang Yinchuan was secretly shocked, he noticed that the surrounding temperature had risen noticeably, no longer as bone-chillingly cold. Naturally, this was Su Tang's order for Su Yanlai to do this. Su Tang had some common sense that a thermostatic suit would lose its insulation if it was too damaged. Thank you. Jiang Yinchuan naturally knew that it was the lion flame beast that had raised the temperature, and that it had clearly done so at the behest of its master. Although Jiang Yinchuan felt rather humiliated by being rescued by a woman, it wasn't that he looked down on women. He simply considered it a sign of male incompetence. But Jiang Yinchuan wasn't ungrateful. Someone else had saved him, and while he might have felt a little inwardly frustrated at his own incompetence, he couldn't let his emotions get in the way of his savior. After dismounting from the shrunken Su Yanlai, Su Tang approached Jiang Yinchuan and realized, wow, it was someone she knew. Although Jiang Yinchuan's face was stained with blood, his enchanting, peach-shaped face was so beautiful she had never met another man as beautiful. The moment she realized it was Jiang Yinchuan, Su Tang paused. He had almost seen through her 4th grade S-level mental power. In a split second, Su Tang felt relieved. This was Yushua's star, and using mental power was impossible. After feeling relieved, Su Tang's pettiness resurfaced. This man had scared her on Hongwang's star. Should she save him? He had offended her before. After 3 seconds of hesitation, Su Tang decided to save him. After all, it was a life. If she left him here and left, Jiang Yinchuan would surely die, either freezing to death or being eaten by the star beasts that followed the scent of blood. And Jiang Yinchuan and Yen Zimu seemed to be friends. Of course, this was just an illusion created by the friendly mecha competition between Yen Zimu and Jiang Yinchuan on Skynet. Yen Zimu had never considered Jiang Yinchuan his friend. He was his rival in love. Can you still move? Su Tang began to assess his injuries. I think my left leg might be broken. Jiang Yinchuan struggled, then gathered the general situation. His chest ached, but given his physical condition, his ribs shouldn't be broken, he wasn't vomiting blood, and his internal organs shouldn't be damaged. But there was a noticeable bloody hole on his left leg, and he couldn't bend it. It must have been a broken leg bone. He also felt a little dizzy. It seems he's lost a lot of blood. Oh, I see. Su Tang took off her backpack and reached into it. She lowered her head, pretending to search for something, but in reality, she was checking her space ring. Take this first. Su Tang fished out a bottle of blood tonic and vitality potion and handed it over. Thank you. Jiang Yinchuan's right arm had been cut many times, but fortunately, it wasn't broken. After a burst of severe pain and numbness, he gradually regained consciousness and was able to drink the potion on his own. His left arm, however, seemed dislocated and unable to move. The blood tonic was naturally used to quickly replenish blood for those who had lost too much blood, while the vitality potion could eliminate muscle fatigue and quickly restore vitality. I have this, but... Su Tang hesitated as she held 2 bottles of medicine and a roll of bandages. She only knew how to bandage minor wounds. For injuries like fractures, she only knew to use a splint, a vague idea. She had never practiced the specifics. Although she'd been taught this in school, she long since returned it to her teacher. Furthermore, past experience taught her that if you're not a doctor, don't touch the wounded. One of her enthusiastic colleagues had moved a patient, and the patient died in the hospital. The family, unreasonably believing the patient's death was caused by secondary injuries, demanded compensation from the colleague. Ultimately, the colleague was fired. This incident left a lasting impression on her, even as an intern. Su Tang felt she was truly conflicted. If she left Jiang Yinchuan here without saving him, she'd feel guilty. But if she saved him, what if his leg became crippled or something, and his family members were unreasonable and blamed her? I'd do it myself. The dilemma on Su Tang's face was so obvious that Jiang Yinchuan could see it. Naturally, he assumed she couldn't handle the wound. After drinking the vitality potion, Jiang Yinchuan regained his strength and, with a snap of his right hand, reattached his left hand. Su Tang shuddered. The sound was terrifying and soul-stirring. Jiang Yunchuan shook his left hand. Fortunately, it was only dislocated and now healed. Taking the bandage and 2 potions from Su Tang's hand, Jiang Yunchuan asked a little sheepishly, "Can you help me find some thicker branches?" In Jiang Yunchuan's opinion, asking a woman for help was a serious blow to his dignity. Chapter 221. Okay, wait a minute. Su Tang naturally understood that this was used as a splint to fix the wound. Since Jiang Yunchuan could treat the wound himself, she felt relieved. She hadn't even touched him, so any future complications wouldn't be blamed on her. Several trees had been broken by the collision near the Snow Moon Fox's body. Su Tang effortlessly chopped off a dozen branches, each less than half a meter thick, each the thickness of a baby's arm. After a moment's thought, she used her katana to chop off a branch the thickness of an adult's arm. A broken leg would definitely require a crutch. While Su Tang was chopping branches, Jiang Yunchuan carefully checked various areas on her chest. Good thing, based on his experience, there were no broken bones or ruptured internal organs. Then, he began to treat the wounds with confidence. After cleaning them with snow water, he applied hemostatic spray to small wounds and bandaged larger wounds briefly, leaving the areas on the back that couldn't be treated. Su Tang had just taken out a hemostatic and bone-growing potion. Not only were the bottles clearly labeled, but Jiang Yunchuan, a seasoned veteran, naturally knew the usage of each potion. Furthermore, each bottle contained instructions. Jiang Yunchuan had almost finished treating the wound by the time Su Tang returned, carrying a branch and a crutch. Taking the branch from Su Tang, Jiang Yunchuan skillfully used it to secure the wound, which had already been coated with the bone-growing and hemostatic agents. The vitality potion he had just taken had fully taken effect, and Jiang Yunchuan felt like he was alive again. "Thank you for saving me," Jiang Yunchuan earnestly thanked Su Tang after he stood up with the support of a simple crutch. "Everyone has their difficulties, and it's only natural to help each other," Su Tang smiled. "Let's go! I take you back to Yunqiu's city. I have a few students nearby. Could you please take them with you?" Jiang Yunchuan hesitated. No problem. Taking 1 or 2 was no problem. They were all on their way to Yunqiu's city, and Qing Mufeng had come here to save someone, so Su Tang naturally agreed. "Thank you." Jiang Yunchuan hadn't expected the senior beast trainer to be so easygoing. Generally, the higher the ability, the greater the temper. He was prepared to beg her, even at the cost of his dignity, if she disagreed. This beast trainer was clearly quite kind-hearted. If he had encountered such a serious injury, he wouldn't have wasted his potion saving someone. After all, the situation on this planet was uncertain and fraught with danger. Although Jiang Yunchuan had a broken leg, he had no problem climbing onto the lion-sized Su Yenlia's back. The two sat down, and Su Tang directed Su Yenli to set off in the direction Jiang Yunchuan had indicated. Just a minute into Su Yenlia's flight, a loud fox cry could be heard in the distance, and it sounded like there was more than one. "Damn it!" Su Yenli immediately erupted in curse words. "Their 2 kings are here, and they must have seen me." "What? Are you sure?" Su Tang was horrified. "No way, such bad luck. Of course, it was those 2 damn foxes who brought their minions to beat me up. I never forget their voices." Although Su Yenli wanted to charge and bite them to death, he stood no chance against 2 of them. Run, back to the city. Su Tang's first thought was to hide. But it only took a second for her to realize something was wrong. "Yenli, do you think the city can withstand the firepower? I alone could destroy your Yunqiu's city. What do you think those 2 would do?" Having fought each other before, Su Yenli naturally knew the power of the 6-tailed king fox. Turn around and divert them. Ultimately, Su Tang decided not to take the risk. If the 2 king foxes really followed them to Yunqiu's city and killed the people there, she would have a guilty conscience for the rest of her life. "Sorry, I have to divert them. I can't go pick up your students. Do you want to go down?" Su Tang turned to Jiang Yunchuan and said, "Are those Snow Moon foxes over there very powerful? Your lion flame beast can't defeat them?" Although the distant fox cry sounded impressive, after witnessing how easily the lion flame beast had taken down the 5-tailed beast, Jiang Yunchuan felt that this lion flame beast was invincible on Yunqiu's star. "Well, it's very uneasy. I don't think we can defeat it." Su Tang naturally couldn't be more specific, and could only express it vaguely. "Don't waste time trying to drop me. If I slowed down the lion flame beast, just throw me down." Jiang Yunchuan had always been a decisive and fierce man. He naturally understood the importance of time when facing a formidable foe. While he might die if he were thrown directly, even if he were, he wouldn't survive long as a disabled person. Su Tang looked down at the altitude. Su Yanlai was already dozens of meters in the air. Throwing him down, like that would definitely kill him. Forget it, let's just go together. Yanlai, can you shake them off? Su Yanlai had grown to his full size, and was flying much faster, but there were still distinct fox calls coming from behind. Su Tang felt a tinge of worry. Quick! Have your little brat call out to his fellow minions to hold off for a while. Su Yanlai was a little exasperated. Why were those two foxes so stubbornly clinging to him? Su Xiaobao. How could it resist? Xiaobao, can you entangle them? Since Su Yanlai had said so, Su Tang decided to let Su Xiaobao try. Okay, Mom will see what you're capable of, Xiaobao. Su Xiaobao showed a hint of eagerness. As soon as Su Xiaobao finished speaking, Su Tang heard the distant howl of a fox, which grew even more furious. However, due to the distance, Su Tang couldn't see clearly what was happening over there. She could only vaguely sense that the sky in the distance was flickering like firecrackers. Jiang Yinchuan, on the other side, was shocked when he saw the scene in the distance behind him. His pupils dilated. Was that a demonic light butterfly? Jiang Yinchuan was shocked. There were actually demonic light butterflies on Yushua Star. In the Yin Federation, there was an unwritten rule that the word demon was often used to describe unknown or unresearched strange things. There were very few records of demonic light butterflies in the military. Jiang Yinchuan, who was passionate about fighting star beasts, was familiar with all the star beasts recorded in the military's secret archives. The demonic light butterfly appeared over 300 years ago. This unique, butterfly-like, energy-eating star beast, formed directly from energy, explodes upon encountering living things. The resulting starlight regenerates into countless more demonic light butterflies, which can only be destroyed with fire weapons. That swarm of demonic light butterflies destroyed over 300 planets in Yin country before mysteriously vanishing en masse. Federation experts have yet to fully understand the demonic light butterfly's life habits, and even whether it can be considered a living organism, leaving behind no information. Su Yanlai's speed was so great that, in a split second, Su Tang and Jiang Yinchuan lost sight of the distant scene. Jiang Yinchuan was unsure, perhaps he had misjudged them. If the demonic light butterfly had truly appeared, the entire Yuan galaxy would be doomed. Chapter 222. Mom, those two foxes are too powerful. My damage doesn't pose a threat to them. At this moment, Su Xiaobao's weak voice echoed in Su Tang's mind. You eat and sleep all day, and don't practice cultivation. Of course, you can't beat others. Su Yanlai began to lecture the child. Woo-woo, Su Xiaobao immediately began to cry in grievance. Xiaobao is still young. He'd be powerful in the future. Although she didn't see Su Xiaobao's attack, Su Tang was sure that when Su Xiaobao grew up, he would definitely be able to achieve invincibility. Never mind, we managed to hold them off for a while. If I run a little further, they shouldn't be able to find us. Su Yanlai continued to fly at full speed for over half an hour. As the sky darkened, Su Tang decided to find a place to spend the night. The night on Yushua Star is much more dangerous than the day. Various carnivorous beasts and insect-like star beasts are active at night. After Su Yanlai slowed down, Su Tang spotted a cave and directed him to land. We stay here for the night, Su Tang said naturally to Jiang Yinchuan. Okay. As a wounded soldier holding back, Jiang Yinchuan naturally followed Su Tang's instructions. After Su Yanlai confirmed that this wasn't the lair of some star beast, Su Tang confidently entered the cave. Once inside, she noticed signs of human activity. This is where students stay overnight during training. Do you think other students would come here? Su Tang's kindness resurfaced. If they did, she'd bring them back with her. I don't know. The students who participated in the actual combat on Yushua Star this time are probably in danger. After saying that, Jiang Yinchuan fell silent. He saw many students who died along the way. When he found his cousin and his group, there were dozens of them, but when he left, there were only a dozen. Now he didn't know whether they were safe or whether they arrived in Yinxua City smoothly. Jiang Yinchuan didn't care much about other people, but his cousin Hanzhe was the closest to him, and he treated him as his own brother. Because the cave was limited in size, Su Yanlai moved a large rock to block the entrance, leaving only a gap wide enough for a person, then transformed into a kitten and crawled in. Once Su Yanlai had transformed into a kitten, his flames naturally vanished, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped. Su Tang then remembered that the night temperatures on Yushua Star were quite low. Looking at Jiang Yinchuan, whose face was noticeably pale, and then at herself, draped in a fox fur cloak and thermostatic combat uniform, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Here's this cloak for you. It's quite cold tonight. Unbuttoning the cloak, Su Tang handed it over. While Su Tang was working as a firefighter evacuating people, she naturally received a lot of thanks. This fox fur cloak was a thank you gift, and Su Tang couldn't refuse it. It looked so elegant and classy, and Su Tang, who had never bought a genuine fox fur coat before, indulged her mink-like whimsy on a whim. In Jiang Yunchuan's view, even if a man froze to death, he couldn't rely on women's clothing for warmth. Jiang Yunchuan was about to say, "You can wear it yourself." He wasn't cold, but the moment he looked up, he realized Su Tang was wearing military combat uniforms. "Are you from the 15th Legion?" The Federation's combat uniforms only had a few styles, and Jiang Yunchuan naturally recognized them. Each legion's uniform bore its legion number, and Jiang Yunchuan immediately spotted the 15 on the uniform. "No, I'm not a Federation soldier. I came here with someone I know in the 15th Legion. For an aide." The word immediately crossed Jiang Yunchuan's mind. The 15th Legion must have noticed something was wrong here, and therefore requested assistance from a high-level animal trainer. So, was the army already making a major move? Seeing Jiang Yunchuan hesitate to accept her fox fur cloak, Su Tang felt that this man was really awkward. She understood Jiang Yunchuan's current thoughts somewhat, so she was just being polite. "This isn't a women's size. It's quite large. You should be able to wear it." Su Tang was speaking the truth. The cloak was clearly too large for her, dragging on the ground. Besides, shouldn't cloaks be gender neutral? Since Jiang Yunchuan was sitting against the cave wall, Su Tang simply draped the cloak over him. "Frostbite won't help with recovery. I don't have any extra thermostatic clothing." For Su Tang, this was a trivial matter. The fox fur coat was just a decorative item. It looked nice if she wore it, but she wouldn't feel cold even without it. "Thank you." Jiang Yunchuan felt a warm sensation both physically and mentally, a mixture of emotions welling up. If it were him, he would never bring a burden with him on his journey if he wasn't sure whether there would be danger ahead, let alone a complete stranger. Compared to Su Tang, Jiang Yunchuan suddenly felt quite despicable. Meanwhile, Su Tang busied herself, unpacking under the guise of her backpack. Before setting off, Qin Mufeng had packed her everything she might need, and repeatedly explained the basics of wilderness survival on Yushu Star. Su Tang naturally knew what to do before spending the night. First, she took out a piece of chocolate for a certain foodie. Su Yinlai contentedly licked the chocolate as he nestled away. Next, Su Tang took out a candle, placed it a meter in front of Jiang Yunchuan, and lit it with a lighter. A blazing flame immediately erupted. The candles used for wilderness exploration in this era were clearly more powerful. A candle the size of an orange could produce a flame the size of a basketball, and such a small candle could burn for a staggering 100 hours. Looking at the dozens of candles in her space ring, Su Tang lit 3 directly beside Jiang Yunchuan. After all, a fox fur cloak alone wasn't enough warmth on a night with temperatures in the tens of degrees below zero. After lighting the candles, Su Tang continued to search around, sprinkling all the repellent powder she had at the cave entrance. Only then did she feel relieved. 3 blazing balls of flame surrounded her, dispelling the last traces of chill from Jiang Yunchuan. Leaning against the cave wall, Jiang Yunchuan watched the busy Su Tang with mixed feelings. He, Jiang Yunchuan, had actually fallen to the point of being cared for by a woman. What a loser! But why did he feel a warm warmth and a faint, subtle joy in his heart? As he watched, Jiang Yunchuan suddenly noticed that the woman had a nice figure. His heart suddenly jumped, and he wondered what he was thinking. Though he quickly interrupted his wandering thoughts, Jiang Yunchuan couldn't help but scrutinize Su Tang's appearance. While not a stunning beauty, she had delicate features, short hair, and a legionary uniform, giving her a heroic air. When this woman saw his face, she didn't become as infatuated as the superficial women in the capital system. Furthermore, she was a high-level beast tamer. While she didn't appear particularly powerful, her star beasts were incredibly powerful. And if she can drive a mecha. Chapter 223. Jiang Yunchuan suddenly remembered that he didn't even know her name. "My name is Jiang Yunchuan. Thank you for saving me today. I repay you handsomely after we leave Yushu Star." Jiang Yunchuan started talking as Su Tang finished her work and sat down to rest against the cave wall. "I'm Tang Xiaomi. No need to be so polite. I'm here to save someone." Su Tang smiled friendly. Of course, saving someone was just a side job. Finding the treasure was the ultimate goal. And she didn't need a large reward. She had plenty of money. She just hoped that if they accidentally met again, and he discovered her 4th S-level spiritual power, Jiang Yunchuan would spare her the truth, considering she had saved him this time. "You said you came with the army? Have they arrived yet?" Tang Xiaomi. Now that he knew her name, He could immediately find all her information once she left Yushua's star. Jiang Yunchuan wrote it down. They arrived 5 days ago. Qin Mufeng is here too. Most of the injured and students from the 6 cities have been evacuated. Su Tang explained the military's progress. They're currently organizing search and rescue teams to recover the missing students. A team of beast trainers will arrive in 10 days. Your students are so close to Yunchua City, the soldiers should be able to find them. I hope so. Hearing Su Tang's words, Jiang Yunchuan felt relieved. Since Captain Mufeng had arrived, it meant a large force was coming. My cousin and the others should be safe soon. This Yushua's star is supposed to be very safe. I don't know what's wrong with the snow moon foxes here. Jiang Yunchuan sighed and began to subtly ask questions. If you can operate a mecha, the snow moon foxes here are nothing to fear. I think the snow moon fox here is very powerful. Even with a mecha, I might not be able to defeat it. She didn't know about the others, but with her mecha skills, she might not even be able to defeat a 5-tailed fox, let alone a 6-tailed fox. You can also fly a mecha? Jiang Yunchuan asked casually. Yes, Su Tang said with an embarrassed smile. But my skills are very poor. He really can fly a mecha. Jiang Yunchuan was delighted. Mechanical mechas are indeed difficult to control. With more practice, your skills will improve. Mechanical mechas are so difficult, how could I possibly do that? I can't even memorize a few commands. I only know how to fly intelligent mechas. After seeing Yao Yu's mysterious commands, Su Tang had given mechanical mechas a wide berth. Intelligent mechas. That meant his mental power was at least S level or above. Jiang Yunchuan was even more delighted. A mecha pilot. No need to be obsessed with him. A star beast with incredible combat power. Generous and kind-hearted. Not bad-looking either. This completely meets his wife-searching criteria. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunchuan found Su Tang more and more appealing. Hadn't that menopausal old woman, Han Yun, been constantly urging him to find a wife? Now that he finally met the right one, he decided to pursue her and make her his wife. After chatting about some more meaningless topics, Su Tang decided to go to bed, and Jiang Yunchuan naturally began to recuperate. While vitality supplements could restore vitality, only adequate rest could promote wound healing. Having a hazy daze, Su Tang felt an itchy, hairy sensation on her face. Restoring consciousness, she opened her eyes to see Su Yelia's large cat face, its claws still scratching at her face. Damn! Could her human skin mask be torn? Su Tang slapped Su Yanlai and sent him flying. She yelled, "You're itching for a fight, aren't you?" Of course, Su Yanlai wouldn't be sent flying by Su Tang's weak strength. Instead, he spun in midair and landed gracefully. Jiang Yunchuan, who was standing nearby, had naturally woken up earlier and couldn't help but chuckle at the interaction between Su Tang and Su Yanlai. Su Tang suddenly realized there was someone else nearby. She gave Jiang Yunchuan an awkward smile before glaring at the culprit. "What the hell are you doing?" "Deduct your salary." "No, boss. I was just waking you up. You were such a dead sleeper. I called you for ages, but you didn't respond, so I had to tickle you." She was sleeping so soundly. If it hadn't been there, the man next to her would have killed her with a single knife. Her boss was such a fool. I think he was telling you there was a snowstorm outside. Jiang Yunchuan woke up early, so he naturally heard the noise outside. Yeah, you can still sleep so soundly even with the wind raging outside. I'm really impressed. Su Yanlai curled his lips. Sleep can improve your appearance, you know nothing. After mentally yelling at Su Yanlai, Su Tang lazily stood up and stretched unceremoniously, shaking her arms and legs. It was really uncomfortable sleeping in the leaves like this. After stretching for a while, Su Tang walked to the cave entrance. Although it was past 8 a.m., it was still pitch black outside, and the sky was covered with snow. Su Tang felt that heavy snow was not enough to describe the enormity of the snow. It was simply a snowstorm. The snow at the cave entrance seemed to have been cleared. It must have been Su Yelia's doing, otherwise the cave entrance would have been covered long ago. Is there going to be an avalanche? Traveling in such poor visibility was impossible. Su Tang's first thought was whether it was safe to stay in this cave. Even if there's an avalanche, it's unlikely to cover this place, Jiang Yunchuan reasoned. A cave like this that can serve as an overnight shelter is incredibly well designed. Furthermore, the terrain here is relatively favorable. Let's wait until the snowstorm passes before setting off again. Although Su Yanlai wasn't afraid of the weather, it was impossible to discern the direction in this weather, and going out would leave him wandering around like a headless fly. However, Qin Mufeng in Yunchua City would probably be anxious if he discovered she was missing. He shouldn't have sneaked out to dig up Snow Mist Lotus. But if she hadn't come out, Jiang Yunchuan might have died in the wild, and those two six-tailed foxes might have made their way directly to Yunshua's city. Su Tang didn't know whether this was lucky or unfortunate. After brushing her teeth and washing her face outside with her backpack, Su Tang became worried. What should Jiang Yunchuan do? She still had some cleaning tools in her space ring, but her backpack wasn't very big. One set was barely enough, but carrying two sets would be a problem. In the end, Su Tang decided to leave him alone. Saving him was already generous enough, and now it looked like she was going to provide him with food and drink, not even his personal hygiene. She wasn't his mother. Although the snow and wind were raging outside, the cave, lit with 3 candles, was still quite warm. Back in the cave, Su Tang pulled 2 bottles of nutrient solution from her backpack, one for herself and one for Jiang Yunchuan. Do you want them? At this point, Jiang Yunchuan, who had already decided to pursue Su Tang after his injuries healed, didn't hesitate and took them. I return them later. No need, they're not worth much. Su Tang waved her hand immediately. She would return them later. After sending Jiang Yunchuan back to the city, she would go find Qin Mufan. She didn't want to encounter him again after leaving Yushua Star. After all, his mental power was at level 4S. Chapter 224. By the way, how's your injury? I still have some potions. Since they met by chance, Su Tang, with the unwavering determination to save her life, asked directly if there was anything that could help her recover. Do you have any quick repair potion? Jiang Yunchuan asked without hesitation. I look. Su Tang pretended to rummage through her backpack again. Unexpectedly, among the potions in her space ring, was a bottle labeled Quick Repair Potion. It was clearly the unusual potion Yen Zimu had given her. As soon as she took it out, Su Tang was stunned. The instructions were covered in a prominent red warning sign, a sign that signaled significant side effects. Su Tang took a closer look, seeing a dense web of warnings. The summary was that this potion should not be used except in emergencies, as it comes at the cost of overdrawing one's lifespan. For example, Jiang Yunchuan's broken leg would take about a month to heal using the standard bone-building supplement Su Tang gave him. However, with this rapid repair supplement, he was able to move freely in just 3 days. However, taking this supplement would reduce his lifespan by about a year, equivalent to a year passing in 3 days. It would accelerate aging. Let's not use this. The side effects are severe. Su Tang hesitated. If she gave Jiang Yunchuan this, would his parents come after her? She also knew a little about Jiang Yunchuan, a typical second-generation military officer, rumored to be Marshal Zhang's late-born son, and his only child. It's okay. I just get well soon. I can't keep dragging you down. Jiang Yunchuan shrugged. He was well aware of the rapid repair supplement's side effects. It was only a year, so he could just consider it a year older. Besides, someone as restless as him would never live to see a ripe old age. Forget it, it's safe for now. I see if there's anything else. Su Tang stuffed the quick repair potion back in her pocket. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to sacrifice her special potion. While special potions are hard to find in regular pharmacies, they're plentiful at auctions. For Su Tang, who has plenty of money, visiting an auction is like shopping. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Tang's face, and Jiang Yunchuan naturally noticed it. Then he saw her pull out another bottle of special potion. Potions are generally divided into 4 levels: general, medium, advanced, and special. Each level comes in a different bottle, and Jiang Yunchuan, with his keen eyes, can easily tell them apart. Use this one. 4 days won't hurt. This special bone-growing potion can grow bones in just 7 days, so Su Tang saw no need for the quick repair potion. Okay, thank you. Jiang Yunchuan accepted it without hesitation, a surge of surprise welling up in his heart. Special effect potions are extremely valuable. Rare special effect potions can easily cost hundreds of millions, and even a regular special effect potion like this one can cost millions. The bottle in his hand was worth between 6 and 8 million. He gave such a $1 million item to a stranger. Could she actually be his fan, secretly in love with him? After all, he was incredibly popular on StarNet. Jiang Yunchuan couldn't think of any other plausible explanation. Jiang Yunchuan, brooding inwardly, deftly removed the bandage and carefully applied the special effect bone-growing agent to the injured area. Despite its name, it also had a healing effect on the wound. This meant that after 7 days, not only would the bones heal, but the surrounding skin would also heal. Of course, scarring was inevitable, but Jiang Yunchuan was a man, and naturally didn't mind it. Seeing Jiang Yunchuan's actions, Su Tang instinctively took out another bandage and handed it over. Jiang Yunchuan quickly treated the wound again. With nothing else to do, Su Tang sat bored in the cave. Since she and Jiang Yinchuan were strangers, she felt a little awkward staying there. She also instinctively sensed something strange in Jiang Yinchuan's gaze. After spending the entire morning like this, the blizzard showed no sign of letting up. Su Tang stood at the cave entrance and sighed softly. The snow seemed to be falling endlessly. She just wanted to get back to Yinxua's city as soon as possible. Just as Su Tang stood at the cave entrance, silently praying for the snow to stop, Su Yanlai suddenly rushed out of the cave and stood in front of her, transformed into the size of a lion. What's going on? Are there enemies? Su Tang was startled and instinctively reached for her pistol. Yes, there are star beasts arriving with humans, but they're probably the kind of weaklings who pose no threat. Although Su Yanlai stood in front of Su Tang, his shifting form suggested a relaxed and casual demeanor. He sensed the star beast wouldn't dare approach. If it weren't for its trainer, it would have turned and fled. After all, the power differential between star beasts was obvious. A trainer? Su Tang was surprised. But weakling, what a trendy term. Su Yanlai actually even knew it. So how strong are you? Knowing there was no threat, Su Tang sheathed her pistol and joked with Su Yanlai. I'm the invincible warrior, with unparalleled combat power. Su Yanlai was patronizing. Come on, invincible warrior is being chased by those two Vulpix. I only seen lions chasing foxes, never lions being chased by foxes. How dare you? Su Tang went into her venomous mode. They're bullying the weak, outnumbering the few. Those two damn foxes are at least 1,000 years old, and I'm only 300. If I were 1,000, I crush them. Su Yanlai was unconvinced. So you're only 300. Su Tang had learned something new. Star beasts can live so long, over 1,000 years. After Su Tang and Su Yanlai exchanged a few more meaningless words, through the rustling snowflakes, Su Tang spotted a giant bird hovering in the sky 10 meters away. Su Yanlai slapped the ground with his front paws and roared with a powerful lion's roar. The figure in the air plummeted. A woman screamed, and then a loud thud. A heavy object landed, followed by 3 cries of varying degrees of pain. Are there 3 people? Who's there? Su Tang asked, her voice rising. We're students from the Federation, a male voice called out. Who are you? How did you get here? This is the cave we found first. Another boy shouted, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Su Tang frowned. What do you mean they found the cave first? Just because they found it first meant she couldn't live there. What kind of bandit theory is that? Whoever you are over there, take care of your star beast. How dare you threaten someone else's star beast so casually? A shrewd female voice followed. Su Tang's frown deepened. What an attitude. In the time it took them to speak, the group that had landed had already reached Su Tang. Only then did Su Tang see clearly that they were 3 young men wearing the same combat uniform. Chapter 225. At this point, Su Tang had already taken a few steps forward and stood beside Su Yanlai. The 3 men naturally saw Su Tang's appearance and clothing clearly. You're a beast tamer from the 15th Legion. The woman who had spoken earlier, upon seeing Su Tang's combat uniform and the obvious 15 on it, a look of ecstasy washed over her face, but it quickly faded into arrogance. What's wrong with your legion? Are you all just sitting there doing nothing? Why are you only here now, when something big happened on Yushua's star? If anything goes wrong, can you afford to pay us back? Your commander, Qin Mufeng, will be in big trouble. What was your attitude just now? You actually dared to let your star beast scare my Shuer. You don't want to be in the army anymore, do you? If you don't apologize, I have you kicked out immediately. The woman opposite her launched into a barrage of accusations, and Su Tang suddenly thought of Yang Erseo, the woman with her hands on her hips and legs like a compass, from an article by a certain master named Lu in her Chinese textbook. Then, Su Tang responded with 2 words, shrew. What? Who are you calling a shrew? Whoever responds is right. You bitch, what's your number? I'm revoking your military status and suing you in a military court. The woman opposite her stared with wide eyes, her finger pointed at Su Tang in disbelief. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to call her that. Go ahead, sue me. Although Su Tang was usually good-tempered, that didn't mean she was a pushover. Besides, she wasn't a soldier, and a military court was a threat. She was terrified. You? You bitch. Don't think you're so great just because you're a beast tamer. The woman, whom Su Tang had labeled a shrew, widened her eyes in anger. Little sister, stop it. A man stepped forward and pulled the woman, who was about to launch into a long speech, behind him. Brother. The woman called out, her tone clearly filled with dissatisfaction. Only then did Su Tang realize that the two looked somewhat alike. Were they siblings? Comrade, I'm so sorry. My sister has been spoiled by the adults at home and is a bit willful. Please don't bother with the child. Clearly, the older brother had some sense. In this situation, the three of them were without weapons or food, and had encountered a seemingly powerful animal trainer soldier. Instead of clinging to her to protect them back to the city, he was actually insulting her. While the Federation soldiers wouldn't kill students, what if she angered them and abandoned them to fend for themselves? I'm Situ Hao, and this is my sister Situ Jean. Marshal Situ is our grandfather. This is Jiang Xia. The three of us are students from the 15th Federation Military Academy. We came to Yushua Star for combat training. We unexpectedly got trapped here. I hope you can lead us back to the city. Situ Hao's words directly pointed out his identity as grandfather, meaning they were direct descendants of the Situ family, scions of an aristocratic family. He used his status to put pressure on Su Tang, forcing her to rescue them. I'm Tang Xiaomi, but I'm not from the 15th Legion, Su Tang replied indifferently. She naturally understood Situ Hao's words, but what business did the Situ family have on her? She wasn't a Federation soldier. The man was stunned by Su Tang's words. Not a soldier? Are you here to escape the storm? Come in with me. Although Su Tang disliked them, now that they were here, she couldn't just deny them entry and send them away. She wasn't that cold-blooded. Su Tang finished speaking, turning around and leading Su Yanlai, who had shrunk once more, into the cave. Humph, so arrogant. Situ Jean stamped her foot, snorting in dissatisfaction. Brother, why are you so polite to her? Be gentle, you know what? Her star beast is obviously a high-end product. Situ Hao didn't like his silly sister very much, but if it weren't for her, Jiang Xia wouldn't have brought him along. Without Jiang Xia's Ice Falcon, they wouldn't have been able to hold out for this long. But this beast trainer Star Beast could frighten Bing Falcon so much, so clearly the opponent was far more formidable. Situ Hao frowned and thought. A soldier who wasn't from the 15th Legion was wearing its combat uniform, and judging by the fitted fit, it didn't look like clothes ripped from a dead person. This left only one possibility. The 15th Legion had hired external reinforcements. As a key member of the Situ family's training program, Situ Hao naturally knew that when the military faced a situation they couldn't handle, they would call in skilled individuals, and these individuals were naturally exceptionally skilled in some area. Clearly, this woman was a high-ranking beast trainer. Situ Hao's composure flared upon reaching this conclusion. Turning back to Situ Jean, he urged, be polite later. If that beast trainer refuses to escort us back to the city, Sanner and I might die here. Brother, what are you afraid of? We're direct descendants of the Situ family. How dare she refuse to escort us back? Let Grandpa kill her. Situ Jean shrugged. Shut up. Situ Hao's tone was tinged with anger. If his foolish sister offended that senior animal trainer, and he walked away without caring about their lives, he would strangle her to death. This place was hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest city. There was no telling what dangers might lie ahead. She's a high-level beast trainer, and experts often have eccentric tempers. If she really didn't help us, who would know if we died? And if we didn't die, even if Grandpa found out, he wouldn't be able to trouble her. Yes, Xiao Jin, listen to your brother this time. Shuer is very uneasy. That star beast might be more powerful than we imagined. Jiang Xia, who had always played the invisible role, spoke up. Okay then, Situ Jean was clearly dissatisfied. But I can't please her. Then just stand aside, and pretend not to say a word. Situ Hao knew his sister's temper. She was best off silent. Oh, I see. Situ Jean lowered her head, twiddling her fingers, a glint of malice in her eyes. This bitch, Grandpa will definitely deal with her when she returns to the capital system. Let's go then. After the three-person group discussed, Situ Hao led the way, and the three of them entered the cave one after another through the gap, each the size of a person. However, when Situ Hao entered the cave and took in the sight, he was visibly stunned, his steps halting. Situ Jean, who was standing behind him, gave him a push. Brother, why don't you go in? Why are you standing there like an idiot? When she saw that there were other people inside, Situ Jean was also stunned for a moment, then a look of surprise crossed her face. Ah! Brother Yunchuan, you're here too. Situ Jean stepped over Situ Hao and ran towards Jiang Yunchuan. When the three of them were outside, Situ Jin's voice was so shrill that it was hard not to hear it. Although Jiang Yunchuan had prepared himself for the moment to see Situ Jean, he couldn't help but frown when he actually saw her. Chapter 226. Jiang Yunchuan had a very negative impression of Situ Jean. Ever since he was once forced by that old lady, Han Yun, to meet her, this nymphomaniac had become obsessed with him. He run into her every time he returned to the capital from the army. But after his psychic power was injured 3 years ago, she disappeared, and Jiang Yunchuan had been content to be quiet. But now, after the Jiang family announced his recovery and his attainment of a 4 as psychic, this woman has resurfaced. So, in Jiang Yunchuan's view, Situ Jean was nothing but a nymphomaniac, snobbish, and hypocritical woman. Stop! Get away from me! Jiang Yunchuan said bluntly with a sharp glare. Although his leg injury currently limited his mobility, his aura was still enough to intimidate Situ Jean. Situ Jean stopped 3 steps away from Jiang Yunchuan, not daring to approach. She looked at him with gentle, eager eyes. Brother Yunchuan, you're injured. Is it serious? Are you seriously injured? It's so nice to meet you here. Jiang Yunchuan gave her a cold glance and ignored her. Even so, Situ Jin's face was still beaming with joy. She actually met Brother Yunchuan here. Did that mean that bitch was actually Brother Yunchuan's bodyguard? Yes, that had to be the case. Humph, a bodyguard. What's so arrogant about that? With that thought, Situ Jin immediately forgot Situ Hao's words. Cousin! Jiang Xia, who had been following behind Situ Jin, quickly quickened his pace upon hearing her words. Seeing Jiang Yunchuan in the cave was clearly a look of ecstasy. His cousin was indeed here. Yes. Jiang Yunchuan nodded at Jiang Xia, though his attitude wasn't very warm. Su Tang was gloomy. They already knew each other. She had originally planned to ignore Situ Jin if she continued to insult her, but now that they knew each other, she felt a bit awkward. Forget it, who cares? If they really offended her, she'd just leave, leaving Jiang Yunchuan alone. Humph, she wasn't a pushover. Having made up her mind, Su Tang simply embraced Su Yinlai and stood aside, oblivious. Brother Yunchuan, are you seriously injured? I have some potions. Situ Hao paused for a moment before snapping back to his senses. With Jiang Yunchuan here, their safety was naturally greatly guaranteed. Although the Situ and Jiang families weren't on the same side, Jiang Yunchuan wouldn't just stand by and watch someone die in this situation. But Jiang Yunchuan's injury looked like a fracture. Wouldn't he become a burden to them? Situ Hao felt a faint worry. Jiang Yunchuan naturally had far more experience than the underage Situ Hao, so with just one glance, Jiang Yunchuan saw through his thoughts. This injury is quite serious. So when the snow stops, you can go on your own. How can that be? Situ Jin pouted. Brother Yunchuan, we won't abandon you. Jiang Yunchuan was speechless. Who would want to go with you? That's right, cousin, we won't abandon you. Jiang Xia immediately nodded in agreement with Situ Jin. If the head of the family knew he had abandoned his cousin like this, he would definitely be executed. You bodyguard, how can you protect Brother Yunchuan? Brother Yunchuan is so seriously injured, are you dead? Situ Jin turned her fire directly on Su Tang. Su Tang, who had been sitting in the corner like an airhead, erupted in fury. Jiang Yunchuan's injury had nothing to do with her. And a bodyguard? Could they even afford such a valuable bodyguard? How could this woman be so arrogant? Just as Su Tang was about to mock Situ Jin, Jiang Yunchuan spoke first. Shut up. She's my savior. If you keep saying that, get out. Jiang Yunchuan was embarrassed and immediately berated Situ Jin. This brainless woman. If she had left a bad impression on Tang Xiaomi, he would definitely have her killed. Xiao Jin apologized to Miss Tang. Situ Hao also chided her. This Tang Xiaomi had actually saved Jiang Yunchuan, which showed her strength, or rather, the immense power of her star beast. To offend someone who was, at the moment, their lifeline, Situ Jin was truly going from bad to worse. Is being a lifesaver so great? Is being powerful so great? Situ Jin turned her head away. Why should I apologize? Shut up. Situ Hao truly thought his sister was a moron. He wanted to yell, power is so great. Power means they can crush you with a single finger. In the wild, the people you can't afford to offend aren't the children of aristocratic families, but masters like this. They can destroy you in the blink of an eye. Even if such a master kills a few of the noble's direct descendants, the army will be helpless if she doesn't enter the city. Looking at his sister, who showed no remorse, Situ Hao felt a headache. Miss Tang, I'm truly sorry. It's my fault for not being a good parent. My sister is young and naive. Please be magnanimous, and don't hold it against her. Situ Hao spoke kindly to Su Tang with an apologetic smile. He was a man of tact. He understood that with the protection of this senior animal trainer, they would definitely be able to return to the city safely. Humph. Su Tang snorted coldly, then transformed Su Yinlai into the size of a lion. She rested in his flames and fur, thinking out of sight, out of mind. She better sleep. What an attitude! Situ-Jean muttered in dissatisfaction. Situ-Hao glared at her again. Situ-Jean wasn't particularly afraid of her brother. If Jiang Xia hadn't taken her with him, because he loved her, he would have died like everyone else, and wouldn't have survived until now. Therefore, Situ-Jean was deeply upset that Situ-Hao was being so mean to her now. But he was her brother after all, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Situ-Jean thought for a few seconds before deciding to ignore her brother. She stared at Jiang Yunchuan with a stern smile. Brother Yunchuan, why are you here? Are you the instructor for this practical training? How did you get injured? Jiang Yunchuan felt like hundreds of flies were buzzing around him. He hated women nagging him. He exerted force on his hand, but Jiang Yunchuan suppressed his temper and resisted the urge to slap her to death. Shut up, I'm going to sleep. Jiang Yunchuan simply closed his eyes and ignored her. Situ-Jean pouted in grievance and found a spot near the fire to rest. The three of them had just left the cave the day before, but they hadn't gone far when they encountered a blizzard. Because their temporary shelter was in a poor location, Situ-Hao was worried about the risk of an avalanche, so the three of them braved the blizzard to return. At this time, the 3 people plus an ice falcon that had turned into the size of a sparrow were extremely tired. After Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan ignored them, the 3 of them naturally found a place to rest. Chapter 227. Su Tang was awakened by a murmur. When she opened her eyes, she found the 3 men gathered together, discussing something. Jiang Yunchuan, standing nearby, watched them with a composed expression. When Su Tang glanced over, he returned her with a brilliant smile. For a moment, Su Tang seemed to see countless gorgeous peach blossoms in full bloom. Even Su Tang, accustomed to countless handsome men, was startled. She couldn't help but sigh once again. Although she had no fondness for Jiang Yunchuan, his smile was truly enchanting, making one unable to look away. The 3 men on the side seemed to have discussed something, their gazes fixed on Su Tang. Su Tang frowned. Something? Since Su Tang had asked, Situ-Hao, acting as the representative, naturally stepped forward and hesitantly said, Miss Tang, we run out of nutrient solution. Lately, we've been relying on eating wild fruits and hunting small star beasts to barely maintain our strength, so, want to ask her for nutrient solution? She was like Doraemon. The backpack she carried was much smaller than a typical military bag. It was only enough for her and Jiang Yunchuan, but enough for 5 people. That was outrageous. Anyone with a discerning eye could immediately see the clue. Sorry, I'm running low on nutrient solution, Su Tang flatly refused. No. Miss Tang, you misunderstood. Situ-Hao waved his hand, his face a mixture of embarrassment and pleading. The truth is, we're hoping Miss Tang can help. Have your star beast capture a small, edible star beast, and we can handle it ourselves. Don't you have your own star beasts? Su Tang frowned again. Judging by the bird's previous size, capturing a few small star beasts should be easy. Miss Tang, you don't know Jiang Xia, the star beast master explained. Shuer is an ice falcon. Ice falcons are herbivores. Although they're medium-sized star beasts, they're relatively gentle, so they won't hunt star beasts. A herbivorous bird? No wonder Su Yanlai called it a weakling in combat. It turns out it can only be used as a mount, similar to Su Shiqi. Su Tang began to hesitate. Clearly, for her, letting Su Yanlai hunt for food was a piece of cake. Wouldn't it be a bit selfish to refuse such a simple favor? Seeing Su Tang's attitude soften, Situ-Hao immediately knew there was room for negotiation. With that in mind, Situ-Hao gave Situ-Jean a push and a glance. Situ-Jean gritted her teeth, a look of resignation on her face, but under her brother's gaze and the rumbling of hunger, she finally put on a pitiful expression. Sister Tang, I was wrong this morning. Please don't hold it against me, please. I know I was wrong. Situ-Jean's eyes welled up as she spoke. She bit her lower lip, tears streaming down her face, looking incredibly pitiful. We haven't had a full meal in over 10 days. Su Tang couldn't immediately accept this drama of a spoiled young lady turning into a miserable, weak little white flower. But over 10 days without a full meal? It seemed their time in the wild had been truly miserable. Su Tang wasn't one to hold grudges, so since she apologized, she didn't pursue the matter. Forget it. I let it go find something. Su Tang patted Su Yanlai, signaling him to go find something to eat. Boss, I go then. If these people have bad intentions, let the little brat kill them. Su Yanlai gave instructions, and walked out of the cave with elegant steps. In his opinion, the little brat could handle the fighting power of this group of people alone. If they had bad intentions, he could rob them in return. Miss Tang, I'm so sorry to bother you, Situ Hao said with a polite smile. Situ Jean wiped her tears and huddled aside. After a few minutes of silence in the cave, Situ Jean stood up, her expression slightly strange. Under Su Tang's surprised gaze, she approached her. Sister Tang, can you accompany me for a while? No. I go find your brother. Su Tang refused without a second thought. Sister Tang, please. I don't dare go alone, and it's not convenient to find my brother. Please accompany me. Situ Jin's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, tears welling in her eyes. Su Tang was mortified. This willful young lady actually had the skill of a little white flower. But he insisted on her accompanying him. Could he be going to the bathroom? That was the only possibility. With no nutrient solution left, he would have to go to the 5 Grains Reincarnation Center to eat anything else. Glancing at Situ Jin's expression, Su Tang understood. Forget it, why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? This kind of thing isn't convenient to talk about in front of a man, let alone with him by her side. So, she might as well be kind. Let's go! Su Tang patted her clothes and stood up. Sister Tang, you're so kind. Situ Jin beamed, immediately taking Su Tang's arm and leading her out. In the cave, Situ Hao and Jiang Yunchuan both frowned. Situ Hao knew his sister's temper. Such a sudden change of attitude was definitely a problem. She wouldn't do anything stupid, would she? Jiang Yunchuan, on the other hand, was a little worried about Su Tang going out. From his observation, her combat power wasn't strong. If she were unlucky enough to encounter a star beast. Shaking his head, Jiang Yunchuan felt he was overthinking it. After all, he had seen her apply so much beast-repellent powder with his own eyes. There were probably no star beasts within a 2-kilometer radius. 2 minutes later, Situ Hao, still worried after much deliberation, finally left the cave. As for the two of them exiting, although Su Tang desperately wanted to shake off her hand, Situ Jin's grip was too tight. Su Tang felt helpless. What was wrong with this girl? She agreed to accompany her, and she wasn't going to run away, so why was she clinging so tightly? Sister Tang, can you wait here for me? Keep watch for me. I'm thinking about that. More than 200 meters away from Shandong, Situ Jin stopped in front of a cluster of small bushes. Okay, go ahead. Su Tang rubbed her arm, finally free from Situ Jin's clutches. Damn! I knew you couldn't be a good person. This girl must have done this on purpose. She felt her arm was bruised from being pinched. Situ Jin slipped directly behind the bushes. Sister Tang, can you please turn around? I'm embarrassed to have you facing me like that. I know. Hurry up. Su Tang pouted, slowly turning around. As Su Tang turned around, Situ Jin's face immediately twisted. Why? She was also a beast tamer, but she didn't even have a star beast. Although Jiang Xia had agreed to give her the Ice Falcon, it was in exchange for sex. Furthermore, the Ice Falcon hadn't yet acknowledged its master. It was only hers in name only. The real owner was still Jiang Xia. How could this bitch be so lucky to have such a powerful star beast? She was nothing but a pariah. And she had to apologize so humbly. This bitch even had the audacity to seduce Brother Yunchuan. She was completely shameless. Chapter 228. Although Situ Jin had a surly nature, her womanly intuition was unmistakable. Jiang Yunchuan's gaze at Su Tang was clearly amiss. No innocent newbie, she immediately recognized the allure of a man's determination towards a woman. Jiang Yunchuan was the man she admired. Anyone who dared to steal her, Situ Jin, deserved death. Situ Jin gave a sinister, silent smile and pulled out a pistol. Although the three of them had mostly run out of firearms, she still had a few bullets to save her life. The dark muzzle, gleaming with a cold sheen, pointed directly at Su Tang. Su Tang, standing in front, suddenly touched her chest. Did her heart just skip a beat? But Su Tang hadn't yet considered it. Ah! A shrill scream was quickly drowned out by a series of explosions. Something exploded? And it ricocheted onto her. Combined with the screams from earlier, Su Tang suddenly felt a little hesitant to turn back. She vaguely sensed the devastation behind her. Closing her eyes, and taking a deep breath, Su Tang steeled herself mentally before turning decisively. Taking a glimpse of the scene behind her, Su Tang couldn't help but gasp again. A vibrant blood-red blanketed the area for dozens of meters. The snow and branches were covered in blood and fleshy goo, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was the sudden appearance of a flock of butterflies emitting a faint glow. Against the gloomy sky, the luminous white butterflies seemed even more translucent, like large, softly luminous snowflakes. Against the vibrant crimson of the ground, they looked even more eerie and enchanting. Su Xiaobao? Su Tang could only think of this possibility. Well, Mom, I'm awesome, right? Just now, that person tried to kill me, so I killed her. Su Xiaobao gloated, claiming credit. Where's Situ Jean? Although Su Tang suspected she already been reduced to a pulp, she asked anyway. Xiaobao blew her to smithereens. Really reduced to a pulp? Su Tang's pupils shrank. Su Xiaobao was so powerful. This was the equivalent of a bomb. Xiaobao's scales explode when they become like this. Su Xiaobao seemed excited about helping his mother defeat the bad guy, but then, as if realizing something, his tone dropped. But this consumes food. Is it converted from the food stored in the scales? Su Tang asked uncertainly. Yeah, that's right. So, Mom will prepare lots of delicious food for Xiaobao when she gets home. Having accomplished his feat, Su Xiaobao began to beg for food. Yes, I must. Mommy, fill your scales with energy when we get back. Su Tang suddenly understood. The energy devourer could also convert energy this way. In other words, as long as she filled Su Xiaobao with more energy, carrying him would be like carrying an energy cannon. Monster! While Su Tang was still basking in the excitement of Su Xiaobao's prowess, Situ Hao's terrified voice came from behind her. Oh no! Su Tang's heart sank. She turned and saw Situ Hao's face twisted. But before Su Tang could make a decision, Situ Hao was engulfed by layers of butterflies emitting white light, and the same crackling explosions echoed. Situ Hao didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to pulp under the layers of Su Xiaobao's scales. Xiaobao, why did you kill him? He called the baby a monster. Su Xiaobao snorted in dissatisfaction. And the bad guy said to kill anyone who wanted to kill Mom. Bad guy? Su Yanlai? Kill them all? Wouldn't such ruthlessness be a bad idea? Su Tang fell silent, her head lowered in thought. Jiang Xia and Jiang Yinchuan were still in the cave. Should they be silenced as well? But Jiang Yinchuan clearly had considerable influence. Killing Marshal Zhang's only son would surely cause a catastrophic disaster. But if she didn't silence them, killing two direct descendants of the Situ family would be a major problem. What should she do? Most importantly, she wasn't ready to kill them. Su Xiaobao killed them before she could react. It didn't seem like she had personally ordered Su Xiaobao to kill them. Su Tang was in a state of panic. She glanced in the direction of the cave, but neither Jiang Xia nor Jiang Yinchuan appeared. Su Tang told Su Xiaobao to put away her scales, and made her decision, pretending she didn't know. She still had some psychological issues with silencing someone. At worst, she just changed her identity once she left Yushua's star. Xiaobao, Mom didn't tell you not to kill someone later, okay? Su Tang instructed directly, then added, worriedly, of course, if they want to kill Mom, just kill them. Well, if they don't have murderous intent, then don't kill them. Xiaobao, I get it. Su Xiaobao promised like a good kid. In the cave, Jiang Yinchuan and Jiang Xia naturally heard the screams and explosions, as well as Situ Hao's cry of monster. Jiang Yinchuan's heart sank. They encountered a ferocious star beast. So what happened to Tang Xiaomi? He finally found such a sweet woman, but she wasn't going to die just like that, was she? Jiang Xia's first thought was about his own safety. His ice falcon had been huddled in his arms since entering the cave, and just then, he clearly felt the immense fear emanating from it. It was like the first time he'd seen the star beast with this woman. But from Situ Hao's cry of monster, it was clear it wasn't that star beast. With the arrival of a ferocious and powerful star beast, Jiang Xia's face paled, and he trembled slightly, his voice trembling. Cousin, what should we do? Jiang Yinchuan sighed, and pulled out the bomb he brought back. He thought it wouldn't be useful, but he ultimately died on this planet. What a shame! He hadn't even caught up with Tang Xiaomi yet. Han Yun, that woman, still couldn't bring herself to have a grandson. She could only try to have another son herself. Cousin? Jiang Xia's voice was tinged with tears, as he saw Jiang Yinchuan pull out a bomb. He didn't want to die yet. He endured so much hardship in the military academy over the past few years, before finally rising to prominence and earning the family's respect. Besides, he was only 24, still a minor, and didn't want to die a short life. He wanted to escape on the Ice Falcon, but alas, Schwer wouldn't obey. It seemed there was something extremely terrifying out there. Jiang Xia ran straight to Jiang Yinchuan's side. Although Jiang Yinchuan was injured, being by his side gave him some peace of mind. Otherwise he feared he'd lose his footing if the monster entered. When Su Tang entered the cave, she saw Jiang Xia standing beside Jiang Yinchuan, her face pale. Jiang Yinchuan stared at her, with a look of joy and delight. With Jiang Yinchuan's keen hearing, he recognized the footsteps of a woman as Su Tang approached. He was naturally overjoyed to see that Su Tang was still alive. Chapter 229. Are you okay? Jiang Yunchuan asked with concern. Yeah, I'm fine. Su Tang suddenly felt a little guilty at Jiang Yunchuan's concerned gaze. What's going on out there? After carefully observing and finding that no one was injured, Jiang Yunchuan began to worry about the situation outside. Suddenly, a strange-looking star beast appeared. Su Tang's words were inevitably lacking in confidence, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Where are they? Jiang Xia asked in confusion after looking over and not seeing the Situ siblings return. I don't know. I ran away when I saw the star beast, and only came back secretly when there was no more movement. Su Tang shook her head and began to lie. How about you take your star beast and go look for it? One advantage of a heavy snowfall is that crime scenes can be quickly covered up. By the time Su Tang left, there wasn't a single drop of blood left. Jiang Xia hesitated. Although his Shuer had calmed down and wasn't as frightened, and although he liked Situ Jean and they had slept together, he also knew that given his status, Situ Jean wouldn't consider him, so he wouldn't risk going out for her. Besides, what if the monster wasn't far away? How about we wait for your star beast to come back, and then go together? I don't know them. Why should I look for them? If they're alive, they come back on their own. Su Tang flatly refused. They were already dead, so why bother looking for them? Besides, Situ Jean really wanted to kill her. Su Xiaobao had said he saw her with a gun pointed at her. If it weren't for Su Xiaobao, she would have been the one to die. Although Su Tang didn't dare to kill, that didn't mean she was willing to be killed. But Su Tang still couldn't figure out why Situ Jean wanted to kill her. Could it be just because of a previous disagreement? This woman was terrifying. She was so reckless, killing people like that. She'd die without pity. But Su Tang felt a flicker of guilt. Situ Hao hadn't done anything to displease her. This time, he just suffered an undeserved fate at the hands of Situ Jean. Jiang Yunchuan had been keeping an eye on Su Tang since she returned. With his vast experience, he naturally noticed the unnatural look and unusual behavior. Tang Xiaomi smelled of blood, and it was human blood. Jiang Yunchuan was very sensitive to the smell of blood. The smell of blood from different star beasts varied, let alone human and star beast blood. Tang Xiaomi's skills were truly awful. If even Situ Hao, with a level 3 physical fitness, had fallen prey to a star beast's claws, how had she escaped? She clearly had a gun, but it wasn't silenced, and there hadn't been a single gunshot. Wouldn't ordinary people be the first to fire upon encountering a star beast attack? Most importantly, her clothes were perfectly tidy, without a trace of disorder. Jiang Yunchuan lowered his eyes, as he realized the truth. Tang Xiaomi had killed them, and she possessed a star beast they had never seen before. Jiang Yunchuan knew star beasts well. The higher the level of a star beast, the more powerful it was in transforming, freely changing its form. These beasts were capable of growth, and could generally evolve into exceptionally powerful, advanced star beasts. Take Lu Jinyu's nightmare, for example. It usually hid within his clothes, invisible to the average person. Hundreds of years ago, an ancestor of the Lu family possessed a soaring snake, a vessel comparable to a battleship. According to military records, the soaring snake usually wore a bracelet on the ancestor's wrist. So, Tang Xiaomi is indeed a high-level animal trainer. No, probably already a top-tier one. Very good, worthy of the woman he's chosen, she's certainly capable. However, this woman seems a bit too soft-hearted. Being too kind can lead to disadvantages. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunchuan suddenly smiled. It's better to marry a woman with a kind heart. As long as he's not a sycophant, he'd take care of the cleanup. Jiang Xia, come and help me, Jiang Yunchuan suddenly said. Jiang Xia was startled, but quickly reacted. He squatted down and took Jiang Yunchuan's arm, trying to help him up. Suddenly, Jiang Xia saw a lightning-fast black shadow. His vision blurred. Jiang Yunchuan's other hand moved, and a cold sensation ran across his neck, as if something was gushing out. That was his blood? Before dying, Jiang Xia's mind was confined to a single thought. Why kill him? With Jiang Xia's death, the ice falcon, named Shuer, was naturally ownerless. With its trainer gone, astral beasts typically wouldn't consider revolutionary camaraderie to avenge their trainer, instead acting on instinct. The ice falcon, following its instinct to flee when confronted by a powerful opponent, left only a shadow as its white form swiftly vanished from the cave entrance. Su Tang was naturally startled when a white figure suddenly passed by. Glancing at the two people nearby, she was horrified to discover that Jiang Yunchuan's white fox fur coat was stained with bright red blood, and he was wiping a dagger on Jiang Xia's clothes. After wiping the dagger clean, it was returned to its sheath on his boot. Then, Jiang Yinchuan reached out and pushed Jiang Xia, who collapsed to the ground. Su Tang finally saw clearly that Jiang Xia's neck was slashed with blood. You killed him. Su Tang pointed at Jiang Yinchuan in disbelief. This sudden change completely stunned her. Well, as you can see, I killed him. Jiang Yinchuan smiled casually at Su Tang. To him, killing someone was a common occurrence. Why? Su Tang wondered if she was hallucinating. This didn't seem real. Wasn't Jiang Xia Jiang Yinchuan's cousin? Why would you kill him? I know you killed Situ Hao and Situ Jin. What did you say? How could I kill them? Su Tang was startled, then steadfastly denied it. Uh-huh. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly laughed, pointing at Jiang Xia. Don't be so nervous. If I were going to report you, I wouldn't kill him to silence him. Su Tang remained silent. Sure enough, such a lie couldn't fool anyone. First time killing someone? Yeah. Jiang Yinchuan raised an eyebrow. This Tang Xiaomi was the first kind animal trainer he ever met. Senior animal trainers were generally quite perverted, like Lu Jinyu, the most perverted of all. Su Tang remained silent, thinking to herself, since Jiang Yinchuan already knew, then silencing him? She wouldn't dare. Jiang Yinchuan's status was extraordinary. Killing a general officer was practically treason. Treason was a serious crime, and she, Su Tang, wasn't brave enough to bear such a serious charge. With a deep sigh, Su Tang felt she was asking for trouble. She should have known better, and not saved him. Chapter 230. There are many flaws in what you said just now, and your behavior is so unnatural. It's just two people who were killed, don't take it to heart. Seeing Su Tang silent, Jiang Yinchuan spoke to himself. Let Jiang Xia go back alive. He will tell Marshal Situ the truth about what happened today. Even if you didn't kill the two Situ siblings, you will still be Marshal Situ's wrath for not protecting them. So, it's best to kill him and silence him, and then pretend you never encountered the three of them. After listening to Jiang Yinchuan's words, Su Tang felt that his analysis made sense. It seemed like he was helping her. But why? Isn't he your cousin? My cousin. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. Their Jiang family, his father's martial competition this term, was quite. It was a tragic scene. I killed several cousins, and my father even killed his own brothers. And Jiang Xia is just a distant relative, a person of no importance. After saying this, Jiang Yinchuan suddenly restrained his expression, his face serious, and he looked directly at Su Tang. You saved my life, so I won't be ungrateful and report you. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can give it back. Seeing that Jiang Yinchuan wasn't joking at all, Su Tang was stunned. Her opinion of Jiang Yinchuan improved significantly. This man was so loyal. He was truly a hero. However, since he killed Jiang Xia, did that make him an accomplice to the murder? Thinking deeply, Su Tang's inner demon surfaced again. Demon, he's stalling for time. The gap between us is clearly too great. He's afraid you kill him or abandon him. Once we're back in the city and it's safe, he reports you, and you be dead. Su Tang swatted the little demon away with a single paw. Jiang Yinchuan, a general-ranking officer, shouldn't be so sinister, right? Never mind. At worst, she could just change her disguise after leaving Yushueshing. She didn't reveal it this time, after all. Looking at Su Tang, whose face was full of hesitation and conflict, Jiang Yinchuan appeared calm, but inside, he was deeply nervous. Although he promised to return her life, he, Jiang Yinchuan, had always been a vindictive man. His hand, concealed beneath his cloak, tightly grasped the bomb. If she truly wanted to kill him, then they died together. With her by his side on the road to the underworld, he wouldn't be lonely. A man's word is unbreakable. You must help me cover up this, or I won't let you go. Su Tang said with a stern face and a vicious tone. Killing Jiang Yinchuan wouldn't benefit her in the slightest. Furthermore, if Jiang Yinchuan truly helped her perjure herself, no one would blame her for the Situ siblings' deaths. With this thought, Su Tang felt relieved. I promise, we didn't encounter anyone else along the way. Jiang Yinchuan nodded, feeling incredibly surprised. He realized that although Tang Xiaomi had hesitated, she never shone with murderous intent. Furthermore, these trainers and their star beasts could communicate with each other. If she had even considered killing him, even the slightest thought, her star beast would have leaped out and pounced. But the star beast never appeared, which meant she never intended to kill him. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly felt that his previous suspicions made sense. Maybe this Tang Xiaomi was really a fan. At this thought, Jiang Yinchuan's lips curled up in a delighted smile. Because the murderer's true identity had been exposed, Su Tang felt uncomfortable remaining alone with Jiang Yinchuan. Furthermore, since the silence, Jiang Yinchuan had been leaning on one leg, his head resting on his knee as he looked at her. Su Tang noticed that Jiang Yinchuan was constantly smiling. Forgive her inability to understand, but she always found his smile strange. More importantly, there was a body inside the cave. It was clearly inconvenient for Jiang Yinchuan, an injured man, to handle it, and it was also unrealistic for her to do it. Su Tang immediately called Su Yanlai back. A moment later, Su Yanlai returned, dragging a pheasant-like star beast with him. Hey, did those restless creatures really rob you? Upon his return, Su Yanlai appeared to be gloating. He had dared to order it to do hard labor. It deserved to die. Boss, there's still a survivor here. Are you leaving it for me to kill? Su Yanlai pointed a claw at Jiang Yinchuan and asked. What the hell? Stop dwelling on such bloody matters. Quick, drag this body out and bury it. Su Tang said angrily. What's the point of this? Just destroy the body. Su Yanlai set down his trophy and walked over gracefully with a cat-like gait. As Su Tang stared in astonishment, he blew a flame from his mouth. Jiang Xia's body immediately burst into flames, but the flame seemed insufficient, and soon died out. At the same moment, Su Tang suddenly smelled the odor of burnt flesh, tinged with a meaty aroma. It was the smell of human flesh. Her stomach churned. Su Tang walked over and slapped Su Yanlai on the head. Hurry up. Oh! Su Yanlai was naturally tough, so Su Tang's blow was just a tickle. Seeing Su Tang's anger was brewing, Su Yanlai didn't hesitate. He transformed into a giant lion and unleashed a massive blaze. In a matter of seconds, Jiang Xia's body was reduced to a pile of black ash. Although the body had been disposed of, the cave still stagnated with the aroma of meat. Thinking it was human flesh, Su Tang naturally didn't want to stay inside any longer. After a few steps to the cave entrance, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the snowflakes were becoming noticeably smaller, and the clouds in the sky had dispersed considerably. However, as it was almost nightfall, the sky remained somewhat gloomy. Su Tang suddenly felt a little irritated. Staying in a cave where someone had died always made her feel uncomfortable. If you're feeling uncomfortable, let's go now. Jiang Yinchuan had stood up without realizing it. Although his bones hadn't fully healed, he could still walk a few steps with the support of his crutches. Isn't it dangerous to go out at night? Su Tang asked, turning her head in confusion. Although a little uncomfortable, she could endure it. After all, safety was paramount. She couldn't become complacent just because Su Yanlai and Su Xiaobao were around. I know there's a shelter nearby. We can go there. Yu Shiweshing, who had been here several times when Jiang Yinchuan was still at the military academy, was naturally familiar with the area. Okay then. Su Tang scooped up a pile of snow, extinguished the 3 candles in the cave, and after putting them in her backpack, prepared to leave. Boss, what should we do with this food? Kitty Su Yanlai pointed at the star beast he captured, looking reluctant. No, throw it away. Su Tang had no desire to eat meat, because eating creates a physiological need, a daunting dilemma in the wild. We can't waste food, Su Yanlai said, still reluctant, his claws gripping Su Tang's legs as if to stop her from leaving. Then go eat it first. Su Tang was helpless. What was going on? I don't want raw food, I want barbecue. Su Yanlai shook his cat head. He finally found his boss again, so naturally he wanted human food. Raw meat was simply unpalatable. Grill it yourself. I don't know how. What then? Grill it for me. I don't know how. Chapter 231. Just as Su Tang and Su Yanlai were staring at each other, Jiang Yinchuan chuckled softly. You two have such a sweet relationship. Such a human-like star beast is truly rare, but the smarter the star beast, the stronger it is. The lion flame beast still has a lot of room to grow. As soon as Jiang Yinchuan spoke, both the man and the cat turned to look at him. Your lion flame beast wants meat? After watching for so long, even without hearing their conversation, Jiang Yinchuan could already discern something. Su Tang nodded, then shook her head. But I don't know how to grill. She only knew how to grill. She had never grilled a poultry this large, the size of a piglet. Take it with you. I take care of it later. Jiang Yinchuan's words immediately won Su Yanlai's favor. Without waiting for Su Tang to say anything, he darted out of the cave with his prize. Su Tang helplessly held her forehead. She felt so ashamed. Didn't she usually feed it enough? Such a small amount of meat was a big deal. Let's go too. Yes, okay. Considering Jiang Yinchuan was her accomplice, Su Tang politely asked, do you want me to help you? In reality, it was just a polite remark. Su Tang had no intention of actually helping him. Moreover, she hadn't expected a man as strong-willed as Jiang Yinchuan to refuse. She just didn't expect that. Okay. Jiang Yunchuan, already harboring some ulterior motives, naturally accepted Su Tang's offer without hesitation. Su Tang wanted to slap herself in the face. You're such a jerk. But the words were already out, and there was no going back. Su Tang could only willingly support Jiang Yunchuan. After a few steps, they were out of the cave. Su Yanlai had grown to the size of a lion, and was sprawled on the ground. The two of them rode on Su Yanlia's back, and under Jiang Yunchuan's guidance, they arrived at his designated overnight stop in less than half an hour. It was still a relatively secluded cave. After settling in, Su Tang lit 3 more candles and began sprinkling various repellent powders around the cave entrance, while Jiang Yunchuan dealt with Su Yanlia's spoils. Soon, Su Tang smelled a fragrant aroma. Will it attract any carnivorous beasts? Su Tang felt a little worried. Although star beasts disliked the smell of repellent powder and generally stayed away, would the aroma of meat bring trouble? No, there are no carnivorous beasts on this planet more powerful than your lion flame beast. Jiang Yunchuan shook his head, reassuring Su Tang. As Yushua planet, where mechas cannot be used, the carnivorous beasts on the planet are naturally not very powerful. The changes on Yushua's star were so unexpected because the traditionally vegetarian snow moon foxes began attacking humans. It seemed even the strongest of the snow moon foxes had appeared. Even on normal days, even a sighting of a 3-tailed fox was a rare sight. As soon as the food was ready, Su Yanlai pounced on it like a hungry ghost and began to gnaw away, naturally shrinking back to the size of a kitten. Jiang Yunchuan suddenly found this star beast quite amusing. Sorry to make you laugh, but this is just a glutton. Su Tang smiled awkwardly. Su Yanlai, watch your table manners. She mentally yelled at him. I'm not a human, why would I care about table manners? Su Yanlai ate with relish. He hadn't eaten cooked food in ages. Su Tang felt ashamed as she watched Su Yanlia's face, his face full of enjoyment. Could he really eat this barbecued meat without even the most basic salt? This kid's expectations were too low. That night, hoping the snow would stop tomorrow, Su Tang fell asleep leaning against Su Yanlai. In the firelight, Jiang Yunchuan stared at Su Tang's sleeping face for a moment, lost in thought. He had never spent so much time alone with a woman, not even his old queen, but it seemed like a wonderful experience. It was indeed a blessing to have a wife who could go to the battlefield and explore together. A good night's sleep. The next day, Su Tang was once again awakened by the scratching of Su Yanlia's furry claws, but unfortunately, in his lion form, she couldn't even move. Su Tang slapped him on the head angrily. What are you doing again? It's so dark outside, let's go to the night. Why would she stay up so late? Just sleep like hell. It's already noon. How am I going to find food if you don't get up? Because Su Tang was leaning against Su Yanlai, she couldn't move at all until she woke up. What? It's noon. Su Tang rubbed her eyes. It was still dark outside. Confused, she walked to the cave entrance. Dark clouds covered the sky again, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. It was still a snowy day. Yesterday evening, it felt like it was going to clear up, but why is it so awful today? Is anyone going back to the city? What the hell is going on? Su Tang cursed inwardly. I'm going out looking for food. Do you want me to bring you some? Su Yanlai shook off his fur and stepped out of the cave. No. After a moment's thought, Su Tang turned to Jiang Yunchuan and asked, It's going hunting. Do you want some? If your nutrient solution is enough, I still drink it. While the nutrient solution didn't taste as good as food, it was indeed rich in nutrients. For the injured, drinking nutrient solution was undoubtedly the best option. Oh, Su Tang understood. Just make sure you're full. I know. Su Yanlai leaped forward, quickly disappearing into the snowstorm. Soon, Su Tang watched speechlessly as Su Yanlai returned, dragging a goat-sized star beast. Then, Jiang Yunchuan resigned himself to helping Su Yanlai prepare the food. You're going to eat so much? Su Tang was a little dismayed. This was too big. How could I roast it? This isn't even enough to fill my stomach, Su Yanlai shrugged, pacing around Jiang Yunchuan with his tail held high. Didn't you only eat chocolate the past few days? Su Tang was surprised. Had she really starved Su Yanlai? Yeah, I won't starve as long as I have those rocks you gave me. Didn't I tell you that before? Then why are you eating so much? Didn't I tell you before? I want to have a little wine, some meat, and some dessert. It's just a treat. Su Tang thought these were snacks. No need to roast them all. Just give them 2 pieces. They won't starve if they don't eat them. After understanding the snack nature of the meat, Su Tang said directly to Jiang Yunchuan. Ah. Su Yanlai immediately protested to Jiang Yunchuan. Translated, He meant roast them all and eat them all. Su Yanlia's expression was so human, Jiang Yinchuan immediately understood. He smiled and said, "It's okay. I have nothing else to do. Your star beast loves to eat, so just roast it all. It's a great help." As he spoke, Jiang Yinchuan reached out and touched Su Yanlia's little head. To Su Tang's surprise, Su Yanli didn't shy away, but instead nuzzled Jiang Yinchuan's palm affectionately. This unbridled foodie was even acting cute just for the sake of eating. Chapter 232. In the days that followed, Su Yanli went hunting every day for meat, while Su Tang and Jiang Yinchuan drank nutrient solution. 7 days passed in this uneventful manner. Just as Su Tang grew increasingly anxious, the snow finally stopped. On the morning of the 8th day, the long-awaited sunlight once again bathed the earth. Su Tang felt a heavy weight finally settle down, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she could return to the city. By this time, Jiang Yinchuan's injuries had healed, and he could move freely without the need for crutches. The two men and the bee set out early in the morning. Since Su Yanli and Su Tang had no idea where to go, Jiang Yinchuan naturally acted as their guide. After observing for a while, he was able to determine the direction. From here to Yanchua City, it's about several thousand kilometers. However, Hanchua City is only about 300 kilometers away. You decide which way to go. Jiang Yinchuan expressed his opinion, but the decision remained in Su Tang's hands. Su Tang smacked her lips. Wow, those two foxes had chased them so far that day. Then let's go to Hanchua City. The military rescue warships are scheduled to arrive in 10 days, and today is already the 9th day. I think a warship will be over Hanchua City tomorrow. Su Tang calculated the time, and concluded that Qin Mufeng would probably be accompanying the warships on their tour of various cities. He'd probably be worried sick about this for a while, and she still had to think carefully about how to apologize to him when they met. 300 kilometers was no big deal for Su Yanli. In less than an hour, they could see the outline of Hanchua City. Due to Yushua Star's unique climate, Hanchua City also looked like a crystal city. Although most of the soldiers and instructors in the city had seen Su Yanli before, just in case, Su Tang still managed to fire a signal flare into the sky just as they were about to enter the range of the Hanchua City guards. After that, they naturally entered the city unimpeded. After passing through the city wall, Su Yanli landed, and 3 soldiers came to greet him. After seeing Jiang Yinchuan's face clearly, the 3 men saluted. Jiang Yinchuan nodded. "Boss, you're here too." One of them stepped forward, his face gleaming with excitement. "Well, long time no see, Yi Kai." Jiang Yinchuan patted him on the shoulder. This was a direct subordinate from his time in the Legion, someone who had been with him through many dangerous times. A brilliant animal trainer, he naturally remembered him. "Boss, we catch up when we have time, but let's get down to business first." Yi Kai was clearly excited to see his former superior, but as a soldier, he didn't forget his business. Turning to Su Tang, he asked, "Sister-in-law, why are you here so early? Has the warship arrived? Shouldn't it be here tomorrow?" Su Tang had some impression of this soldier named Yi Kai. He was a squad leader during Qin Mufeng's last meeting. He seemed to be a mid-level animal trainer, and was in charge of the 15th Legion's forces in Hanchua City. "I encountered a snow moon fox. Something unexpected happened. I was delayed for several days by the previous blizzard. When the snow stopped, I realized I was already in this area, so naturally I came to the city first," Su Tang explained. "So, sister-in-law, you and the captain got separated? Is the captain all right?" Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Yi Kai's first thought was whether the captain was also in danger. "He's fine. He's still in Yanchua City. He should be here tomorrow. We naturally meet up then." Su Tang smiled, clearly embarrassed to speak up for sneaking out alone. "Okay, sister-in-law, I arrange accommodations for you." Hearing the captain was fine, Yi Kai felt relieved. "Yes, thank you for your help," Su Tang said politely. "Of course, sister-in-law, you don't have to be so polite." With that, Yi Kai led Jiang Yinchuan and Su Tang to the rest area. After entering the room, Su Tang naturally prepared to take care of her personal hygiene. Not showering or changing clothes for several days was quite uncomfortable. Jiang Yinchuan and Yi Kai naturally went to other rooms. "Yi Kai, do you know Tang Xiaomi?" Jiang Yinchuan began to tease them after entering the room. At first, when Yi Kai called Tang Xiaomi's sister-in-law, he was surprised, but he had clearly misunderstood. He thought Yi Kai had seen them coming together, and mistakenly thought she was his girlfriend. Yi Kai called him Big Brother, so Big Brother's girlfriend was naturally sister-in-law. When Su Tang didn't object to the title, Jiang Yinchuan was secretly delighted. But something about Yi Kai's subsequent words seemed off. He wasn't a fool. After listening to their conversation, he naturally realized that the sister-in-law had nothing to do with him, but rather with Qin Mufeng. Huh? Tang Xiaomi? Boss, who is Tang Xiaomi? Ye Kai asked in confusion. Don't you call her sister-in-law? This confused Jiang Yunchuan. Oh, you mean sister-in-law? Ye Kai suddenly realized, then patted his head with a simple smile. We only know that she's the captain's girlfriend. As for her sister-in-law's name, I really don't know. The flicker of hope that had once again ignited in Jiang Yunchuan's heart was instantly extinguished. Qin Mufeng's girlfriend. A wave of shock surged within him, a wave that sent him icy cold. Qin Mufeng could be considered his brother, and yet he had his eye on his brother's woman. Jiang Yunchuan suddenly felt incredibly wrong. He had met the right woman, decided to pursue her, and then assumed she was single. But reality slapped him in the face, waking him up. He realized his initial approach was flawed. Tang Xiaomi actually had a boyfriend. And that guy was actually his brother. By the way, boss, why are you with my sister-in-law? Ye Kai belatedly realized that boss had come with his sister-in-law. I met a five-tailed snow moon fox, and she saved me. Although Jiang Yunchuan was horrified, his expression remained calm, so Ye Kai didn't notice anything unusual. Five-tailed snow moon fox. Ye Kai gasped in shock. Boss, you're not hurt, are you? I was badly injured. I almost died there. Luckily I met you, Tang Xiaomi. Jiang Yunchuan still couldn't accept the fact that Tang Xiaomi and Qin Mufeng were a couple. That's great. Luckily you're okay, boss. Even without seeing it with his own eyes, Ye Kai could imagine how dire the situation was when they encountered the five-tailed snow moon fox. Huh? But boss, you're amazing. You don't look injured at all. Yeah, she gave me some medicine, and it's healed. As he spoke, Jiang Yunchuan touched the injured area. He felt no pain at all. The special potion was truly effective. No wonder, boss, you're so lucky to have met my sister-in-law. But my sister-in-law is such a good person. Boss, you don't know how powerful she is. Her lion flame beast can kill a four-tailed fox in just minutes. And she's such a kind person. When we were evacuating the wounded, she secretly gave them medicine when she encountered those without medicine. She even secretly shed tears when she saw those who died before they could get medical help. My sister-in-law is not only beautiful and capable, but also kind. When the captain asked her to return with the warship, she refused, insisting on staying with him. Oh, our captain is so lucky. Boss, you don't know how many of us secretly envy him. Speaking of Su Tang, Ye Kai immediately went into chatterbox mode. Chapter 233. Ye Kai, my combat uniform is worn out. Can you help me get a new one? Jiang Yunchuan quickly changed the subject and sent Ye Kai away. Although Jiang Yunchuan's expression remained calm, the more he listened to Ye Kai's words, the more unhappy he became. He was afraid he would burst out, shut up. No man could bear the thought of the woman he admired being so affectionate with another man. Boss, your combat uniform isn't keeping its temperature down anymore. I go get you a new one and help you pack your necessities and weapons. Ye Kai was very attentive, even thinking of the supplies and weapons. Yes, thank you for your help. Jiang Yunchuan nodded. We're family, why be so polite? Ye Kai smiled and stood up to leave. As soon as Ye Kai left and closed the door, Jiang Yunchuan's expression darkened. Ye Kai's earlier words had clearly made him realize the truth. Tang Xiaomi wasn't his fan, it was simply his wishful thinking. She probably saved him out of kindness, and given him the special potion because she knew about his relationship with Qin Mufeng. Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Yunchuan punched the wall in frustration. He finally met a woman he wanted to pursue, but it turned out to be his brother's. What a joke, time never moves according to human will. Although Jiang Yunchuan was deeply displeased and didn't want to see Qin Mufeng, he still showed up at noon the next day. Without the interference of the Snow Moon Fox, the beast tamers, carrying the Pegasus beasts, landed smoothly in Hanshua's city. From the sky, Qin Mufeng spotted Su Tang among the group of men. Qin Mufeng suddenly felt a surge of elation, akin to surviving a disaster. For the past few days, ever since discovering his sister-in-law was missing, he'd been so anxious he couldn't sleep every night, constantly worrying about how he explained to his brother if he couldn't find her. He was ready to go to hell. And yet, his sister-in-law was actually here, safe and sound, without even a hair lost. Of course, he couldn't tell how much hair had been lost. Upon landing, Qin Mufeng waved his hand and ordered, "Go and evacuate those who need rescue." He then quickly walked towards Su Tang. "Xiaomi, I'm so glad you're okay. Why were you gone when I returned to the city that day? Why are you here?" Looking at Qin Mufeng's bright, delighted eyes, Su Tang felt visibly ashamed and lowered her head. I'm so sorry. I was just planning to leave the city to check on the situation, but I ran into a five-tailed snow moon fox. What? A five-tailed snow moon fox? Qin Mufeng was taken aback. You're not hurt, are you? No, the five-tailed fox was killed. Su Tang shook her head and continued to explain. But then, we encountered a stronger opponent. Fearing they might follow us back to the city, we fled in another direction. Who knew we'd get caught in a snowstorm and get trapped? Aside from omitting the embarrassing excuse of sneaking away to dig up Snow Mist Lotus with Su Yinlai and concealing the murder of the Situ siblings, Su Tang told the truth. Don't run around anymore. You don't know how worried I was these past few days. I was afraid something might happen to you. Qin Mufeng was really scared this time. His brother was absolutely terrifying when he got angry. He couldn't even imagine his brother's expression when he heard that his sister-in-law was missing. Yeah, I got it. Su Tang nodded obediently. If Qin Qinyuan knew about this, she would be in dire straits. Thinking of this, Su Tang blinked at Qin Mufeng. Let's keep this a secret. Yeah, a secret. Qin Mufeng nodded cautiously. He was determined to teach those subordinates a lesson. This matter must not reach his brother's ears. Jiang Yinchuan, on the other side, silently watched the interaction between Qin Mufeng and Su Tang. His beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed. There was something fishy going on between these two. Even though he was a rookie who had never had a girlfriend, he knew that after a long separation, especially an unexpected encounter like this where life and death were at stake, wasn't it normal to be overwhelmed with excitement? A passionate kiss was normal, and even if they were a little shy, a hug was a given. Shouldn't Qin Mufeng, with a look of fear on his face, hug Tang Xiaomi and say something sentimental, I'm afraid I never see you again. I miss you so much. But none of that happened. Not even a handshake. Qin Mufeng didn't even touch the corner of Tang Xiaomi's clothes. Jiang Yinchuan carefully observed Qin Mufeng's expression, and then he realized it. These two were definitely not a couple. Qin Mufeng's gaze lacked the passionate intensity a man might have on a woman. Instead, it held a faint hint of respect. Jiang Yinchuan's gaze deepened. Qin Mufeng had been quite popular back in military school, with more girlfriends than he could count. He was a master at smooth talk and deceiving women. And Tang Xiaomi, from what he had observed over the past few days, was the kind of innocent and simple-minded person, or, to put it bluntly, stupid. So, it was very likely that Qin Mufeng had been attracted to her abilities, and used his beauty to deceive her. Jiang Yinchuan's anger boiled over at the thought of the woman he admired being deceived and exploited by another man. Xiafeng. Jiang Yinchuan suppressed his emotions and spoke calmly. Qin Mufeng turned toward the voice, and was surprised when he saw it was Jiang Yinchuan. Hey, brother Yinchuan, you're here too? Yeah, come on. It's been a while, I want to talk to you. Jiang Yinchuan stepped forward, put his arm around Qin Mufeng's shoulder like a brother, and then, with force, dragged him to a corner. Brother Yinchuan, what are you doing? Qin Mufeng looked puzzled as Jiang Yinchuan dragged him away from the crowd. I have something to ask you that I don't want others to know. Jiang Yinchuan continued walking. Xiaomi, wait a minute. Don't run around. Brother Yinchuan and I need to talk. Qin Mufeng turned back, worried, as Jiang Yinchuan dragged him away. Jiang Yinchuan didn't stop until he reached a deserted corner, away from the crowd. Brother Yinchuan, why do you have to talk about it now? Why are you so secretive? Qin Mufeng was puzzled by Jiang Yinchuan's behavior. Xiaofeng, what do you think of our relationship? Jiang Yinchuan leaned against the wall, his face serious. Brother Yinchuan, what do you mean by that? Aren't we close buddies? Qin Mufeng was shocked. It felt like a late-night reckoning. He hadn't done anything to wrong Jiang Yinchuan, had he? Yeah, I think we're good brothers. Jiang Yinchuan nodded seriously. If Tang Xiaomi were really Qin Mufeng's wife, he wouldn't have the nerve to try to steal her away. But it seemed like there was a twist in the situation. Xiaofeng, as a man, deceiving a woman's feelings, and then exploiting her is a deeply shameful act. Chapter 234. Brother Yinchuan, what are you talking about? Qin Mufeng felt he was failing to understand. Okay, let me put it simply. Jiang Yinchuan stared at Qin Mufeng with a sharp gaze. You don't love Tang Xiaomi at all, do you? Qin Mufeng was stunned for a moment, then lowered his eyes with a guilty look. He loves Tang Xiaomi? What a joke. She's his brother's wife. His future sister-in-law. Xiaofeng, please answer this question honestly. Jiang Yinchuan's tone took on a hint of aggression. I like her very much. Qin Mufeng's mind raced, and he came up with a compromise answer. The liking he spoke of was simply the kind of liking for family members, not the so-called love between a man and a woman. Just liking, Jiang Yunchuan trailed off meaningfully. In his opinion, Qin Mufeng was simply interested in Tang Xiaomi's abilities. Brother Yunchuan, why are you asking this? Qin Mufeng suddenly had a bad feeling. Jiang Yunchuan always ignored women, so why was he so concerned about his relationship with his sister-in-law this time? Xiaofeng, Jiang Yunchuan suddenly sighed, look at you, you had several girlfriends so far. But look at me, I still haven't had a girlfriend at all, and I'm forced to go on blind dates every day. My life is in dire straits. So? Qin Mufeng was suspicious. The women in the capital system rushing to marry Jiang Yunchuan were enough to fill an entire army. If he couldn't find a girlfriend, it was because he was too picky and looked down on those women. What did it have to do with him? So, Jiang Yunchuan put his arm around Qin Mufeng's shoulder again, closing the distance between them, and said in a low voice, so we compete fairly, based on our own abilities. What? Qin Mufeng jumped up. He felt his mind was in a mess. Perhaps he'd been hallucinating because he hadn't slept well these past few days. Brother Yunchuan, you? What do you mean? I mean, I'm planning to pursue Tang Xiaomi, Jiang Yunchuan stated directly. Brother Yunchuan. Stop joking, okay? I'm a coward. I can't stand being scared. Qin Mufeng smiled bitterly. He must be teasing him. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes were firm, his tone serious. Brother Yunchuan. That's my girlfriend. Qin Mufeng gritted his teeth. Sure enough, he hadn't checked the almanac before going out today. Well, I know, but you don't love her yet, right? And she's just a girlfriend, not a wife. Jiang Yunchuan spoke matter-of-factly. The nature of a girlfriend and a wife is different. Brother Yunchuan. How dare you steal my girl? Qin Mufeng was indignant. If he really was stealing his girl, it would be fine, but the problem was that she was his brother's girl. I told you, this is fair competition. No, I don't agree. Qin Mufeng gritted his teeth, his attitude toughening up a bit. It doesn't matter. The choice is hers. Jiang Yunchuan pointed at Su Tang in the distance, his determination evident. Brother. You're my brother, okay? Can you please stop messing around? Can you give me a chance to live? At this point, Qin Mufeng could see that Jiang Yunchuan wasn't joking. He meant what he said. But the problem was, Tang Xiaomi was his brother's wife. And he couldn't tell anyone about it. Xiaofeng. Just consider it a pity for an old bachelor like me. You find someone better in the future. Jiang Yunchuan patted Qin Mufeng on the shoulder. It's settled. Fair competition. With that, Jiang Yunchuan strode towards Su Tang. Qin Mufeng watched Jiang Yunchuan's back, and suddenly felt like the sky was falling, the world was about to end. Before leaving, his brother had instructed that anyone who dared to poach his wife would be killed. He thought that under his name, anyone tired of living would dare to poach his wife, but he never imagined that someone would actually do it, but Jiang Yunchuan had been killed. Putting aside his status and their friendship, he was no match in terms of combat prowess. In mecha combat, he'd be beaten, and in hand-to-hand combat, he'd be beaten too. Qin Mufeng tugged at his hair in frustration. He'd been so anxious every day since he couldn't find his sister-in-law. Now that she finally found him, and she brought a rival with her, he'd been so worried. Should he report Jiang Yunchuan's situation to his brother? Qin Mufeng hesitated. If his brother knew he brought his sister-in-law to Yushu Star, that would be courting death. But if my sister-in-law really ran off with Jiang Yunchuan, then, haha, the Jiang family is no worse than the Qin family, and Jiang Yunchuan is Marshal Zhang's only son. The position of Marshal will definitely be his in the future. It's only a matter of time. So Jiang Yunchuan is a serious threat. Qin Mufeng fixed his gaze, clenched his fist, and made up his mind. Better report it. Su Tang stood idly by, watching the soldiers evacuate personnel and supplies. Only 10 days had passed, and only a few hundred people had returned safely to the city or been found by the search and rescue team. The Pegasus Beast troops could evacuate them in a few short trips, so Su Tang didn't involve Su Yanlai. Watching the interaction between Jiang Yunchuan and Qin Mufeng, Su Tang realized that they knew each other and seemed to have a good relationship. Saving Jiang Yunchuan was indeed the right thing to do. Qin Mufeng would probably blame her if he knew she had let Jiang Yunchuan die. Su Tang thought carefully. It was only natural for the children of the 10 major military families to know each other. Yin Zima was also from the Yin family. She wondered if Xiaofeng knew him. She hadn't heard from him in a long time. While in Tianrun City, she tried to contact him using Tang Xiaomi's laptop, but unfortunately, the connection was still disconnected. There was no recent news about him on Starnet, and she didn't know what he was doing. The thought of Yen Zimu made Su Tang suddenly feel a little down. When Jiang Yinchuan returned, he saw Su Tang, her head bowed with a look of sorrow on her face. Jiang Yinchuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Tang Xiaomi had discovered that Qin Mufeng didn't really like her? In Jiang Yinchuan's opinion, Qin Mufeng's behavior of deceiving a woman, when he clearly had no interest in her, was extremely unkind. Xiaomi, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? Jiang Yinchuan asked with concern. Ever since Jiang Yinchuan became her accomplice, and they had established a criminal friendship, he had been calling her Xiaomi to draw closer. Nothing. Jiang Yinchuan's question made Su Tang realize the two had already finished discussing their secret. Siafeng, what's wrong? Su Tang noticed Qin Mufeng, 2 steps behind Jiang Yinchuan, looking rather grim, his head drooping and his face scowling. Nothing. Qin Mufeng shook his head. He obviously couldn't tell his sister-in-law about this. Siafeng, a man shouldn't be sentimental. You're someone with big things to do. Yu Shuesheng's anomaly still awaits your investigation, Jiang Yinchuan said with a serious, airy air. Qin Mufeng. He wanted to yell, who's sentimental? Who's stirring up trouble at this hour, trying to poach someone? Su Tang, standing by, was clearly baffled by Jiang Yinchuan's sentimentalism. She and Qin Mufeng hadn't done anything, so how could it be considered sentimental? Chapter 235. I naturally investigate Yu Shuesheng's situation. Sigh. Qin Mufeng sighed. Forget it. Let Jiang Yinchuan worry about his brother. He should focus on his job and investigate the cause and effect of Yu Shuesheng's abnormality. Don't worry. We can definitely investigate the Snow Moon Fox's abnormality, Su Tang reassured him. After listening to Jiang Yinchuan and Qin Mufeng's conversation, she naturally understood that Jiang Yinchuan had told Qin Mufeng about their previous encounter with the King Fox. Qin Mufeng was worried about Yu Shuesheng's condition. No wonder he looked so worried. Yes. Qin Mufeng nodded, though he still felt uncertain. By the way, Siafeng, my cousin Ez is going back with this group, right? In his preoccupation with his pursuit of his wife, Jiang Yinchuan realized he had forgotten his cousin, prioritizing his lover over his friends. He only then remembered. Your cousin Az? Qin Mufeng asked, a bit bewildered. Anja? Yes. You didn't see him? Wasn't he with you? Qin Mufeng asked doubtfully. You didn't see him in Yunxua City. And no rescuers found them. Jiang Yinchuan was horrified, a bad feeling welling up in his heart. No one informed me when I left this morning. Given Hanja's status, if he had entered the city, someone would have informed me. Qin Mufeng shook his head, a sense of foreboding rising within him. When will you return to Yunxua City? I need to confirm it myself, Jiang Yinchuan said gravely. They were only a little over 100 kilometers away from Yunxua City at the time. How could they not have arrived yet? A blizzard. Jiang Yinchuan's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten that? Cousin Az and the others must have been delayed by the blizzard. Perhaps they were already on their way back to Yunxua City. We still have 3 cities to go. After we evacuated all the personnel, we return to Yunxua City. We go out and look for them together then. Don't worry, they be fine. Qin Mufeng was naturally aware of Jiang Yinchuan and Hanja's relationship, so he understood Jiang Yinchuan's current mood. Okay. Hurry up and move the supplies and weapons. Qin Mufeng turned and began to urge the troops. In less than half an hour, all the personnel had been evacuated, and the supplies and weapons brought by the warship had also been delivered to Hanxua City. Qin Mufeng led his Pegasus trainers back to the warship. Su Tang naturally rode back with Su Yanlai. Qin Mufeng was just about to give Su Tang a ride. After all, Pegasus are relatively small, and 2 grown men would be a bit cramped, while Su Yanlai's seat was quite spacious. But Qin Mufeng was a step too late. Jiang Yinchuan simply took a long stride and sat behind Su Tang. Xiaomi, do you mind giving me a ride? Jiang Yinchuan asked with a smile. Yeah. Since it wasn't the first time, Su Tang naturally didn't mind. Besides, Su Yanlai had become much closer to Jiang Yinchuan after grilling meat for him for so many days. Since Su Yanlai wasn't very big, there was still plenty of room for 2 people, but it would have been cramped for 3. Glancing at Qin Mufeng, who was a beat behind and clearly a little embarrassed, Su Tang patted Su Yanlai on the head and said, grow a little bigger. Humph, that brat can't ride back on horseback. Su Yanlai had a slight dislike for Qin Mufeng, because he hadn't even given him a full meal back in Tianrun City. However, despite a few complaints, Su Yanlai still followed Su Tang's instructions and grew a little bigger. Qin Mufeng climbed onto Su Yanlai's back and sat behind Jiang Yinchuan. Jiang Yunchuan turned and raised an eyebrow provocatively at him. Qin Mufeng helplessly held his forehead. Why was he provoking him? He wasn't the real boss. Qin Mufeng felt that his future on Yushua Star would be miserable. He returned to the warship in the sky, and naturally, it set off again for the next city. Qin Mufeng went straight to his room, closed the door, and connected the Qin family's internal communication channel to Qin Qinyuan's computer. The call was connected within half a minute. Brother, are you free now? Qin Mufeng said formally, so that if others were around, they wouldn't notice. Wait a minute. Qin Qinyuan, on the other end of the line, scanned the area with his mental power. There was nothing unusual. He didn't know where the golden-haired Leia had gone today. She didn't drag him to the mecha competition as usual, nor did she pester him to introduce him to beautiful women. Tell me, there's no one around here. Brother. This is terrible. Someone's trying to steal your girl from my sister-in-law. Qin Mufeng's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted exaggeratedly. What did you say? Speak clearly. Qin Qinyuan's face darkened. It was Jiang Yunchuan we met, and he fell for my sister-in-law. He told me we should compete fairly. Qin Mufeng said, avoiding Yushueshing. Who? Jiang Yunchuan. Why would he come to your base? Qin Qinyuan's expression changed drastically. How could it be him? Jiang Yunchuan was his good brother, and he knew how picky he was when it came to women. How could he be interested in Su Tang, who was wearing that inconspicuous mask? Could it be? Qin Qinyuan's expression grew serious. Was Su Tang exposed again? It was just such a coincidence that I ran into him. Qin Mufeng shrank back. He didn't dare to tell her that he and his sister-in-law were on Yushua Star. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly said he wanted to pursue my sister-in-law. Did you tell me about my relationship with her? Not yet. I don't dare make a decision on my own, so I came to ask you today, brother, what should we do? Qin Mufeng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Yushua Star matter could be put off. Don't reveal our relationship yet. No matter what means you use, don't let Jiang Yunchuan get close to your sister-in-law. Just kick him out of the base. Don't worry about his identity. Qin Qinyuan gave Qin Mufeng unlimited authority. I understand, brother. You must hold out until I get back. Qin Qinyuan said with great caution. Yes. We will absolutely not give the thieves any opportunity. Qin Mufeng promised with a look of determination, but inwardly he was quite uncertain. The other party was Jiang Yunchuan. He had a higher rank and was more powerful than him. Well, that's it. Qin Qinyuan hung up. Bastard. Qin Qinyuan cursed, then violently kicked the table in front of him. Yin Zimu's ultimate rival hadn't been dealt with yet. He finally eliminated Zhua Tianyu, and now Jiang Yunchuan had appeared. Why was Su Tang's romantic life so prolific? Qin Qinyuan was deeply anxious. Jiang Yunchuan was definitely the type who would never give up until he achieved his goal. While he might have given up on his brotherly love if Jiang Yunchuan knew about his relationship with Su Tang, he didn't dare gamble on that. If his relationship with Su Tang was exposed, all of her information would be exposed, and her strength would surely be revealed to those veterans in the military. By then, there would be more than just Jiang Yunchuan. Finally, Qin Qinyuan decided to take drastic measures and send Leia away. He had to return as soon as possible. Chapter 236. A little after 3 in the afternoon, because only fewer than 5,000 people were being evacuated, the warship completed its 6-city voyage and returned to the skies above Yunchua City in less than a day. The Beast Tamers, with the Star Beasts, naturally remained to participate in the investigation and rescue operations, while the others followed the warship out of Yushua Star. Qin Mufeng again instructed the warship to return in 10 days. Xiaomi, could you please accompany me to look for my cousin? Jiang Yunchuan asked Su Tang directly from the warship's deck. Su Tang glanced down at the hands of the pocket watch hanging around her neck. It was approximately 3:18. As long as they didn't encounter the 2 King Foxes, Yushua Star would be safe until dark. No! Xiaomi, go back to the city and rest. Brother Yunchuan, I take a few beast tamers with you. Just as Su Tang was about to nod in agreement, Qin Mufeng preemptively refused. My brother said Jiang Yunchuan couldn't get close to my sister-in-law. Thinking they could be alone together was sheer fantasy. Furthermore, although Hanja was Jiang Yunchuan's cousin, he was only a 26-year-old minor. With an age difference of nearly 20 years, Qin Mufeng and Hanja didn't even know each other. They only known of him after a few encounters, and they'd gone out of their way to rescue him simply to save Jiang Yunchuan's face. Xiao Feng, are you sure your men can defeat the Snow Moon Fox if they encounter one? Don't act on impulse at a time like this. Jiang Yunchuan sternly said. Xiao Feng, I think what Brother Yunchuan said makes sense. I go. Jiang Yunchuan had previously said there was no need to be so formal. Just call him Yunchuan or Ah Chuan. But Su Tang felt that since they didn't know each other well, addressing him that way felt a bit strange. After meeting Qin Mufeng, he called him Brother Yunchuan, so she naturally followed suit. Su Tang thought, with Pegasus's small size, even a single four-tailed beast would scare them to their knees, let alone 5. Furthermore, their speed couldn't even compare to Su Yinlia's. For safety reasons, Su Tang felt that Su Yinlai had to go himself. Watching Jiang Yunchuan and Su Tang echoing each other, Qin Mufeng suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Then I go too. Qin Mufeng resolutely followed his brother's instructions, preventing his sister-in-law and Jiang Yunchuan from being alone together. There's so much waiting for you to do in Yunxua City, Xiaofeng, so don't go. Jiang Yunchuan scrambled onto Su Yinlia's back and extended his hand to Su Tang in a gentlemanly manner. Su Tang was stunned, then, without further ado, reached out and, using Jiang Yunchuan's pull, she also scrambled onto Su Yinlia's back. Qin Mufeng, standing nearby, reacted and moved over, ready to go together. Unfortunately, Jiang Yunchuan didn't give him a chance, and launched himself off with a horse-riding, leg-crossing motion. Caught Qin Mufeng off guard, Su Yinlai flew out. This sudden turn of events left Qin Mufeng stunned. His sister-in-law was so anxious that she left Jiang Yunchuan and him alone. In Qin Mufeng's view, Su Yinlia's departure was entirely at his sister-in-law's behest. In other words, she didn't want to take him, a light bulb, with her. Qin Mufeng's vision darkened. He felt like the sky was falling. It was all over. His sister-in-law and Jiang Yunchuan were hooking up. Qin Mufeng's heart was filled with tears. Brother, come quickly. He's already dead. Su Tang, perched on Su Yinlia's back, was also dejected. She hadn't said anything. She had been waiting for Qin Mufeng to come up and go with them. Su Yinlai had actually listened to Jiang Yunchuan. This was truly taking over the show. Su Yinlai, why didn't you wait for Xiaofeng to come up? Su Tang internally blamed Su Yinlai. Why wait for him? He's a drag and can't help. 2 people is better off. If we run into those 2 damn foxes, we can run faster. Su Yinlai defended himself. Although he worked for his boss, he still had a life. No, a free life for an animal, and he always had the right to make friends. People like Jiang Yunchuan, who grilled him, were his good friends. People like Qin Mufeng, who didn't even care about feeding him, could stay where they wanted. Ist, what bad luck. I wouldn't have run into those 2 king foxes, but you're right. After listening to Su Yinlia's explanation, Su Tang felt it made sense. Sometimes numbers aren't strength, but rather a burden. When encountering a snow moon fox with 4 or more tails, no matter how many beast trainers, warriors, or star beasts there were, they wouldn't be of much use. Naturally, Su Tang didn't take the matter to heart. Thanks to Jiang Yunchuan's exceptional wilderness survival skills, they easily reached Hanja and his group's hiding spot. To Jiang Yunchuan's disappointment, the cave was deserted. After carefully observing the cave and following the candlelight's traces, Jiang Yunchuan concluded that the people had just left and hadn't gone far. This meant his earlier assessment was correct. They were trapped here by the blizzard. Let's go! Let's follow their tracks. One advantage of snowy ground is that it leaves footprints. For Jiang Yunchuan, identifying these prints and finding Hanja and his group was a simple matter. Okay, you lead the way. Don't worry, they be fine. Su Tang, feeling the unease and anxiety of her loved one's fate, offered words of comfort. Well, I hope so. Although Jiang Yunchuan was deeply worried about Hanja, Su Tang's words involuntarily brought a sense of warmth and joy to him. Jiang Yunchuan increasingly felt that Tang Xiaomi was a gift from heaven to end his single life. With her strength, good temper, and gentle demeanor, she was his ideal wife. Under Jiang Yunchuan's guidance, Su Yinlai slowly walked across the snow. Seeing the footprints leading to Yunxua City, Jiang Yunchuan felt a little relieved. He feared his cousin and his companions were on their way there, but they had flown too high when they arrived, and because there were some wooded areas below, they hadn't noticed them. Wait a minute, Jiang Yunchuan suddenly called out, not having walked far. A deep sense of crisis had already filled him. Years of wilderness survival experience had taught him that the quieter the place, the greater the danger. This place was clearly unusual. Normally, wherever they passed, a few star beasts would flee in terror at the lion flame beast's imposing presence, but here, not a single one was there. What's going on? The inexperienced Su Tang was naturally puzzled. There's something wrong here, turned back quickly. But before Jiang Yunchuan could finish his words, something unexpected happened. The snow a few hundred meters to his left suddenly gave way, and a white figure suddenly emerged, charging towards Su Yinlai like a ghost. Su Yinlai was caught off guard and was knocked back several steps. After this incident, white figures continued to emerge from the snow. A huge blizzard suddenly rose into the sky, carrying countless ice blades and attacking Su Yinlai. Chapter 237. Su Yinlai naturally reacted after being hit by the snow moon fox. A huge flame shot up into the sky, and instantly, the ice blades within a meter around him turned to icy water. Fuck. We've been ambushed by those damn foxes. Damn. They're hiding in the snow. No wonder we can't smell their scent. Su Yinlai cursed immediately. I'm going to bite those bastards to death. With a mighty roar, Su Yinlai prepared for a fierce attack. At the same time, two sharp fox calls rang out, and for a moment, the surrounding snow moon foxes all howled. Su Yinlai's morale instantly plummeted. We're done. Those two kings are here too. This time, they're all high-ranking beasts. Fly high and break out. Su Tang was completely bewildered by the situation. It was Jiang Yinchuan who spoke. Su Yinlai also realized that the situation was now unfavorable. The damn foxes were planning to attack him in a group. Naturally, he chose to save his life first. But as Su Yinlai charged upward, white figures continuously charged towards him. Although Su Yinlai's flames had a negative effect on the snow moon foxes, the four-tailed foxes were no longer afraid of their brief flame attacks. The snow moon foxes' blizzard was an attack to their enemies, but it was like healing magic to their companions. Even a four-tailed snow moon fox that suffered a temporary burn would quickly recover from the king fox's blizzard. Su Yinlai, exhausted from dealing with the snow moon foxes, couldn't even fly away. What should I do? Su Tang began to panic. These two king foxes were actually waiting for them here. They were incredibly clever, and it was obvious that they were coming for Su Yinlai. What kind of wrathful fox had they done? The situation is very unfavorable, Jiang Yinchuan said calmly. Although Tang Xiaomi's lion flame beast was powerful, this time he saw six tails. Through the layers of wind and snow, he was sharp-eyed enough to spot two six-tailed snow moon foxes. Their massive size was twice that of the previous five-tailed beast, and they were no less impressive than the now maximum-sized lion flame beast. He could tell them apart at a glance. Looking at the white shadows constantly flashing through the wind and snow, Jiang Yinchuan estimated there were probably dozens of them. Yinlai, what should we do? Can we escape? Su Tang panicked even more, but she checked her heart. Her heartbeat had only accelerated after encountering the snow moon foxes. It was naturally caused by her nervousness and fear. Why had her instincts vanished? She hadn't felt any danger just now, so it was all a false alarm. But watching the snow moon foxes charging towards her, Su Tang felt uncertain. Was there really no danger? I'm afraid we're in trouble this time, Su Yinlai said sternly. Although he was still easily dealing with the foxes' attacks, that was because their king hadn't even made a move yet, and one of their kings was already evenly matched with him. I find a chance later. You go down and I distract them. Didn't you say you didn't do anything? Why are they biting you? Su Tang was puzzled. Revenge for their own kind. Snow moon foxes are social creatures. Although the first time he was attacked by a group was inexplicable, he was severely injured and nearly died that time, and the snow moon fox pack had also suffered heavy losses. He had killed dozens of fourth and fifth tail foxes, so the feud between him and the snow moon foxes had become quite serious. This time, these foxes were definitely coming for him. Will it be dangerous if you lead them away? Su Tang couldn't help but feel a little worried. Su Yinlai had been with her for so long, so naturally they had some affection. It's okay. I escaped last time. I was only slightly injured. You guys should be careful. Su Yinlai remained somewhat confident in his ability to escape. Besides, without anyone on his side, he could fight them with all his might. Just as Su Tang and Su Yinlai were discussing a countermeasure, a fox king couldn't contain himself anymore. Ignoring the flame surrounding Su Yinlai, he charged directly at him and engaged him in combat. Unlike the other foxes, due to the flames, the previous foxes had simply charged forward and then dodged, or been swatted away by Su Yinlai, never engaging him in close combat. Clearly, this fox king wasn't afraid of Su Yinlai's flames at all. The fox and lion engaged in a primitive, claw and fang-based attack. Su Yinlai concentrated on battling the fox king, naturally having no time to worry about the two men on his back. With a jolt, Su Tang lost her balance and was thrown forward. Jiang Yinchuan, quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbed her and pulled her into his arms, and together they tumbled off Su Yinlai's back. In midair, Jiang Yinchuan adjusted his position, lying face down beneath Su Tang, his arms tightly protecting her. Luckily, Su Yinlai was only about 10 meters above the ground. This 10 meters was a terrifying height for Su Tang. For Jiang Yinchuan, with a physical strength level of 5, as long as he didn't bump into anything sharp, he would be fine. Luckily, the ground was free of sharp objects and covered with a thick layer of snow, so Jiang Yinchuan naturally suffered no injuries. With Jiang Yinchuan as a cushion, Su Tang only felt slightly dizzy. Hurry! Before Su Tang could react, Jiang Yinchuan pulled her forward. In Jiang Yinchuan's view, the most important thing now was to get away from the battlefield. Any falling fox could crush them to death. Facing these giant, all-flying star beasts, their situation was precarious. After Jiang Yinchuan and Su Tang had run a few hundred meters, they heard a fox cry with a different tone, as if the Fox King had issued some order. Boss, run! Those damn foxes have sent their minions after you. Su Yelia's furious roar suddenly resonated in Su Tang's mind. Hurry! Su Tang shuddered. Too late. Jiang Yinchuan fired his flame gun into the air. Hearing the unusual cry, he reacted. In his peripheral vision, he saw a four-tailed fox swerve. Jiang Yinchuan immediately realized it was preparing to attack them. However, with the snow moon fox in the air and them on the ground, the situation was unfavorable. The flame spear could only cause limited burns. Fortunately, the Fox King only sent one of its four tails to deal with them. You go first, I hold it back. Without hesitation, Jiang Yinchuan made the decision, leaving a glimmer of hope to Su Tang. No! Su Tang objected. Alone, she wouldn't even know the most basic directions. If she ran away, and no one found her, she'd likely be stranded in the wild for the rest of her life. Furthermore, she had a hidden weapon. In this critical moment, Su Tang didn't care what Jiang Yinchuan might see. She simply activated the water mirror she had secretly grasped. The moment the water mirror was activated, Jiang Yinchuan's hand, ready to fire the flame spear, paused. What was this? A thin layer of water enveloped the two of them like a bubble. Chapter 238. Run! Su Tang pulled Jiang Yinchuan aside, ignoring the snow moon fox attacking them from behind, and began to run forward. Su Tang had already learned the function of this water mirror from Zhuo Tianyu. Its defensive range, centered on her, was approximately 1 meter. Therefore, protecting Su Yinlai within it was obviously unrealistic, but there was still room for Jiang Yinchuan. Be careful. Don't run outside the water curtain, Su Tang added worriedly to Jiang Yinchuan. At this moment, Jiang Yinchuan realized that the water curtain wasn't an attack by the snow moon fox to trap them, but rather the work of Tang Xiaomi. Jiang Yinchuan immediately noticed the strange object in Su Tang's hand. Is this the legendary artifact? Jiang Yinchuan was horrified. The military's top brass naturally knew many things that ordinary people didn't. Some within the military had long suspected the existence of gods in this world. To date, over a dozen objects with special functions, completely unexplainable by current technology, had been discovered. These objects were known as artifacts. Seeing the four-tailed snow moon fox, now in front of them, desperately biting and clawing at the water curtain to no avail, Jiang Yinchuan became even more certain that it was a divine weapon. Su Tang ignored the deadly fox behind her, and desperately pulled Jiang Yinchuan forward. After discovering that the flame gun within the water curtain could attack unaffected, Jiang Yinchuan began to run and attack, unleashing all his weapons at the snow moon fox without hesitation. But this four-tailed fox was clearly smarter. After being attacked, it simply distanced itself, waiting for its injuries to heal before resuming its battle with the water curtain bubbles. After running for over an hour, Su Tang could no longer run. Ignoring the four-tailed fox glaring at them, she bent over, one hand on a roadside tree, and began panting heavily. I can't run anymore. This won't work. We have to find a way to kill it. Jiang Yinchuan stared gravely at the snow moon fox nearby. He realized his weapons were incapable of inflicting fatal damage, and the snow moon fox's resilience was far too strong. He'd been able to hold out for so long against the five-tailed fox before, probably because he'd taken advantage of it. Xiaobao, can you kill it? Jiang Yinchuan's words reminded Su Tang of Su Xiaobao. They hadn't summoned Su Xiaobao before because they were afraid the Fox King would notice him and come after them personally, which would be counterproductive. But now, they were clearly far from the battlefield, unable to hear any movement from afar. It was also clear that the Fox King didn't care about them at all, having only sent this four-tailed fox after them. If they could kill this one, they would be safe for now. I don't know, Xiaobao doesn't know either. Su Xiaobao was unsure. Why? Su Tang wondered. After witnessing Su Xiaobao's attack, She felt it was possible to deal with a four-tailed snow moon fox, because it can escape. Shuba's scales are very slow, and if it escapes, we won't be able to catch it. It'd take more than 10 seconds to kill it. Su Xiaobao honestly explained its shortcomings. Its main body can be very fast, but its scales can't. Speed? Su Tang frowned. Can't we use a large-scale attack, like summoning a large group of stone butterflies? Wouldn't that kill it before it escapes? No, no. Su Xiaobao cried out immediately. Not enough food, not enough. Su Tang's frown deepened upon hearing this. Now she understood. Creatures like Su Xiaobao used the stone butterfly to feed, a technique that required no energy consumption. However, the luminous butterfly's attack was a means of survival, requiring energy consumption. Generally, nothing could threaten their main form, so this attack method had never been seen before. Don't worry. We find a way. Seeing Su Tang's frown, Jiang Yinchuan immediately assumed she was worried about the snow moon fox across from them. How long can this last? Jiang Yinchuan certainly wasn't naive enough to think they could hide in this water curtain forever. Well, less than an hour, maybe 2. Although Su Tang could still activate the water mirror twice more, this wasn't a solution. You stay here, I distract him. Although Jiang Yinchuan appreciated his wife's companionship, as a man, he naturally took the risk when faced with danger. Moreover, directly ahead of them lay a vast, primeval forest. This kind of place was naturally not conducive to the flight of the massive snow moon fox, so the terrain was very favorable for him. Wait, can you find a way to trap it? Su Tang felt that she couldn't let the fox go back. If a large force was attracted, neither of them would be able to escape. Just trap it for a dozen seconds, Su Tang added, fearing Jiang Yinchuan might not understand. A dozen seconds? Jiang Yinchuan's mind raced, and he thought of Su Tang's other star beast. Was she going to use that one? Perhaps that star beast couldn't move as fast as the snow moon fox, so she needed to trap it. Jiang Yinchuan immediately grasped the key point. After carefully observing the terrain, Jiang Yinchuan spotted several towering ancient trees in the distance. Okay, I give it a try, Jiang Yinchuan said, and then he immediately sprinted forward. Su Tang saw Jiang Yinchuan's figure flash before her eyes, leaping through the trees. The snow moon fox, watching someone unleash the round object it had been unable to chew, naturally gave up on Su Tang and chased Jiang Yinchuan. The high ground was covered with dense layers of branches, so the snow moon fox chose to traverse the ground. Naturally, Jiang Yinchuan, who had been attacking it with weapons, was met with immense hostility, eager to tear him apart. Su Tang felt like she was watching a martial arts blockbuster, with Jiang Yinchuan as the master. She suddenly wondered if this guy actually possessed the legendary Qinggong technique. How could an ordinary person be so fast? How could an ordinary person leap so far in a single bound? Of course, this was just Su Tang's quirk. A level 5 physical strength person would normally possess such a skill. Hurry! Jiang Yinchuan roared. Su Tang only then came to her senses. The snow moon fox was actually stuck between 2 large trees. Apparently, its ferocious struggle was enough to break the trees in half. Xiaobao, hurry! This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Su Tang knew it was time to act. As Jiang Yinchuan stared in disbelief, a swarm of demonic butterflies suddenly appeared around the snow moon fox. Simultaneously, bursts of explosions echoed, accompanied by the fox's painful wails. A little over 10 seconds later, amidst a shower of giant blood, the four-tailed snow moon fox was completely reduced to a pile of flesh. Chapter 239. Jiang Yinchuan stiffly wiped the fox blood that had splattered on his face. It was actually a demonic light butterfly. Tang Xiaomi's second star beast was actually a demonic light butterfly, and there were so many of them. Did she subdue the butterfly king? Where do so many demonic light butterflies usually hide? And they appeared suddenly. Could the demonic light butterflies even teleport? At this moment, a series of questions flooded Jiang Yinchuan's mind. Are you okay? After the snow moon fox died, Su Tang approached. She looked at the motionless Jiang Yinchuan with a puzzled look, wondering if he was injured. It's okay. Is this your star beast? Jiang Yinchuan froze, not daring to move. Countless demonic light butterflies were also flying around him, and he was afraid that if he accidentally touched them, he would end up like the snow moon fox. Yes, this is my Su Xiaobao. Su Tang extended her hand, and a few of Su Xiaobao's scales rested affectionately on hers. A warm feeling immediately spread across the finger where the butterfly rested. Looking at the large, scaly companion still dancing around her, Su Tang suddenly smiled, a smile that was innocent and natural. Very impressive, isn't it? Jiang Yunchuan's heart skipped a beat. No woman's smile had ever given him such a strong feeling. Before him, a large flutter of dazzling butterflies danced amidst a sea of bright red. The woman, dressed in a black combat uniform, stood against the light, smiling at him from behind a curtain of water. The classic combination of red, white, and black made Jiang Yunchuan suddenly dazed. He would never forget this scene. Yeah, it's really impressive. Want to touch them? They won't hurt you. At that moment, Su Teng felt a surge of pride, a feeling of pride that her son had grown up. Her Su Xiaobao was so impressive that he could kill a four-tailed fox just like that. As a mother, she naturally loved showing off her son's prowess. Jiang Yunchuan, the sole witness, naturally became Su Teng's target. Okay. Jiang Yunchuan followed Su Teng's lead and extended his hand. Sure enough, a demonic light butterfly slowly landed on the back of his hand. A warm feeling flashed through Jiang Yunchuan's mind. He actually had such an intimate encounter with a demonic light butterfly. No one would believe it if they told him about it. Xiaomi, you're amazing. You can even tame a demon light butterfly. Jiang Yunchuan praised Su Teng generously. What a surprise! His chosen wife actually possessed a demon light butterfly. Demon light butterfly? You called it a demon light butterfly. After hearing Jiang Yunchuan's words, Su Teng wondered if he had ever seen Su Xiaobao in this attack form. You don't know? Well, that's the name the military gave it. It's normal you don't know. Have you seen it? Su Teng's curiosity was piqued. So the military knew about this creature. Suddenly, Su Teng thought of Su Xiaobai again. Without Su Xiaobai, she couldn't even access the military's secret files. She should have copied them and studied them carefully. I haven't seen it, but the military has records of it. As he spoke, Jiang Yunchuan looked up at the sky. The star-illuminating jade snow star was gradually setting. It was almost nightfall. Let's find a place to stay for the night. It's not safe out there at night. Oh, okay. Where is this place? Su Teng looked around blankly. On one side were trees, on two sides were mountains, and on the other side was, of course, the direction they had come from. We're off the main road here, and I'm a little unsure right now. Let's follow that direction tomorrow. Jiang Yunchuan said casually. In the wild, as long as you know the specific direction, you can eventually get back. Okay. Su Teng followed Jiang Yunchuan without hesitation. Soon, Jiang Yunchuan discovered a cave at the foot of the mountain, and it was clearly another previously occupied sleepaway spot. There are so many sleepaway spots here, Su Teng couldn't help but sigh. That's right. The combat training on Yushua Star isn't very difficult. Taking the students' abilities into consideration, these sleepaway spots were prepared in advance and marked on the student maps. Jiang Yunchuan explained as he lit a candle. Ye Kai had prepared everything for him, so it was naturally his job to start the fire and spread the repellent powder. Su Teng, with nothing else to do, curled her lips in disdain at the haystack beside her and grumbled softly. The school is so stingy. They don't even have a bed. Uh-huh. Jiang Yunchu burst out laughing. You think the students are here for vacation? They even have to find their own sleeping spots for the challenging practical training. Normally, if a female student dared to complain in front of Jiang Yunchuan, he would have ignored them, even despised and looked down upon them. But at this moment, Jiang Yunchuan simply thought Su Teng's behavior was genuine and endearing, and he even began to disdain the straw bed. But it's a bit harsh, so we just have to make do with it. Sitting on the straw, Su Teng began to worry. Without Su Yanlai, she would have to rely on her own two legs, and who knew how long it would take to walk back to Yunxua City. She wondered if Su Yanlai had escaped danger, or if he was injured. With this in mind, Su Teng began to call out, Su Yanlai, please answer if you hear me. After calling several times without a response, Su Teng grew uneasy. Mom, we can't hear you if we're too far away. We have to use our telekinesis to call you. As a fellow pet, Su Xiaobao knew some things Su Teng didn't. Yes, Mommy knows. Xiaobao is so good. Su Teng was frustrated. It turned out that this kind of telepathic communication had a distance limit. But this Yushua Star couldn't use telekinesis at all, so Su Yanlai was practically lost, his life or death uncertain. Unable to contact Su Yanlai, Su Teng began to think about the demonic light butterfly Jiang Yunchuan had mentioned. By the way, Brother Yunchuan, what is this demonic light butterfly you're talking about? After Jiang Yunchuan finished his work, Su Teng humbly began to ask for advice. Yes, the demonic light butterfly. Jiang Yunchuan cleared his throat and began to explain. The military's secret Star Beast files record that over 300 years ago, This type of demonic light butterfly appeared and destroyed over 300 planets in the Federation, causing heavy losses. So powerful. Su Tang's mouth dropped open in surprise. Wow, over 300 planets. Su Xiaobao, your ancestors were like mobile powder kegs. Yes, they're powerful. Mainly because they're energy-eating beasts, making energy weapons useless. And there are so many of them. Jiang Yinchuan carefully reviewed the information in the files and asked, Xiaomi, can you tell me where all your demonic light butterflies have gone? Su Tang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This was her trump card. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Jiang Yinchuan sighed. As a beast trainer, he naturally sought to conceal his star beasts. Exposing their location would be like exposing his own weaknesses. He was too impatient. He unilaterally decided to marry her, but she didn't have him in her heart at all. To her, he was just a buddy of her boyfriend. Chapter 240. Jiang Yinchuan would have preferred never to have met Qin Mufeng, so he could pursue her openly. But now, he dared not express his feelings to her. He was afraid she would look down on him, afraid she would think he was a despicable person trying to steal her friend's girlfriend. He had never been one to drag his feet, but this time, he couldn't act decisively. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly felt irritated. Do you mind if I smoke one? Ye Kai was indeed thoughtful. He even included cigarettes in his package. Su Tang was naturally relieved that Jiang Yinchuan didn't ask her about Su Xiaobao. And since he wanted to smoke, she had no right to interfere. As you please. Lighting the cigarette between his fingers with the candle's bright flame, Jiang Yinchuan leaned against the cave wall, using the nicotine to think. Judging from Qin Mufeng's attitude today, it was clear he wasn't going to let him have any time alone with Tang Xiaomi. Once he returned to Yinxua City, it would be difficult for him to find opportunities to be alone with her. Once they left Yinxua Star, and Qin Mufeng and Tang Xiaomi returned to the base, he wouldn't even have the chance to see her. He only had a rank, not a position, and as long as Qin Mufeng was determined not to let him enter the base, he had no recourse. So today was definitely the perfect time to confess his feelings. If he missed it, there would be no chance. However, Jiang Yinchuan was still a little hesitant, fearing she would reject him, afraid she would look at him with disgust. Jiang Yinchuan felt that the most urgent task was to clarify the relationship between Qin Mufeng and Tang Xiaomi. Qin Mufeng didn't love Tang Xiaomi, he was certain of that, but did Tang Xiaomi love him? Jiang Yinchuan was a little unsure. If Tang Xiaomi didn't love Qin Mufeng, then she would have been angry and defensive after hearing the Legionnaires call her sister-in-law, but she was completely acquiescing. But if Tang Xiaomi loved Qin Mufeng, Jiang Yinchuan could only say that, despite his limited vision, he couldn't tell. Most of the women in the capital galaxy flocked to him, like flies, the moment they saw him. Clinging to him was a normal expression of a woman's devotion to a man. Although he was inexperienced, he knew that as a couple in love, shouldn't they be glued to each other 24/7? Showing affection all day to irritate single people was normal, wasn't it? And this time, he had ordered her lion Blaze Beast to abandon Qin Mufeng and run away. Qin Mufeng's intention to come along was so obvious that she couldn't have failed to see it. But even so, she didn't get angry, nor did she tell her lion Blaze Beast to turn around and fetch Qin Mufeng. Tang Xiaomi just went with him. Wasn't she afraid that Qin Mufeng would get jealous and misunderstand? Jiang Yinchuan felt that Tang Xiaomi's attitude towards Qin Mufeng was also unusual. Thinking of the unusual situation between them, Jiang Yinchuan began to secretly glance at Su Tang. He was surprised to find that she was looking at him, her eyes filled with obsession and amazement. Jiang Yinchuan had seen this kind of look many times. Every time he was forced to go on a blind date, the women looked at him like this the first time. Back then, he just thought they were superficial and infatuated. He'd been disgusted by this kind of look. But this time, he felt immense pleasure. It at least proved that Tang Xiaomi liked his appearance, so he still had a chance. Jiang Yinchuan smoked and thought to himself, while Su Tang sat beside him, naturally idle. Her curiosity piqued. As a woman who had never smoked before, she couldn't understand why men, even though they knew the numerous negative effects of smoking, still cherished it. Of course, Su Tang didn't know whether cigarettes had evolved to the point where they were harmless to the human body. But she clearly didn't understand why men enjoyed nicotine. With nothing else to do, Su Tang bit her legs, rested her head on her knees, and tilted her head to observe Jiang Yinchuan smoking. As she watched, her curiosity suddenly shifted. Jiang Yinchuan's enchanting looks, paired with his smoking movements and expression, suddenly made Su Tang feel that he was incredibly sexy and alluring, and before she knew it, she was transfixed. It wasn't until Jiang Yinchuan stomped out his cigarette that Su Tang snapped back to her senses. Su Tang blushed in embarrassment, thinking about how she had just lost herself in a fascinated way while staring at a man. Jiang Yinchuan, who had been secretly watching Su Tang, naturally noticed the change in her expression. His heart suddenly blossomed, his confidence soaring. Tang Xiaomi blushed at him. What did that mean? It was obvious that she had a crush on him. Jiang Yinchuan decided to stop procrastinating and act decisively. Xiaomi, can I ask you a personal question? What? Su Tang was startled. Could he be asking her where she met the so-called demonic light butterfly? Do you love Qin Mufeng? Jiang Yinchuan asked directly, asking what she wanted to know most. Su Tang was completely stunned by the question. She loved Qin Mufeng? You're kidding. In Su Tang's heart, Qin Mufeng was just the boy next door. How could she possibly love him? Seeing Su Tang's slightly awkward and unnatural reaction, Jiang Yinchuan's eyes lit up. She definitely didn't love him, so there was still hope for him. Do you love him? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jiang Yinchuan asked again firmly. Why are you asking that? Jiang Yinchuan's question was indeed difficult for her to answer. Su Tang suddenly felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Who she loved was none of his business. Because Jiang Yinchuan paused, took a deep breath, and steeled his resolve, because I want to know if I have a chance. Ahem. Su Tang choked on her saliva, patted her chest, and coughed. What did you say? Su Tang stared at Jiang Yinchuan with a look of astonishment. What had she just heard? What about an opportunity? Perhaps she had simply misunderstood. If you don't love him, then give me a fair chance to pursue you. Jiang Yinchuan's tone was as calm and composed as ever, but his clenched hands, hidden behind his back, betrayed his inner nervousness. His heart pounded as he spoke these words. Not even during the year's battle with the Star Beast in the Tianyun Galaxy had he felt so nervous and apprehensive. Su Tang looked at Jiang Yinchuan's serious expression in his dark eyes, tinged with hope, and for a moment, she felt as if the world had become mysterious again. She had met Jiang Yinchuan once, on Hongguang's Star, and her impression of him was very negative. And he, even after learning she wasn't a 4S level psychic, hadn't even looked at her straight in the eye. He didn't even look down on her, Su Tang, yet he actually fell for Tang Xiaomi, who had a rather plain face. Is there something wrong with this man's aesthetic sense? Sorry, I have a boyfriend, so you don't stand a chance, Su Tang flatly refused. Although she admired Jiang Yinchuan's looks, she was clearly already in a mess, and didn't want another romantic interest. Chapter 241. Jiang Yinchuan felt his heart, which had been beating violently just moments before, suddenly stopped, and a wave of sadness washed over him. He was still rejected. He had once believed that no woman he met was worthy of him. With his family background, strength, status, and looks. As long as he met a woman who matched his taste, they would naturally be together. Now he realized how naive he had been. Why? You don't love Xiaofeng at all. Despite being rejected, Jiang Yinchuan wouldn't give up so easily. He had always been a persistent person, determined to achieve his goals. Okay, you should have figured it out. Xiaofeng isn't my boyfriend at all, Su Tang said helplessly. Jiang Yinchuan was so certain, obviously having already seen clearly that she and Qin Mufeng weren't lovers. But I have a husband. I'm married. Then why are you pretending to be a couple with Xiaofeng? Where's your husband? Jiang Yinchuan pressed directly. Tang Xiaomi's situation was clearly unusual. If she was already married, why was she still pretending to be a couple with Xiaofeng? Su Tang simply lowered her head and remained silent in response to Jiang Yinchuan's questions. She knew the more she said, the more she would reveal. She and Qin Mufeng had only been together for an afternoon, and in that short time, Jiang Yinchuan had already noticed something was amiss between them. If she said anything more, she'd probably be exposed again. Well, if you don't like it, I can just say it directly. You don't have to make up a fake husband to lie to me. Jiang Yinchuan clearly didn't believe Su Tang's claim of having a husband. I'm really married. When we get back to the warship, I can show you my basic information. Su Tang suddenly felt a little relieved. The black shop owner was thoughtful enough to arrange a fake husband for her. Of course, it would be even better if Zheng Zhe was not Qin Qinyuan, but just a dead person. Basic citizen information? Jiang Yinchuan narrowed his eyes. If she dared to say that, it must be registered in her file. But why was Qin Mufeng pretending to be her boyfriend? And what about her husband? No man could tolerate his wife pretending to be in a relationship with another man, right? Could it be that Tang Xiaomi's husband had encountered some problem, and he and Qin Mufeng were very close, so he asked his brother to take care of him, and then Xiaofeng's men misunderstood? Jiang Yinchuan went through all the candidates he knew of Qin Mufeng's close friends, but still had no clue. No, if that were the case, Xiaofeng should have stopped him at noon and told him that she had a husband. There was definitely something fishy about Tang Xiaomi's husband. Jiang Yunchuan felt a thick fog in his mind. He just wanted to find a wife, but why was this wife's identity so confusing? For a moment, they both fell silent, and the atmosphere in the cave became a little awkward. Jiang Yunchuan looked at Su Tang quietly, various conjectures racing through his mind. As Jiang Yunchuan watched, he suddenly noticed something. Tang Xiaomi's eyes were beautiful, crystal clear, glittering like stars. A closer look would have captivated him, yet her appearance masked these glints, making them invisible at first glance. Jiang Yunchuan was shocked, and a bold idea emerged. She was wearing a human skin mask. This meant that her current computer information was fake. Jiang Yunchuan lowered his eyes. There was a certain difference between an unmarried woman and a married woman. From his observation, this Tang Xiaomi didn't look like a married woman at all. So the husband she mentioned was just the husband listed on her profile? She was lying. Even the name Tang Xiaomi was probably fake. She and Qin Mufeng must have known each other. She was probably Xiaofeng's external agent, hired to investigate the unusual activity on Yushua's star. If she was Xiaofeng's girlfriend, then all the credit could be attributed to Xiaofeng. Jiang Yunchuan felt this was highly likely. The thought of this possibility instantly made Jiang Yunchuan feel a lot more relaxed, so he still had a chance. Is your husband treating you well? How could he let you come here alone? Jiang Yunchuan broke the silence and began to gather intelligence. He's fine. I just came to take a look, Su Tang replied perfunctorily. Can you tell me about him? I'm giving up on this idea too. Jiang Yunchuan asked with a slightly disappointed tone. His name is Zheng Zhe, an SS-level psychic, registered in the Yoguang Galaxy's Yachi star. Su Tang began to recall the information about Zheng Zhe in Tang Xiaomi's computer. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and a surge of ecstasy welled up in his heart. He knew this fake account. Resisting the urge to laugh wildly, Jiang Yunchuan chuckled softly. So you like buying black roses too? Su Tang froze, her expression changing uncontrollably. She began to squirm. Realizing she overreacted, Su Tang feigned composure and asked blankly, What did you say? What black roses? Jiang Yunchuan naturally observed Su Tang's reaction, and his mood brightened even further. Jiang Yunchuan, with a smile on his face and a hint of amusement in his eyes, spoke directly. Baishur Galaxy, Bay Star, Xiangye City, Antique Building, 38th floor, the owner's surname is He. What? I don't understand. Although Su Tang's heart was swirling with turmoil, she feigned composure and confusion. Haha, I like buying black roses there too. The black boss is an acquaintance of mine, but Zheng Zhe's fake ID is probably dead. Jiang Yunchuan chuckled. Right now, he almost wanted to go out and set off firecrackers to celebrate. Was this fate? He also gotten his fake IDs there. Jiang Yunchuan didn't have his fake IDs custom-made like Su Tang had. Instead, he went directly to the store to select the ones he liked, and then took the human skin mask to pick them up. So of course, he's seen Zheng Zhe's fake ID before. Some things happen unexpectedly. We call them karma. Some people you encounter unexpectedly. We call them fate. Clearly, meeting Jiang Yunchuan, who also made fake IDs from a black-hearted boss, was karma for Su Tang. Su Tang felt like she was under a dark cloud. She had gone to get a fake ID, first meeting Qin Xinyuan, who also made fake IDs, and then meeting Jiang Yunchuan, who had also done so. Is there only one fake ID agency in the 30-star systems of the Federation? Or is that one the most popular? Okay, I admit I've been there too. Su Tang was helpless. Jiang Yunchuan knew the Black Boss well, and a simple question would reveal that Tang Xiaomi was just a pseudonym. It was pointless for her to deny it. So this Tang Xiaomi is a fake identity? Jiang Yunchuan raised an eyebrow. So what? Su Tang displayed a fearless expression. Now she had Su Xiaobao. If Jiang Yunchuan dared to provoke her, she would have Su Xiaobao blow him to death. Humph. Okay, the above was purely wishful thinking. If she really wanted to kill Jiang Yunchuan, she wouldn't dare even if she had 10 times the courage. It would be considered treason. Chapter 242. It's nothing. So the so-called husband is fake too. Jiang Yunchuan said cheerfully, not hiding his good mood. Okay, the husband is fake, but I do have a boyfriend. Su Tang said with a serious face. Boyfriend? Where is he? Jiang Yunchuan smiled charmingly. To him, as long as she wasn't married, he had a chance. One look at Jiang Yunchuan's expression, and Su Tang knew he didn't believe her. But she did have a boyfriend. even though she might have been broken up with. He's busy. I go find him after I leave Interstellar this time. Su Tang felt helpless. She couldn't understand why Jiang Yinchuan, with such good conditions, would fall for her. Could it be? Could he have set his sights on her, Su Xiaobao? That couldn't be the case. He even resort to honey traps for the so-called demon light butterfly? A man of Jiang Yinchuan's status wouldn't be so despicable, right? Su Tang couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Is that so? Jiang Yinchuan smiled meaningfully. Then I go with you. I want to see what kind of man is worthy of your unwavering obsession. Su Tang felt like she dug herself into another hole. Where could she find Yin Zimu? It had just been a casual remark, but Jiang Yinchuan had taken it seriously. Su Tang was at a loss. If he really followed her, her mental power level would definitely be exposed. Brother Yinchuan, Su Tang said helplessly, beginning to earnestly persuade Jiang Yinchuan. Look at you. You have a wealthy family, you're handsome, you're powerful, and you hold a noble status. There are women lining up to marry you. Why waste your time on a commoner like me who already has a boyfriend? But what if I only think you're suitable? Jiang Yinchuan blinked and smiled innocently. He simply despised those other women, but she was his only attraction, and it wasn't something he could control. What does it mean to be suitable? Su Tang found Jiang Yinchuan's standards truly difficult to understand. You have to be capable of fighting, willing to stand by me, and have a kind heart and a good personality. Jiang Yinchuan looked at Su Tang tenderly. So I think you're a good match. I'm a weakling with a combat power of 5. When in danger, I can only hide behind others or run away. Su Tang immediately shook her head in defense. It's just that we're not familiar with you, so you think I'm kind and have a good personality. I have a bad temper, get angry easily, curse, and even release star beasts to bite people. You don't have to discredit yourself just to reject me. Jiang Yinchuan found it both amusing and depressing. He, Jiang Yinchuan, could actually be disliked like this. But now that you mention it, I really feel like we don't know each other well enough. Jiang Yinchuan's smile widened. His innocent smile made Su Tang feel strangely uneasy. Sure enough, Jiang Yinchuan's next words sent Su Tang over the edge. So, I decided to stay with you until we get to know each other better. Maybe then you change your mind. Su Tang suddenly felt like dying. It seemed like everything she said before was nonsense. Brother Yinchuan, our statuses are so different. It's absolutely inappropriate. Your family wouldn't approve. Su Tang immediately brought up the patriarch. A large family like their Jiang family wouldn't accept a commoner like her. Of course, the return of Su Yuan's father was a different matter. Are you rejecting me because you're worried about my status? Jiang Yinchuan suddenly brightened up, chuckling twice as he explained, Don't worry, my mother calls the shots in my family. She only has 2 criteria for me in finding a wife. 1, female. 2, alive. As long as you come back to the Jiang family with me, they immediately arrange our wedding. Su Tang felt that their minds weren't on the same page, so she decided to say nothing. Once she left Yupshuexing, she followed Qin Mufeng and avoid Jiang Yinchuan. You misunderstood. I meant we're really not suitable. We have to walk back tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Su Tang ended the conversation immediately. Without waiting for Jiang Yinchuan to reply, she rolled over in the haystack, her back to him, clearly not wanting to deal with him anymore. Good night then, Jiang Yinchuan said silently. The woman he chosen truly disliked him. Feeling lost, Jiang Yinchuan walked to the cave entrance, with a somewhat melancholy look on his face, chain smoking. What should he do? In his 50th year, a woman finally appeared, who made his heart flutter, and whom he wanted to marry, but she didn't like him. Jiang Yinchuan was deeply frustrated. She seemed to despise all his strengths. But how could he pursue a woman? He could only offer her the heart of Heavenly Lawn, but on Yushu Star, the heart of Heavenly Lawn couldn't be retrieved from his ethereal vault. The rest seemed to be a simple meal, tea, a stroll, and a little romance. But this shabby planet didn't seem to offer much in the way of romance. Forget it, he decided to go somewhere with a signal and ask the Queen Mother, and have her investigate Tang Xiaomi's true identity. Upon hearing this news, the Queen Mother would definitely come personally. Qin Mufeng wouldn't dare act presumptuously in front of Han Yun, so he could easily join them in their base. Jiang Yinchuan felt that everything was going in a positive direction. At least he knew she wasn't married, and wasn't Qin Mufeng's girlfriend. Even if she did have a boyfriend, he was just a boyfriend. Even if they were married, they could get divorced, let alone just a boyfriend. Yunxia City. After Qin Mufeng had made all the arrangements, he anxiously paced back and forth along the towering city wall, his hands behind his back. As time passed, Qin Mufeng grew increasingly uneasy. A little after 4 p.m., a group of people appeared in the distance. When Qin Mufeng saw who they were, his unease intensified. Hanja, why didn't Brother Yunchuan come back with you? Qin Mufeng asked anxiously. Captain Qin, please go and save my cousin. He's gone to lure away a snow moon fox, and his fate remains uncertain. Send someone to look for him. Hanja saw Qin Mufeng as if he had found a lifeline. After waiting in the cave for so many days without seeing Jiang Yunchuan return, Hanja already had a bad feeling, but they were completely powerless to find him. No, he's already come back. He came looking for you again this afternoon. Didn't you run into them? Qin Mufeng frowned. Although he could see Hanja hadn't encountered Jiang Yunchuan, he still asked despite a glimmer of hope. You said my cousin has come back? Hanja felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. His cousin was safe. Forget it. Looks like you taken the wrong path. You go back and rest. I wait here. Qin Mufeng sighed. He had long since told his sister-in-law not to go out. Now, the person he was looking for had returned, but he was lost. After sending Hanja and his group away, Qin Mufeng continued pacing the city wall. But even as the last twilight faded, he still hadn't seen them. Chapter 243. The night passed peacefully. The next day, perhaps accustomed to sleeping on the haystack these past few days, Su Tang didn't feel any back pain when she woke up. Awake? Jiang Yunchuan's charming voice immediately reached Su Tang's ears. Yeah, good morning. Ever since Jiang Yunchuan's confession yesterday, Su Tang couldn't help but feel awkward around him. Hee, it's getting late. Jiang Yunchuan chuckled. Eh? Su Tang glanced at her pocket watch in confusion. 10:31. Su Tang suddenly felt like a pig. No wonder Su Yanlai always had to tickle her awake. If he didn't, she would sleep until dawn. It's really getting late. Su Tang pulled her lips stiffly. She felt so embarrassed. Never mind. It was embarrassing. Su Tang just threw in the towel. Maybe Jiang Yunchuan would dislike her and change his mind. After calling out to Su Yanlai again in her heart with no response, Su Tang resigned herself to the reality of having to rely on the number 11 bus to get there. Shall we leave now? Okay. I researched. We're about 150 kilometers from Yunxua City. If we walk back, we should be able to reach it in 2 days. Su Tang then noticed Jiang Yunchuan holding a paper map and curiously leaned over to take a look. Then, being directionally illiterate, expressed complete confusion. Where is this? Su Tang curiously pointed to a white area on the map with a large question mark. Jiang Yunchuan's map was simple, but even Su Tang, a novice, could tell it was 2 landmasses, one densely covered with various markings, the other with only a large question mark. Su Tang's curiosity was clearly piqued. That's the snow region. That's the birthplace of the snow moon foxes, home to many advanced, multi-tailed snow moon foxes. It's a forbidden area. It's said that once a human enters, they can never leave. Previously, the snow moon foxes here wouldn't attack humans. This time, I'm afraid something must have happened in the snow region. I think all the snow moon foxes with 4 or more tails are from there, Jiang Yunchuan explained carefully. Could the snow region be the snow moon fox lair that Su Yanlai mentioned? Su Tang wondered, but what had they lost that warranted such a massive effort? Even Su Yanlai didn't dare venture into their lair. Would any human really go there, and even succeed in stealing their treasure? Su Tang was skeptical. Do you think Xiao Feng will go to the snow region to investigate? Su Tang suddenly felt a little worried for Qin Mufeng. Going to that extremely treacherous snow region would be a life-or-death experience. This needs to be reported, depending on the circumstances. If the Federation decides to abandon Yushu Star, then the planet will be bombed after the rescue operation is completed. If the Federation does not abandon Yushu Star, then a thorough investigation and resolution of the source of the problem will be necessary, and a trip to the snow region is essential. Jiang Yunchuan was naturally well-versed in the Federation military's procedures for handling anomalous planets. Is that so? Su Tang felt a little uneasy. The planet was so large, it was impossible to find all the missing people. Moreover, bombing a planet would harm the other creatures on it. If the planet wasn't bombed, Qin Mufeng would have to go to the snow region to investigate, and even kill all the snow moon foxes. That would be simply courting death. This was not what she wanted to see. Can't we just leave this planet alone? Treated like a barren planet? Su Tang felt that the Federation military's approach was overbearing. Of course not. Abnormal planets are prone to the emergence of highly dangerous, advanced star beasts, which could endanger the safety of surrounding planets. We can't just leave them alone. Oh! Su Tang felt a little downcast for a moment. Don't overthink it. This is something the higher-ups in the federal military need to consider. I'm worried about Xiaofeng. The six-tailed snow moon foxes here are so powerful. He'd be courting death if he went there. Although she had only known Qin Mufeng for a short time, Su Tang clearly couldn't bear to watch him go to his death. Don't worry. Although he's the commander of the garrison here, he won't be sent into battle personally if the danger level is high. The Qin family's young generation is running out, and they'd be reluctant to let him go, so they send someone else first, Jiang Yunchuan counseled. I also witnessed the power of those two six-tailed snow moon foxes. I submit a report demonstrating the severity of the situation here, so the ultimate outcome will most likely be abandoning this planet. Yes, thank you. Su Tang felt a little heavy-hearted. Although she was happy that Qin Mufeng didn't have to risk investigating the source of the anomaly, all the creatures on this planet had suffered. It's true that you can't have it both ways. Shaking her head, Su Tang felt she was being sentimental. Why was she dwelling on such melancholy? This planet had nothing to do with her. Right now, she only cared about reaching Yunxua City safely, and ideally, picking up some fascinating treasure along the way. Let's go! Su Tang smiled at Jiang Yunchuan. I seem to have been dwelling on a trivial matter just now. I just feel a little sorry for the creatures on the planet. Abandoning the planet is a last resort. The creatures on this planet are indeed innocent, but the strong survive. The military will choose to annihilate it to prevent the emergence of star beasts stronger than humans, and for the better development of our race, so don't worry too much. In Jiang Yunchuan's view, destroying an uninhabited planet is a commonplace matter. The Federation has abandoned countless inhabited planets, so Tang Xiaomi is being too kind. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go! Okay. Su Tang felt better after hearing Jiang Yunchuan's explanation. After leaving the cave, Jiang Yunchuan first looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, he broke off a branch about a meter long and thick, about the thickness of his arm, from the nearest tree. Jiang Yunchuan, holding a map in one hand and a branch in the other, scouted the way ahead. Su Tang simply followed Jiang Yunchuan's footsteps and continued forward. In this snow-covered landscape, it was easy to miss a step. Su Tang suddenly felt incredibly lucky. When she had been chased by the snow moon fox, she had been running completely blindly, yet she hadn't lost a step. As they walked, Jiang Yunchuan, who was ahead of them, looked calm, but his heart was growing increasingly tense. Ever since leaving the cave, he had been feeling the urge to be spied on. After quietly observing his surroundings and confirming that there were no other large star beasts or people nearby, he thought he was being overly suspicious. But after only a few steps, the overwhelming feeling of being spied on returned. Xiaomi, your lion flame beast is nearby, right? Jiang Yunchuan suddenly turned and asked Su Tang, winking at her as he spoke. Su Tang was stunned for a second before quickly realizing it. Before they set out, she had said she couldn't sense Su Yanlai. Jiang Yunchuan's question clearly had ulterior motives. Yeah, it's almost here. There he is! Just as Su Tang finished speaking, Jiang Yunchuan keenly detected a very faint noise coming from somewhere at 3 o'clock to his left. Chapter 244. Jiang Yunchuan fired 3 bullets directly at the source of the noise. Ah! A woman screamed. Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan frowned simultaneously. There's a woman. Jiang Yunchuan suddenly had a dangerous intuition. A woman was following them, but he hadn't been able to determine her location before. This was too strange. Be careful, Jiang Yunchuan commanded, going to investigate. Su Tang followed Jiang Yunchuan cautiously forward. After getting closer and taking in the sight ahead, Su Tang gasped in surprise. It was a woman of indescribable beauty. Her features were picturesque, her figure was as white as ice. Su Tang felt she had never seen such a beautiful woman before. One glance was enough to captivating her. If this woman just beckoned, there would be a whole host of men willing to die for her. As Su Tang was admiring the beauty, a gun barrel poked directly at her head, a disastrous sight. Tell me, what race are you from? Jiang Yunchuan's words were cold and emotionless. Su Tang suddenly felt like she had been brutally harmed. He had the heart to lay hands on such a beautiful woman. Don't scare me. Su Tang was annoyed. How could he be so unkind to a woman like her? She stepped forward, trying to help the woman, who was still slumped to the ground. Don't go. It's dangerous. Jiang Yunchuan pulled Su Tang behind him, his face stern and his words firmly stated, She's not human. Not human. Su Tang was stunned. Could she be in the world of immortal cultivation? There were monsters disguised as humans here? Su Tang only then realized what Jiang Yunchuan had asked. What race? Shocked, Su Tang once again observed the beauty before her, finally recovering from her captivating beauty and discovering the anomaly she had overlooked. The woman's hair was silver, her eyes golden, and on a cold planet like Ushua Star, she wore only a loose, silk-like robe. If you overlooked her appearance, the clues were easily apparent. Tell me, who are you? Why are you following us? Jiang Yunchuan's voice grew even colder, and he waved the spear in his hand threateningly. Otherwise, I won't be polite. A few seconds later, seeing the alien on the snowy ground still bowed its head in silence, Jiang Yunchuan's patience ran out, and he opened fire with his flame gun. His analysis showed that this alien had appeared after they had separated from the lion flame beast, and given the previous probing, it was clear that it was afraid of fire. Ah! A sharp female scream rang out. Under Su Tang's incredulous gaze, the beauty on the ground melted into a puddle of snow like a melting snowflake. Dead? Su Tang swallowed hard. Oh my god, she really encountered a monster. Probably not. The aliens wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Jiang Yunchuan's face was filled with alarm. This female alien had definitely followed them for a purpose. She wouldn't leave so easily. Sure enough, a sigh echoed in the wind within seconds. Ah! Su Tang hid behind Jiang Yunchuan, shaking off goosebumps. A real-life monster? She had a weak tolerance. She could only watch the movie version. She couldn't handle the real thing. Without thinking, Su Tang commanded Su Xiaobao to summon a swarm of demonic light butterflies to surround the two of them. I mean no harm. A soft, melodious voice, like the sound of a zither, echoed through the wind. Come out! You're following us without any ill intentions. Jiang Yunchuan's expression remained stern. I simply overheard your conversation. I want to have a good talk with you humans. The voice on the wind seemed to tinge with resignation. Okay, show yourself first, and we talk. Jiang Yunchuan didn't dare to relax. The enemy was in the dark, and we were in the light. They didn't even know where they were. The situation was clearly unfavorable. Okay. As if making a decision, this voice took several seconds to arrive. Through the layers of demonic butterflies, Su Tang's eyes widened. Like a snowman, the snowflakes on the ground rose without wind, gradually forming a human shape. In just 3 seconds, the former beauty once again stood gracefully on the snow. Why are you following us? Jiang Yunchuan had no confidence in killing this alien. For now, he could only adopt a stalling strategy to determine her purpose. I heard you say you want to blow up this planet. I know you humans have the ability to do so. I hope you spare it, the beauty pleaded, her eyes desolate. Su Tang suddenly felt a pang of pity. She hated to see a beautiful woman in distress, but it was clear that this person before her was no longer human. Su Tang pinched the back of her hand hard, silently praying, evil spirits, disperse. Who are you? What has this planet got to do with you? Although Jiang Yunchuan had seen information about alien races in military documents, humans and alien races had coexisted peacefully for thousands of years. This was his first encounter with an alien. I am the snow demon. You could say I am the winter of this planet. The constant blanket of snow here is entirely my fault, the snow demon began. Long, long ago, I came here and settled down. This is my home, so I don't want it to disappear. Snow demon. Military records indicate that, besides humans, this world also boasts 4 non-human intelligent races, the Naga, the Feathered Tribe, the Elves, and the Robots. But the Snow Demon? Clearly not one of these 4. Jiang Yunchuan suppressed his inner shock and continued, do you coexist with this planet? Well, you could say I'm inseparable from it. So, can you give every living creature on this planet a chance to survive? The Snow Demon's expression was gloomy. She knew humans had the ability to blow up this planet. Then do you know why the Snow Moon Foxes attack humans? Are those high-level Snow Moon Foxes from the Snow region? Although Jiang Yunchuan didn't quite believe the Snow Demon's words, he still tried to pry some light from her. Speaking of the Snow Moon Fox's abnormality, the Snow Demon hesitated, a hint of embarrassment visible. If the Snow Moon Foxes don't return to normal, there's a 90% chance this planet will be destroyed, Jiang Yunchuan threatened directly. Okay, I tell you, it's actually because of me. Sigh. The Snow Demon sighed, a look of melancholy on his face, his eyes gazing mournfully into the distance. I'm from the Snow region. Yeah, they're coming. As if to echo the Snow Demon's words, 2 fox calls echoed from the distant sky. That was the Fox King. Jiang Yunchuan was horrified. They were in cahoots. This Snow Demon was stalling for time. Hurry up. I cover the rear. You get out of here. Jiang Yunchuan said anxiously to Su Tang. It's too late. Su Tang shook her head, still standing still. With her tiny frame and 2 legs, How could she outrun the flying Fox King? Besides, her heartbeat was normal, and Su Xiaobao had said he didn't sense any murderous intent from the snow demon, meaning she wasn't in danger. At this point, Su Tang could only optimistically hope that everything would be alright. Chapter 245. Let's see what happens. Jiang Yinchuan also recognized the reality. They were probably in danger. But with her by his side, it didn't seem so bad. I said, I mean no harm. Looking at Jiang Yinchuan, who looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy, the snow demon sighed softly. Soon, 2 six-tailed fox kings appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they landed beside the snow demon, crouching down like docile dogs. These are Hu Yin and Hu Han. The snow demon smiled gently. They are both my friends. They are actually very kind. Kind? Humph, kindness would kill so many people. Jiang Yinchuan snorted, clearly disagreeing. Have they killed many people? The snow demon suddenly laughed sarcastically. Are they as many as the snow moon foxes you hunt? Hearing this, Jiang Yinchuan was speechless for a moment. Behind him, Su Tang felt that what the snow demon said made perfect sense. Humans hunted countless snow moon foxes every year. If it weren't for the snow moon fox's rapid reproduction, they would have long since become extinct. From the snow demon's perspective, humans were indeed far more cruel than the snow moon foxes. Then why didn't they take it personally before? But now they're launching a massive counterattack. This time, it was Su Tang who spoke up. Actually, it's because of me. Upon discussing the snow moon fox's abnormality, the snow demon regained his previous melancholy and resentful expression. My original form has always remained in the snow region, but I can see the entire Jade Snow planet. One day, a person arrived on this planet. He looked exactly like my former lover, and so I fell in love with him. The snow demon suddenly touched his chest, as if recalling something, and smiled bitterly. Su Tang felt a wave of thunder erupting from the sky. Was this a real-life human-demon romance? And falling in love simply because she looked like a previous lover, that was a bit too hasty. And then what? Although Su Tang thought this human-demon romance was unreliable, she couldn't help but want to gossip. Then, I secretly left the snow region to find him, but before I had a chance to get to know him, Hu Yin and Hu Han arrived. Because we had a close rapport, they could vaguely understand my thoughts. They knew humans wouldn't accept people of other races, and they were afraid I'd leave with him and get hurt, so they wanted to kill him. At this point, the snow demon was clearly in agony. But I didn't want him to die. I wanted to be with him. Su Tang felt like this was like a daughter trying to elope with a man, and then her parents rushed over to break up the couple. The result implicated innocent bystanders, a truly melodramatic scene. Actually, I also think there's no future for you and him. You're not the same species. Su Tang felt quite sorry for the snow demon. Surrounded by her fox friends, she finally found a man, but none of them approved. Well, if one of her friends also fell for an alien, she'd be vehemently opposed. I know, I was just being crazy before, but now I figured it out. He's already left this planet, and there's no hope for us. The snow demon lowered her head, her expression bleak. In other words, the snow moon fox's attack on humans was all your fault. While Su Tang was still lamenting the snow demon's love, Jiang Yinchuan pointed out the source of the changes on Jade Snow's star with a realistic and pointed eye. Yes, it's all my fault. The snow demon, recovering from her injuries, revealed a look of guilt. Her impulsiveness this time might have killed all life on the planet. So what are you going to do? We discussed this. Hu Yin, Hu Han, and I will return to the snow region with all the snow moon foxes with 3 or more tails. As before, we will not interfere with your hunting of low-level snow moon foxes, and will allow the planet to return to normal. The snow demon felt that as long as everything returned to its starting point, peace would return. Impossible. The Federation won't stop until the source of the anomaly is fully investigated, Jiang Yinchuan said firmly. Even if things were restored to their previous state, the military would still worry about another anomaly. Moreover, if the snow demon's existence were known, this Jade Snow planet would undoubtedly be annihilated. Then, the snow demon pleaded, her words sincere and heartfelt, could you please make up a reason? We will definitely cooperate. I promise that no snow moon fox with more than 3 tails will appear on this continent again. Can you help them? Su Tang tugged furtively at Jiang Yinchuan's shirt. Peaceful coexistence, in her opinion, was the best option. Please help us. The other creatures on this planet are innocent. Seeing the hesitation on Jiang Yinchuan's face, the snow demon continued her plea, we are willing to offer the snow region's most precious treasures as a token of our sincerity, as long as humans don't blow up this planet. Treasures? Su Tang's eyes lit up. Su Yanlai had previously said that the Snow Moon Fox's treasures were hidden in their lair, and that lair must be the Snow region. How extraordinary must a treasure be to make her so eager to come here? If you return to the Snow region now, we go back and try to convince them not to blow up this planet. Jiang Yinchuan nodded, his attitude softening slightly, indicating a willingness to lobby for them. Really, thank you so much. Please come with us to the Snow region to select treasures, the Snow Demon said with a cheerful and sincere look. No need. We're not after your treasures, and we don't want to see the suffering of the people. Jiang Yinchuan shook his head, a look of great benevolence and righteousness on his face. In fact, ever since the Snow Demon appeared, Jiang Yinchuan had become even more determined to blow up Jade Snow's tower. This unknown alien race was an absolute threat to humanity, and the danger must be nipped in the bud. Jiang Yinchuan feigned agreement, so he could quickly return to inform Qin Mufling to leave the planet. On the planet, they were no match for the six-tailed Snow Moon Fox. Su Tang, of course, had no idea what Jiang Yinchuan was thinking. Hearing him reject the treasures offered to her, she tugged at Jiang Yinchuan's clothes again to express her dissatisfaction. No, you helped us, and we must repay your kindness. Please come with me to the Snow region as our guest, the Snow Demon said with a warm smile. Su Tang immediately turned her head away, not daring to look directly at her. Oh my god, the Snow Demon's beauty was truly captivating. Looking at her again, she almost suspected she was changing her sexual orientation. Secretly glancing at Jiang Yinchuan, Su Tang realized that this man remained expressionless in the face of the Snow Demon's stunning beauty. If he hadn't confessed his feelings to her earlier, she would have suspected he was a jerk, giving such a stunning beauty the cold shoulder. I appreciate your kindness, but a gentleman shouldn't take away someone's love. We feel unworthy of your treasure. Jiang Yinchuan continued to evade, his inner doubts growing. This alien's attitude was clearly too enthusiastic. It was clearly abnormal. Chapter 246. No, please don't refuse. Please accept our offer. After all, this is our sincere gesture of peace. The Snow Demon said sincerely. Since they want to give it, just accept it. Su Tang, anxious, spoke first. If Jiang Yinchuan refused again, what would happen if the Snow Demon really didn't give him the treasures? Since this lady has said so, sir, please don't refuse. The Snow Demon said, not giving Jiang Yinchuan another chance to refuse. Jiang Yinchuan was helpless. How could his chosen wife trust others so easily? The Snow Demon's attitude was clearly problematic. Okay, in that case, I go with you to the Snow region. You send her back to Yinxua's city first. Jiang Yinchuan could see through the Snow Demon's attitude. He probably had no choice but to go to the Snow region. The gift of treasures was probably just a pretext. The most likely reason was that they were going to take hostages. Jiang Yinchuan felt an indescribable excitement about heading to the Snow region. This exploration of the unknown thrilled him. Since they had to go, he'd take the risk. As long as she was safe, that was all. No, I want to go to the Snow region too. Su Tang protested immediately when Jiang Yinchuan offered to take her back to the city. Jiang Yinchuan clutched his forehead. What a lousy teammate. Why couldn't she have a sense of danger? Stop it, go back to the city first. No, I go with you. Su Tang always trusted her instincts, and now it was telling her, strongly, that she wanted to go to the Snow region. You? Jiang Yinchuan was stunned for a moment as he stared at Su Tang's determined gaze. Although he didn't want her to take the risk, a sweet feeling welled up deep within him. This feeling of sharing life and death, of advancing and retreating together, was truly wonderful. Please come with me to the Snow region, the Snow Demon said, invitingly. Su Tang felt a gentle breeze mingled with snowflakes, and her body instantly floated like a falling leaf. Su Tang finally experienced the legendary feeling of floating lightly on cotton. Accompanied by the snowflakes, Su Tang finally landed on the back of a fox king, and Jiang Yinchuan landed behind her. Then, let's set off. The Snow Demon gracefully landed on the back of another fox king. The fox and the demon took the lead. The fox kings that Su Tang and Jiang Yinchuan were with slowly followed behind. All along the way, 4- and 5-tailed Snow Moon foxes continued to arrive from all directions, following behind the fox kings. Be careful, it's a trap. While the Snow Demon wasn't paying attention, Jiang Yinchuan secretly took Su Tang's hand and gestured on her palm. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly grabbed her hand, and Su Tang was visibly taken aback. The scorching heat of his hand contrasted starkly with the extreme coldness of the Snow Moon Fox's body. When his fingertips brushed across her palm, Su Tang felt only a tingling tingle, completely oblivious to what he was writing. Su Tang, puzzled, imitated Jiang Yunchuan's gesture and made a question mark on his palm. The soft, slightly cool touch, like the brush of a feather, caused Jiang Yunchuan's mind to blank for a second. Upon regaining consciousness, his first reaction was to tighten his grip on Su Tang's hand, frowning. "Why is it so cold?" "Huh? Aren't you cold?" Su Tang asked. The temperature on the Snow Moon Fox King's back was clearly much lower than on the ground, and even with the thermostatic suit, the chill still lingered. "Your strength is too low." For Jiang Yunchuan, wearing the thermostatic suit, this little chill was nothing. "I keep you warm so you don't get sick," Jiang Yunchuan said, pulling Su Tang into his arms with a powerful force. "Let go!" Su Tang was stunned by Jiang Yunchuan's behavior, but once she realized what was happening, she began to struggle. Su Tang was furious. How could this man do this? She had clearly rejected him yesterday. "Let go! I have a boyfriend." After struggling for a long time, unable to shake the arms that were wrapped around her waist like an iron hoop, Su Tang gritted her teeth and glared at Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Yunchuan remained calm and chuckled. "It's okay, I don't mind. Besides, your boyfriend's not around, so no one can see. You scoundrel. If you don't let go, I'm going to bite you." Su Tang threatened, gnashing her teeth. "Well, bite me, I'm thick-skinned anyway," Jiang Yunchuan said with a nonchalant expression. Su Tang suddenly felt deflated and said helplessly, "I really do have a boyfriend." "Let me go!" "Yeah, I know." Jiang Yunchuan suddenly dropped his smile and said seriously, "Your boyfriend is your business, but pursuing you is my business." "You?" Su Tang found it unacceptable. He had been so imposing and aloof when they first met, but why did she feel like he was creeping toward shamelessness? "So, you better dump that boyfriend as soon as possible." Jiang Yunchuan gave her a menacing smile. "I'm someone who will never give up until I achieve my goals. Now that I decided on you, you can only be my wife." Su Tang's heart began to grow wildly again. Sure enough, this was a shameless person. He was forcing a woman of good character into prostitution. No, Su Tang slapped herself in the face. Forcing a woman of good character into marriage. This guy was clearly just like Qin Qinyuan. Su Tang realized they could no longer communicate verbally, so she resorted to brute force to pry his arms free. Unfortunately, her physical strength was a disadvantage, and her meager strength was no match for Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Yunchuan watched Su Tang's struggles with a smile on his face, his heart awash with mixed emotions. He was happy to finally have found a wife, but he was uneasy about the dangers this time might bring. Deep down, he felt a thrill of exploring the unknown. After struggling for a long time until his strength was exhausted, Su Tang suddenly remembered a philosophical saying, "Life is like sex. If you can't resist, just enjoy it." A hug won't make any less flesh, and this was the only way Su Tang, resigned to her fate, could console herself. Seeing Su Tang leaning against his chest in silence, Jiang Yunchuan smiled triumphantly. Then he bent down, resting his head on her shoulder, and whispered, "Be careful later. Don't leave my side." Jiang Yunchuan's tone was serious, and Su Tang only then noticed something was wrong. Did he suspect a trick, and that's why he let her go first? "Is it dangerous?" Su Tang asked cautiously, softly. "Yeah, it's unusual." Jiang Yunchuan sighed. He regretted meeting her so late. He had already decided on her, but perhaps there was no future for them, and they could only become a pair of desperate lovers. In the snow region, they would be at the mercy of others. "I understand." Su Tang touched her heart. There was no suppressed, suffocating sense of crisis, but rather a surge of excitement, the kind that felt like having unearthed a treasure. There shouldn't be any danger. This time, Su Tang was gambled her life on her instincts. Afterward, Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan walked in silence. Su Tang leaned quietly against his chest, feeling a sense of peace in the sound of his robust heartbeat. Hopefully, this time, they'd both be safe, Su Tang prayed silently. Chapter 247. Flying over a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains, the snow region revealed its mysterious features. Although it was already dark, the faint moonlight allowed a faint glimpse of the scene below. From above, the snow region was a world of exquisite translucence, awash in brilliance. The plants here were truly unique. They were completely different from those on Su Tang's previous continent. They were translucent, like works of art carved from colored glass, shimmering with a variety of colors like neon lights. After landing, Su Tang curiously poked at the plants before her. The branches were as transparent as ice, while the leaves, like green-colored glass, reflected a soft green glow in the moonlight. Su Tang suddenly remembered the ice crystals in the space button. Could this also be a mineral? Is this a plant? Jiang Yinchuan showed a hint of surprise. It was customary on Jade Snow Star not to enter the snow region, so naturally, this was his first time witnessing such a wonder. No, there are no plants in the snow region, the snow demon explained with a chuckle, covering her mouth with her long sleeves. No plants. Jiang Yinchuan was shocked again. Aren't snow moon foxes vegetarians? Without plants, what would they eat? That's just what you humans think. The snow demon continued to smile, but she chose not to answer Jiang Yinchuan's second question. After listening to their conversation, Su Tang had a bold idea. No plants, no meat or vegetables. Could they be moon-drenched demons like Su Xiaobai? Living on the moonlight, although the wilderness of Jade Snow Star was a bit dark, there was still some moonlight, but that little shouldn't be enough. Su Tang rubbed the glistening branch before her eyes, feeling the same sensation as the ice crystals in the space buckle. It felt cold before she touched it, but warm upon contact with her skin. Are these ice crystals? Su Tang couldn't help but ask the snow demon her inner question. Yes, they are ice crystals. A strange glint flashed in the snow demon's eyes, and he didn't deny it. He answered Su Tang's question directly, then asked, his voice barely concealing his excitement, "Are you from there too?" "No, I just know it exists." Su Tang immediately understood the where the snow demon mentioned as the cultivation world. Where is that? Jiang Yinchuan wondered, clearly baffled by the two's cryptic riddle. Hearing Jiang Yinchuan's question, Su Tang and the snow demon smiled in unison, but didn't respond. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly felt left out. The snow demon was fine, but Tang Xiaomi actually treated him like an outsider and hid things from him. This feeling irritated him. Let's go! I take you to see the treasures of the snow region. The snow demon quickly changed the subject. Treasures? Su Tang's eyes lit up, and she glanced around. Sadly, nothing else was there except ice crystals shimmering in a myriad of colors against the white expanse. Could these ice crystals be the true treasures of the snow region? But would they be of any use to humans who didn't understand cultivation? As Su Tang stared in wonder, the snow demon gently waved his sleeve, and a blanket of snow and wind slowly rose, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. When the snow dissipated, Su Tang and Jiang Yinchuan were mesmerized by the scene before them. A magnificent, classical palace constructed entirely of ice and snow, dotted with shimmering, multicolored ice crystals. The entire complex resembled a fairyland, a dreamlike ambience. Su Tang's sharp eyes spotted several so-called ice lotuses, the ice crystals in her hand. Even Jiang Yinchuan, accustomed to grand occasions, was stunned. He suddenly felt as if he were playing Immortal Realm on the Skynet. This kind of scene could only be seen in the game Immortal Realm. Let's go. The snow demon led the way from a distance. Su Tang and Jiang Yinchuan followed closely behind. Though the building wasn't as bright as during the day, illuminated by the dazzling array of ice crystals, it resembled a fairyland. Along the way, countless adorable Samoyed-sized snow moon foxes with multiple tails flashed past them. Su Tang suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards the snow demon. Even though she had many fellow snow moon foxes, living alone in such a vast fairyland would surely be lonely even for a god. The snow demon paused in a main hall resembling a crystal palace, pointing to a small, golden glowing box at the top of the table. This is what I collected over the years. I give it all to you. The snow demon looked at Su Tang with sincerity. Give it all to me? Su Tang pointed at herself in surprise and swallowed. Was this a free lunch? This snow demon was so generous. Jiang Yinchuan, standing nearby, was also taken aback by the situation. The snow demon's behavior was truly bizarre. Well, I give them all to you. I know you can take them. A smile crossed the snow demon's eyes as he stepped forward and opened the box. It was a box of snow crystal lotuses, 10 in total. The snow crystal lotus is Jade Snow Star's most precious treasure, a legendary object. Su Tang, having read the information, knew that the Federation had only discovered 2 so far. Its miraculous power is to restore youth and prolong life. At first, the Federation didn't know the snow crystal lotus's purpose, so the first one was naturally studied and disassembled. The test subjects were undoubtedly extremely lucky. They only ate a tiny bit, and those over 200 years old instantly returned to their prime years under 200. Ultimately, they all lived beyond the average lifespan of 300, with the oldest test subject reaching 421 years. Those test subjects were merely ordinary people with sea-level psychic powers, so living to that age was clearly a long lifespan for ordinary people. Finally, experts discovered that the snow crystal lotus contains a magical substance that can activate human cells and restore the body to its optimal state of vitality. The second snow crystal lotus was discovered centuries later, and is now likely stored in the National Treasury, heavily protected by layers of energy. Looking at the snow crystal lotus, shimmering with brilliance like a colorful jade ruby, Su Tang felt incredibly lucky. Try it, it's good for your beauty. The snow demon winked at Su Tang, then took one and handed it to her. Su Tang took it with both hands, feeling overwhelmed. She truly gave it to her. Happiness had come so suddenly. Could this snow demon have grown into this celestial beauty by constantly eating this? Jiang Yinchuan, watching the snow demon's behavior, also found it surreal. Could this alien be so kind? But he could still tell whether the snow crystal lotus was real or fake. It was the real thing. A snow crystal lotus prized by the military. Why did he feel like the snow demon was just giving her weeds? Su Tang, who had received the snow crystal lotus, also came back to her senses from her ecstasy. This snow demon was incredibly enthusiastic. How could anyone be so generous? Was she out of her mind? No, her mind was already filled with water. Her entire being was made of snow. Could this be a pirated product? Su Tang cast a questioning look at Jiang Yinchuan. Jiang Yinchuan nodded directly, confirming, "I've seen a snow crystal lotus once. It's real. This truly is a snow crystal lotus." Under the snow demon's encouraging gaze, Su Tang took a small bite of the snow crystal lotus in her hand. It was soft, a bit like cotton candy, and tasted sweet too. A single snow lotus was only about 10 centimeters long, and Su Tang finished it in just 3 or 4 bites. "Thank you so much." Su Tang expressed her sincere gratitude to the snow demon. No matter what the snow demon was up to, once it was in her stomach, it was hers. After eating a single snow crystal lotus, she could live to at least 600 years old. Chapter 248. The snow demon smiled mischievously. "I forgot to tell you, eat this, and the little thing on your face will melt away." Su Tang. "Snow demon, you did that on purpose." As the snow demon spoke, Su Tang felt a warm current surge through her internal organs, flowing through her entire body, and her face, burning even more intensely, felt as if it were warmed by a fire. Jiang Yinchuan watched in amazement as a white mist emerged from Su Tang's face. As the mist vanished, he discovered that Tang Xiaomi had transformed. If Su Tang had been a beauty a year ago, now, after consuming the snow crystal lotus, she had ascended to a new level, appearing even more beautiful, like a fairy who seemed detached from the mundane world. Although Su Tang had become more beautiful, Jiang Yinchuan still recognized her instantly. "Su Tang!" Jiang Yinchuan pointed at Su Tang in shock. Although he had guessed that Tang Xiaomi was wearing a human skin mask, he clearly hadn't expected her to be Su Tang, that troublesome woman who hid behind others and cried the first time they met. Su Tang knew that with the mask off, her true identity was gone, so she could only give an awkward smile. "Haha, long time no see. It's been a while, I think we should have a good chat." Jiang Yinchuan gritted his teeth. This woman had actually tricked him like that. She must have recognized him long ago. After all, their first meeting had been quite memorable. "Let's talk when I have time." Su Tang internally cried out, "Oh no!" Was she going to settle a score with her later? But she hadn't done anything. They weren't close to each other to begin with. "Is this really for me?" Su Tang asked, changing the subject to Shui Yao. "Yes, for you," Shui Yao said without hesitation, not a trace of heartache on her face. "But I gave you a gift, so can you give me one too?" Snow Demon said innocently, as if it were a gift exchange between kindergarten friends. "Of course. I give you whatever you like." Su Tang felt exchanging gifts was perfectly normal and acceptable. "So?" Snow Demon paused, a strange smile playing on her face. Jiang Yinchuan, who had been carefully observing Snow Demon's every word and action, immediately saw the clue and felt a pang in his heart. "Be careful." Before Jiang Yinchuan finished his words, Snow Demon transformed into a gust of snow and blew directly into Su Tang's body. "I want your body." The Snow Demon's once beautiful voice made Su Tang's eyes widen in fear. The moment the Snow Demon entered Su Tang's body, she felt an intense pressure, like someone desperately pushing her, trying to squeeze her out, like someone on the subway. "Get out!" Su Tang clutched her chest and cried angrily. She felt the force growing stronger, pushing her forward involuntarily. In an instant, the force vanished. Su Tang turned around in surprise, only to see herself with a strange smile. She'd been possessed? No! She wanted to reclaim her body. Su Tang lunged at him, but to her disbelief, she passed right through him and fell to the ground. She become a wandering ghost? "Su Tang?" Jiang Yunchuan said, stunned. He had no idea what was happening, a scene completely beyond his comprehension. The Snow Demon had entered Su Tang's body. What was she trying to do? I'm a person now, ha ha ha. The snow demon laughed wildly against Su Tang's body. She finally had a body. The snow demon's smile froze, and it clutched its chest in pain. In a split second, it was ejected from Su Tang's body. Su Tang felt a powerful suction, and then, to her surprise, she was back inside. How dare a little snow demon act so presumptuously in front of me? To Su Tang's even greater surprise, Su Xiaobai's voice rang out. Su Xiaobai, are you awake? Su Tang exclaimed excitedly. It's me, Master Tang Tang. I explain things to you later, Su Xiaobai's soft voice rang out. Su Tang was so excited she felt like crying. Master Su Xiaobai, you're finally back. It's truly necessary for a master to step in at such a critical moment. The snow demon on the ground trembled with fear as it prostrated itself on the ground. I didn't know the immortal master was here. Please spare me. This sudden change stunned Jiang Yinchuan, who was standing by. Because Su Xiaobai and the snow demon communicated through their spiritual senses, Su Tang could hear, but Jiang Yinchuan could only watch in silence. Naturally, he didn't understand why the snow demon was so terrified. Jiang Yinchuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The snow demon's transformation was definitely related to Su Tang. Could it be that Su Tang had tamed the snow demon? He couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. How dare you to plot against me? I won't let you go. No! The snow demon screamed, transforming into a ball of snow and trying to escape. Humph, a mere trick. Su Xiaobai controlled Su Tang, extending her delicate hand and gently grasping. No! With a sharp scream, the snow demon's transformed snowflakes melted, and the last, sparkling, round crystal ball appeared in Su Tang's palm. This process only happened in the blink of an eye, but Su Tang saw the entire life of the snow demon and experienced 1,000 years in one glance. The moment the round crystal appeared in Su Tang's palm, it was like watching a movie, revealing all of the snow demon's memories. Su Tang thought it was a cliched, melodramatic love story, and the heroine was naturally the snow demon. The snow demon fell in love with a fire spirit, and the fire spirit, of course, fell in love with her as well. However, the snow demon and the fire spirit were opposing races, and their love was considered a great disgrace to both races, so naturally, they were hunted by both. The fire spirit, despite having the strength to ascend to immortality, was still no match for the two races. Finally, the fire spirit, with all his might, tore open the space, allowing the two to escape. However, the fire spirit, lacking a star map, had no idea he was connecting to a world devoid of spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy to repair himself, the severely injured fire spirit naturally died. The snow demon was left alone on the Jade Snow planet. Lacking the nourishment of spiritual energy, she journeyed to the desolate snow region, prepared to await her death. However, to her surprise, a few years later, a three-tailed snow moon fox appeared in the snow region. This snow moon fox fed on the moon's essence. Moon essence is naturally beneficial to the demon race, but due to their limitations, the snow demons cannot absorb it through moonlight, and can only steal the moon's essence from other demons. By stealing the moon's essence from the snow moon fox, the snow demon managed to survive. To her surprise, the snow moon fox evolved after consuming her companion ice crystal, growing more and more tails. Over time, the snow region saw an increase in the number of multi-tailed snow moon foxes. The snow demon, fueled by the moon's essence, no longer had to worry about dying from spiritual exhaustion. Thousands of years passed in peace until one day, when humans arrived on the planet. The snow demon suddenly realized that this was the mortal realm, and no wonder there was no spiritual energy. For the snow moon foxes of the snow region, only those with 4 or more tails are considered companions. The others are considered wild beasts. Therefore, they do not care much about humans hunting 1, 2, or 3 snow moon foxes outside the snow region. Chapter 249. As the snow demon had previously claimed, the snow demon's abnormal behavior was indeed caused by her. She hadn't lied. She had simply concealed most of the truth. The truth was that the snow demon and the other high-level snow demon foxes continued to live a secluded life in the snow region. However, with the frequent appearance of humans, the snow demon gradually developed other thoughts and a yearning for the human world. Until 4 months ago, a man with the same features as the fire spirit arrived on Yushua's star. The snow demon's desire to leave ignited the entire grassland like a spark, unstoppable. She fell madly and obsessively in love with him. However, when she met him, he attacked her mercilessly with a cold expression. The snow demon was heartbroken to realize the issue that had always stood between them. Race. the possessed snow demon decided to find a woman to possess, and the snow demon foxes in the snow region naturally sensed her intentions. The snow demon and the snow moon fox have coexisted for thousands of years. It's safe to say that the snow demon cannot live without the snow moon fox. Taking over the snow moon fox's body would mean losing 10,000 years of life, reduced to a mere 300 years of human lifespan. The snow moon fox is even more dependent on the snow demon. Without the snow demon's companion ice crystal, the entire snow moon fox race would be unable to evolve, and even degenerate. The snow moon fox king naturally would not tolerate such a degeneration. After learning of the snow demon's intention to leave, the snow moon fox king led all the snow moon foxes in the snow region in a search for her. To prevent her from leaving, the snow moon foxes began attacking humans and starships above the planet. Because of the snow moon fox's interference, the snow demon could not find a body to take over. Fearing the fate of her beloved man, she could only silently stay by his side. Until one day, the snow demon saw Su Tang. She was furious that Su Tang had sent that man aboard the warship and even away from Yushua's star. This deeply resented Su Tang, but Su Yanlia's presence prevented her from taking action. Secretly revealing her whereabouts, the snow demon orchestrated a chance encounter between the snow moon fox king and Su Yanli. Both of Su Tang's encounters with the six-tailed fox king were actually orchestrated by the snow demon. The snow demon successfully used the fox king to entangle Su Yanli. Just as she was about to attack Su Tang, she was surprised to discover a spiritual aura emanating from her. She instantly recognized the unique magical weapon in her hand, a treasure unique to the world of cultivation. The snow demon immediately changed her mind. She felt that the woman before her had connections to the world of cultivation, and that she was human. Through the human skin mask, she could clearly see Su Tang's appearance, which was considered exceptional among humans. The snow demon immediately decided to possess Su Tang's body. She found an opportunity to reveal herself and lured the two to the snow region. In the eyes of the snow demon, she would be Su Tang from now on, so naturally, she generously gifted her treasure to her future self. She had allowed Su Tang to consume a snow crystal lotus first, fearing that her soul would be too powerful for her human body to withstand. What the snow demon hadn't anticipated was that within Su Tang's body lay a demon immortal level Su Xiaobai. Although Su Xiaobai's strength hadn't recovered, he was more than capable of dealing with the snow demon, who also had minimal remaining strength. The snow demon's wishful thinking had failed. He lost not only the snow crystal lotus, but also his own life. Su Tang, upon learning the truth, lamented deeply. Sure enough, those who show unwarranted kindness are either treacherous or thieves. Without Su Xiaobai, she would have been in trouble. The world is treacherous, but her instincts as a person of destiny were truly accurate. This time, she had narrowly avoided any danger and found a treasure. Su Tang stepped forward, her free hand scooping up the small treasure chest containing 9 snow crystal lotuses, grinning gleefully. What is this? Jiang Yunchuan asked, stepping forward and pointing at the glass marble-like object in Su Tang's other hand. This is the snow demon's true form, the snow marrow. Su Tang repeated Su Xiaobai's words to Jiang Yunchuan. Is the snow demon dead? No, it simply returned to its original form, essentially dormant, Su Tang explained, according to her understanding. Su Xiaobai's original words were, the snow demon will only die if the snow marrow is refined. Otherwise, as long as spiritual energy nourishes it, the snow marrow will give birth to another snow demon. Let's leave quickly. I'm afraid the six-tailed snow moon fox will notice something unusual here. Jiang Yunchuan's expression darkened. If they lost control of the snow demon, the snow moon foxes here might attack them. Su Tang was shocked upon hearing this. Damn, she'd forgotten about the snow moon fox king. If she killed the snow demon, the snow moon fox king would definitely tear them apart. No, with the snow marrow, the snow moon fox will think you're the snow demon, Su Xiaobai said just in time. Huh? Su Tang glanced down at the snow marrow in her hand. So this thing can control the snow moon fox? It's not really control, they just treat you as their friend. The snow moon foxes here evolved by eating ice crystals, and ice crystals are a byproduct of the snow marrow, Su Xiaobai continued. By the way, should we dig up some ice crystals? The danger alert was over, and Su Tang's first thought was to pick up treasure. Why would you come here? You don't know how to refine elixirs or weapons, and you're not an ice-attributed cultivator. Su Xiaobai expressed disdain for Su Tang's desire to scavenge. Didn't you say ice crystals are good? Su Tang naturally recognized Su Xiaobai's disdainful accent. I wonder which bumpkin got so excited seeing ice crystals for the first time. Damn! Those are natural ice crystals. Wild ones, you know? These are the companion ice crystals of snow marrow. They're knockoffs. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Su Xiaobai immediately flew into a rage. Knockoffs? They're useless to us? Su Tang was immediately deflated. Nonsense! If they were useful, I have told you to dig them up long ago. But are they useful to ordinary people? Su Tang remained hopeless. Yes. What? Su Tang's hope was rekindled. It looks nice and keeps you cool when you put it in the house. Su Tang was speechless. He was teasing her. To be frank, it was useless. Let's leave first. Jiang Yinchuan wasn't sure about leaving the snow region, but sitting back and waiting for death was clearly not his style. No need. With this snow moon fox, they won't attack us. Su Tang waved the snow marrow in her hand, urging Jiang Yinchuan to relax. How do you know? Jiang Yinchuan asked suspiciously. Well, I do. It's a tamer secret. Even if the tamer didn't tell you, you wouldn't understand. Su Tang started to bluff. How do you know I don't understand if you don't tell me? Jiang Yinchuan started to get serious. You're not a tamer, so of course you don't understand. Su Tang used her tamer status as a pretext to bluff him. Okay, I just ignore it. As he spoke, Jiang Yinchuan keenly noticed several snow moon foxes flying overhead, but none of them noticed anything unusual. Apparently, as Su Tang had said, they wouldn't attack them. Jiang Yinchuan felt relieved. Chapter 250. Once the crisis was over, Jiang Yinchuan thought of something that had been making him itch. You're Su Tang. You recognized me after I killed that five-tailed snow moon fox, didn't you? Jiang Yinchuan gritted his teeth and began to settle scores. Su Tang felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She rubbed her nose and smiled stiffly. Haha, my eyesight isn't good. We only saw each other so briefly last year, how could I remember you? You said your name was Jiang Yinchuan, so I just remembered. Really? Jiang Yinchuan raised an eyebrow and suddenly smiled wickedly. Okay, you don't recognize me, right? Then let's get to know each other again. Looking at Jiang Yinchuan's wicked smile, Su Tang suddenly felt like he was preparing a powerful move. Now you recognize me, Su Tang muttered, shrinking her neck. I think we need to get to know each other again. Jiang Yinchuan cleared his throat, a look of pride on his face that Su Tang couldn't understand. My name is Jiang Yinchuan, and I'm also #1 in the world of Xinjia. Now we meet, right, Su Daji's wife? Jiang Yinchuan's words stunned Su Tang, and she froze in her tracks, as if a bucket of gossip had been poured over her. Could it be that the luck of the fortunate really be so incredible? She'd just been playing a holographic online game, and in Xinjia, she only met someone online named #1, yet across so many planets in the Federation, and in such a vast sea of people numbering in the billions, she actually run into him. Such a small probability event, practically zero, had just happened. It was a miracle, wasn't it? Although Su Tang wanted to point her finger at him and yell, fuck. Why is it you? She forced herself to hold it back. Her instincts told her to deny it. What? What did you say? I don't understand. I don't play games. Su Tang began to play dumb. Well, you still don't admit it, right? Don't you know that game companies keep player profiles? My mom already retrieved your data. Jiang Yinchuan folded his arms and looked at Su Tang calmly, his face clearly etched with the words, keep pretending. Do you have a citizen's right to privacy? You're violating my privacy. Su Tang then remembered that holographic online games these days are almost all real name registered. Using someone else's information to create an account is impossible. But accessing a citizen's game profile is a categorical infringement. My mom suspects you of marriage fraud, so she has the right to investigate you, Jiang Yinchuan said, shockingly. I cheated on your sister? Su Tang cursed. Marriage fraud? What kind of crime is that? You didn't cheat on my sister, and I don't have a sister for you to cheat on. You cheated on me? Jiang Yinchuan said seriously. Don't be so smearing. What did I cheat on you about? Su Tang was furious. It was a marriage fraud. You agreed to be my wife, but you ripped me off and ran off, Jiang Yinchuan said seriously. Su Tang couldn't help but want to smack him to death. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she felt the need for a proper discussion. First, I only agreed to be your shield. Didn't we make it clear back then? Uncle Tianxia, I only agreed to help you out because I felt you were quite pitiful. Second, what money did I take from you? A real man keeps his word. Even though you're not a man, you still have to be honest, right? Jiang Yinchuan held up a finger. First, you agreed to be my wife, and my mom knew about it. Then you ran off. Naturally, she investigated you. And the result? You cheated? Stop. What do you mean by cheating? Su Tang exploded. What? Isn't that cheating? Jiang Yunchuan gave her a cold glance. While you were my wife, you were having a passionate affair with that Yin Zimu. Isn't that cheating? Since leaving Hongguang Star and his mental strength being deemed restored, Jiang Yunchuan hadn't been in the immortal realm much. However, under pressure from his own Empress Dowager, he still took her there to meet his supposed wife, Su Daji. The girl was always offline, and after failing to see her for several times, the Empress Dowager went straight to look up Su Daji's information. It wouldn't have been a big deal if she hadn't checked, but when she did, she was shocked. Su Daji was Su Tang. At this point, there were signs of a marriage between the Su and Yin families, and the gossip about Su Tang and Yin Zimu had spread throughout the military. Han Yun, that woman, immediately assumed he was being cheated on, and spent the entire day beating her chest and stamping her feet in frustration. Jiang Yunchuan was surprised when he first learned that Su Daji was Su Tang, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, to him, Su Daji was just an interesting little girl, and after meeting Su Tang, he already decided from first impression that she wasn't his type. Thus, Jiang Yunchuan didn't pay much attention to Su Tang and Yin Zimu's relationship, and naturally rejected Han Yun's counterattack. From then on, he returned to a miserable life of being forced to go on blind dates. Looking back now, Jiang Yunchuan suddenly felt like a fool. If he had known earlier, he would have made the fake game real. He had waited until now, and Yin Zimu had intervened. Cheating? Su Tang was at a loss for words. Was this cheating? This man was really good at turning the tables. I told you I don't engage in online dating, and you said you were just looking for a shield. I naturally stopped playing games since I got a boyfriend. At most, it's just a breach of trust on my part. How can it be considered cheating? Why not? I have witnesses and physical evidence. You're my wife, so you're cheating on me? Although Jiang Yunchuan felt a bit unreasonable, since God had given him such an advantage, if he didn't make good use of it, he would be doing a disservice to this fate. Witnesses? Physical evidence? Su Tang pondered. Although she had agreed to be a shield, their accounts hadn't been used to get married, so where would the evidence come from? As for witnesses, they're naturally players of Xinjia. Go into the game and ask any random person who's my wife, and they tell you. Jiang Yunchuan calmly began to convince Su Tang that she was his wife. As for physical evidence, there's plenty of it. I have the video footage. You personally agreed to be my wife, and there are so many posts on the forum. I testify. For you, I single-handedly slaughtered an entire gang. And most importantly, you took 5 million from me. If you're not my wife, you're a marriage fraud for the sake of money. Nonsense. Su Tang was furious. Where was Su Yanlai? She almost wanted to bite him to death. When did I ever take 5 million from you? This was a complete joke. Su Tang was still short of money? Why, didn't you take 5 million from Linglong Pavilion? I paid for it out of my own pocket. That was my money. Chapter 251. Well, you went to the mall to buy something, and after you got the goods, they gave you a refund? Jiang Yunchuan asked with a sarcastic look. Isn't Linglong Pavilion owned by your cousin? Su Tang retorted. Yes, that's my cousin, not yours. Do you know him? Everyone's taking turns for you, and Linglong Pavilion doesn't have to pay them. My cousin has to make a living, too. That's the money I'm refunding you. That's for my wife. You haven't been around since you took the money. Isn't that considered a scam? Jiang Yunchuan said seriously. Su Tang was speechless for a moment. After hearing what he said, it seemed like she was wrong to return the money. Okay, I transfer it to you after Yakushuexing is sold. It's only 5 million. Jiang Yunchuan is indeed that stubborn otaku. So petty. No, well, you used my special potion a few days ago, so it's more than 5 million. We're even now. Although she had a lot of money, she couldn't let others get away with it for free. Su Tang's pettiness kicked in again. Even now you're dreaming. Thinking she could easily sever ties with him was a dream. Jiang Yunchuan had already decided to keep pestering her. So what do you want to do? Okay, I admit it's my fault for not keeping my promise, and I apologize. But this is also your fault. You killed so many people, and they're coming to kill me every day. How can I continue playing games? Su Tang said helplessly. Actually, she still loved the game Xinjia. If Jiang Yunchuan hadn't caused the world war, she would definitely have continued playing. A gentleman's word is as good as gold, so I now ask you to continue to fulfill your promise. Jiang Yunchuan said calmly, but he was actually extremely nervous inside. Fulfilling the promise equals continuing to be a shield equals becoming his wife? Are you kidding me? How could that be possible? I'm not a gentleman, I'm a humble woman, so I have the right to regret it. Su Tang was playing dirty, and trying to shirk her obligations. As expected, she was rejected. Jiang Yinchuan lowered his head, and remained silent for a moment. Su Tang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He must have given up. Seriously? Why don't you like me? Jiang Yinchuan suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing, his expression utterly serious. I told you, we're not suitable. Su Tang suddenly felt that Jiang Yinchuan was mentally unstable. Even though he was the world, they had only just met. Why would she like him? You're not a credit point, and you expect everyone to love you? Then who's suitable? Yen Zimu? He's about to be engaged to another woman. Jiang Yinchuan's tone was cold. In terms of strength, Yen Zimu was no match for him. Even after Su Yuan disappeared, the Yin family announced a marriage with the Jiang family. Yen Zimu had abandoned Su Tang, forcing her to leave her homeland and live in exile. The woman he had chosen was being treated so harshly, and Jiang Yinchuan was filled with indignation. Since Jiang Yinchuan had arrived on Yushua's star in January, and had completely lost contact with the outside world, he had no idea Yen Zimu had rejected the marriage proposal and left the Yin family. His only thought was the news that Yen Zimu and Jiang Ruier were getting engaged. Yes, he was my boyfriend before he broke up with me. Su Tang gritted her teeth, suddenly feeling a little sad. Why did everyone have to tell her that Yen Zimu was engaged to someone else? Why did they have to expose her wounds like this? It was as if everyone was mocking her, saying, "You've been dumped, you've been abandoned." Don't be silly. What's so good about him? What's so good about a man like that? Jiang Yinchuan was furious. In his opinion, a man as irresponsible as Yen Zimu should have been dumped long ago. Whether he's good or not is none of your business. Even if I break up with him, I still don't like you. Su Tang suppressed her sadness. He was just a man. Su Tang could handle it. If Yen Zimu were really engaged, she would definitely kick him out of her heart immediately. She, Su Tang, was very popular. But what was Jiang Yinchuan? Aside from his good looks, a bit of talent, and a good family background, she couldn't see any other good qualities about him. What's wrong with me? Why don't you like me? Jiang Yinchuan was frustrated. To him, Su Tang and Yen Zimu's breakup was an undeniable reality, but why wouldn't she accept him? What's so good about you? You think you're just a credit card, everyone likes you. Su Tang said angrily. She'd been so happy today, finding a treasure, killing the snow demon, and having Su Xiaobai return, 3 great things. But Jiang Yinchuan had ruined her mood. What don't you like about me? Tell me, and I change. Jiang Yinchuan, who had never pursued a woman before, seemed a little overwhelmed when he saw Su Tang, who disliked him. I just don't like you liking me. Change it, Su Tang replied without a second thought. Ever since she learned Jiang Yinchuan was the best in the world, Su Tang had been filled with resentment. It was this guy, a murderer and troublemaker. He kept her from playing Immortal Realm. Anything to do with him was bound to bring bad luck. Jiang Yinchuan was helpless to find that he was unable to deal with the situation in front of him. Holding his forehead, Jiang Yinchuan decided to directly use the rogue tactics in the Immortal Realm. Wife, stop making trouble. After leaving Yuchuexing, come back to the Jiang family with me. Who's your wife? Su Tang suddenly felt something was amiss. You asked for support the first time we met, so enthusiastically, I immediately agreed. The entire Immortal Realm knows about our relationship. That was a game. I was just kidding. Now I'm serious. Jiang Yinchuan said with a serious look. What do you like about me? Can't I change it? Su Tang said helplessly. I just like you, not me. You change it. Jiang Yinchuan simply revised Su Tang's previous words and returned them to her. Su Tang felt that they could no longer communicate properly. It was simply a case of talking at cross purposes. Su Tang turned her head away, holding the small treasure chest and the snow marrow, and walked out. I'm going to rest. You're welcome. Wife, wait for me. Jiang Yinchuan followed her. Don't follow me. Su Tang gritted her teeth. You're holding the snow marrow. What if they attack me if I don't follow you? Jiang Yinchuan said matter-of-factly. Su Tang resisted the urge to throw her snow marrow in his face and asked Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai, what would happen if I didn't have the snow marrow? Stupid. Without the snow marrow, the snow moon fox would attack. Su Xiaobai was speechless at this foolish question. The moment she heard that the snow moon fox would actually attack her without the snow marrow, Su Tang immediately lost her temper. Turning around, ignoring Jiang Yinchuan, Su Tang began looking for a place to sleep. Sadly, There were no beds in this vast and exquisitely decorated palace. Almost every room was empty, or only a few tables and chairs, all carved from ice. Just looking at them made her feel cold. How could anyone sleep? Chapter 252. Finally, in a spacious, empty room, Su Teng gave up on finding a bed. Jiang Yunchuan. What do you think we should do? Su Teng addressed Jiang Yunchuan, addressing him by name. I don't know. How about trying to tame a snow moon fox? Jiang Yunchuan was content with the situation, feeling safe. This was a chance for him and his wife to be alone. Deep down, he felt a bit reluctant to go back. Su Xiaobai, do you think this is feasible? Su Teng thought Jiang Yunchuan's suggestion was sound. Relying solely on her own 2 feet, she wondered if she could even get back to the city in a year or 2. Taming a snow moon fox? Forget about the Fox King. A 5-tailed one should be a piece of cake. Su Teng's eyes lit up. She really could tame a snow moon fox. A 5-tailed one looked impressive too. How can we tame it? Isn't it forbidden to use mental power on this planet? That's due to the influence of the snow demon. Those with lower mental power levels naturally can't use it, but I can. The mortal world is fragile. Any snow demon will be affected, Su Xiaobai lamented. That won't work either. No one else can use mental power, and you, and only I can. We be captured and studied. Su Teng immediately rejected this method. Who said we need to use mental power? Take the snow marrow and negotiate with the Fox King. Trade it for a 5-tailed fox. They'd be absolutely delighted. How can you do that? But didn't you say they attack us without the snow marrow? Su Teng was a little confused. That's because we're here. This is the Snow Moon Fox's home base. Outsiders aren't welcome here. They won't attack you once you leave the snow region. The Snow Moon Fox is a very kind race. Oh! Su Teng began to understand. But how did you know? This kind of fox exists in the demon world too. I have information in my inherited memories. Su Xiaobai thought it could be an encyclopedia. If the snow marrow stays here, won't the snow demon be revived? Will the Snow Moon Fox evolve to a powerful form? Su Teng was a little worried. No, there's no spiritual energy here. The snow marrow is essentially dormant, and it absolutely cannot give birth to another snow demon. The accompanying ice crystals produced by this snow marrow are only enough for a Snow Moon Fox to evolve into 6 tails, and there's a limit to the number of 6 tails. However, if you want to leave with the snow marrow, the Snow Moon Fox will definitely not let you. Su Xiaobai explained patiently. Okay, I understand. Su Teng finally understood everything. I'm going to tame a Snow Moon Fox. Let's go back to Yunxua City. Su Teng turned to Jiang Yunchuan and said, Huh? You can tame a Snow Moon Fox here? Jiang Yunchuan was a little incredulous. Let's try. Well, how are we going to explain this when we get back? Can we avoid blowing up this planet? Su Teng suddenly felt a little conflicted. The high-level Snow Moon Foxes were content to live here. If it weren't for the Snow Demon's capriciousness, they and humans could have coexisted peacefully forever. If we can come up with a reasonable explanation, then this planet can still be saved. Jiang Yunchuan thought carefully. Many of Yunxua Star's medicinal herbs are sold only here, so the military wouldn't choose to blow up the planet unless it was absolutely necessary. Let's say the Snow Moon Foxes lost this, Su Teng said, looking at the snow marrow in her hand, and then, by chance, we found it. No way, Jiang Yunchuan shook his head immediately. The military brass will think it's some treasure, and might even send troops to seize it. What should we do then? Su Teng asked anxiously. Let's say we encountered the Snow Moon Fox King. They'd lost a cub and, suspecting humans had kidnapped it, attacked. Then we found it, and returned it to the Fox King. Problem solved. Jiang Yunchuan offered an idea. Will that work? Su Teng was skeptical. It should work. Besides, you still have this. Just say it was a gift from the Fox King, Jiang Yunchuan said, pointing to the small treasure chest Su Teng was holding. This is mine, Su Teng said confidently. The snow demon said it was a gift for her. Take one out. Who told you to take them all out? Just say it's the Fox King's only treasure, a gift from him as a token of gratitude. With this as evidence, Qin Mufeng will have an easier time getting through. If anyone else had said this, Qin Mufeng might not have believed it, but since they insisted, they would definitely have a pass with Qin Mufeng. Will that work? Su Teng was skeptical. It should work, Jiang Yunchuan nodded in agreement. Okay, he admitted that this reason seemed a bit far-fetched and unreliable, but he couldn't think of any other. Don't mention the snow demon, Jiang Yunchuan added. He knew that if the snow demon was mentioned, this planet would be doomed, and the military would never allow aliens to exist within Yin Nation's borders. By the way, can this snow marrow be taken? Jiang Yinchuan was a little worried about letting this planet go. If it left hidden dangers, he would be a sinner for the Federation. No, the snow marrow must stay here, but don't worry, there will be no more snow demons, and the snow moon foxes won't evolve again. Su Tang naturally saw Jiang Yinchuan's concern. Okay then. It would be great if Yuxuexing could return to its previous state. Do you want a share of this? Su Tang hesitated, clutching the small treasure chest. Although the snow demon had said it was a gift for her, she understood the principle that seeing Jiang Yinchuan should get a share. It's okay. You're my wife, so naturally, everything mine is yours. Jiang Yinchuan wasn't particularly interested in the snow crystal lotus. After all, he didn't care much about appearance, and he was still very young. Who's your wife? Half and half. Although Su Tang hated to share the snow crystal lotus with Jiang Yinchuan, she wanted nothing to do with him even more. By the way, Su Xiaobai, what's this good for? With a pinch of heart, Su Tang asked Su Xiaobai about the snow crystal lotus's use, hoping to see if it worked. As an encyclopedia, Su Xiaobai didn't disappoint. He knew everything about this. This contains the snow demon's life essence. It's the essence of the snow demon's life force, stored bit by bit when it's healthy. It's used as a tonic when it's seriously injured, essentially restoring its life force. For you humans, it's a healing elixir. A healthy person could experience rejuvenation and longevity, but it's useless otherwise. Su Xiaobai was a bit dismissive of the snow crystal lotus. A healing elixir? How powerful is that? Su Tang was slightly excited. As long as there's still a breath left, it can be revived. But you humans can only take one. If you eat too much, you'd be infected by the remaining snow demon's cold energy, which would be bad for your health. It's still a good thing. Su Tang concluded immediately. But she had many hidden weapons. Would she be so injured that she only had one breath left? That shouldn't happen, especially since Su Xiaobai had returned and could even teleport away. And she could only take one, so it was truly useless to her. Chapter 253. 4 pills each. Hand in the remaining one. Su Tang opened the small treasure chest, took out 4 pills, and placed them into her interspatial ring under the cover of her backpack. She quickly closed the small treasure chest and handed it to Jiang Yinchuan. It was actually quite heavy, and her hands were sore from carrying it. Keep one, and you can take the rest. Jiang Yinchuan flatly refused. No, each person can only take one. More is useless. Besides, this is a quick-acting life-saving pill. Save it for a critical moment. Su Tang shared the news she had just received without reservation. How did you know? Jiang Yinchuan was puzzled. It said so. Su Tang nodded at the snow marrow in her hand. Really? If you don't believe it, forget it. I do. Of course I do. So my wife cares about me so much. Jiang Yinchuan smiled, his face slapping. Get lost. Su Tang raged. So this man was such a shameless jerk, looking at Jiang Yinchuan, still smirking happily, while clutching the little treasure chest. Su Tang turned and left. She was going to discuss serious matters with the Fox King. Jiang Yinchuan naturally followed immediately. Su Tang had only taken a few steps when she realized she had made another mistake. This place was so big, where was she going to find the Fox King? Just find a 5-tailed fox, and I'd talk to them, Su Xiaobai said. Okay. Su Tang tentatively approached a 5-tailed snow moon fox, as adorable and beautiful as a samoyed, lying on the ground grooming its fur. After a few seconds of eye contact, the snow moon fox nodded in a very human manner, facing Su Tang's astonishment. Then, standing up, it shook its fur, leaped onto an open space, and gradually grew larger until it reached its full size. Let's go! I already communicated with it. It be your little brother, and take us back. Su Xiaobai's voice was a bit smug. Is it done? Su Tang found it incredible. Well, the snow moon fox also feeds on moonlight. I told it I could eat the essence of the crimson moon by following you, and it immediately agreed. Su Tang. That's fine. If she had told me earlier, wouldn't they all have followed her? Don't dream. 5-tailed foxes don't have mental power. There's a communication barrier. Su Xiaobai immediately poured cold water on Su Tang. What about 6-tailed foxes? Su Tang was surprised. Well, 6-tailed foxes are considered high-level star beasts. Don't you know that most high-level star beasts have mental power? Well, if I had known that, I would have negotiated when I met the 6-tailed fox king. Su Tang was a little discouraged. If she had come clean sooner, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Of course, This was just Su Tang's naivete. When Su Yanlai and the Fox King met, it was natural for them to be like enemies meeting, filled with enmity. How could they possibly sit down and negotiate? Is it tamed? Jiang Yunchuan, following closely behind, was also amazed. Was this how all beast trainers tamed beasts? Just by eye contact? No way. As far as he knew, star beasts would only acknowledge their masters after being beaten to the point of being on their last breath. So easy. Are all top beast trainers so arrogant? Yes, it's tamed. Su Tang offered no further explanation. So let's go back to Yunchua City now. Jiang Yunchuan suddenly felt reluctant to go back. Yes, let's go back, Su Tang said without hesitation. She really didn't want to stay in this place with no bed and ice everywhere. Although the five-tailed snow moon fox was only half the size of Su Yanlia's final form, it was still more than a story tall. Su Tang felt a little apprehensive at the height. How could she, with her tiny arms and legs, even climb up? Looking at the snow moon fox before him, then at Su Tang's troubled expression, Jiang Yunchuan immediately saw the problem. With a gentle toss, Jiang Yunchuan flung the small treasure chest directly onto the snow moon fox's back, then lifted Su Tang up in a princess hug. What are you doing? Put me down. Su Tang, startled, immediately began to struggle. Stop it. I carry you up, or you can climb up, Jiang Yunchuan explained. Ignoring Su Tang's continued struggle, he stepped back a few steps, sprinted forward, and with a light leap, they both landed successfully on the snow moon fox's back. Su Tang felt a gust of breeze as she was on the snow moon fox's back. You have Qigong, Su Tang exclaimed in admiration. Jiang Yunchuan had reached this height with such a light leap. And with her in his arms, this must be Qigong. Such a thing actually existed in the world. She really wanted to learn it. Qigong? Haha, you probably watched too many ancient martial arts dramas. Jiang Yunchuan chuckled as he retrieved the small treasure chest, opened it, and collected 4 snow crystal lotuses, putting them in his bag. Then how can you jump so high? Su Tang gestured, clearly struggling to understand. Even a level 5 strength person can achieve this. Jiang Yunchuan shrugged, believing such a small height was no big deal. You're already level 5. Su Tang instantly felt incredibly weak. She was still a level 2 scumbag, and her level 2 strength was acquired through a medicinal bath. Well, don't worry. I protect you from now on. You don't have to worry about those ruthless bastards from the Su family. Although he didn't know why Su Tang was there, Jiang Yunchuan could still guess why she had left the Su family. Do you think I'm afraid of them now? Su Tang sighed at the mention of the Su family. In truth, the Su family had never been a problem. The problem was that now that her strength had been exposed, she couldn't freely roam the world looking for Su Yuan's father. That's right. Your demonic light butterfly could kill them instantly. So were you so powerful back on Hongwang Star? Jiang Yunchuan still couldn't fathom how the sniveling Su Tang back then could actually be such a skilled beast tamer. Based on her genetics, it was only natural for her to become a high-level energy trainer. No, I encountered these star beasts after leaving the Hongi Galaxy. Su Tang shook her head, belatedly realizing a serious concern. Will you keep my demonic light butterfly a secret? Of course, you're my wife. Jiang Yunchuan smiled sincerely. Seeing Jiang Yunchuan's enchanting smile, Su Tang felt a headache. Did this mean he wouldn't keep her secret just because she wasn't his wife? The demon light butterfly, a star beast recorded in the military's secret archives, would be asked to assist in research? What should she do? After a few seconds of thought, Su Tang felt she was worrying for nothing. Su Xiaobai had already returned, so she could just run away and get a fake ID. Who would find her? Once she found Su Yuan's father, she had someone to back her up. Thinking this way, Su Tang felt that no problem was a problem. With nothing else to do, Su Tang began to play with her nails on the snow moon fox's back. When the vast white mountains of the snow region border appeared on the horizon, 2 fox calls echoed. They asked to keep the snow marrow. Su Xiaobai promptly translated. I told them I return it once we left the snow region, and they agreed. Chapter 254. Su Tang silently gave Su Xiaobai a thumbs up. The master was truly amazing. With Su Xiaobai around, any problem could be easily solved. The Fox King is caught up. Jiang Yunchuan, standing nearby, looked a bit grim. If the Fox King suddenly attacked, they would be no match. It's okay. We just return this to them later. Su Tang glanced at the snow marrow in her hand again. No matter how she looked at it, she felt it was just a glass marble. So simple? Jiang Yunchuan still couldn't believe the Fox King would be so easygoing. Of course, the snow demon didn't lie to us. The snow moon foxes are a very kind tribe. It's always been us humans who slaughtered them. In fact, humans are far more cruel than the snow moon foxes. For a moment, Su Tang felt pretentious. She hadn't thought so when she first received the fox fur cloak. She had simply thought the snow moon fox's fur made for beautiful clothing. Now, she felt that hunting and killing the snow moon foxes was cruel. It was really a bit contrived. But at this thought, Su Tang suddenly remembered her fox fur cape. Could it have been thrown away by Jiang Yunchuan? Secretly glancing at him, Su Tang felt it was highly likely. Never mind, she'd buy another one after leaving Yuxuexing. She had plenty of money anyway. In the blink of an eye, the two fox kings had caught up with Five-Tailed Fox. The three foxes flew side by side, and soon they had crossed the snow-capped mountains. Once they were past the mountain, the two fox kings began to cry out urgently. They said this is the place. Give them the snow marrow. They're going back, and won't set foot on this land again. Of course, they don't want anyone in their territory. Su Xiaobai once again acted as an interpreter. Yeah, okay. Su Tang gently tossed the snow marrow directly at a fox king. The fox king leaped up and accurately took the marrow into its mouth, nodding humanely in Su Tang's direction. The two fox kings turned and left. They won't leave the snow region, Su Tang said to Jiang Yunchuan. I hope so. Jiang Yunchuan watched the two fox kings disappear into the distance. For now, the crisis on Jade Snow Star was averted. As for the future, that would be left for future generations to worry about. The military reports were correct in one point. The snow moon foxes were indeed docile, despite their immense power, remaining content in a remote corner. After the fox kings departed, Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan continued their journey to Yunxua City. It took them 15 hours to reach the snow region from the point where they encountered the snow demon. The return trip would naturally take just as long. After spending over 8 hours on the snow moon fox's back, severely sleep-deprived, Su Tang couldn't resist the onset of sleepiness and began to peck at rice from its neck. Jiang Yunchuan looked at Su Tang, who could barely lift her eyelids, with a mixture of amusement and pity. He sat down beside her and said, You should get some sleep. No, I can hold on. Su Tang persevered, fearing she'd fall off if she fell asleep. Although she was leaning against the snow moon fox's neck, the fox had no safety harness. A single turn could throw her off. Go to sleep. I'm here. You won't fall. Jiang Yunchuan put his arm around her waist and leaned against him. It was Su Xiaobai who showed the snow moon fox the way. Su Tang had told Jiang Yunchuan that the fox knew the way to Yunxua City, so there wasn't much for Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan to do on its back. Su Tang's sleep naturally had no effect. Su Tang knew that leaning on Jiang Yunchuan was inappropriate, but now her eyelids felt incredibly heavy, and she was too lazy to even move, as if possessed by countless sleep bugs. All she could think about was sleep. Since the snow moon fox and Su Xiaobai had reached an agreement, she was basically her pet. The snow moon fox's back wasn't as bone-chillingly cold as the fox king's before, but rather a warm feeling. Jiang Yunchuan's body was even warmer, so before Su Tang could even think about it, she fell asleep. After sensing Su Tang's sleep, Jiang Yunchuan adjusted her position and lifted her onto his lap, using his arm as a pillow. Looking at Su Tang's peaceful sleeping face, Jiang Yunchuan's lips curled up in pleasure. Why hadn't he noticed Su Tang was so beautiful before? If he had known earlier, he would have pursued her back on Hongwon Star. Unfortunately, nothing could be foreseen. But there's still time. Jiang Yunchuan gently brushed Su Tang's hair from her face, his eyes revealing a determination to win her over. He knew she was his wife. Time flashed back to the day before. After Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan left, Su Yanlai confronted the two snow moon fox kings. Adhering to the principle of not taking a loss in the face of danger, Su Yanlai retreated after a short fight. Unmanned, Su Yanlai was faster than the fox kings. Finding an opportunity to break through the encirclement, he immediately distanced himself from the two. After running for several hours, Su Yanlai successfully outran the group of foxes, only to realize, tragically, that he was lost. After wandering around like a headless fly for several hours, Su Yanlai still hadn't found a city, nor had he been able to contact Su Tang. Finally, after noticing several people on the ground, Su Yanlai cleverly chose to seek help. Su Yanlai rushed to the ground, gesticulating wildly. Luckily, the people on the ground had some sense. After their initial panic, they realized it was a tamed star beast. Star beasts tamed by a trainer won't attack humans without reason unless ordered to do so by their master, or their master dies. Of course, abandoned star beasts will regain their feral nature after a period of time. After the people on the ground confirmed that Su Yanlai was harmless, the two sides began to communicate. Of course, they were the ones talking, and Su Yanlai simply nodded or shook his head. Finally, the communication barrier was overcome, and the two sides reached an agreement. Su Yanlai would take them back to Yunqiu City, and they would provide directions. With a guide, Su Yanlai arrived back at Yunqiu City smoothly the next morning. In Yunqiu City, Qin Mufeng was still waiting eagerly on the city wall. That morning, a little after 10 o'clock, Qin Mufeng watched with surprise as Su Yanlai sped towards them from afar. At that moment, the weight of his heart finally settled. His sister-in-law was finally back. As Su Yanlai approached, Qin Mufeng felt as if his days of misery had just begun. His heart crumbled again when he realized his sister-in-law and Jiang Yunchuan weren't even on the lion flame beast's back. Qin Mufeng was stunned. What was going on? Where was his sister-in-law? Circling Su Yanlai several times, Qin Mufeng finally confirmed the horrifying truth. His sister-in-law hadn't returned. Where's your master? Qin Mufeng began to accuse Su Yanlai. Ah Wu, ah Wu. Su Yanlai growled twice, then realized Qin Mufeng didn't understand. Su Yanlai squatted on his hind legs like a dog, his front paws spread out in a very human manner, shaking his head as if to say, I don't know. You lost Xiaomi. Qin Mufeng gritted his teeth. Su Yanlai nodded directly. To be precise, he had indeed lost his master. Chapter 255. Qin Mufeng clenched his fists, resisting the urge to beat Su Yanlai up. Okay, he couldn't really beat it. Finally, Qin Mufeng sighed helplessly and began to discuss with Su Yanlai, how about you come with me to look? Su Yanlai naturally agreed. Upon returning to Yunqiu City, he discovered his boss hadn't returned yet. However, going out on his own would simply get him lost, so having a guide was essential. As a good employee, his boss's safety was his top priority. Su Yanlai, restless and unable to rest, took Qin Mufeng and the lion with him as they began to wander around Yunqiu City, taking in any survivors they found. After a day of searching, they encountered around 100 survivors in the wild, but there was still no sign of Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan. The next day, Qin Mufeng continued his search outside the city. The man and the lion searched a 500 kilometers radius around Yunqiu City. Despite encountering 100 or so survivors, they still couldn't find Su Tang or Jiang Yunchuan. After sending the survivors back to the city, the man and the lion continued their search without giving up. Qin Mufeng looked around carefully, sighing. He checked the time. Today was May 24th, 20313 in the Xingji era. The American and European delegations were leaving by the end of May, which meant his brother would contact his sister-in-law by then. If his brother couldn't contact his sister-in-law, the whole thing would be exposed, and he would definitely be beaten to death. No, if his sister-in-law couldn't find him, she would literally be beaten to death. Qin Mufeng's heart welled up. Sister-in-law, where are you? Please come back soon. My heart is failing. While Qin Mufeng was still lamenting, Su Yanlai suddenly froze and slammed on the brakes, nearly throwing the unprepared Qin Mufeng off the road. How do you pull? Although he didn't understand what Su Yanlai was saying, Qin Mufeng still asked out of habit. Su Yanlai's response was, naturally, ah Wu, ah Wu. Su Yanlai paused in midair, puzzled. In the distance, he could smell the scent of a snow moon fox, but also, it seemed, the scent of his boss. But it called out to her several times, and the boss ignored it. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck Su Yanlai. Damn it! His boss had been mauled to death by that damned bastard. Su Yanlai's flame surged, and he charged in one direction. He was going to avenge his boss. He hadn't even received a cent of his salary. Qin Mufeng, perched on Su Yanlai's back, was stunned by this sudden change. His first reaction was to draw his weapon. There was an enemy, and a powerful one at that. But before Qin Mufeng could see the enemy, he noticed the lion flame beast had returned to its gentle, casual demeanor, as if strolling leisurely in the garden. The tension of encountering an enemy instantly vanished. Qin Mufeng curled his lips in dismay. It seemed he was teasing him. The reason Su Yanlai had changed so quickly was, of course, because he had connected with Su Xiaobai. Although Su Tang had fallen asleep, Su Xiaobai was still wide awake. After Su Xiaobai was awakened by the snow demon, he discovered that Su Tang had recruited 2 more minions, though one had vanished. As Su Yanlai approached, Su Xiaobai naturally spotted him immediately. For Su Xiaobai, racial barriers to communication were completely non-existent. Thus, with the flower and the lion in contact, Su Yanlai naturally understood the entire situation. The boss was alive, and his salary was saved. Su Yanlai felt relieved and leisurely followed the snow moon fox back to the city with them. Because Su Yanlai was naturally fast, Even without going at full speed, within half an hour, Qin Mufeng spotted a massive white figure ahead. It was a snow moon fox, and a five-tailed one at that. Qin Mufeng was startled, and he glanced at Su Yanlai, who remained relaxed, bewildered. Shouldn't the lion flame beast have charged directly at this point? Why did it feel like the snow moon fox ahead was a friend, not a foe? Looking closely, Qin Mufeng spotted someone on the snow moon fox's back. It was a tame five-tailed snow moon fox. Qin Mufeng was stunned. Holy crap! What kind of beast trainer is this amazing? He can even tame a five-tailed snow moon fox. Qin Mufeng was completely in awe of this beast trainer. Wait! Qin Mufeng muttered to himself with a look of astonishment, as if he had just realized something. Lion Flame Beast, isn't that your master on the back of that snow moon fox? Under Qin Mufeng's incredulous gaze, Su Yanlai nodded directly. Qin Mufeng held Su Yanlai's neck with one hand and touched his chest with the other. He needed to calm down. Ever since meeting his sister-in-law, he'd been frightened so much that he almost thought he was dreaming. He pinched his arm hard. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. Is Xiaomi really on the back of that snow moon fox? Qin Mufeng asked again, still a little skeptical. Su Yanlai nodded again, his heart drooling. Fool, if the boss wasn't on top, I would have killed it. Watching the lion flame beast nod again, Qin Mufeng finally believed it. What a shock, no, a surprise, but his sister-in-law was so impressive, he couldn't hold back. When they reached Yinxua City, Jiang Yinchuan, perched on the back of the snow moon fox, fired a signal flare. Unimpeded, Jiang Yinchuan and Su Tang entered the city. Although it was already past 6 p.m., many soldiers were still on guard around the city gates. Seeing a tame snow moon fox, everyone gathered to watch with curiosity. Most of the soldiers and instructors had never seen a five-tailed snow moon fox before. Naturally, everyone admired the tamer who had tamed it and wanted to see him in person. Jiang Yinchuan, holding the still sleeping Su Tang, leaped lightly and landed gracefully, ready for the crowd's attention. Hiss! Everyone around them gasped as they took in Su Tang's appearance. Jiang Yinchuan frowned unhappily and adjusted his stance, leaving only the beautiful woman's back visible to the crowd. The onlookers came to their senses. Commander Jiang, who is this? Someone asked, unable to contain their inner curiosity. This is my wife. Jiang Yinchuan smiled, his face radiating joy, as he immediately declared ownership. Su Tang had no idea that, even while she slept, she had already been labeled Jiang Yinchuan's wife. The crowd, upon hearing Jiang Yinchuan's answer, naturally burst into congratulations and envy. Commander Jiang, who is this snow moon fox? Everyone was filled with curiosity about the snow moon fox, which had now transformed into a Samoyed. My wife tamed it, Jiang Yinchuan said proudly. Jiang Yinchuan's words naturally shocked the onlookers once again. Well, give that small box to your regiment commander. It's an important item. I'm taking my wife to rest. After giving these instructions, Jiang Yinchuan watched as a soldier carefully lifted the small treasure box from the snow moon fox's back. Then, carrying Su Tang, he walked towards the nearest accommodation area. Chapter 256. Jiang Yinchuan had just left when Su Yanlai arrived with Qin Mufeng. The crowd of onlookers had not yet dispersed when Qin Mufeng landed. Captain. Seeing Qin Mufeng's return, the soldiers saluted in unison. Yes. Qin Mufeng glanced around. That's where the snow moon fox had landed, right? Who just returned? Commander Jiang and his wife. The soldier carrying the box stepped out and handed it over. This is the important item Commander Jiang requested. Brother Yinchuan's wife? Brother Yinchuan's wife. Qin Mufeng's hair was disheveled in the wind. Where did Jiang Yinchuan get his wife? Where did they go? Qin Mufeng demanded, accepting the box. Commander Jiang and his wife went to rest, the soldier replied. Where are you going? Qin Mufeng was about to ask where they were going to rest when he spotted Su Yanlai, now a kitten, strolling off in one direction. It's all right, let's all go. Qin Mufeng followed Su Yanlai. Brother Yinchuan. As Jiang Yinchuan found a vacant room, carrying Su Tang, and opened the door to enter, Qin Mufeng's voice rang out from behind. Even back in the wilderness, Jiang Yinchuan had spotted Su Yanlai following him. Su Yanlai's dazzling brilliance was hard to miss. However, because Su Tang was still soundly asleep, Jiang Yinchuan didn't want to waste time, so he didn't greet Qin Mufeng. But now that Qin Mufeng had come to his door, he couldn't ignore him. Nodding to Qin Mufeng, Jiang Yinchuan carried Su Tang inside. Jiang Yinchuan turned, and Qin Mufeng could clearly see Su Tang in his arms. Qin Mufeng was stunned. This woman was so beautiful. After Jiang Yinchuan entered, Qin Mufeng followed him in at a brisk pace. Brother Yunchuan, who is this? So beautiful. Qin Mufeng asked with a look of amazement. This is my wife. Hearing Jiang Yunchuan's slightly warning tone, Qin Mufeng came back to his senses, and his mind began to work normally. No, where's his sister-in-law? Where's Xiaomi? Qin Mufeng unconsciously raised his voice, a hint of fear in his voice. Where's his sister-in-law? Could she be dead? At this moment, Jiang Yunchuan had just put Su Tang on the bed, and did not answer Qin Mufeng's question. Because Qin Mufeng's voice was too loud, Su Tang woke up. Frowning in dissatisfaction, Su Tang opened her eyes in confusion. Huh? The ceiling. Although the exterior of Yunchua City looked crystal clear, the interior was a normal room, unlike the snow region where everything was made of ice. After staring blankly at the ceiling for 3 seconds, Su Tang's mind gradually cleared. She was back in Yunchua City. Who had she heard talking just now? Finding herself lying in bed, Su Tang sat up immediately, and saw the 2 people beside her. Since Jiang Yunchuan had his back to her, the first person Su Tang saw was Qin Mufeng. She called out to him out of habit. Xiao Feng. Just as Qin Mufeng was feeling deeply uneasy about Jiang Yunchuan's silence, he heard a familiar voice. Is this Tang Xiaomi? His sister-in-law is calling him? Qin Mufeng pointed at Su Tang with a trembling finger, his face filled with disbelief. You? After swallowing hard, Qin Mufeng finally finished his sentence. You're Tang Xiaomi. Su Tang was startled by Qin Mufeng's ghostly expression, then realized her vest had fallen off. She'd been so sleepy when she came back that she'd forgotten to wear her human skin mask. He? Su Tang smiled stiffly. Was this an admission or an excuse? While Su Tang was still wavering, Su Yanlai jumped onto her bed and nuzzled into her affectionately. Boss, you scared me to death. You don't even know how hard this guy and I have been searching for you day and night in the wild. It's been so hard. Su Yanlai made his presence known to Su Tang, demonstrating his efforts. Qin Mufeng, upon seeing this, naturally understood. People might mistake one person for another, but a star beast would never mistake its master. Well, no need to think about it. The vest fell to the ground, and Su Tang knew she couldn't pretend anymore. Well, Xiaofeng, don't mind. It's convenient when you're out and about. Su Tang smiled sheepishly. Su Tang smiled at him, and Qin Mufeng was once again lost in her beauty. Cough. Jiang Yunchuan coughed loudly beside him. It was then that he remembered something. A wife who is too beautiful will attract wolves. Before, with Tang Xiaomi's face, Qin Mufeng had clearly disdained her. But now that Su Tang's true face had been revealed, wouldn't she come back and fight for him? And Qin Mufeng obviously didn't know Su Tang's true identity. In a flash, Jiang Yunchuan was consumed by a multitude of thoughts. Hearing Jiang Yunchuan's fake cough, Qin Mufeng came to his senses, his heart aching for tears. He had actually coveted his sister-in-law's beauty. If his brother knew, he'd probably break his legs. No wonder his brother loved his sister-in-law so much. It turned out she was not only capable, but also a stunning beauty. Thinking of his brother far away, in the capital galaxy, Qin Mufeng suddenly remembered Jiang Yunchuan's attempt to poach his girlfriend. What had Yunchuan just said? Holy shit! He said this was his wife. This is clearly his sister-in-law. Qin Mufeng lost his composure, his gaze lingering between Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan. Xiaomi, you guys? What about us? Su Tang looked puzzled by Qin Mufeng's strange gaze. Where have you been these past 2 days? Although Qin Mufeng wanted to ask if they were hooking up, he knew he'd be shot dead for asking, so he tactfully inquired about their whereabouts. We went to a nice place and did something good, Jiang Yunchuan said with a malicious smile, misleading Qin Mufeng. A great place. A great thing. Qin Mufeng's mind wandered to the wrong place, his imagination running wild. No way. They were going to get married so quickly. It was over. His brother was going to be abandoned by his sister-in-law. Before he left, his brother had told his sister-in-law not to let a hair fall, and now she was completely seduced. He was definitely going to be sentenced to death. We went to the snow region. Have you seen the contents of that box? Su Tang clearly didn't understand the hidden meaning behind Jiang Yunchuan's words. She simply felt that Qin Mufeng was already overwhelmed by Yu Xuexing's situation, and it was unkind of Jiang Yunchuan to play tricks on him like this. Snow region? Box? Qin Mufeng also realized he had been misled. Brother Yunchuan, are you kidding me like this? Qin Mufeng complained to Jiang Yunchuan, then opened the box he had placed on the table upon entering. This. Qin Mufeng's face was filled with disbelief as he opened the box. It was the snow crystal lotus. Rubbing his eyes, and taking another closer look, Qin Mufeng felt that happiness had come too suddenly. Chapter 257. Is this the snow crystal lotus? Qin Mufeng double-checked with Jiang Yinchuan to ensure he wasn't mistaken. It's genuine. Jiang Yinchuan nodded, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Where did this come from? You found a treasure like this? Qin Mufeng's face lit up with excitement, even forgetting the fact his brother had been poached. This was a gift from the six-tailed snow moon fox king. Jiang Yinchuan lied without batting an eyelid. What's going on? What the hell have you been doing these past 2 days? Brother Yinchuan, can you please stop teasing me? Qin Mufeng instinctively thought this was related to Yu Shuisheng's unusual behavior. Su Tang glanced directly at Jiang Yinchuan, a look that suggested, explain yourself. Here's what happened. Jiang Yinchuan calmly recounted his premeditated story. That day, we went out to look for Az and his group, but we couldn't find them, and instead encountered a large group of multi-tailed snow moon foxes. Xiaomi's lion flame beast distracted them, giving us the opportunity to escape. We hid in the wild for a night, and on our way back the next day, we encountered a trapped snow moon fox cub. Xiaomi felt sorry for it, so we rescued it. Not far away, we encountered the snow moon fox king. It turned out that this snow moon fox cub was actually his offspring. To express his gratitude, the fox king took us on a tour of the snow region and gave us his most treasured treasure, the snow crystal lotus. How could it be that? Qin Mufeng was skeptical. That's right. The fox king attacked us because he suspected that we humans had kidnapped their offspring. Now the snow moon foxes with 4 or more tails have returned to the snow region. The fox king promised not to return to this continent where we live, and this is just a gift to Xiaomi as a follower. Jiang Yinchuan pointed at the 5-tailed snow moon fox still lying on the ground pretending to be a samoyed, and spoke with certainty. Is it really that simple? All the high-level snow moon foxes have returned? Qin Mufeng remained skeptical. Nonsense. How could it be that simple? I'm just saying it's simple, but the process is naturally extremely dangerous. Jiang Yinchuan remained calm and composed. Su Tang, watching from the side, was speechless. He was truly shameless, lying without a blush or a quickening of the heartbeat. So are there any more in this snowy region? Qin Mufeng suddenly asked, rolling his eyes. No, we've been following them the whole time, and there's only one fox king. Jiang Yinchuan saw through Qin Mufeng's subtle thoughts. One snow crystal lotus was enough for him to make up for his mistakes and earn a promotion. No more, Qin Mufeng said, a little disappointed, realizing the immense merits a single snow crystal lotus could bring. Xiaofeng, I advise you to clearly state this in your report. The snow region is known for its dangers of going there, but not returning. Jiang Yinchuan immediately dismissed Qin Mufeng's thoughts. That 6-tailed fox king is no easy task. Even Xiaomi's lion flame beast can't defeat it. Yes, Xiaofeng. The 6-tailed fox king also possesses charm abilities, capable of causing people to lose their minds and slaughter each other. You absolutely must not provoke them. Su Tang, fearing Qin Mufeng might consider heading to the snow region, emphasized the gravity of the situation. Of course, Su Tang knew this clearly because Su Xiaobai had said so. So powerful. Qin Mufeng took a deep breath. They had already discovered several crashed starships, and the people on board had all died inexplicably from gunfire or other human injuries. This explanation made sense. I know how to write the report. Qin Mufeng lowered his head and thought carefully, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of heading to the snow region. Think about it yourself. The discovery of the snow crystal lotus and the resolution of the snow moon fox's anomaly should be credited to you. Don't mention us. Brother Yinchuan, that won't do. This is your achievement. Although Qin Mufeng was a bit eager to take credit, he clearly felt it was unkind to take all the credit for someone else's work. It's okay. Don't mention us. Just give it all to you. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Su Tang echoed Jiang Yinchuan. She had already found her treasure, and such credit would only add to her troubles. Do as she wishes. Jiang Yinchuan patted Qin Mufeng's shoulder grandly. We're good brothers. Let's not make a fuss about it. You call me brother, so it's natural for an older brother to help a younger brother. Thank you. Qin Mufeng felt that all the words he had said spoke for themselves. If he were to take all the credit for this achievement, his rank would definitely be promoted to lieutenant colonel, and he would receive many awards. Qin Mufeng was so excited that he completely forgot about Jiang Yinchuan's poaching attempt. He was so engrossed in Jiang Yinchuan's brotherly love that he was sent out to figure out how to write a report. Before leaving, he even mentioned Han's return. Jiang Yinchuan was naturally relieved to hear that his cousin had returned safely to the city. Is such a trick really reliable? Su Tang asked Jiang Yinchuan in confusion after Qin Mufeng had left. It doesn't matter. As long as the reason isn't too absurd, it's usually fine. After all, the military only cares about the results, not the process. This time, the result was the discovery of a snow crystal lotus, and the restoration of Yushua Star to its previous state. That's a satisfactory outcome. What about the students who died this time? Su Tang found it a little unbelievable that so many deaths were being so casually brushed aside. Combat training at military academies inherently carries a mortality rate, so student deaths can only be attributed to incompetence. However, after this incident, the level of combat training on Yushua Star will likely be raised. Of course, the academy has purchased insurance for the students while they're enrolled, so their families can receive substantial compensation. What good is compensation if they're dead? Su Tang said, a little melancholy. Of course it's useful. For the poor, having money naturally allows them to have another child, or even purchase a better quality egg to produce an even more talented offspring. The Federation has no shortage of people. You wouldn't know it, but many impoverished planets are struggling to accommodate the population. Jiang Yinchuan wasn't surprised by the deaths of so few people. Why are there so many people? Can't the Federation implement family planning? Su Tang thought, with so many habitable planets across the 30-star systems of the Yin Federation, how could there be no room for people? There's no need to worry about impoverished planets. Many undocumented poor people get rich by having daughters, just like winning the lottery. The money earned from one baby girl is enough to produce 10 babies. That's why the Federation's population keeps growing. Jiang Yinchuan spread his hands helplessly. There was no way to manage impoverished planets. Oh! Su Tang suddenly felt the situation was off. Why was she and Jiang Yinchuan discussing the Federation's population problem? So is it okay if the siblings died this time? Su Tang still felt a lingering fear about killing the third generation of the Sidu family. Although Su Xiaobai had returned, and with his abilities, he could immediately detect danger, it would be difficult to handle the extraneous problems. If you don't tell me, who would know? Jiang Yinchuan remained calm, joking. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. Besides, they have a large family, so the death of one or two won't cause any commotion. Oh! Seeing Jiang Yinchuan's nonchalant attitude, as if the deaths were just a few ants, Su Tang felt relieved. You rest, I'm going to get some sleep too. Although Jiang Yinchuan was in good physical condition, he was still a little tired after not sleeping for so long. When he had the opportunity to rest, he naturally wouldn't treat himself too harshly. Well, goodbye. Chapter 258. Jiang Yinchuan thoughtfully closed the door for Su Tang before leaving. Su Tang jumped out of bed after Jiang Yinchuan left, showered in the bathroom, and changed into combat uniform. Facing the mirror, Su Tang felt a little embarrassed. Although Su Xiaobai had already retrieved a human skin mask from her space locker, it wouldn't be appropriate to transform into a living person at such a young age. You already been seen naked, why would you still want to change your face? Su Xiaobai spoke as Su Tang hesitated. Seen naked? Su Tang's composure instantly lost its composure. Face, I mean, your face was seen naked. Su Xiaobai added immediately, sensing Su Tang's change of mood. You scared me to death, it's just your face. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Having your face seen naked was no big deal. I mean, everyone saw you when Jiang Yinchuan carried you into the city. Wearing a mask to change your identity now is obviously inappropriate, Su Xiaobai added. What did you say? Jiang Yinchuan carried me into the city? Su Tang was a bit incredulous. How else could you crawl in? Su Xiaobai was speechless. Didn't the snow moon fox carry me back? Su Tang was stunned. Can it even carry you into the room and put you on your bed? Su Xiaobai expressed doubts about Su Tang's intelligence. Okay. Su Tang sighed, accepting the truth. But what about Tang Xiaomi's identity? Just say she died in the wild. But Su Yanlai was here too. Yes. Su Yanlai was here too. Su Tang suddenly felt a headache. Besides, when we first came into the city, Jiang Yinchuan said you were his wife, and that you tamed the snow moon fox. Now everyone probably knows he's brought back a beautiful and powerful animal trainer wife. Su Xiaobai continued with his shocking remarks. What did you say? Su Tang felt like 1,000 alpaca horses were running through her mind. Could she even stay on Yushua Star? Tang Xiaomi still held the title of Qin Mufeng's girlfriend. Was Jiang Yinchuan just trying to create chaos? No, that guy was always like that. Immortal Realm, once such a harmonious and prosperous game, had been thrown into chaos by him, like a world war. Su Tang felt overwhelmed again. Out of the bathroom, Looking at the snow moon fox sleeping with its head buried in its tail like a samoyed, Su Tang decided to name it Su Moi. She glanced disdainfully at Su Yanlai, who was happily curled up on the sofa, licking a piece of chocolate. Su Tang curled her lips. Compared to the snow-white Su Moi, the yellowish kitten Su Yanlai was truly unattractive. Sitting on the bed, her chin propped up, Su Tang sighed as she looked at her two pets. Su Moi was Su Tang's star beast, and Su Yanlai was Tang Xiaomi's. The sight of the two together would instantly reveal her to be Tang Xiaomi. What was she supposed to do? She was terribly worried. After a long moment of contemplation, Su Tang, unable to come up with a solution, decided to put the issue aside and instead turned her attention to Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai, where have you been lately? As for me, well, back then, it was a murder caused by a piece of chalcedony. Su Xiaobai shed a tear of sympathy at the mention of this, ready to launch into a long speech. Get to the point. Cut to the chase. Su Tang felt she wasn't in the mood for Su Xiaobai's storytelling. Oh, okay. Su Xiaobai omitted most of the irrelevant details. The chalcedony contains more spiritual energy than I expected. To prevent it from escaping, I locked it in my immortal abode with moonlight, allowing it to rest and digest. Why did you hibernate for so long? Su Tang was puzzled. Didn't you say a month? It's already almost 5. There was simply too much spiritual energy, and I couldn't handle it. To minimize the loss, I forcibly sealed off the lost energy, Su Xiaobai said, a bit guilty. You're forcing yourself to hold onto the spiritual energy, causing you to be unable to handle it, and that's why you've been dormant for so long. Su Tang understood the gist. Bingo! Congratulations, you got it right. Damn! It's exactly like overeating. Su Tang gritted her teeth. She worried for nothing, thinking Su Xiaobai was going to die. Why did you wake up this time? Someone tried to possess you. That was an external stimulus, and that's when I woke up. Otherwise, I would have been dormant for over a month. Su Xiaobai roughly estimated the remaining spiritual energy in the immortal mansion and calculated the digestion time. Okay, can I go find Dad now? Apparently, she had to thank that snow demon who had gotten in her way. Without her, Su Xiaobai wouldn't have woken up so early. It'd take about a month, until I digested the spiritual energy and have a better grasp of it. Su Xiaobai pondered. Then, by following the clues, we should be able to find the other side of that black hole. Okay. Su Xiaobai finished his understanding. Su Tang continued to ponder her situation. How could she merge her identity with Tang Xiaomi's? Or should she simply have Su Yanlai follow Qin Mufeng and pretend that Tang Xiaomi was dead? No. If the trainer dies, the tame star beast will immediately return to its original nature. And with her appearance, people would quickly recognize her as Su Tang. Although she no longer feared assassination attempts from the Su family, it would always attract trouble. How about going out into the wild to get Tang Xiaomi's disguise? But what about this snow moon fox? It's all that Jiang Yunchuan's fault. He can't even say this is his tamed snow moon fox. And he even calls her his wife. How shameless. Su Tang scratched her hair in frustration, her eyes suddenly brightening. Su Xiaobai, how big is your immortal residence now? It's recovered to the size of your room. Su Xiaobai was quite pleased. With a bit of strength restored, the immortal residence would naturally grow larger. Can it hold living creatures? Su Tang's eyes lit up even more. It's grown from the size of a fist to this size. Not yet. My immortal residence isn't a self-contained space yet. Living creatures would die instantly if they entered. Su Xiaobai dashed Su Tang's hopes. Su Tang was instantly deflated. What a useless space. It's practically the same as space itself. Forget it. I think of something else. Su Tang clutched her head, scowling, her mind a mess. After thinking for half an hour, Su Tang, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, simply sent Su Yanlai to Qin Mufeng with 2 chocolates. She then decided to go to bed, and continue thinking tomorrow. She slept from a little after 8 o'clock in the evening until she woke naturally feeling refreshed. After washing up and taking care of everything, Su Tang checked the time, 7:12 a.m. She had gotten up really early today. Su Tang suddenly realized that since she stopped sleeping in the nutrition chamber, she had been staying in bed almost every day. Sure enough, Skynet was more conducive to sleep. After she found Su Yuan's father, she would still go to Skynet and sleep in the nutrition chamber every day. After drinking a bottle of nutrition solution, Su Tang sat on the sofa, pondering yesterday's problem, but still had no clue. Forget it. No need to think about it. Just let it go. Chapter 259. Su Tang shook her head, slinging her small backpack for cover. She decided to report to Qin Mufeng that she was going out to dig for the Snow Demon's treasure. The Snow Demon's treasure was naturally the Snow Crystal Lotus. Having read the Snow Demon's memories, Su Tang knew that before humans appeared on Jade Snow Star, the Snow Demon's condensed life essence, the Snow Crystal Lotus, had been left like weeds, and the star beasts of Jade Snow Star dared not touch the Snow Demon's possessions. After humans appeared and dug up a Snow Crystal Lotus, the Snow Demon realized that someone else coveted her life essence. Hastily collecting her scattered life essence, the Snow Demon had become bored, hiding for Snow Crystal Lotuses across the land. She then created a prize-winning deduction competition, leaving clues for those who were destined to find the treasure. The second Snow Crystal Lotus was thus found by a lucky and resourceful group. Su Tang suddenly felt a pity for the Snow Demon, having been so bored that he staged a treasure hunt just to amuse himself. Although the Snow Crystal Lotus was useless to her, it was still there for others. It could save lives in a critical moment, even more effective than freezing potions. There were 3 more on this land, and she knew where they were hidden. She'd be a fool not to take one. Su Tang led Su Mai out of the room. After a few steps, she saw Jiang Yinchuan, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, his head bowed, lost in thought. Remembering the sin Jiang Yinchuan had committed the previous day when he entered the city, Su Tang simply ignored him and strode forward. "Wife, where are you going?" Seeing Su Tang walk past him without glancing back, Jiang Yinchuan followed her. "Shut up. Stop talking nonsense." Su Tang turned and glared at him, then continued forward. Jiang Yinchuan rubbed his nose sheepishly, always following Su Tang's side at a distance. As soon as they left the building, Su Tang was dismayed to find that everyone outside was secretly observing them. She wasn't a national treasure panda, so what was there to behold? Having Su Xiaobai locate Qin Mufeng, Su Tang headed towards him. "Commander Jiang, you and your wife are taking a walk together. You two have such a great relationship." A soldier approaching greeted Jiang Yinchuan warmly. "Yes," Jiang Yinchuan replied with a smile. "Nonsense. I have nothing to do with him at all." Su Tang immediately jumped up and explained her innocence to the person who came over. Su Tang's words clearly startled the soldier opposite. "She's shy and embarrassed," Jiang Yinchuan explained with a smile. "Jiang Yinchuan, are you shameless?" Su Tang gritted her teeth. It wasn't that she was thin-skinned, it was that he was too thick-skinned. Who was his wife? This was completely untrue. "Don't be angry, it's all my fault." Jiang Yinchuan bowed his head and apologized to Su Tang. "Humph." Su Tang snorted coldly, pointing at Jiang Yinchuan and explaining again to the soldier opposite, "I really have nothing to do with him." Yes, we have nothing to do with each other." Jiang Yinchuan waved his hand helplessly. The soldier opposite gave a look of understanding. "Commander Jiang's wife was just shy. Did you hear that? We have nothing to do with each other." Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Yinchuan admitted it himself. This misunderstanding needed to be cleared up soon. But Su Tang had apparently forgotten the saying, "An explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth." "Yes, you have nothing to do with me. I was wrong." The soldier opposite him corrected himself with a smile, but in his heart, he was increasingly convinced that Commander Jiang's wife was shy. The 3 of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when speaking, and Su Tang raised her voice, fearing that no one could hear. Su Tang naively thought that if the people around them heard their conversation, the misunderstanding about her being Jiang Yinchuan's wife would be cleared up. But to her surprise, this incident further confirmed the fact that she was Jiang Yinchuan's wife, and everyone tacitly assumed that she was shy and embarrassed. Su Tang, believing the misunderstanding had been resolved, happily continued towards Qin Mufeng's location. Behind him, Jiang Yinchuan was also delighted, having successfully misled everyone and confirmed the fact that she was his wife. In the room, Qin Mufeng, after a night of hard work, had finally finalized the preliminary report on Yu Xuexing's unusual case. Hearing a knock on the door, Qin Mufeng yawned, stretched, and rose from his chair. "Brother Yunchuan, Xiaomi, why are you here?" Seeing the 2 of them appear together, Qin Mufeng suddenly woke up from the excitement of finding the Snow Crystal Lotus. Shit! He actually forgotten that Brother Yunchuan was planning to steal his brother's girl. Could this have already succeeded? Qin Mufeng broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of this possibility. He was doomed. "Xiaofeng, I just came to tell you I'm going out for a few days," Su Tang spoke first. "Where are you going? What for? Are you two going together?" Qin Mufeng thought to himself, "Oh no! Could it be that his sister-in-law was going to spend some time alone with Brother Yunchuan? I have something to do. I go alone." "Don't worry, Yushua's star is safe now, And I have it with me, Su Tang said, stroking Su Moi's head. On Yushua's star, the snow moon fox reigns supreme. A five-tailed snow moon fox can roam freely there. No, I'm worried about you going alone. I go with you. As soon as Su Tang finished speaking, Jiang Yunchuan frowned and objected. Xiaomi, you get lost alone, right? I better go with you. Qin Mufeng was also worried. If his sister-in-law got lost again, he'd lose years of his life. It's okay, it knows the way. Although she didn't know the way, she had Su Xiaobai, who was now a GPS. Although Jiang Yunchuan knew the whole story, and it wouldn't be a problem if he went with her, it was clear that Su Tang didn't want to be alone with him anymore. And Qin Mufeng, unaware of the truth, was naturally unsuitable to go digging for snow crystal lotus with her. I better go alone. Su Tang still felt it was easier to go solo. No! Jiang Yunchuan and Qin Mufeng said in unison. Looking at their determined eyes, Su Tang felt discouraged. It seemed she couldn't go alone. Forget it, then I won't go out. Well, I better find a chance to sneak out. Don't even think about sneaking out alone. Jiang Yunchuan saw through Su Tang's intentions. Su Tang was helpless. He knew everything. Xiao Feng, are you free? Come with me. In desperation, Su Tang decided to take Qin Mufeng with her on the treasure hunt. No! Jiang Yunchuan objected without waiting for Qin Mufeng to respond. Chapter 260. At this point, Qin Mufeng finally saw the light. This situation was clearly not what he thought it was. His sister-in-law wouldn't let Brother Yunchuan accompany her, clearly showing disdain for him. It was Brother Yunchuan's wishful thinking and persistent pursuit. Qin Mufeng felt his life was saved. Brother Yunchuan, stop causing trouble. Let Xiaomi and I go together. Since his sister-in-law still sided with him, he had to isolate Brother Yunchuan and prevent her from being seduced by him. Well, let's go then. Su Tang waved at Qin Mufeng, indicating that he should follow her. Jiang Yunchuan narrowed his eyes in displeasure and blocked Su Tang's path with a large hand. Why don't you go with me? Su Tang rolled her eyes speechlessly at Jiang Yunchuan's question. Why should I go with you? I protect you. TSK, there's no danger right now. Whatever. You can't leave without me. Jiang Yunchuan began to make unreasonable demands. Brother Yunchuan, don't go too far. Qin Mufeng was also a little annoyed by Jiang Yunchuan's behavior. Didn't he see his sister-in-law's obvious disapproval? Looking at Jiang Yunchuan who kept blocking her way, Su Tang was furious. With a roll of her eyes, Su Tang immediately thought of a trick. Xiao Feng, why don't you challenge her to a duel? Whoever's better comes with me. What? Qin Mufeng was immediately shocked. His physical strength was only level 4, while Jiang Yunchuan was already level 5. There was no way he could beat him. Okay. Hearing such a favorable competition, Jiang Yunchuan nodded in agreement. No, let's change it. How about rock, paper, scissors? Jiang Yunchuan nodded, and Qin Mufeng immediately shook his head like a rattle. Just kidding. His chances of winning in a fistfight were 0%, but he had a 50% chance of winning in rock, paper, scissors. Xiao Feng, can you be more ambitious? Su Tang was speechless at Qin Mufeng's cowardly expression. Rock, paper, scissors? Is that a game for kindergarten kids? Xiaomi, Qin Mufeng cried miserably. From childhood to adulthood, he'd been beaten down countless times by Jiang Yunchuan at the training grounds. In the end, it was only because Brother Yunchuan despised his fighting ability and disdained to fight him that he escaped from this misery. Was he going to relive the nightmare all over again? Yes, Xiao Feng, if you have some ambition, maybe this time you win. You can beat me. Jiang Yunchuan clasped his hands together with a smile. Seriously, we haven't fought in years. Let's have a proper showdown this time. Hee hee. Qin Mufeng smiled bitterly. Facing his sister-in-law's expectant gaze, he felt forced into a fight. But winning? Brother Yunchuan's words were definitely a mockery. How unkind. Finally, Jiang Yunchuan, smiling confidently at victory, dragged Qin Mufeng, who looked like he was about to be executed, towards the nearest training room. According to Su Tang's instructions, Su Yunlai pretended not to know Su Tang and followed Qin Mufeng directly. Su Tang followed the two men cautiously, and under Su Yunlai's cover, she unknowingly distanced herself from them. When they were 10 meters away from the two in front, Su Tang saw the perfect opportunity and leaped onto Su Moi. At the same time, Su Moi leaped into the air, gradually growing in size. Even though Jiang Yunchuan immediately sensed something strange behind him, when he turned around, there was nothing behind him. Looking up instantly, Jiang Yunchuan saw only a white figure in the sky. Haha, I'm leaving first. Su Tang chuckled triumphantly and instructed Su Xiaobai to let Su Moi leave immediately. In just 2 seconds, Su Moi and Su Tang disappeared into the distance. Damn! Tried. Jiang Yunchuan gnashed his teeth in anger. Take me after her. Jiang Yunchuan turned and stared at Su Yanlai standing beside him. Su Yanlai turned his head away, refusing. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but the boss was clearly trying to get rid of him. If he took him after the boss, his salary would definitely be docked. Chocolate, all you can eat. Jiang Yunchuan refused to give up. Whoa! Su Yanlai suddenly felt torn. On one side was the food, and on the other was the boss. Finally, Su Yanlai steeled himself and pointed his butt at Jiang Yunchuan, refusing. The boss was still more important. The negotiation failed, and Jiang Yunchuan was filled with resentment. Ah, isn't it dangerous? Qin Mufeng realized belatedly. They were both left behind, and his sister-in-law went out alone. No! It's safe outside now, Jiang Yunchuan said with an unhappy look. Oh, then I go back. Even if Qin Mufeng was a little worried, his sister-in-law had run off alone. Besides, this time, she was leaving the city with a 5-tailed snow moon fox, so it should be fine. Yes, absolutely. After preparing himself mentally, Qin Mufeng turned and headed back. Don't rush, Jiang Yunchuan grabbed him. Why go back? Since you're here, come with me to the training ground for some practice. Jiang Yunchuan rubbed his fists, ready to blow off some steam. No! I'm busy! Qin Mufeng flatly refused. His sister-in-law had already left, so he didn't want to be a punching bag. What are you busy with? Let's go! Jiang Yunchuan grabbed Qin Mufeng by the clothes and dragged him to the training room. Have some mercy. Don't hit me in the face. Qin Mufeng complained bitterly. Seeing that he couldn't escape this fate, he could only pray that Jiang Yunchuan wouldn't be too harsh. Su Tang was in high spirits after escaping Jiang Yunchuan. Since Su Xiaobai knew the location of the snow crystal lotus, she didn't have to worry about anything else but humming a tune on Su Moi's back. Human activity on Yushua's star is generally centered around 6 cities, radiating outwards for approximately 2,000 kilometers. The snow demon hadn't bothered to hide the snow crystal lotus in the deep mountains and forests far from the cities. After digging up a snow crystal lotus, Su Tang, guided by Su Xiaobai, found a place to rest for the night. Although Su Moi was guarding the cave entrance, Su Tang was still careful to sprinkle various animal repellent powders outside. After everything was done, Su Tang had Su Xiaobai fetch a bed and place it inside. Perhaps because she woke up last night, or perhaps because she wasn't used to sleeping alone in the wild, Su Tang had a rare bout of insomnia. Alas, Su Xiaobai, I can't sleep. After tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, Su Tang turned to Su Xiaobai for a chat. Count sheep, 1, 2, 3. Su Xiaobai offered insomnia advice. Su Tang was speechless. How about you tell me about the snow moon fox? Why do I feel like the Fox King turned a blind eye to humans hunting them? Snow moon fox? Su Xiaobai pondered for a moment, then organized his words. This isn't unique to snow moon foxes. Many species in the demon world are like this. To snow moon foxes, those with 1, 2, or 3 tails are merely livestock, not companions. In the demon world, only snow moon foxes with 6 tails are considered demons. Those with fewer than 6 are treated like slaves. Just like you wouldn't consider slaves human, they wouldn't consider them their own kind. But apparently, the snow moon foxes on this planet consider those with 3 or more tails to be companions. Chapter 261. Only 6 tails are considered demons? Are 6 tails so weak? Su Tang's focus shifted immediately. Well, in the demon world, 6 tails is considered average strength, but it's very difficult to cultivate beyond 6 tails. 7 or 8 tails are rare. Foxes can ascend to demon immortals by cultivating 9 tails. 9 tails immortals, like you? So there really are 9-tailed foxes. Su Tang was slightly surprised. Well, a fox that just cultivated 9 tails is about as strong as I am at my peak. Su Xiaobai didn't hide the fact that ascending to immortality might seem impressive, but in reality, it's still the lowest level of existence in the immortal world. In the world of cultivation, those in the immortal world are all immortal masters, but in the immortal world, the true immortal masters are those at the top and strongest of the immortal world. However, your snow moon foxes are clearly not as strong as those in the demon realm. Perhaps they're suppressed by the laws, or perhaps they're just 2 similar species. In the vast universe, species in many realms are essentially the same, but due to different developmental paths, they evolve differently. Su Xiaobai isn't sure if the snow moon foxes here are any different from those in the demon realm. It seems so. Su Moya seems a little afraid of Su Yanlai. Although Su Tang couldn't communicate with Su Moya due to her inability to use her mental power, she noticed that Su Moya retreated into a corner upon seeing Su Yanlai. They counteract each other. If a seven-tailed snow moon fox appeared, your Su Yanlai would be frightened and hide. Su Xiaobai offered his opinion. The star beasts here are similar to the exotic beasts in the cultivation world. They all have power constraints. Smarter star beasts will avoid those more powerful than themselves. But even that doesn't mean Su Moya isn't very powerful, Su Tang said, a little disappointed. The five-tailed fox we encountered before was almost killed by Jiang Yunchuan. That's because it's stupid and low IQ. Just rolling on the ground a few times would easily crush a human, Su Xiaobai said sarcastically. Su Tang imagined Su Moya's ultimate size. At that size, it would easily crush a person. But six-tailed foxes are indeed far superior to five-tailed foxes. Six-tailed foxes can use their tails to attack, and their tails are excellent material for refining weapons. Su Xiaobai affirmed the six-tailed fox's strength. So how can Su Moya upgrade to six-tailed? Su Tang rested her chin on her hand, thinking. A sudden idea struck her. If Su Moya truly evolved into a six-tailed snow moon fox, she could return home with impunity, just as Tang Xiaomi was. She could just get Jiang Yunchuan to say her true form had left. After all, no one would mistake a five-tailed snow moon fox and a six-tailed snow moon fox for the same creature. How does the snow moon fox evolve? Ice crystals. Su Tang's eyes lit up. If Su Moya eats the ice crystals in her space buckle, will it evolve? Don't even think about it. Su Xiaobai, seeing through her thoughts, immediately jumped in to object. That's its ice crystal. If it's eaten, you lose a life. Su Tang was instantly deflated. It seemed so. Actually, if I just give it a little moonlight, it can evolve. Su Xiaobai offered another solution. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Tang felt that Su Xiaobai was simply the envy of heaven and man. Such a small amount of moonlight was hidden away like such a treasure, and there were red moons everywhere. Well, I think since you already have Su Yanlai, it doesn't really matter whether it has 5 or 6 tails. A six-tailed beast is still as good as Su Yanlai anyway. Su Xiaobai sounded innocent. In his opinion, Su Yanlai was more talented, so there was no need to waste his moon energy on Su Moya. Are you sure you're not reluctant to part with your moon energy? Su Tang asked. Okay, a little bit, Su Xiaobai admitted, a little guilty. Okay. I give it some to help it evolve, but my strength only allows it to evolve into a six-tailed beast. As for a seven-tailed beast, that's up to it to work on its own. Seeing the identity issue was about to be resolved, Su Tang was in high spirits. According to Su Xiaobai's instructions, she approached Su Moya and reached out to touch the top of its head. Su Moya rubbed it affectionately. The furry feeling made Su Tang think that if she ignored the 5 tails behind Su Moya, it might actually be a Samoyed. Before Su Tang could ponder further, she saw a soft, moonlight-like light emanate from her palm, gradually enveloping Su Moya's entire body. Even though Su Tang couldn't hear it speak, she could sense its joy. A moment later, a tail visibly sprouted from Su Moya's back. Su Tang was amazed. Moonlight was truly miraculous, yet its evolution was surprisingly simple. Could moonlight also be useful to humans? Su Tang suddenly wondered. If it was, once Su Xiaobai regained her strength, could she create a whole bunch of 5S warriors? Of course not. Moonlight is only useful to demons, Su Xiaobai replied, a blunt rebuke. Don't humans rely on spiritual energy for cultivation? Su Tang was puzzled. Yes, spiritual energy. Spiritual energy and moonlight are not the same thing. Su Xiaobai began explaining common sense concepts again. Spiritual energy is all-encompassing, applicable to most cultivation races, but each race has its own unique cultivation methods. Demon races are generally divided into 2 types, those that absorb yin energy and those that absorb yang energy, though some special ones are excluded. Moonlight is the most common type of yin energy. In short, before ascending to immortality, demons can absorb both moonlight and spiritual energy, freely converting between the two. Once they become immortals, moonlight is eliminated. Simply absorbing moonlight can only maintain strength, not improve it. That's why I can't improve my strength in the underworld. But I'm afraid of being captured and forced to make elixirs in the immortal realm, so I'm thinking of going to the cultivation realm first to see if there are any similar beings with similar fates. So spiritual energy is useful to me? Su Tang hit the point again. Yes, although you can't cultivate, the cleansing of spiritual energy will elevate one's aptitude. That's why I mentioned earlier that I can help you reach 5S spiritual power, relying on the converted spiritual energy. Besides boosting spiritual power, are there other uses? Like beauty, longevity, healing? Su Tang reasoned. Yes, there are, but it depends on the situation. For example, saving a seriously injured person would require a ton of spiritual energy. Su Xiaobai suddenly had a bad feeling. How about you save some of the spiritual energy in your immortal abode for emergencies? Su Tang stated her intention. Also, I just got a cultivation magic weapon. After using it once, can you charge it? No, replenish its spiritual energy? Su Xiaobai was speechless. Sure enough, its spiritual energy was being coveted. Finally, after Su Tang's constant persuasion, Su Xiaobai recharged the water mirror with spiritual energy, increasing its use count to 5. With her identity problem solved, Su Tang went to bed in a good mood. With nothing to worry about, she fell asleep immediately. Chapter 262. Since she was sleeping on a bed, Su Tang slept very well and woke up early. After washing up and drinking a nutrient solution, Su Tang took out the Tang Xiaomi mask she had stored in her space ring and applied it to her face. Soon, she removed the mask and Tang Xiaomi returned. Su Tang took a selfie in the small mirror. She still looked better this way. After consuming the Snow Demon's life essence, Su Tang looked so elegant and classy that it was hard not to notice. Tang Xiaomi, on the other hand, was more understated, luxurious, and sophisticated. To complete the act, Su Tang also trimmed her already shoulder-length hair down to a short bob, just like in the Vidal Sassoon commercials. Afterward, she looked at the result and felt her craftsmanship was quite good. After checking again, Su Tang's composure instantly flared. Her clothes! She'd been wearing the 15th Legion's combat uniform when she returned to the city, hadn't she? The problem was, she wasn't even in the 15th Legion. How could this be understood? Su Tang frustratedly kicked a small stone away. Never mind. Let Jiang Yunchuan explain her identity. It was all his fault, after all, and he was incredibly good at misrepresenting right and wrong. After shaking off her frustration, Su Tang calmed down and continued on her treasure hunt. Because this was such a shameful treasure hunt, digging for the snow crystal lotus, even when she saw any surviving students along the way, Su Tang steeled herself and refused to stop to give them a ride. Thinking that Yuxuexing was no longer threatened by the snow moon fox, Su Tang felt a little relieved. At noon on the third day after leaving Yunxua City, Su Tang finally found the last snow crystal lotus. Su Tang's eyes curved into a smile as she brushed off the snowflakes stained her clothes. Done! Mission accomplished. Touching her spatial ring and looking at the box containing 7 snow crystal lotuses, Su Tang sat on Su Moi's back, humming a comfortable tune. Following Su Xiaobai's instructions, Su Moi gracefully soared through the air towards Yunxua City, its 6 enormous tails raised. Huh? Su Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed at a certain point. What's going on? There's someone down there. After digging up the snow crystal lotuses, Su Tang, with a kind heart, instructed Su Xiaobai to lend a hand whenever he saw someone. While Yunxua Star wasn't dangerous right now, that was for those fully armed and equipped. Those out in the wild, without ammunition or repellent powder, would likely live in fear. If they encountered a powerful carnivore, they could easily die. Let's go down and see if they need help. Su Tang was willing to lend a hand to those in need, as long as it was within her ability, and did not interfere with her own interests. On the ground below, 3 enormous star beasts began to pace in place, unwilling to move forward. A man in black combat fatigue stood upright atop a behemoth's massive head, his expression stern as he gazed upward. He naturally noticed the massive white silhouette of a snow moon fox flying overhead. As it faded into the distance, he breathed a sigh of relief, believing it was merely passing by. But the snow moon fox had returned with a surprise attack, clearly having noticed them. Thinking of the snow moon foxes he had encountered along the way, the man's expression grew even more grim. Even from such a distance, he could vaguely discern the tails of that snow moon fox, definitely no fewer than 5. The last time he encountered a 4-tailed fox, it had cost him thousands of students. This time, he feared, would be even more formidable. Chief Instructor? Everyone sensed the strangeness of the 3 leading star beasts, and someone spoke nervously. There's a powerful enemy. Spread out and find a hiding place. The man in black waved his hand, making a decision. I distracted. Chiang, you and Aiken will lead the students to the next gathering point. If I don't arrive in 3 days, you will return to the city on your own. Brother. Lu Qiang was deeply concerned. Observing the abnormality of his star beast, sensing its nervousness and anxiety, he was clearly seeing the snow moon foxes above him far more powerful than they were. If they joined forces to defeat the enemy, there might be a glimmer of hope, But if Big Brother went alone, he would be in great danger. Don't worry about me. Besides, this is an aerial enemy. You won't be able to help if you stay. Lu Qingyang's face was firm. As he spoke, the horned eagle that had been staying beside him soared into the air and grew in size. Lu Qingyang leaped and landed on its back. Brother Qingyang, be careful. Seeing Lu Qingyang's determination to leave, Xiahou Chen from behind warned him. Well, be careful and beware of sneak attacks from the star beasts. The last time they encountered the four-tailed snow moon fox, it summoned other star beasts, catching them off guard and causing heavy losses, resulting in the deaths of so many students. They couldn't afford to suffer the same fate again this time. Adhering to the principle of preemptive strike, Lu Qingyang decided to divert the snow moon fox's attention before it could gather its forces. With an eagle's cry, the hippogriff transformed into a meteor, its sharp, hard horns hurtling towards the snow moon fox overhead. "Ah!" Su Xiaobai exclaimed. While Su Tang was still dazed and confused, a black shadow appeared in her sight. Before she could react, a massive white tail whipped the figure aside. After being flung dozens of meters, the hippogriff steadied itself in midair. Lu Qingyang finally got a clear view of the snow moon fox, and was a bit incredulous. 6 tails. Lu Qingyang was shocked. First, he was shocked by the 6-tailed snow moon fox's formidable strength. Such a light tail had neutralized his hippogriff's attack. Second, he was astonished to see someone on the snow moon fox's back. This was a tamed snow moon fox, the trainer of the 6-tailed snow moon fox. What incredible strength! Stop! It's a misunderstanding! Su Tang shouted, realizing she was being attacked as an enemy. Recognizing this was a mastered snow moon fox, Lu Qingyang naturally stopped his attack. On hearing Su Tang's voice, he realized it was a woman. Lu Qingyang looked closer, and saw that it was indeed a woman. It wasn't that he looked down on women, but 95% of the trainers at his school were men, so the sight of such a formidable female trainer truly astonished him. Lu Qingyang calmly began to scrutinize Su Tang. The 15th Legion? Did they have such a brilliant beast trainer? I never heard of them. Could they be foreign recruits? Su Tang now had a clear view of the shadow. It was a star beast with a body resembling both a bird and a stag. 2 large antlers gleamed metallically on its head, a pair of large wings on its back, and 4 hooves like a stag. The star beast was the size of a container truck. Though smaller than Sumoya at this moment, it was still a formidable beast. It was clearly a native star beast not native to Yushua Star. Su Tang only needed to shift her gaze slightly to spot Lu Qingyang on the hippogriff's back. He wore a black combat uniform distinct from the legions, with a healthy bronze complexion, prominent eyebrows, and a prominent nose. Compared to Jiang Yunchuan, he had a masculine appearance. Looking at his upright posture, Su Tang felt that even if he wasn't a soldier, he had at least served in the military. Chapter 263. I mean no harm. I just wanted to ask if you need any help. Su Tang smiled sheepishly. It was her oversight. When she was riding Su Yanlai, since Su Yanlai wasn't native to Yushua Star, anyone with a quick mind would have recognized him as a harmless beast from the home planet. However, the Snow Moon Fox was the culprit in the Yushua Star disaster, and most people would naturally treat it as a formidable enemy. She had actually forgotten to fire a signal flare first. Thank you. After realizing Su Tang's presence, Lu Qingyang realized he had misunderstood. Hearing the senior animal trainer offer to help, he was naturally more than happy to oblige. I'm Lu Qingyang, the chief instructor of the 3rd Federal Military Academy. On behalf of the 3rd Federal Military Academy, I'd like to express my gratitude for your assistance. Lu Qingyang revealed his identity, and formally expressed his gratitude to Su Tang. I'm Tang Xiaomi. I'm here with the 15th Legion, Su Tang said with a smile. A Lu? There seems to be a Lu family among the 10 major military families. Could this Lu Qingyang be from that Lu family? Su Tang pondered. Because of Su Tang's well-fitting 15th Regiment combat uniform, Lu Qingyang didn't doubt her identity. Besides, such a skilled animal trainer wouldn't commit such illegal acts as robbery. The two landed one after the other. Because Lu Qiang and Xiahou Chen on the ground noticed the unusual situation in the sky, they didn't immediately retreat. The majority of the troops simply chose to hide. After confirming that the newcomers were friendly and safe, all the students gradually emerged from their hiding spots. Su Tang was stunned. There were so many of them. Tens of thousands, right? What are you doing? Su Tang cast a questioning look at Lu Qingyang. This is my younger brother, Lu Qiang, and this is Xiahou Chen. These are basically all students from our 3rd Military Academy. When we discovered something unusual on Yushua Star in March, we rushed here, but we only found less than half. Lu Qingyang's cold face was tinged with sorrow and regret. 3 groups of missing students from the 3rd Military Academy had come to Yushua Star for actual combat since January, totaling over 30,000. They had found over 10,000 students along the way, but with the crises they encountered along the way, the number dwindled. Even the instructors, who had come with him to participate in the rescue efforts, had lost several lives. Brother, this isn't your fault. Lu Qiang knew from his expression that this responsible brother was blaming him again. Su Tang, seeing the speaker's face bear a striking resemblance to Lu Qingyang, knew it was Lu Qiang. Judging by their appearance, the two were likely brothers. The Legion has arrived. Many students have already been sent off the planet. The rest will be found soon. Su Tang offered comforting words, though she had no idea how many were still alive. Has the main force of the 15th Legion arrived? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. A handsome young man with delicate features sized up the speaker, and Su Tang told him the truth. Yes, the main force has arrived and is already conducting a large-scale search and rescue operation. Are you heading back to Yinxua City? Because Su Xiaobai was with them, Su Tang knew that Yinxua City was the nearest city, and their destination must be there. Yes, but there are over 8,000 of us in total. Xiao Chen looked troubled. If it were just the instructors, they would be moving very fast, but with so many students, they looked a little exhausted. There were only a dozen instructors left, and only 3 of them possessed star beasts large enough to carry 100 people. A star beast the size of a small car was simply a drop in the bucket. Although the 3rd Military Academy's animal trainers were mostly student trainers, their star beasts were mostly low-level. They were powerless against the 4-tailed snow moon fox, and nearly all of them perished in the battle. Without star beasts, their progress naturally slowed. With so many people fleeing like refugees, and the instructors having to take care of food, water, overnight accommodations, and safety, Xiao Chen felt like he'd been exhausted for the past 2 months. Over 8,000 people. Su Tang was shocked. That number of people was indeed a hassle. Even Su Yanlai, at his largest, would be as crowded as a bus carrying 1,000 people. Although Su Moi was now about the same size as Su Yanlai, Su Tang felt that even with 500 people on its back, Su Moi's slender figure was insufficient. Should they be transported separately? We could go to the city and ask Su Yanlai to come along. Then, in 8 trips at most, we could bring them all back. Why bother? Just take them all with us, Su Xiaobai said bluntly. How? Su Tang asked humbly. A 3-tailed snow moon fox can intimidate and command other lower-level star beasts. Su Moi can command even more now. Su Tang suddenly realized. That's right, why hadn't she thought of that? There's a nest of snow ants nearby. The population is definitely over 500. One snow ant can carry 10 to 20 people. That should be enough. Su Xiaobai promptly offered a solution. Snow ice ants are a type of insect-eating star beast that likes to eat trees. Although they look a bit like ants on Earth, their bodies are transparent like ice, and their bodies are about the size of an extended sedan. Okay, let's do it. Su Tang once again felt that with Su Xiaobai by her side, she could worry less. I let it try, Su Tang said to the 3 people beside her, stroking Su Moi's fur. Lu Qiang and Xiao Chen looked puzzled. Lu Qingyang's expression remained stern, though a hint of confusion lingered in his gaze. Without waiting for anyone to question him, Su Moi raised his head and let out a long, long fox cry, like a superior issuing an order. A few seconds later, everyone on the ground felt the ground shaking, like the early stages of an earthquake. The students below panicked. What's this? Lu Qiang's face changed slightly. Could it be an enemy? Don't worry, I asked it to gather some free labor. Su Tang smiled slyly. A few seconds later, the ground began to shake rhythmically, as if a large army were marching. Lu Qingyang leaped onto the hippogriff again, his eyes filled with complexities, as he saw the vast swarms of snow ants in the air. That Tang Xiaomi down there was probably also a top-tier beast tamer. And that 6-tailed snow moon fox, a star beast capable of controlling other star beasts. What a perverted ability. Even he wouldn't stand a chance against her. As the snow ice ants approached, the people on the ground could clearly see the source of the earthquake. Huh? You summoned that snow moon fox? So powerful. Xiao Chen was the first to react. Off to the side, Lu Qiang was still in shock. Their Lu family didn't have such a powerful star beast, did they? Where did this pervert come from? This is a talent, he must be won over, preferably brought into the Lu family. Lu Qiang immediately had a plan. Well, you guys make arrangements. If you can't carry them all, my snow moon fox can still carry some people, Su Tang said readily. A dozen instructors quickly made arrangements and assigned personnel, and soon each snow ice ant was loaded with people. Chapter 264. The snow ants travel at a speed of approximately 80 kilometers per hour. While this is significantly slower than the Sumoya, it's still very fast compared to Route 11, and more importantly, it doesn't consume much energy. Because Lu Qingyang's behemoth was relatively slow, a tortoise-like beast at only 20 kilometers per hour, and the hippogriff was a star beast like a leopard, agile and quick to attack, but lacking endurance, all the people originally on the behemoths, including Lu Qingyang, were transferred to the Sumoya. Su Tang then realized that they were carrying many wounded, some even missing limbs, and many of their wounds were still bleeding. Su Tang walked over to an injured person, removed her backpack, and squatted down. She pulled out about 20 bottles of hemolytic and hemostatic agents and handed them to a student who resembled a medical staff member nearby. Thank you. The man looked up with admiration and a sincere tone, then immediately began tending to the wounds. Although Su Tang still had plenty of potions in her interspatial ring and interspatial buckle, taking any more out of her small backpack seemed a bit excessive. Watching the student treat the injured patient and then distribute the potions to several others, while a group of people busied themselves among the large number of injured people, Su Tang felt a pang of displeasure. Sighing, Su Tang suppressed a slight sense of guilt. She wasn't the Virgin Mary. She wouldn't expose her interspatial ring to save someone. Thank you, sir, for your help to our students. Lu Qingyang, observing Su Tang's actions, expressed his gratitude once again in a formal manner. You're welcome. Hearing the term sir, Su Tang felt a renewed sense of awkwardness. When Su Tang saw the injured, she assumed they would dislike her because her star beast was the snow moon fox, which had injured them and even killed their companions. But to her surprise, they looked at her with clear admiration, a reverence filled with respect. Even more surprising was the fact that the students on the snow ants behind her were also looking at Su Moi with intense passion. Why do I feel like your students are looking at me a little strangely? Su Tang asked Lu Qingyang, puzzled. Strange eyes? Lu Qingyang remained calm, glancing around. It's normal. They admire you. It's the weak's admiration for the strong. Didn't the snow moon fox injure them? Why do they admire me? Su Tang thought they hated the snow moon fox. It's true that the snow moon fox injured them, but what does that have to do with you? Lu Qingyang was puzzled by Su Tang's question. My star beast is the snow moon fox. After hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Qingyang's expression froze for the first time, a hint of disbelief appearing on his face. You haven't participated in systematic training as a beast tamer? Although Su Tang was quite puzzled by Lu Qingyang's irrelevant question, she shook her head honestly. She knew absolutely nothing about beast taming. Su Xiaobao and Su Yanlai were both conned into bringing them in. Su Xiaobai was practically bought, and Su Moi was even tricked into bringing her by Su Xiaobai. She had no idea how to tame a star beast. Watching Su Tang shake her head, Lu Qingyang was incredulous. A wild beast tamer. For a beast tamer to be able to tame such a powerful star beast without any previous instruction showed just how talented Tang Xiaomi was. Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened in thought. With proper training, Yin Country could produce another dazzling new star. Here's my business card. I think you have a lot of room for improvement. With the intention of training her, Lu Qingyang carefully handed over his business card. On a planet where computer systems are out of service, leaving a business card is naturally the best way to stay in touch. Su Tang took it respectfully with curiosity. Wow, people in this world still use business cards. It was a black, metallic card with a gold rim. Because Lu Qingyang had taken it from his pocket, it still had a hint of human warmth. The large, golden characters on the card, "Welcome to the 3rd Military Academy of the Yin Country Federation," stood out, giving it a high-class look. With my recommendation, if you're interested, you don't need to take the entrance exam. You can come directly to our school. Lu Qingyang added another use for his business card. Is this a backdoor? Su Tang glanced at Lu Qingyang's meticulous expression in disbelief. This backdoor behavior clearly doesn't fit your current demeanor, does it? Su Tang examined the business card again, with a scrutinizing eye. Beneath the large characters was an introduction to the 3rd Military Academy. Of course, the basic message was about how awesome the school was, and how talented the talent it produced was. Su Tang only gleaned one useful tidbit from this. The 3rd Military Academy focused on training beast trainers, and no other military academy offered a more specialized beast trainer program. Curiosity led her to flip the page. Sure enough, there was information on the back too. It primarily covered Lu Qingyang's profile. Chief Instructor of the 3rd Military Academy, SSS level Psychic, Royal Family, Admiral, and Top Beast Tamer, Su Tang was amazed at this introduction. This guy is so impressive. General. A 5-star general is a quasi-marshal. Could this be the heir to the Liu family? As for the position of chief instructor, it's quite prestigious, especially for the chief instructor of one of the 10 most prestigious military academies in the Federation. While surfing the Skynet at night at Hongguang First High School, Su Tang had been brushing up on common sense about this world. In this world, the principal of a military academy is like a secretary, doing odd jobs, while the chief instructor holds the real power. The chief instructor's business card is like an admissions letter. Jiang Yinchuan didn't even make it to the position of chief instructor, which shows how powerful this guy is. And a top-level beast trainer? Su Tang had never understood the difference between a senior beast trainer and a top-level beast trainer. But what does this have to do with her previous question? Su Tang asked again, puzzled. What does this have to do with my star beast being a snow moon fox? For a star beast to submit to a trainer is equivalent to betraying its own species. Therefore, tame star beasts are our human companions and no longer belong to their own species, Lu Qingyang explained. So it was the snow moon fox that injured them, but in their eyes, your snow moon fox is no longer loyal to the snow moon fox species, but to our human side. Do you understand? Su Tang nodded, half comprehending. Why did she sound a bit like someone capturing a prisoner of war? These things will be covered in the basic beast taming course. And while your star beast is quite powerful, as a trainer, your reaction and judgment are not up to par, which could easily lead to defeating a trainer of lesser strength. Excuse me, how many star beasts do you know here? Lu Qingyang's occupational ailment as an instructor, guiding students, kicked in. I only recognize your behemoth. Su Tang felt a little ashamed, pointing to the behemoth at Lu Qingyang's feet, which had transformed into a piglet. This was a star beast she had only just met when she last visited Black Rose. Of the star beasts of this era, Su Tang only recognized the common ones, the earthly equivalents of pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and dogs. Due to the sheer number of planets, the number of star beasts in this era was simply staggering. Many star beasts might look the same, but due to different planets, they were completely different species. So, apart from this behemoth and the snow ant, Su Tang truly couldn't recognize any of the other star beasts in the group. Chapter 265. What should I do if I encounter a beast tamer with a behemoth? Lu Qingyang began to give examples. After hearing Lu Qingyang's words, Su Tang realized that even beast tamers need strategy in battle. But Su Yanlai always charged forward on his own, completely ignoring her. If she waited until she realized what was happening and figured out a countermeasure, and Su Yanlai then followed her lead, it would be too late. One look at Su Tang's bewildered expression, and Lu Qingyang immediately realized the problem. Her star beasts acted instinctively when encountering enemies. First, you should understand the characteristics of behemoths and their weaknesses. If you encounter a wild behemoth, you should choose the most advantageous attack based on its instincts, leveraging its strengths and avoiding its weaknesses. If you encounter a trainer, you should primarily consider the trainer's combat style. If it's an unfamiliar trainer, you should use human judgment. Star beasts will attack and evade at the trainer's command, contrary to their instincts. Of course, if you encounter a star beast that can completely crush the opponent, you don't have to consider these things. So complicated. Su Tang's mind was filled with question marks and exclamation points. So, systematic study is very helpful in improving the overall combat effectiveness of both you and your star beasts, Lu Qingyang concluded. In his opinion, it would be a waste of talent for such a promising young man not to come to the 3rd Military Academy for further study. Thank you. I consider it. Su Tang suddenly felt like she was in college. Was she considered a top-notch student who had been noticed by the admissions office? But she wasn't considering going to school yet. After all, Su Yuan's father hadn't been found yet. Unlike college, the Federal Military Academy lasted for 10 years. Once you were there were only 2 ways to leave: study hard and graduate. The other was to be deemed unfit by the academy. If you still didn't meet the graduation requirements at 50, you would be kicked out. Of course, you wouldn't even have to think about getting a diploma. She didn't have time to go to school yet, but after finding Su Yuan's father, Su Tang would consider attending military school. After all, she would ultimately benefit from improving her own strength. But top-tier beast tamer? How was one determined? Lu Qingyang's star beast didn't look very powerful. Su Tang glanced suspiciously at the 2 star beasts beside him. His star beasts were a behemoth and a bird? That's a hippogriff, Su Xiaobai quickly explained. It's a speed-type raptor with a powerful attack, but lacks stamina and low defense. Powerful attack? I didn't see that. Su Tang only knew that Su Moya could swat it away with a single blow of its tail. The environment is unfavorable. Combat requires the right time, place, and people. This is Yushua's star, which naturally favors Su Moya. The hippogriff has a wind attribute and can whip up sandstorms in windy and sandy areas. In a different environment, the outcome might be uncertain. Of course, with me here, we definitely win. Su Xiaobai was confident, like a high-speed computer chip. Its reaction speed was definitely much faster than Lu Qingyang's. Furthermore, his behemoth is also quite formidable. While slow, it's a formidable tank. A Someo alone wouldn't be able to defeat it in a short time, Su Xiaobai explained. Also, he has a parasitic marrow-eating spider on his body. Once it touches an enemy's skin, it can burrow inside and suck out their marrow. In just a few minutes, it can devour the enemy's marrow. Bone marrow-eating spider. How vicious. Su Tang shuddered, her skin crawling with goosebumps. Lu Qingyang looked so righteous, but she hadn't expected him to raise such a sinister star beast. It's true that you can't judge a person by their appearance. Subconsciously, Su Tang secretly glanced at Lu Qingyang, searching for the so-called marrow-eating spider. Same as your son, Su Xiaobai reminded him. Son? Su Xiaobao. Su Tang glanced sharply at Lu Qingyang's ear. Sure enough, he saw a black, spider-like stud on his right earlobe. Since she had just accepted his business card, they were only half a meter apart. The thought of being so close to a parasitic spider capable of burrowing into her skin terrified Su Tang, and she instinctively took a step back. Lu Qingyang naturally noticed Su Tang's strangeness, and following her gaze, he knew his pet had been exposed. Do you know this? Lu Qingyang asked calmly, gently touching the marrow-eating spider on his earlobe. I met it by chance. Su Tang naturally wouldn't reveal Su Xiaobai, so she just made up a lie. Your observation is excellent, Lu Qingyang praised. When encountering a beast tamer, the best strategy is naturally to observe their star beast. Tamers who can conceal their own star beasts are the most formidable. But your reaction is too obvious. You should remain calm and deflect the enemy. Being able to see through Haisha's disguise on their first encounter shows that he is indeed a meticulous observer. However, his thoughts are written on his face, and his actions are so obvious, which puts him at a disadvantage when encountering an enemy. Furthermore, she seems unaware of Gisha's presence. She is still lacking in experience. He had already detected the presence of another star beast within her. Although he couldn't determine its specific location or type on this planet, where psychic power couldn't be used, he was certain that besides the Snow Moon Fox, she possessed another star beast. Clearly, if they were enemies, he could definitely surprise her on the ground. Thank you. Su Tang felt unworthy of Lu Qingyang's praise. Even though she had a star beast earring like Su Xiaobao, she had never imagined that Lu Qingyang had one too. Her vigilance was still too low. If he had any ill intentions, she would have been caught long ago. Of course, with Su Xiaobai by her side, there was no need to worry. However, Su Tang's eyes darkened. She couldn't always rely on Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai wouldn't always rely on her. Her own strength was king. So, when she had time, she had to go to the military academy and study everything from the combat skills of a beast trainer to the piloting of a mecha. This guy is really strong. Just as Su Tang was making up her mind to attend the military academy, Su Xiaobai's voice sounded a little heavy. He should have another star beast on him. I can only sense its presence, but I can't find its exact location. Can't find it? Su Tang was shocked. If even Su Xiaobai's mental power couldn't find it, where could it be hidden? It couldn't be hidden in his clothes, right? I can't see it on the surface of the clothes. I can't see any spiritual power inside the clothes either. But I have a feeling it's not hidden inside the clothes, it must be around. Su Xiaobai's voice was slightly hesitant. Sure enough, there are masters in this world. It was just blindly arrogant before. Around? Su Tang suddenly felt a chilling wind. Could this be a ghost-like star beast? Sure enough, it exists in every part of the universe. Chapter 266. With the addition of the snow ants, the army's advance speed increased significantly. However, they were still far from Yunxua City, and it was impossible to reach them in an afternoon. When passing through a plain, Lu Qingyang suggested resting there for the night. Su Tang, with little wilderness survival experience, naturally disagreed. Finally, the instructors, led by Lu Qingyang, decided to station the army where they were. Most of the people went to work in an orderly manner. Several large star beasts cleared the ground, removing the snow and exposing the surface. Countless candles were lit for warmth. Hundreds of tents were set up, though only for the wounded. Hundreds of people sprinkled various animal repellent powders around, A temporary camp quickly took shape. The smell of the repellent powder stirred the snow ants. Su Tang thought for a moment and ordered Su Xiaobai. Su Moi let out a fox cry, and the snow ants retreated to a distant part of the temporary camp and settled down. After finishing a bottle of nutrient solution, Su Tang sat idly on the back of Su Moi, now the size of a pony, cradling its plush, dog-like neck and staring blankly at the busy crowd. Looking at the numerous trainee beast trainers, Su Tang unconsciously recalled the relevant laws. Didn't it say that only royals could bring beast trainers into the city, and royals could only bring 2? So, this Lu Qingyang had 4 star beasts. How did he get in? That law applies to ordinary people, said Su Xiaobai, the living dictionary. Military personnel and some special personnel are not covered by this law. Soldiers in this era have many privileges. Is that so? It seems joining the military has its advantages. Su Tang thought. Perhaps she would join the military someday. Otherwise, with the star beasts in her body, as an ordinary citizen, she would never be able to enter the city. Well, beast tamers can naturally carry star beasts, mech masters can carry mechs, and pharmacists can carry dangerous potions, Su Xiaobai explained. Just as Xiaomi was about to offer a lengthy analysis of the pros and cons of joining the military, Xiao Chen approached with an enthusiastic expression. Instructor Xiao, is there something? Su Tang raised her head in confusion and sat up straight. Actually, I'd like to ask you a favor, Xiao Chen said, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. Just tell me. I do my best if I can. Su Tang clapped her hands and jumped off Su Moi's back. It's actually quite simple. We ran out of nutrient solution a long time ago, so we have to hunt. But you know, there are so many of us, and preparing a single meal often takes an hour or 2. Although Xiao Chen was also an instructor and had a duty to protect his students, he couldn't help but complain about being such a nani. It's okay, I take care of it. Su Tang immediately understood. The food demand was too great, and the instructors alone were insufficient. If Su Maya summoned the star beasts, it would be like waiting for them to come to her. Su Xiaobai, can you find any edible star beasts nearby? There's a herd of white deer a few kilometers away, perhaps dozens of them. That should be enough to eat. Su Xiaobai quickly scanned the surroundings and came to a conclusion. Well, let's go with them. Find some people, and we can go hunting together? After selecting a target, Su Tang said to Xiao Chen. She had never hunted before, but now she was actually eager to try. Okay. Thank you for your help, Xiao Chen said with a simple smile. Xiao Chen and Su Tang quickly came up with a plan. Xiao Chen led his men to dig traps and set ambushes, while Su Tang was responsible for having Su Moi summon prey. Although Su Moi could command lower-level star beasts, if the situation was unfavorable or they encountered a strong enemy, the lower-level star beasts would ignore his orders and instinctively retreat. The white deer was a herbivorous, low-level star beast, with low attack and defense capabilities. It was agile and speedy, but rather timid. Therefore, if they couldn't kill it in one blow, the white deer would flee, and Su Moi wouldn't be able to summon them again. After setting up their ambush in the small woods not far from the base, Xiao Chen gestured to Su Tang, who nodded in understanding. Su Moi let out a long fox cry, and movement gradually came from the distance. A group of white deer, summoned by Su Moi, galloped towards him. As the white deer approached, the ground shook more and more violently. Soon, a herd of snow-white deer, resembling Sika deer but twice their size, appeared within Su Tang's sight. The snow suddenly collapsed in the deer's path. Ah! With a few mournful cries, the deer at the front of the group were caught off guard and fell into the massive pit Xiao Chen and his men had dug, pierced by the slashing swords at the bottom. The following deer, unable to stop, fell in two. The previously orderly group of deer fell into panic. After a dozen more fell into the trap, the ones at the back, apparently noticing something was amiss, turned and attempted to flee. The prey had been hooked, and Xiao Chen was determined not to let it slip away. Go! Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a group of animal trainers, commanding their star beasts, blocked the deer's retreat. Xiao Chen, riding a bison-like star beast, led the charge, charging directly into the herd, and a massacre began. This is food, this is food. Su Tang muttered to herself as she watched the slaughtered white deer, trying to convince herself to think of the deer as just chickens, ducks, and pigs on earth, to dispel any lingering guilt. In a matter of minutes, not a single white deer escaped. Their entire army was annihilated. Xiaomi, you're truly amazing. After ordering everyone to carry the prey back, Xiao Chen approached Su Tang with a cheerful smile. Instructor Xiao is also quite impressive, Su Tang said with a modest smile. According to Su Xiaobai, Xiahou Qin's star beasts were the Iron Bull and the Wind Leopard, both ferocious and highly lethal. His ability to tame them proved Xiahou Qin's considerable strength. Just now, during the attack, the Wind Leopard's attacks were as swift as a gust of wind. With the naked eye, she couldn't even see the leopard's movements. Su Tang was secretly alarmed. The instructors at the 3rd Military Academy were likely quite skilled. On second thought, Su Tang agreed. Without their exceptional strength, how could a dozen instructors protect so many students? Back when the Snow Moon Fox King was still indiscriminately attacking humans on this land, this place was incredibly dangerous. The group returned to the base with their prey, and Su Tang once again drew the admiring gazes of the students. Xiahou Qin enthusiastically invited Su Tang to try his cooking. Before she could refuse, he began demonstrating his magnificent knife skills. Su Tang felt like she was witnessing a real-life version of the butcher's trick. However, how could she enjoy the barbecue properly with such gory food? Chapter 267. Not far away, Lu Qiang looked at Su Tang, who was chatting and laughing with Xiahou Qin, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. He then asked Lu Qingyang, "Brother, did I just see you give her your business card?" "Yes," Lu Qingyang acknowledged. "Did she accept our Lu family's invitation?" Lu Qiang was slightly delighted. Recruiting such a talented person would definitely benefit them. "I gave her the school's business card," Lu Qingyang replied indifferently. "What? From the school? Brother, why don't you recruit her into our Lu family and strengthen our influence?" Lu Qiang grumbled. "She hasn't received any formal training yet. Our 3rd Federal Military Academy is the perfect fit. Brother, once she enters the school, she'd be in everyone's sight. What if she gets recruited by the other 9 families? Why didn't you recruit her into ours first?" Lu Qiang said with a slight annoyance. "What difference does it make? Even if she joins our family, she'd still leave if the conditions are better elsewhere," Lu Qingyang said with a nonchalant attitude. "Brother," Lu Qiang raged. "Are you still a member of our Lu family, brother? You're so focused on school now. Do you know that cousin is about to take your place in Grandpa's heart? You never get that spot again." After hearing Lu Qiang's words, Lu Qingyang remained unperturbed. He simply lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly, that position was originally his. Lu Qiang gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing Lu Qingyang's continued nonchalant attitude, he sighed helplessly and turned away, furious at his lack of ambition. It's true that the emperor is anxious for the eunuchs to die. Bah! He's not a eunuch. Lu Qingyang watched Lu Qiang's departing figure with a dark look in his eyes, feeling a pang of discontent. He was truly hypocritical. He clearly yearned for that position, yet he acted so nonchalant. Was he afraid of being known as a loser? Lu Qingyang secretly clenched his fists. As a man, he naturally wanted to compete for the positions of patriarch and marshal, but all his confidence had been shattered 6 years ago. He had been groomed as the heir, so he naturally knew more than Lu Qiang. The Lu family had never been ruled by the patriarch. The true choice had always been in his hands. 6 years ago, that patriarch had chosen that cousin, and from that moment on, the Lu family was his. Without that patriarch's approval, he wouldn't even be qualified to compete. Never mind. It had been 6 years. It was time to let it go. Lu Qingyang weakly unclenched his fists and let out a soft breath. Soon night fell. Looking at the small groups gathered around candles, Su Tang felt a sense of novelty. This was arguably the largest outdoor camping trip she had ever been on. With the speed issue resolved, they expected to reach Yunxua City by the next afternoon. Everyone was excited, their faces beaming with joy. Although Su Tang didn't want to eat, Xiahou Qin enthusiastically handed her a large skewer of lamb. After all, it was a kind gesture, and wasting food was shameful. It smelled quite fragrant. Su Tang took a bite, and, whether it was the inherently delicious flavor of the white deer or Xiahou Qin's incredible grilling skills, simply thought it was a delicacy. Delicious, isn't it? This white deer meat is top-notch. Xiahou Qin took a large, enjoyable bite, chewing the meat, his words slurring. Xiaomi, this time, it's all thanks to you. You know, white deer are incredibly cunning and fast. It normally takes a lot of effort to hunt one down. Not far behind, Lu Qiang frowned as he watched Xiahou Qin and Su Tang chatting and laughing. A sense of urgency welled up in his heart. Although the Xiahou and Lu families belonged to the same faction, they were still different clans, and Xiahou Qin would prioritize his own interests. He might even be tempted to win over Tang Xiaomi and use him as a tool. Ah Chen, let's go discuss the tonight shift arrangements. Lu Qiang approached, attempting to pull Xiahou Qin away. Oh, Chiang, at least wait until I'm done eating. Xiahou Chen was raring to go. Eat while we walk. Lu Qiang pulled a deer leg into his hands, dragging him a few steps before suddenly turning back. Xiaomi, it's okay, you should get some rest too. Okay, Su Tang nodded. Watching Xiahou Chen, who nibbled on his meat as he walked, Su Tang suddenly realized he was a real foodie. Lu Qiang dragged Xiahou Chen toward the gathering of the other instructors, glancing at Lu Qingyang as they passed. He saw the perfect opportunity to bribe Tang Xiaomi now that she was alone. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyang ignored his brother's gaze. Lu Qiang looked at his older brother, who remained motionless, with a frustrated look. Damn, all his efforts had been in vain. After dinner, the students gradually quieted down. After devouring a large, delicious skewer of venison, Su Tang happily climbed onto Su Moi, the latter naturally becoming her cushion. Su Tang even discovered a new use for Su Moi's tail, a blanket. The 6 tails covered her snugly, making her feel warm, furry, and comfortable, just like sleeping in a bed. Not far away, Lu Qingyang looked thoughtfully at Su Tang, who lay on the back of a snow moon fox, gazing at the stars. If this was Tang Xiaomi, would she be recognized by that person? A cool breeze blew, and Lu Qingyang's mind cleared up. What did it matter if she could gain that person's approval? Even if he trained a beast tamer who surpassed his cousin, it wouldn't change the fact that he had lost to his cousin. Because it was still early, the students at the station gathered in groups of 3 or 5 around candles, whispering. Surrounded by strangers and unable to sleep, Su Tang could only count the stars in the sky and let her mind wander. Just as Su Tang was considering her plans after leaving Yushua's star, Su Moi turned and nudged her face with its furry head. What's going on? Su Tang was puzzled. Because she couldn't use her mental power, Su Moi was currently in an untamed state, and she couldn't understand what it was saying. It said someone's coming. Should we ask the snow ants to let them in? Su Xiaobai explained, basking in the moonlight. Although Jade Snow's star only had a regular moon, he adhered to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is meat, and while the moon was shining, Su Xiaobai firmly believed that waste was shameful. Someone. Can you tell who they are, and how many are there? 16. Judging by their clothes, they look like students. Su Xiaobai concluded with a quick scan of his mind. Then I go talk to someone. Patting Su Maya's head, Su Tang removed the tail covering her and jumped off its back. After stabilizing herself, Su Tang looked around but couldn't see Xiahou Chen or Lu Qiang. A little to the right, and in front of her, Lu Qingyang leaned against a tree trunk, his head lowered, his expression unclear. Chapter 268. After spending the afternoon together, Su Tang felt that Xiahou Chen was the easiest to get along with among the 3. However, she couldn't find him for a while, so she had to consult Lu Qingyang. Chief Instructor Lu, Su Tang said, walking up to Lu Qingyang. My star beast has sensed unusual movements among the snow ants in the outer area. I think it's necessary to investigate. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang looked up at the snow ant's resting place. Due to the distance and the darkness, he couldn't see clearly what was happening over there. I go check it out. As he spoke, Lu Qingyang had already mounted his hippogriff and sped off into the distance. Su Tang gazed at Lu Qingyang as he disappeared into the night with envy. The hippogriff grew larger, and Lu Qingyang leaped onto its back. Their coordination was seamless. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingyang was out of her sight. Such perfect coordination. Was this simply the result of training? Or was Lu Qingyang also able to communicate with his star beast? A huge question loomed in Su Tang's mind. Su Tang gazed in confusion at the direction where Lu Qingyang had disappeared. Less than 10 minutes later, the enormous figure of the hippogriff appeared in the night sky. Lu Qingyang landed directly in an open area within the temporary base. He was accompanied by 16 young men, including 2 women. They wore uniform blue combat uniforms, and Su Tang's sharp eyes caught the delicate 6 embroidered on them. Students of the 6th Military Academy of the Yin Federation. Although Lu Qingyang and his companions were instructors at the 3rd Military Academy, there were also students from other military academies in this large group. Their uniforms, and the prominent numbers on them, made it easy to distinguish them. Now that the people had been safely retrieved, Su Tang no longer cared. Lu Qingyang would naturally take care of them. Yawning, Su Tang inelegantly climbed onto Su Moi's back again, covering her tail with hers and sleeping. The next morning, Su Tang woke not too late, drenched in dazzling sunlight and a cacophony of voices. In just half an hour, all personnel in the garrison were ready to go. Su Moi summoned the Snow Ant Queen once again, and the main force set off towards Yunxua's city. The 16 people who had arrived last night were naturally assigned to Su Moi's back. Su Tang stood behind Su Moi's neck, idly combing its fur. "Hello, thank you for taking us here today," a pleasant female voice echoed beside Su Tang. "It's just a small favor." "You're welcome." Su Tang looked up and saw the two female students from the 6th Military Academy from last night. One was cute with a bit of baby fat, and the other. Su Tang was slightly puzzled. Why did the other beautiful, delicate-looking female student look so familiar? She looked so familiar. Just as Su Tang was racking her brains to figure out where she had seen this female student before, she introduced herself. "Thank you so much. I'm Yin Zixin, and this is my cousin Yinya." "Yin Zixin?" "Yin Zimu." Su Tang suddenly realized what was going on. She secretly looked at Yin Zixin again. Sure enough, she bore a 50% resemblance to Yin Zimu. No wonder she felt familiar. "I'm Tang Xiaomi. Nice to meet you." Su Tang smiled, then calmly began to greet them. "Are you here on this planet for practical training?" "We're here to complete the pharmacist exam." Yinya looked at Su Tang with admiration. "Sister Tang, you're amazing. They say this is your star beast. You actually managed to tame a 6-tailed snow moon fox. This is the first time I ever seen one. How did you do it?" "Xiao." Yin Zixin's sharp shout interrupted her incessant questions. Yin Zixin was annoyed. This idiot, should I have brought her here? How could they just pry into such private matters as how a tamer tames a star beast? Hopefully, this senior tamer wouldn't bother with him. "I'm so sorry, Master Tang. Xiao is still young and naive. Please don't bother with her," Yin Zixin said apologetically. "Master Tang." Su Tang felt a pang of disgust. Why did that title sound so strange? "It's okay. I don't mind. Actually, this 6-tailed snow moon fox was tricked." Su Tang said the truth with a slight smile. She wasn't lying. Su Maya was indeed tricked by Su Xiaobai. "Sister Tang, you're lying. How could taming a star beast be so easy?" Yinya muttered softly. "Master Tang is such a joker." Yin Zixin also laughed, and then shot him a look. How could this cousin be so stupid if she couldn't even catch such an obvious joke? "Uh-huh." Su Tang gave a dry laugh. Sure enough, no one believed her truth. After a few meaningless words, the two returned to their small group. Although Su Tang suspected that Yin Zixin was Yin Zimu's sister, she couldn't pry for information about Yin Zimu right now because of the large crowd. Besides, Yin Zixin was obviously shrewd. Su Tang decided to return to Yunxia City and find an opportunity. She would first go to Yinya, who seemed gentle, harmless, and unpretentious, to inquire about her. Where had Yin Zimu gone? Was Yin Zimu really going to get engaged to that Jiang Ruier? Was she and him really over? Su Tang sighed softly. Perhaps she would find out in a few days. If Yin Zimu truly chose to be with Jiang Ruier, then, Su Tang's eyes hardened, she truly should forget him. After the minor incident with Yin Zixin and Yinya, the main force's journey proceeded smoothly and without incident. Around 3 p.m. that day, Su Tang saw the towering, gleaming walls of Yunxia City. Meanwhile, in Yunxia City, Qin Mufeng encountered a vexing problem. After much effort, Qin Mufeng had already finalized a preliminary report on the Yuxuexing anomaly. That afternoon, he convened a small meeting attended by all the junior officers of the 15th Corps in Yunxia City. At the rectangular conference table, which seated dozens of people, Qin Mufeng and Jiang Yunchuan sat at the head, Han Xian and Liang Xiang to the left and right below, respectively. The other officers took their seats according to their rank. Although Han Xian and Liang Xiang had lost contact with most of the others, thanks to their strength and luck, they both returned to the city unscathed and reunited with Qin Mufeng within a few days. With Jiang Yunchuan's cooperation and testimony, Qin Mufeng followed his instructions, summarized the reasons for the Snow Moon Fox's unusual behavior, and prepared a report, concluding that the matter had been resolved. Thanks to Jiang Yunchuan's eloquent speech, which had deceived everyone to the point of confusion, and with the snow crystal lotus as evidence, although everyone found it incredible, after Jiang Yunchuan's repeated assurances that no more high-level multi-tailed snow moon foxes would appear, everyone unanimously believed his story. Of course, formal submission of this investigation's results to the military will require time for verification. If no more high-level multi-tailed snow moon foxes are found on this continent within the next month, then the matter can be considered perfectly resolved. Chapter 269. What Qin Mufeng hadn't expected was that just as he was about to end the meeting, he was confronted. "Captain Qin, is this the lion flame beast the regiment captured?" Han Xian asked with a puzzled expression. At that moment, the kitten Su Yanlai was perched on Qin Mufeng's head, yawning unceremoniously out of boredom. As soon as Han Xian spoke, It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hearing this, Su Yilia's eyes lit up. Years of experience told him that something interesting was in store. Indeed, this is the lion flame beast in our regiment. Qin Mufeng frowned. Why did Han Xian bring this up? Captain Qin, I heard it was tamed by your girlfriend? Han Xian said expressionlessly. Indeed, what's the problem? Qin Mufeng finally caught on to Han Xian's words. It was pure jealousy. Jiang Yunchuan's face paled slightly. Was this lion flame beast Xiaofeng's gift to Su Tang? But Han Xian was asking for it back now. Ha, how shameless. Although Han Xian was Jiang Yunchuan's cousin, Jiang Yunchuan looked down on him. He considered Han Xian a self-righteous but mediocre figure. This should belong to the Legion's internal resources, right? Han Xian hinted. Most of our Legion's beast trainers have tried, and none of them have been able to tame it. Qin Mufeng explained that he had discovered and captured the lion flame beast, and he had priority. Although the lion flame beast was still a Legion resource, if the Legion couldn't tame it, he had full authority to dispose of it. Captain Qin, you said it was the majority. How could you make such a hasty and unauthorized decision before there were any beast trainers who had tried? Oh! Deputy Captain Han, you mean you think anyone can tame it? Qin Mufeng was furious. This Han Xian was openly challenging his authority as captain. He wondered who Deputy Captain Han thought had the ability. I think Deputy Captain Liang and I can both give it a try, Han Xian said proudly. He only learned about the existence of such a powerful lion flame beast after returning to the city, and hearing other soldiers mention it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a star beast belonging to their legion, but was being used by Qin Mufeng to please a woman. Naturally, Han Xian was furious. He believed that if a woman could tame a star beast, he could definitely tame it. Han Xian couldn't tolerate Qin Mufeng giving something that belonged to him to his woman. This was clearly abuse of power for personal gain. After hearing Han Xian's self-righteous boast, Qin Mufeng suppressed the urge to laugh. He was being funny. Liang Xiang was a bit of a joke, but with his level of skill, he was laughing his ass off. Deputy Commander Han, thank you for your compliment, but I don't think I have the ability. Liang Xiang, who had been silent until then, spoke with self-awareness after being called out by Han Xian. The people in the regiment had always assumed that Liang Xiang and Han Xian were close friends, but that was not the case. Liang Xiang disagreed with some of Han Xian's actions. However, more than a decade ago, when he was still down and out, and his father had no money for medical treatment and was nearly dying, it was Han Xian who generously lent him money, saving his father's life. In Liang Xiang's heart, Han Xian was his benefactor, and he would not sit idly by when Han Xian was in danger. However, he naturally would not get involved in the actions of a star beast who coveted a woman and was waiting for an opportunity to seize her. Deputy Captain Liang. Han Xian shot him a stern look. You'd be crazy not to fight for such a powerful star beast. Liang Xiang didn't respond, looking at Han Xian with disapproval. Deputy Captain Han, as a man, you should know your own limitations. Sometimes overconfidence can be arrogance. Jiang Yunchuan spoke with disdain, watching Han Xian's one-man show. He had tamed a low-level, almost incapable star beast, and he had the nerve to boast about taming a lion flame beast. Where did this brainless cousin get his confidence from? Jiang Yunchuan, we're discussing internal affairs of the Legion. Please, outsider, don't interrupt. Jiang Yunchuan looked down on Han Xian, and Han Xian naturally disliked him, so he spoke bluntly. Lieutenant Han, please address me as Lieutenant General Jiang. Jiang Yunchuan directly used his own rank to pressure him. Humph. Han Xian snorted in dissatisfaction. Seeing Han Xian's attitude, Jiang Yunchuan added sharply, or do you want to go to the training room with me? Obviously, Jiang Yunchuan unilaterally beat Han Xian up. Cousin, we're family, why be so distant? Han Xian smiled sheepishly. He really didn't dare go to the training room with Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Yunchuan sneered. Just now, he was still an outsider. He gave Qin Mufeng a look that said, you handle it. Jiang Yunchuan then stood by and watched. So how do you, Deputy Captain Han, think this matter should be resolved? Qin Mufeng felt embarrassed by Han Xian's unreasonable behavior, but due to the friendship between their families, he couldn't do anything about it. It was really frustrating. I think we can get Tang Xiaomi to give it up, Han Xian said seriously, pointing at Su Yanlai. Give up. When a star beast is abandoned by its trainer, it will revert to its feral instincts at any moment. This guy's brain is definitely short-circuiting. Qin Mufeng was speechless. So Deputy Captain Han thinks he can handle a lion flame beast that has reverted to its feral state? Of course not. Han Xian's momentum weakened. I didn't say give up on Yushiu's star. I meant to wait until we returned to the base planet before asking Tang Xiaomi to give up. Han Xian also knew that on Yushiu's star, a lion flame beast that had reverted to its feral state would be essentially invincible. However, back at the base, with mechas and warships, beating the lion flame beast half to death before taming it would naturally have a higher chance of success. Do we need to send out our mecha warships to help you beat it half to death, risking our own soldiers? Qin Mufeng said sarcastically. What a brilliant idea. Although he wanted to say, of course, Han Xian could clearly sense the growing hostility from the soldiers around him. He quickly changed his words, that's fine. I handle it myself in my mecha. Deputy Captain Han, are you so confident you can handle the lion flame beast? Qin Mufeng demanded. In the end, I'm afraid the Legion will have to help you clean up the mess. The others in the meeting room also looked disgruntled and unhappy. In their eyes, Han Xian was completely causing trouble for the 15th Legion, even letting the tiger go back into the wild. Although their sister-in-law wasn't a member of the Legion, they had seen her actions. Her possession of the lion flame beast was a testament to her strength, and they were all convinced that the lion flame beast belonged to her. She's not a member of our Legion, Han Xian said, still fighting for his own rights. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted him. Come in. Report to the commander. A soldier entered and saluted Qin Mufeng. A large force of over 10,000 beast tamers is about to arrive in our city. Who? Over 10,000? Such a large force? Everyone in the conference room was shocked. Report, it's too far away to see clearly, but there's a snow moon fox at the head. Snow moon fox? Is my sister-in-law back? Qin Mufeng was puzzled. Dismiss, dismiss. Everyone go out and check the situation. Qin Mufeng waved his hand. The crowd ignored Han Xian as he left the conference room and headed towards the city gate. Chapter 270. To prevent unrest, Su Tang ordered the large group of snow ants to disperse outside the gates of Yunqiu City. As soon as Su Moya retracted his control, the snow ants retreated like a tide into the distance. Boss, boss. Before Qin Mufeng even reached the city gate, Su Yanlai reported to Su Tang, Boss, there's this asterisk named Han Xian here. He's got his eye on me, and wants to take me by force. Boss, let me bite him to death. What? Don't move. Su Tang's expression remained unchanged, but she was internally shocked. Someone was actually planning on Su Yanlai. But it wouldn't be appropriate to just go for it. Who is Han Xian? Who is this reckless thief so audacious? But Hanja? Han Xian? Could this be another one of Jiang Yinchuan's relatives, the Han family? It's one of Qin Mufeng's subordinates. He said I'm a resource for their legion. Ugh, I'm free. Qin Mufeng is truly useless, unable to even handle a small subordinate. Su Yanlai sneered indignantly. Okay, I got it. Show it to me after we meet up. Su Tang understood. The group marched into the city in a mighty procession, naturally attracting the attention of the guards. Su Moy naturally became the focus of attention. Sister-in-law, you're back. A soldier stepped forward to greet Su Tang enthusiastically, then stared at Su Moy with shining eyes. Who is this? This is the star beast I just tamed. It's called Su Moy. Su Tang introduced them to the crowd with a smile. The onlookers were stunned. Wow, sister-in-law, you're amazing. The soldier in front of Su Tang explained exaggeratedly. Commander John's wife tamed a 5-tailed snow moon fox before us. We all thought she was amazing, but sister-in-law is even more amazing. She can even handle a 6-tailed snow moon fox. Yes, our sister-in-law is awesome. Several people nearby echoed, giving Su Tang a thumbs up. Su Tang smiled awkwardly. If they knew Su Moy was the 5-tailed beast, that would be a joke. Off to the side, Lu Qiang watched their interaction with dismay. He had thought Tang Xiaomi was a powerless, independent animal trainer, but it turned out she was a member of the Qin family. But sister-in-law? Qin Mufeng's girlfriend? Why hadn't I heard about this guy having a girlfriend before? Could it be that Qin Mufeng, seeing her strength, used his beauty to seduce her? Despicable. Lu Qiang believed he had seen through Qin Mufeng's ulterior motives, and decided to expose his scheme to Tang Xiaomi if he had the chance. After observing Su Moy, the Yunqiu city guards finally turned their attention to the group behind Su Tang. Chief Instructor Lu. Naturally, someone recognized Lu Qingyang after the scrutiny. As the chief instructor at the 3rd Military Academy, Lu Qingyang held a high reputation among the beast trainers, and many of the 15th Regiment's beast trainers also graduated from the 3rd Military Academy. Is Qin Mufeng in charge here now? Lu Qingyang nodded in agreement, then began searching for the person in charge. Yes, the regimental commander should have been notified and is on his way. Due to Lu Qingyang's high prestige among the soldiers, the city's residents immediately coordinated with the instructors to arrange for the students before Qin Mufeng arrived. One by one, the star beasts began to bring the students to various areas, naturally sending the injured to the hospital first. Su Tang instructed Su Xiaobai to closely monitor the location of the two Yin sisters. Perhaps due to her status, Su Tang was fortunate to discover that the two Yin sisters were staying in the same accommodation area as her. Very good, this close distance makes it easy to investigate. Amidst the bustle of activity, the slacker Su Tang spotted a group approaching from a distance, naturally led by Qin Mufeng. Su Yunlai stood motionless, his head held high, perched atop Qin Mufeng's head. Seeing this, Su Tang's forehead furrowed. Was Su Yunlai deliberately trying to mess with Xiao Feng? Why did she have to stay atop him when there were other places to stay? What a sight! Xiaomi. Su Moi's elegant figure immediately caught everyone's attention. Qin Mufeng naturally noticed the trainer next to the Snow Moon Fox first. It was his sister-in-law. Qin Mufeng strode over to Su Tang and stared in amazement at the six tails behind Su Moi. Could this be? Yes, it is. Su Tang nodded affirmatively, her expression apologetic. Keep it a secret. Qin Mufeng nodded woodenly. Oh my god! His little heart was frightened to death. It must be a six-tailed fox, a six-tailed fox. He rubbed his eyes carefully. It was still a six-tailed fox. His sister-in-law's five-tailed Snow Moon Fox had actually evolved into a six-tailed fox. Why wasn't he a trainer? This was too much to be envied or hated. Jiang Yunchuan also approached the two of them. He looked at the six-tailed Snow Moon Fox with a slight surprise. Why are you like this again? Jiang Yunchuan was very dissatisfied with Su Tang's transformation back into Tang Xiaomi. That's how it is. You caused this mess, so you have to clean it up yourself. Su Tang glared at him, raised her fist, and threatened, if you reveal my identity, you be in trouble. That's right, Xiaomi, you haven't told me yet. I want to know too. Qin Mufeng was also very curious about Su Tang's true identity. It's none of your business. Stop asking so many questions. You should get back to your work. Jiang Yunchuan said with disdain, gesturing at a group of people not far away and dismissing Qin Mufeng. Don't worry, they take care of it. Qin Mufeng had become a hands-off boss. If he had to do everything himself, he'd be exhausted. Even something as trivial as arranging personnel was worth his involvement. The person I met this time seems quite impressive. You should know him, right? Su Tang asked uncertainly. Who? Qin Mufeng wondered. Jiang Yunchuan had already begun to survey the crowd, and soon he spotted the so-called impressive figure, Lu Qingyang. It's Lu Qingyang. Let's go say hello. Jiang Yunchuan patted Qin Mufeng's shoulder. Following Jiang Yunchuan's gaze, Qin Mufeng also spotted Lu Qingyang. The two of them left together, heading towards Lu Qingyang, and soon the three of them exchanged pleasantries. Because of the distance, Su Tang had no idea what they were talking about, but judging by their formal expressions, she knew they were discussing serious matters. Boss. Su Yunlai, having already jumped off Qin Mufeng's head, rubbed against Su Tang's calf, making his presence felt. By the way, where's that Han Xian you were talking about? Su Tang glanced around. Well, forget him. Boss, how did this fox become a six-tailed fox? Boss, you don't have any evolution secrets, do you? Give me some. Su Yunlai began to act coquettishly, rubbing against Su Tang's calf. Su Xiaobai, can you help Su Yunlai evolve? Su Tang thought about it and agreed. They were both her pets, so she couldn't favor one over the other. No, it doesn't absorb moonlight. It can only evolve by consuming energy stones. Oh! Su Tang understood, squatting down and stroking Su Yunlai's furry head. When I'm free, I combine you with advanced energy stones to increase your strength. Boss, you're so kind. Su Yunlai immediately clung to Su Tang's thighs, his face fawning. Mommy, baby wants one too. Su Xiaobao, who had a low profile, jumped out at the mention of energy stones. All of them. Su Tang suddenly felt like a nanny. Raising two foodies was a burden. She really needed to find time to combine more energy stones. Chapter 271. With Su Tang's assurance, Su Yunlai happily decided to retaliate against the who wanted his boss to give him up. Su Yunlai, with a heroic air, led Su Tang to Han Xian. He raised his right front paw, pointed at Han Xian, and turned back to Su Tang, a. That's him. Su Tang carefully examined him. A young man with delicate features, but a proud expression. You want it? Su Tang pointed at Su Yanlai with a cold expression. Sumaya, standing nearby, unleashed a powerful aura, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several notches in an instant. Ice began to form beneath Sumaya's feet at a visible rate. Even in his temperature-controlled suit, Han Xian felt a chill piercing his bones. He watched the ice slowly creep towards him. You misunderstood. I don't have the strength to tame it, Han Xian said with a slightly ingratiating smile as he retreated. He feared he'd be instantly turned into an ice sculpture if he touched the Snow Moon Fox's icy lair. After recognizing the truth, he wisely acted accordingly. Originally, he assumed that Tang Xiaomi's ability to tame the lion flame beast was solely due to Qin Mufeng's help and assistance. However, after witnessing the six-tailed Snow Moon Fox, he naturally realized that Tang Xiaomi was a true prodigy. A skilled beast tamer is not to be trifled with. Han Xian immediately backed down and gave up on his plans to capture Su Yanlai. Do you want me to give it up and let you try? Su Tang said coldly, pointing at Su Yanlai. Master Tang, you're joking. Only you are worthy of such a powerful star beast. Han Xian shook his head desperately. He nearly died at the claws of a four-tailed Snow Moon Fox. He couldn't even imagine how powerful a six-tailed Snow Moon Fox could be. What a coward. Su Tang curled her lips in disdain. He was practically defeated by Su Moi in such a snap. Su Yanlai, you can't even handle this outwardly strong weakling. Su Tang was furious. She thought she encountered a formidable beast trainer. Didn't you say, boss, that I can't bite him to death? Su Yanlai said innocently. Can't bite him to death doesn't mean I can't intimidate him. Su Tang was speechless. Why was he so stubborn? Oh, I get it next time. Su Yanlai said he learned something new. In his original mindset, if someone had malicious intent, he'd just bite them to death. Intimidation wasn't even a thing. After resolving the issue of Su Yanlai's affiliation, Su Tang decided to go back and figure out how to get closer to the Yin sisters. After Su Xiaobai's close surveillance, Su Tang finally got some useful information. The two Yin sisters were taking the pharmacist exam, which involved extracting the essence of the Snow Hidden Lotus. It seemed Yen Zixin had already obtained a Snow Hidden Lotus, but Yenya didn't. Yenya wanted to make a last-ditch effort before leaving Yushu Star, searching the area outside the city, but Yen Zixin seemed to disagree. Upon learning of this, Su Tang immediately came up with an idea. The next morning, after Su Xiaobai had located Yenya, Su Tang stumbled upon her. Xia, what a coincidence. Why are you alone? Su Tang smiled kindly. Sister Tang, it's so nice to meet you. Yenya's eyes lit up. Cousin Zixin is refining a potion. Xia, aren't you refining potions? Su Tang asked casually. I can't find the ingredients, Yenya said, wringing her clothes and lowering her head in frustration. Although Yu Xuexing had experienced an abnormality, completing the assessment under these circumstances would definitely be a bonus. I have nothing else to do anyway. Do you want me to go out with you and look for it? Really? Sister Tang, you're such a kind person. Yenya looked up with surprise and affectionately took Su Tang's arm. Really? If you're ready, we can leave now. Of course, whether we find it or not, we must return to the city before dark. Yenya was very cute, with two dimples when she smiled, looking very adorable, which immediately struck a chord with Su Tang. Sister Tang, let's go then. Yenya smiled innocently, taking Su Tang's arm. Su Tang smiled, signaled Sumaya to grow larger, and the two of them mounted it. Hey Sister Tang, is this your star beast too? It looks a bit ugly, Yenya said unabashedly, finally noticing Su Yanlai. It's definitely not pretty, Su Tang chuckled. Sure enough, her aesthetic was normal. A kitten like Su Yanlai really wasn't popular with girls. Su Yanlai, lying there, sullen, felt very depressed. I won't help this rascal find the Snow Hidden Lotus later. Here, Sister Tang, let's land here. Maybe there's something here. Not long after flying, Yenya excitedly pointed to a spot covered in yellow plants. Okay, by the way, Xiaoya, what ingredients are you looking for? Su Tang asked, knowing the answer. What about the Snow Hidden Lotus? If I can successfully extract its essence, I become a mid-level pharmacist. After landing, Yenya pulled a small hoe from her backpack and replied while digging around in the ground. Why do we have to find these raw materials ourselves? Su Tang was puzzled by the school's practice. For some reason, the herbs here deteriorate and can't be extracted once we leave Yushu Star. That's why we usually only leave after we extracted the essence. Finding the raw herbs ourselves is also part of the assessment, Yenya explained honestly. Sister Tang, do you know the Snow Hidden Lotus? Can you help me find it? Since one person was too slow, Yenya naturally thought of asking Su Tang for help. Su Tang didn't mind Yin Ya's impoliteness. She loved spending time with girls who were even simpler than her. Su Tang broke off a branch and joined the group digging for the snow-hidden lotus. After the two of them had dug countless small pits, Su Yinlai said with a gloating look, "There's none here." "How did you know?" "Because I don't smell any snow-hidden lotus here." Su Yinlai wagged his tail, a look of smugness on his face. "Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Su Tang angrily threw the small stick in her hand. "Xiuya, I don't think there's any here. It's so close to Yinxua City. If there were, I'm afraid someone else would have dug it up." Sister Tang is right." Yinya stopped her hoe and lowered her head in frustration. Why hadn't she thought of that? The snow-hidden lotus was a hot commodity, and it probably wouldn't be found near the city. "Let's fly farther and look for him," Su Tang suggested. "Sister Tang, you're so kind." Yinya immediately embraced Su Tang's arm, her face full of emotion. The two of them mounted their sumoyas and headed for the location Yinya had mentioned as having the highest probability of finding the snow-hidden lotus. All the way, Yinya chattered like a sparrow about her classmates, her family, their experiences, and so on. Su Tang was dismayed to discover that there was no information on Yin Zimu. "By the way, Xiuya, your Yin family had a captain who was previously stationed in the Tianyin galaxy, right?" Su Tang, helpless, could only bring up the topic of Yin Zimu. "Tianyin galaxy?" Yinya pondered for a few seconds, then remembered, "Oh, Sister Tang, you're talking about cousin Yin Zimu. 2 years ago, I went to the Tianyin galaxy and ran into some trouble. Thanks to his help, I haven't had the chance to visit and thank him. Since I had the good fortune to meet you, I wanted to ask how he's been doing." Su Tang began to lie, a little unsure if she could trick Yinya. "Really? No wonder Sister Tang is so kind to me." Yinya naively believed it. Cousin Zixin is cousin Yin Zimu's younger sister. We're truly destined to meet. "Well, how's Captain Yin doing? I prepare a gift for him when we get back to the city." "Xiuya, can you take it back for him?" Su Tang asked directly, pressing the point that concerned her most. She knew that if she didn't ask now, Yinya would probably just ramble on about some boring topic that she thought she was interested in, but she had no interest in. Chapter 272. Cousin Yin Zimu. Yinya's face paled slightly, and she began twisting her fingers again in confusion. What's going on? Was he murdered? Su Tang's heart skipped a beat. Why did she look like that? Shouldn't the marriage between the Yin and Jiang families be a joyous occasion? Could something have really happened to Yin Zimu? Well, Grandpa said not to tell anyone else. Yinya hesitated. Xiuya, we're all good friends now. I promise not to tell anyone. After all, Captain Yin saved me, and I'm worried. Su Tang looked at Yinya, her expression filled with worry and uneasiness. Okay, Sister Tang, then you promise not to tell anyone. Yinya finally made a decision. Although Grandpa had forbidden it, the matter wasn't really a Yin family secret. Other members of the family knew about it, so Yinya felt it was okay to tell Sister Tang, who had helped her so much. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone. Su Tang nodded cautiously. Well, Yinya leaned close to Su Tang's ear and whispered in a low voice, actually, cousin Yin Zimu has already left the Yin family. What? Su Tang was struck by lightning, her brain shutting down, and she froze in her tracks. Shocked, huh? I couldn't believe it when I first heard the news either. It was only after I checked with Dad that I knew it was true. Oh, Sister Tang, you don't know. Cousin Yin Zimu has already left the family, and cousin Yin Zixin is acting like nothing's wrong. I really don't know what's going on in her mind. Yinya's mouth opened and closed as she spoke a raucous stream of words, but Su Tang couldn't hear a word. All that echoed in her head was the words leave the Yin family. It took Su Tang a while to come back to her senses. She tried her best to suppress the myriad thoughts racing through her mind, expressing a familiar expression of surprise and regret. Why did he leave the family? It seems it was because of the marriage grandfather arranged for him, and his cousin Yin Zimu wasn't happy with it. It said he had a fight with grandfather, and in a fit of rage, he just did it. A direct descendant's departure from the family naturally caused a stir within the clan, and even Yinya's father's side, who was powerless, heard about it. Is this because of her? Su Tang lowered her head, preventing Yinya from seeing her expression. Yin Zimu was such a fool. How could she deserve this? Touching her chest, Su Tang felt a pang of pain. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't right now. Xiuya, do you know where he's gone now? Fighting back the urge to cry, Su Tang suppressed her emotions and asked calmly. I don't know. Cousin Yin Zimu even resigned from his position in the Legion. I don't know where he's gone. It seems he's looking for someone. Yinya, oblivious to Su Tang's annoyance, tilted her head, thought for a moment, and spoke again. I heard he went to see the woman he loves. Sister Tang, do you know that Su Tang? She's the daughter of the missing 9th level energy grandmaster Su Yuan. They all say cousin Yin Zima left the family because of her. Is that so? Su Tang was completely distraught at this moment. She just wanted to be alone and quiet. After instructing Su Yanlai to immediately find a snow-hidden lotus, Su Tang fell silent. Yinya, oblivious to the annoyance, continued to chatter. Su Tang, no longer interested in chatting, only hummed a few yes and yes in agreement. After arriving at their destination, under Su Yinya's careful guidance, Yinya excitedly dug up a snow-hidden lotus. Mission accomplished, Su Tang and Yinya naturally headed home. Back at the lodgings, Yinya happily bid Su Tang adieu. As soon as Yinya left, Su Tang's smile vanished. She returned to her room and closed the door. Su Tang felt all her strength drained away in an instant. She slumped weakly against the door. Ever since she learned Yin Zimu had left the family for her, she'd been completely lost in thought. Just being able to hold on until this point was already her limit. Holding her head in her hands and burying it in her knees, Su Tang couldn't help but tremble slightly, her eyes misting. Closing her eyes, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Once, Yin Zimu had bled to save her. Once, Yin Zimu had flown his mecha for 6 days straight just to come back and see her. Once, Yin Zimu had confessed all his secrets to her to show his love. Now, Yin Zimu had even left his family for her. Although she had left the Su family, her name, Su Tang, remained in the family tree. Family, Su Tang knew, in this world, family was like one's roots. Without roots, one was like floating duckweed. Regardless of the reason, if Yin Zima left the family, unless he achieved extraordinary power in the future, his future prospects would be completely ruined. Yin Zimu had sacrificed so much for her, but what about her? She hadn't firmly believed in him. She had even considered forgetting him. She had even hesitated and wavered. When Qin Qinyuan proposed to her, with that grand fireworks display, it was undeniable that she was moved at that moment. She even considered accepting him. Qin Qinyuan, Su Tang suddenly smiled bitterly. What even a little girl like Yinya knew, Qin Qinyuan must have known, and he must have known her identity long ago. He knew about her relationship with Yin Zimu, but he chose to hide it from her. Wiping away her tears, Su Tang dusted off her clothes and stood up. Some things needed to be cut short. Since Yin Zimu had done so much for her, she absolutely could not let him down. Qin Qinyuan, she should have made things clear with him. Afterwards, in the 2 days before the warship arrived, Su Tang remained in her room, secretly making plans for her after leaving Yushua Star. Since the matter on Yushua Star had been largely resolved, Qin Mufeng decided to return with the warship, and naturally, Su Tang followed suit. Leaving Liang Xian behind to continue the rescue and cleanup efforts, after visiting each of the 6 cities, the warship, carrying a large group of personnel, departed for Yutong Star, the largest transportation hub in the Yuhin Galaxy. 3 days later, the warship arrived at the space station on Yutong Star. Led by their instructors, the students returned to their respective schools. Having successfully extracted the essence of the snow-hidden lotus, Yinya said goodbye to Su Tang with great joy, warmly inviting her to visit her when she had time. Su Tang simply smiled, dismissing the allure. Yin Zimu had already left the Yin family, so naturally, she wouldn't visit again. I hope to see you at the 3rd Military Academy, Lu Qingyang said, his eyes burning. After seeing Su Yanlai, Lu Qingyang felt even more strongly that Su Tang was a promising talent. Like someone finally finding their apprentice in a martial arts novel, Lu Qingyang was determined to train her. I consider it, Su Tang nodded earnestly. Jiang Yinchuan, standing by, was alarmed. Lu Qingyang, usually aloof, had never seen such a passionate gaze. Could he, too, be attracted to Su Tang? Xiaomi, there's no future for a beast tamer. You better come to our 13th Military Academy on Xiaoming Star and study mecha. Becoming a mecha tamer is the way to go. Jiang Yinchuan began to discredit beast tamers and promote his own school. Brother Yinchuan, if you want to learn mecha, you should go to the Federation's top military academy, Qin Mufeng said, unceremoniously. Of the 30 military academies in the Yin Federation, numbered Yin Federation XX, the top 10 are where the most talented individuals gather, where true competition of strength takes place. The bottom 20 are privatized academies owned by the 10 largest military families. While these are considered top tier, they often have shady dealings. Chapter 273. Xiaofeng, I want to go back to Yuruin Star, Su Tang said to Qin Mufeng, ignoring Jiang Yinchuan. She knew Jiang Yinchuan's feelings for her, but having already made up her mind about Yin Zimu, she wouldn't give him any hope. It would be best for him to give up quickly. Besides, with Jiang Yunchuan following her all the way, she didn't dare use her mental power. Su Xiaobai had been feigning S-level mental power the entire way. Okay, I'm fine now anyway. Let's go back to our base in Tianrun City. Qin Mufeng nodded. It was already June 3rd, and only by returning to Tianrun City could he smooth over the Yushua Star incident. He also needed to get his sister-in-law on the same page. But looking at Su Mui squatting beside Su Tang, Qin Mufeng felt a headache. It seemed the Yushua Star incident wasn't going to be so easy to cover up. Each of them, each with their own thoughts and resolve, ignored Jiang Yunchuan and headed straight back to Tianrun City. Jiang Yunchuan naturally followed. It took only 2 days, and on June 6th, the three of them returned to Tianrun City on the Legion starship. Back on his own territory, Qin Mufeng was determined to carry out his brother's orders and keep out the wolf who attempted to seduce his sister-in-law. However, his intentions were insufficient. Jiang Yunchuan's fighting power was too high, and he couldn't really hurt him. Finally, Jiang Yunchuan successfully infiltrated the Tianrun City base. Qin Mufeng helplessly held his forehead. Forget it, his brother is coming, let him deal with him himself. Su Tang sighed helplessly as she looked at Jiang Yunchuan, who was clinging to them. I love my boyfriend very much, so don't waste your time. You meet someone more suitable, Su Tang reiterated to Jiang Yunchuan. That's right, brother Yunchuan, a forced melon isn't sweet, Qin Mufeng agreed. In his opinion, his sister-in-law's boyfriend was naturally his brother. I prove to you that I'm more suitable for you than he is, Jiang Yunchuan said, ignoring the determined look Qin Mufeng gave Su Tang. Well, it really doesn't make sense. Why is this man so stubborn? Su Tang was helpless. Xiaofeng, please help me prepare some nutrient solution. I need to retreat and combine the energy stones. Su Tang decided to ignore Jiang Yunchuan. Xiao Mi, are you retreating again? Qin Mufeng thought his sister-in-law was working too hard. Yes, I want to start today. Su Tang nodded, ready to make a quick getaway before Qin Qinyuan arrived. Oh, I see. I get it ready for you right away. Qin Mufeng, unfazed, dragged Jiang Yunchuan away before leaving. Brother Yunchuan, I take you to your room to rest. Su Tang was already an energy master, and Jiang Yunchuan wasn't surprised that she was retreating to combine energy stones. In Jiang Yunchuan's view, as long as he stayed by her side and eliminated all competitors, he would naturally take the top spot. Therefore, as long as no rival emerged, he didn't care what she did. At lunchtime, Qin Mufeng deliberately avoided Jiang Yunchuan and knocked on Su Tang's door. After much thought, he still couldn't figure out why his sister-in-law had a snow moon fox around. Sister-in-law, how do you explain it? Qin Mufeng pointed at Su Maya with a bitter look on his face upon entering the room. Don't worry. If you really can't explain it, just say I insisted on having you go to Yushua Star, and I take full responsibility. Of course, don't mention my disappearance. Su Tang spoke with such boldness, yet deep down she felt incredibly guilty. She was ready to run away, so this unfortunate child had to bear Qin Qinyuan's wrath alone. They were cousins, so Qin Qinyuan wouldn't really do anything to Qin Mufeng. Sister-in-law, you're so loyal. Qin Mufeng, unaware of the truth, was deeply moved. By the way, my brother hasn't contacted you yet, has he? Yes, not yet. That's right. I heard the American and European delegations haven't left yet. Qin Mufeng was very grateful. If they had left a few days earlier, my brother would have called my sister-in-law, and it would have been completely exposed. Have you prepared my nutrient solution? Su Tang changed the subject. Yes, here you go. With a quick connection, Qin Mufeng transferred a month's supply of nutrient solution to Su Tang. By the way, this is for you. The snow moon fox led me to find them. I went looking for them when I left alone. Remember, don't tell anyone. Su Tang mysteriously produced a delicate little box. Psychic power can't penetrate it. What could be so secretive? Qin Mufeng puzzledly opened a crack in the box. After seeing the contents, he was shocked. What is this? Shoo! Su Tang gestured for silence. To keep it secret, she had chosen a box that was impervious to psychic power detection. As for the snow crystal lotus, it's best to know what it is. Revealing it would be a crime. Give it to me? Qin Mufeng felt like a huge pie had fallen from the sky. Well, thank you for taking care of me these days. Su Tang felt that if it weren't for Qin Mufeng, she wouldn't have gotten it either. Besides, Su Yanlai was also a gift from Qin Mufeng, so she owed him some thanks. Each person can only eat one snow crystal lotus. One for Dad, one for Grandpa, and one for Yin Zimu. She had 4 left over, so she gave one to each of them. And this is for your brother. Su Tang again instructed Su Xiaobai to simulate S-level mental power and produced a box. I might be in seclusion for a long time. If your brother comes, please give it to him for me. That too? Qin Mufeng was incredulous. Yes, but you can't peek at what I gave him. Su Tang winked at Qin Mufeng. Yes, I definitely won't. Qin Mufeng could tell the difference between the 2 boxes because of their different designs. Thinking his sister-in-law might have hidden something else to surprise his brother, Qin Mufeng smiled slyly. One look at Qin Mufeng's expression, and Su Tang knew he was onto something. He was probably going to cry. Unable to speak frankly to Qin Qinyuan face to face, Su Tang resorted to a roundabout approach and left him a note. Following the wicked idea of a friend's death is better than my own, Su Tang decided to throw this time bomb at Qin Mufeng. If Qin Qinyuan saw the contents of the box, he would definitely go berserk. Therefore, Qin Mufeng, having received such a precious gift from her, naturally became the first person to bear his wrath. After seeing off Qin Mufeng, who was so lost in joy clutching the box, Su Tang silently chanted Amitabha, well done, well done. After hanging a sign on the door that read seclusion, do not disturb, Su Tang began making arrangements. The first step, of course, was to transfer all the money on Tang Xiaomi's laptop to an anonymous card. After finding 2 pillows and covering herself with a blanket, creating the illusion of someone sleeping, Su Tang set Tang Xiaomi's laptop to do not disturb mode and hid under the blanket. Instructing Su Xiaobai to create a space, Su Tang, Su Moi, and Su Yanlai reappeared in the wilderness where she and Qin Qinyuan had first arrived on Yuruin Star. She retrieved the small spaceship, and under Su Xiaobai's control, Su Tang and her 3 pets departed Yuruin Star. Looking at the shrinking Yuruin Star, Su Tang sighed. This time, Qin Qinyuan would probably be truly angry if he returned. Well, she couldn't think about him anymore. She had to be more resolute. Chapter 274. In the vast sea of stars, countless stars shone against each other, and spaceships and starships shuttled through them. Among them, a massive fleet consisting of 3 warships and 10 starships stood out. Inside the fleet's largest battleship, a luxurious room, exquisitely decorated, housed an intricately carved mahogany armchair covered with a lustrous animal hide. Rhea. Lu Huada leaned back in the chair, his legs crossed. The exquisite and complex ceremonial robes symbolizing his princely status accentuated his elegance and nobility. On the surrounding light screens, the starry sky surrounding the warships was clearly visible. Gently swirling the red wine in his right hand, Rhea's face curled with a smile of delight. The Yen Nation's capital galaxy was truly a beautiful one. He truly loved its blood-red color. Thinking of the shocked and jealous expressions on the faces of the Yen Kingdom's military brass when they saw his 4S-specific mecha, Rhea felt immensely excited. He had come all this time to show off after hearing about Xiao Jing's disappearance. Without Xiao Jing, Yen Kingdom's mecha technology would have stagnated for at least 10 years. Taking a sip of his red wine, Rhea looked thoroughly enjoying himself. He had brought more surprises than just that. He really wanted to stay and watch the show, but what a shame. Silently, the wine glass fell to the ground, spilling the red wine all over the floor. Rhea suddenly clutched his head, his face pale, and an expression of pain. A few seconds later, the piercing pain in his head receded like a tide. Rhea took a few deep breaths, straightened up, and a strange smile crossed his face. Has he lost control? Then the show is about to begin. Yen Kingdom Federation, Capital System, Capital Star. A sudden, sharp electronic warning blared from a monitoring station somewhere. What's going on? The station master demanded. Master, there's something wrong with the air here. A monitor nervously pointed at the map on the screen. Check. What's wrong? The station master shouted. Although their monitoring station was located in an uninhabited area, this was the capital planet, and the capital planet couldn't tolerate any disturbances. Several monitors quickly manipulated the large electronic equipment, analyzing various indicators. Master, this is bad? It's VX gas. A monitor shouted, his face pale. VX agent. Everyone's face paled. Quick, notify the Ministry of Political Affairs and the military. The station master stood before the monitoring screen, his hands clasped behind his back, a serious expression on his face. VX agent. Could it be the cloud poison demon, as he imagined? Impossible. This was the capital system, let alone the capital planet. How could a cloud poison demon possibly exist? He hoped he was overthinking it. Qin Qinyuan was desperate to get rid of Rhea as soon as possible, but it seemed as if that jerk, golden hair, was deliberately trying to antagonize him. Rhea's departure for home didn't begin until the 4th. Qin Qinyuan was anxious to get to Yerwin Star immediately, but Rhea had just left and the military had some matters to attend to, so he naturally resigned himself to the long and tedious meeting. The main topic of the meeting was, of course, the Quad-S mecha technology of the United States and Europe. Qin Qinyuan listened with boredom to the marshal's complaints. Rhea's showing off of his Quad-S mecha had infuriated the marshals, himself included. However, due to Xiao Jing's disappearance, Yin Nation's research on the 4S mecha had come to a complete standstill. After much discussion, no substantial progress had been made. Qin Qinyuan felt that 4S mecha technology was simply not something a few laymen could resolve through discussion. Pursuing a concubine was more important. Just as Qin Qinyuan was considering whether it was time to adjourn the meeting, the distinctive tone of an emergency communication echoed across everyone's laptops. Everyone in the conference room paled slightly, startled. All 10 of them received the message simultaneously. What emergency had occurred? Without hesitation, all 10 of them clicked on it simultaneously. Report. A cloud-poisoned demon has appeared at longitude 123, latitude 36, Lanfu District. Long Tianxiang, commander of the 5th Legion responsible for the security of the capital planet, reported with a stern expression. The entire conference room fell into a dead silence at Long Tianxiang's words. What? You said a cloud-poisoned demon appeared on the capital planet. Han Yi was the first to break the silence, a look of disbelief on his face. It's confirmed to be the cloud-poisoned monster. This is the image captured by the positioning monitoring satellite, Long Tianxiang shared. In the image, a massive, boundless black cloud clung to the ground. Wherever it passed, the land burned yellow, leaving no grass behind. Qin Qinyuan's heart trembled. It truly was the cloud-poison monster. After confirming it was indeed the cloud-poison monster, even the most cunning marshals couldn't help but palpate. Star beasts with the word monster in their names were all extremely vicious. The cloud-poison monster, like a vast expanse of black cloud, would devour all living things and plants on the ground, until the planet became a lifeless dead star. When the cloud-poison monster feeds, it's like a dark cloud raining rain. Its cloud structure exudes VX poison. Once the VX poison comes into contact with oxygen, it transforms into VX gas. If the cloud-poison monster remains on a planet for too long, the entire planet will be filled with poison. The cloud-poison monster is very powerful, but dealing with it is also quite simple, with many methods available. The most direct method is to blast it, along with the planet, into ash with a few level 8 energy cannons. Alternatively, wait for the cloud-poison monster to devour several planets, at which point, it will enter a dormant state and reveal its true form. Once you've found its true form, freeze it with a freeze bomb, then fire a level 5 energy cannon to finish it off. But clearly, neither blowing up the capital planet nor waiting for the cloud-poison monster to feed is feasible. The capital planet of the Yin Nation's capital system must be preserved. According to calculations, the cloud-poison monster is expected to reach the main capital district in 8 hours. The president has already relocated with 4 ministers, and officials from the Ministry of Political Affairs will begin their relocation. Please direct the military to relocate. Relocation? Bullshit. Are you dead? Long Howring cursed, sternly addressing his grandson. If we can't defeat it in Lanfu District, you die to atone for your sins. Living is a waste of air. Long Tianxiang, on the screen, remained expressionless as he replied, yes. Damn it! That old Mo Liang's guts are gone. Yin Chongshan, disregarding his image, cursed the Ministry of Political Affairs personnel. Humph, he's a coward. Lu Dong, rarely agreeing with Yin Chongshan. TSK, those people in the Ministry of Political Affairs, such speed. Jiang Tianlei sneered. The military marshals all expressed disdain at President Mo Liang and his political staff's immediate retreat upon encountering the cloud-poison monster. Send a mecha unit into the cloud-poison monster's interior and locate its true form. At all costs, this cloud-poison monster must be slain within the Lanfu district. Long Tianxiang, I give you half an hour to eliminate it. Qin Qinyuan made the decision without hesitation. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Long Tianxiang accepted the assignment with a serious expression. Chapter 275. Lonely Mountain, the entrance to the cheating secret realm. Shui Tianyu held the compass in his right hand, frowning slightly as he gazed at the direction the needle pointed. With his left hand, he once again drew the search formation depicted on the map. However, when the formation landed on the compass, it merely flashed white, while the needle remained pointed in the same direction. Over 500 years ago, he had chanced upon 2 fragments of ancient jade in an ancient secret realm, and these fragments gave him a vague impression of being a map. His hard work paid off, and 2 years ago, he finally found all 6 fragments and pieced together a map. To his shock, the map depicted the tomb of a certain ancient divine race. Now a Mahayana master, his ascension to immortality was imminent. However, even if he ascended, he would only be an immortal. Above immortals, there existed gods. Immortals are descended from humans, while gods are descended from clans. Without divine blood, even if one ascended to immortality and reached the immortal realm, one could only reach the level of an immortal venerable. The divine tomb was the most likely place where divine blood could be found. If one were fortunate enough to find the divine tomb and merge with the divine bloodline, one could directly cultivate into a god, becoming a being beyond the immortal venerable. How could he not be excited to discover traces of the divine tomb in the world of cultivation? However, Shui Tianyou's frown deepened. The needle was clearly pointing to the entrance to the Qi Tung secret realm, a low-level secret realm suitable for cultivators below the Jin Dan stage. Could the entrance to the divine tomb be within the Qi Tung secret realm? Suspicious, Shui Tianyu, holding a compass crafted according to the method on the map, stepped into the teleportation array at the entrance. What was this? Upon exiting the teleportation array, Shui Tianyu was shocked. This wasn't the Qi Tung secret realm. Had he already found the divine tomb? Restraining his inner ecstasy, Shui Tianyu released his spiritual sense and began to observe his surroundings. Were they all low-level, unintelligent demonic beasts? There weren't even any spiritual plants? Shui Tianyou's face suddenly darkened as he discovered a terrifying problem. There was no spiritual energy here. Although he had never seen a divine tomb, he had explored several immortal tombs, and without exception, the spiritual energy within them was so abundant it had formed into spiritual mist. How could there be no spiritual energy in a divine tomb? Shui Tianyou's face darkened even further. He discovered not only was there no spiritual energy, but there wasn't even a single spiritual object. This meant he was either trapped in some vast formation that blocked spiritual energy, or he had somehow stumbled into the mortal world. Thinking of this, Shui Tianyu began searching for the center of the formation, and looking for someone else along the way. He had only been here for a month, searching the entire planet, and he was the only one there, and of course, there wasn't anything spiritual. Shui Tianyu began to panic. He had already consumed a large portion of his spiritual energy replenishing elixirs and spirit stones. If this continued, he would surely die of spiritual energy exhaustion. With no clue where to go, Shui Tianyu began to minimize his spellcasting to conserve his spiritual energy. 3 years passed like this, and Shui Tianyu finally saw humans. A large iron lump carrying a group of people arrived on the planet. After observing them for a month, Shui Tianyu knew this was truly the mortal realm, a mortal realm countless times larger than his previous one. Thanks to a cultivator's photographic memory and a simple disguise, Shui Tianyu successfully disguised himself as a sacrificed individual and blended in with them. In just over a year, he had integrated into the mortal world and learned its knowledge. Realizing he had stumbled into a technologically advanced mortal realm, Shui Tianyu, unwilling to remain there, began searching for anything that would enhance his strength, but ultimately found nothing. Because of his Mahayana cultivation, even without using magic, Shui Tianyu consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy daily. Over a decade later, upon discovering a young boy whose physique matched his own destiny 80% of the time, Shui Tianyu, having expended most of his elixirs and spirit stones, chose to possess his body. Naturally, his cultivation was completely lost, and Shui Tianyu resigned himself to becoming a local. The boy he possessed was Shui Kaifeng, who lived with his grandfather, and was often bullied at school. He lacked both money and strength. In short, he was a destitute young man. A cultivator who should have been a master of the world, only a step away from immortality, now reduced to a mere mortal with a lifespan of 300 years, he was naturally unwilling to accept this fate. Even if he could only remain a mortal, he wanted to be a noble one. Utilizing the remaining resources, Shui Tianyu, who had assumed the persona of Shui Kaifeng, immediately raised his mental power to SSS level. Originally a weapon refiner, he was inspired to make a major breakthrough after seeing the Federation's pitifully small space buckle. Combining the techniques used in the cultivation world to refine space devices with the Federation space buckle technology, he developed a method for constructing a large-scale space buckle, thus becoming a master. Because Shui Kaifeng's body was highly compatible with his destiny, several years later he successfully raised his mental power to the human limit of 5S. After reaching 5S mental power, Xue Tianyu was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had once again mastered the mysteries of space. In the cultivation world, anyone who reaches the nascent soul stage can tear through space and teleport within a certain range. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the teleportation range. Ascending to immortality means tearing through the spatial interface to reach the immortal realm. After gaining the ability to teleport within a small area, Xue Tianyu rekindled his hope. He felt that if his strength continued to improve, he would eventually reach the level of tearing through the spatial interface, allowing him to return to the world of cultivation, or even journey to the immortal realm. After discovering that the authorities in his country were targeting him, Xue Tianyu simply gave them a substitute for their research. His true form, concealing his identity, began to travel around various planets, hoping to achieve even greater power. He had originally intended to improve his strength, but 400 years later, he unexpectedly discovered a planet that surprisingly exuded a faint spiritual energy. For such a large amount of spiritual energy to be emitted in the mortal realm, this place must contain treasures of no less than immortal rank. Xue Tianyu, along with hundreds of hired mercenaries, began exploring the planet. To his surprise, he discovered not treasures, but deadly creatures. Originally a spiritual plant from the world of cultivation, for unknown reasons, it had become demonized and fed on blood and flesh. Xue Tianyu, already immortal, was naturally no match for the demonic plant, and ultimately his body perished at its hands. Luckily, even back when he was still a cultivator, he had reserved a fallback plan by refining a soul jade, a magical artifact bound to his soul. The jade would allow him to possess 2 more bodies while remaining mortal. Although Xue Kaifeng's body had perished, his soul, Xue Tianyu, still lingered within the jade. Because of the demonic plant, almost everyone who arrived on this planet perished at its hands, leaving Xue Tianyu with no options for possessing another body. Countless years passed like this, so long that Xue Tianyu almost thought he would molder in decay, when a little boy dug him out of the earth. It was unclear whether the demonic plants on the planet had vanished or died, and the planet's faint spiritual energy had vanished. The little boy, overjoyed, washed the soul jade and hung it around his neck, treating it like a treasure. Because the little boy had brought him back to the light of day, Xue Tianyu hadn't intended to possess him. Unfortunately, a few days later, the boy, while out with his father, accidentally rolled down a hillside and died instantly. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with the boy's body, Xue Tianyu had had enough of being buried in the earth. To prevent him from being buried as a relic, Xue Tianyu reluctantly took over his body, becoming the man named Fang Han. His father was a low-ranking official in a small mercenary guild. Xue Tianyu, who already had a thorough understanding of this world, felt that staying in the guild was completely hopeless. In his previous life, he had searched for it but found nothing, and even died at the hands of a demonic plant. He had given up on returning to the world of cultivation. In his previous life, Xue Kaifeng's experiences in human society over the previous decade had taught him that this world was different from the world of cultivation. Even the most powerful individuals could not stand up to state institutions. If he hadn't had a double in that life, his excessive fame would have likely led to house arrest for research. After his newfound life, Xue Tianyu decided to become a powerful figure. He wanted to wield significant power. Without hesitation, he began to disguise himself, concealing his true identity. At 16, he used his true identity, the Xue Tianyu, to join the army. He then used a double for the Fang Han identity, playing both roles simultaneously. This was no problem for him, who once could control hundreds of puppets and doubles. Xue Tianyu climbed to a high position within the Legion through years of hard work, while Fang Han gradually strengthened the Tianring Guild over the years, becoming its leader. Xue Tianyu had imagined his life would be a pure and uncorrupted quest for power, until one day he met Yusue, a woman named Su Teng. When he learned she knew Yusue, he was delighted. She was the only one of his kind he had ever met in this world. Upon discovering she was destined for heaven, he decided to follow her. Perhaps it was a man's possessive nature that hadn't bothered him when Su Teng left alone. But after discovering her with another man on planet XY132, he felt uncomfortable, as if someone else were coveting something of his. After she gave him a level 8 energy stone and confirmed her connection to the world of cultivation, Xue Tianyu began to consider her a close friend. Cultivators often look down on mortals. It's a deeply ingrained sentiment. Even though Xue Tianyu had become immortal, a certain disdain for them remained deep within him. Xue Tianyu increasingly felt that he and Su Teng were from the same world, a perfect match. After discovering Qin Qinyuan, his rival in love, he became even more interested in her. Sadly, The mortals he had previously disdained had simply kicked him out. Xue Tianyu deeply realized that without his identity as a cultivator, he was just an ordinary man. Fang Han's body was only 50% compatible with his destiny. His spiritual power was improving too slowly, and his birth in this life was completely incomparable to Qin Qinyuan's. If he had waited until he reached the position of marshal, Su Teng would probably have had many children. Originally, because the Soul Jade only allowed 2 opportunities to possess a body, Xue Tianyu had never considered taking over before his body died, even with a low compatibility. But now, he couldn't wait any longer. After being transferred to the capital system, Xue Tianyu searched for a target to possess. He had finally found a woman he loved. How could he just give up? Fortunately, fate had been kind to him. He was pleasantly surprised to discover a man whose physique perfectly matched his destiny. He was also incredibly charming and handsome. More importantly, he was the 3rd generation of the military Long family. While not a favored heir, and although his mental power was only at SS at the time, these weren't the key points. After meeting Su Teng, his luck seemed to improve. Just days after identifying his target, fate presented him with a perfect opportunity to possess someone else's body. So if not now, when? Chapter 276. When in its feeding state, the cloud poison monster can only be effectively killed by entering its interior and finding its main body. However, the cloud poison monster's clouds have a significant corrosive and disruptive effect, significantly limiting a mech's mental power, vision, and movement speed. A mech entering its interior would likely not last more than 10 minutes before being corroded. Once a mech is damaged, the mech pilot inside will definitely not survive more than a minute. So, while killing it from within can effectively reduce the damage caused by the cloud poison monster, it will inevitably result in the sacrifice of many mech warriors. Killing it from within? That would require the sacrifice of many mech warriors, wouldn't it? Yi Liang asked with some reluctance. Should we blow up the capital planet? And then we flee the capital planet in disgrace, like those useless people in the Ministry of Political Affairs? Jiang asked. That's not what I meant, Yi Liang said noddingly. The capital planet must be saved. Blowing up the capital? Our Yan nation's reputation would be completely ruined, and those of us in the military wouldn't have to leave the house anymore. Qin Qinyuan said with a sneer on his face. Order all the guards on the capital planet to provide support. Of course. The capital planet must be saved, that goes without saying. Sitarui stroked his beard and nodded. But how could a cloud poison monster appear on the capital planet? Long Howren was puzzled. Indeed, this cloud poison monster's appearance is very strange. Han Yi also frowned, pondering the cloud poison monster's origins. Could it have entered through an unknown spatial jump point? Lu Dong thought of a possibility. That's a possibility. Xiao Ming's face was solemn, and he also felt that this possibility was very high. Everyone began to analyze the cloud poison monster's origins. Qin Qinyuan silently tapped his index finger on the table, his eyes dark, a suspicion brewing within him. Leia. This cloud poison monster's appearance was likely related to Leia. However, with the capital star undergoing such rigorous inspections, how could he have sneaked in with a cloud poison monster? Capital, Lanfu District. A dozen warships and dozens of starships formed a circle around the cloud poison monster. Countless mechas were parked on the decks of each warship and starship. Inside the aquamarine cockpit of his Tianxi mecha, Xue Tianyu gazed intently at the cloud poison monster ahead. Upon seeing the distinctive, apparently custom-made, red mecha enter the cloud poison monster's cloud formation, a strange smile crossed his face. What a godsend! Without hesitation, Xue Tianyu drove the Tianxi towards the red mecha's disappearance. In the military conference room, a 360-degree screen displayed the battle situation in Lanfu District in full view. As time passed, the number of mechas entering the cloud layer likely reached tens of thousands, and everyone's nerves grew increasingly tense. The cloud poison demon's cloud layer was dozens of kilometers across, while its main body was only the size of a fist. Coupled with its extremely fast movement, even locating it, let alone striking it, was difficult. They now had no choice but to rely on a wave of human power, and the casualties this time were likely to be horrific. Long Howren frowned deeply. The garrison corps stationed in the capital system rotated every 3 years, and this year, it happened to be the 5th corps, which belonged to him. Naturally, most of the corps consisted of members of the Long family. This time, the Long family was likely to suffer a heavy loss. After seeing Xue Tianyu's aquamarine Tianxi enter the cloud poison demon's cloud layer, Qin Qinyuan felt a slight sense of relief. He thought that man's strength should be enough to deal with him. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, the cloud poison demon's cloud gradually thinned at a visible rate, the black cloud gradually receding, revealing the corroded, mangled mechas within covering the ground. Save them. Search for survivors. Long Howling grumbled. Most of those were elite mecha pilots from the Long family. Who's that? Lu Dong's sharp eyes spotted the warrior who had killed the cloud poison demon. As the saying goes, extremes inevitably lead to the opposite. A living cloud poison demon is a highly toxic creature, but after death, like the heart of heaven, it can dispel various poisons. In its dead state, the cloud poison demon's form is a ball of cotton-like flux. A red mecha loomed overhead. A cloud of cotton, like a white cloud, rested quietly on its massive metal palm. It was the cloud poison demon in its dead state. Long Howard's eyes lit up, his face filled with surprise. It was their mecha pilot. Qin Qinyuan's expression suddenly darkened. Looking at the aqua blue mecha on the ground beneath the red mecha, his pupils suddenly constricted. Shu Tianyu was dead. How could it be possible? With his skills, even if he couldn't find the cloud poison demon's true form, escaping the clouds and saving his life would be no problem. How could he have died just like that? Looking at the shattered blue mecha on the screen, Qin Qinyuan had to believe the truth. Shu Tianyu was truly dead. Although Qin Qinyuan disliked his rival, his death was filled with mixed feelings. On June 4, 20313, in the capital city of the capital galaxy, a cloud-poisoned demon inexplicably appeared. After a bloody battle by the military, it was slain in the Lanfu district. As the greatest contributor to the battle, Long Ju of the Long family, who had successfully slain the cloud-poisoned demon, naturally gained both fame and honor. He succeeded the deceased Long Tianxiang as commander of the 5th Legion, and was promoted to lieutenant colonel. After the commendation ceremony, honoring both the living and the fallen, the celebration banquet naturally followed. Qin Qinyuan sat alone on the sofa, a glass of wine in hand, his gaze fixed on the focal point of the banquet. A group of people surrounded Long Ju, the man who had achieved such great military success. Information about Long Ju surfaced again in his mind. His mental power had just been elevated to SS-level mecha pilot. Qin Qinyuan's heart furrowed slightly. Could an SS-level mecha pilot have the ability to locate the cloud poison demon's true form and successfully kill it? And judging by their location, Shu Tianyu had clearly discovered the cloud poison demon's true form as well. Why had he died? Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened. Could this Long Ju have been behind this? Suspicious. While Long Ju was in the restroom, Qin Qinyuan waited on his path. Marshal Qin? Encountering Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju naturally stopped. Did you really kill the cloud poison demon? Qin Qinyuan demanded with a fierce voice. I did kill him. Why, Marshal Qin, don't you believe me? Long Ju smiled wickedly. Qin Qinyuan suddenly sensed a provocation and said sternly, expressionless, taking credit for someone else's work, once verified, will result in expulsion from the military and court-martial. Long Ju laughed impudently. Does Marshal Qin have any evidence? Raising an eyebrow, Long Ju raised his right hand, clenching his fist to his chest. I swear on the name of a soldier that I did kill the cloud poison demon. I hope so. Qin Qinyuan was slightly surprised, and turned to leave. As a soldier, his reputation was naturally paramount. Since Long Ju dared to say so, he must have killed the cloud poison demon, but perhaps it was just luck. Watching Qin Qinyuan's retreating back, Long Ju silently let out a strange smile. He said he killed him, but he didn't say it was this body that did it. But then again, it was him anyway. Chapter 277. After the cloud poison demon was dealt with, Qin Qinyuan stayed in the capital system for 3 days. On June 7th, after taking care of everything, Qin Qinyuan quietly set out on his own to leave the capital system. After finding a secluded location, and once again donning the Zhengzhe disguise, Qin Qinyuan headed straight for Tianrun City on Yurwen Star. Unable to contain his excitement, he boarded the spaceship bound for the Yuhing system and called Su Tang from his guest room. Sorry, the number you're calling is blocked. A cold, robotic, and ruthless female voice said. Qin Qinyuan frowned. Turned off? Subconsciously, he thought Su Tang was synthesizing energy stones again. The more advanced energy masters spend in seclusion synthesizing energy stones, the more undisturbed they are, and the faster they synthesize. Qin Qinyuan was well aware of this, so he naturally didn't dwell on it. In Tianrun City, Jiang Yinchuan stood at the door of Su Tang's room, looking at the empty room with a gloomy expression. Behind him, Qin Mufeng's jaw dropped to the ground, his mouth wide open. Where's she? Where's my sister-in-law? Who can tell me how this magic trick could have happened? Check the surveillance. Jiang Yunchuan said gravely. Su Tang was in seclusion, and at first, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Until noon today, he noticed a complete lack of spiritual energy in her room. Curious, he scanned it with his spiritual power, and saw something was wrong. Jiang Yunchuan's spiritual power naturally picked up the arched figure on the bed, but such a trick couldn't fool him. He dragged Qin Mufeng over to open the door, and only then did they confirm that Su Tang was truly gone. How could this happen? Qin Mufeng looked incredulous. What are you doing? Check the footage. Jiang Yunchuan shouted. Qin Mufeng regained consciousness, and the two of them headed for the surveillance room. Naturally, nothing was found. Jiang Yunchuan's heart sank. Had she taken advantage of the night to ride off on a star beast? Quick, search all of Tianran City. Knowing his sister-in-law was missing, and knowing the situation was serious, Qin Mufeng grew anxious. Although there had been some unusual activity on the capital planet, it had clearly been resolved perfectly. This meant his brother was probably already on his way back. Telling him now that his sister-in-law was missing would be a sure thing. She probably already left the planet, Jiang Yunchuan sneered. Great. She actually left him and run away. Su Tang was a truly courageous woman. Go to the Ministry of Transportation right away and check her ship number and trajectory, Jiang Yunchuan said bluntly. Qin Mufeng held the greatest power in the Yuan galaxy, so tracking down a single individual was naturally easy. In less than half an hour, they had located the spacecraft registered to Tang Xiaomi. Its last known location was near the interstellar jump point to the Wood Wolf Galaxy. It had gone to the Wood Wolf Galaxy. Jiang Yunchuan and Qin Mufeng were both shocked. The Wood Wolf Galaxy, with its numerous star beasts, harsh environment, and numerous dangers, was the least developed of the 30 galaxies in the Federation. Naturally, it lacked positioning and monitoring satellites. In the Wood Wolf Galaxy, the communication and positioning functions of optical computers were disabled, and ordinary people relied on special communicators. Thus, once a spacecraft entered the Wood Wolf Galaxy, locating it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Once it was confirmed that Su Tang had gone to the Wood Wolf Galaxy, Jiang Yunchuan turned and left. Brother Yunchuan, where are you going? Qin Mufeng asked in confusion. Of course, we're going to the Timber Wolf system. The current garrison in the Timber Wolf system is the Federation's 8th Legion, directly under his father's command. Its commander is Jiang Bingcheng, a member of a collateral branch. Even if he couldn't find Su Tang in the Timber Wolf system, as long as he kept watch on the various routes, he doubted she would return. He'd catch her sooner or later. After Jiang Yunchuan left, Qin Mufeng was left alone, torn. His sister-in-law had already left the Yuing system. How could he report this to his brother? After pacing back and forth for half an hour, hands behind his back, Qin Mufeng decided to take a peek at the things his sister-in-law had left behind. The moment he saw the contents of the box Su Tang had left, Qin Mufeng felt completely unwell. Inside the box was a snow crystal lotus and a note. The note read, "I'm sorry, I love him." Qin Mufeng stared at those 6 words in horror. He? Who was this? Clearly, this wasn't referring to his brother, Qin Qinyuan. So his sister-in-law had rejected his brother? Oh shit! They seemed pretty good before his brother left, but it's only been a little over a month and his sister-in-law is breaking up. What the hell is going on? Has she changed her mind in just this month? They haven't met any other men in this month, have they? Wait, Qin Mufeng's eyes suddenly widened. Brother Yunchuan. The Wood Wolf Galaxy, Jiang family territory. Thinking of Jiang Yunchuan's hurried departure, Qin Mufeng felt he figured it out. His sister-in-law had eloped with Jiang Yunchuan. She'd been creating illusions to lull him into lowering his guard, so they could elope. Qin Mufeng slapped his forehead in frustration. No, he had to inform his brother immediately. If his brother came here, he'd be dead. But if his brother went to find Jiang Yunchuan, that ungrateful man, then the focus would shift, and he'd be out of the question. With this thought in mind, Qin Mufeng tried to call Zheng Zhe, but was connected in just 5 seconds. Aboard the spaceship, Qin Qinyuan, unable to reach Su Tang, felt a lingering sense of unease, even though he thought she might be in seclusion. After receiving Qin Mufeng's call, his anxiety intensified. What's going on? Seeing Qin Mufeng's visibly panicked expression, Qin Qinyuan realized something was amiss. Brother, I have something to tell you. Qin Mufeng stammered, his expression a bit hesitant. Say it. Qin Qinyuan emphasized. Well, my sister-in-law fell for Brother Yunchuan, and they eloped. Qin Mufeng spoke without hesitation, finishing the sentence without a pause or a breath. What did you say? The cold, sinister tone made Qin Mufeng subconsciously shrink his neck, even through the scream. Well, brother, don't be angry. This is what happened. At this point, Qin Mufeng dared not hold back, and explained everything from their trip to Yushua Star until their return. Xiaofeng, you're really capable. Humph. Qin Qinyuan snorted coldly. So much had happened while he was away. But he clearly didn't believe Su Tang had fallen for Jiang Yunchuan in just a month. Brother, Qin Mufeng's face was doomed. He didn't want this to happen. Where's the thing she left me? Qin Qinyuan thought quickly. In his opinion, the idea of Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan eloping was pure nonsense. But before he left, he could sense that Su Tang's attitude towards him had softened. She had promised to wait for him, so why would she go back on her word and go to the Wood Wolf Galaxy alone? Wood Wolf Galaxy. Qin Qinyuan's heart sank. Although he knew from Qin Mufeng's words that she possessed two powerful star beasts, the Wood Wolf Galaxy was always full of dangers. How could she be so reckless as to go there alone? Chapter 278. Oh brother, don't be angry after seeing this. Qin Mufeng focused the screen directly on the box Su Tang had left behind. Brother, sister-in-law left you something so precious, which shows she still has you in her heart. Looking at the snow crystal lotus within the box, Qin Qinyuan felt a surge of joy. Giving him such a precious treasure at least showed that she still had a place for him in her heart. But what about this note? He was sure it wasn't referring to Jiang Yunchuan. Did you run into anyone from the Yin family this time? Qin Qinyuan's heart sank, thinking of Yen Zimu, his ultimate rival, who had been making him restless. Qin Mufeng thought carefully. It seems I ran into two pharmacist sisters from the Yin family. As expected, Qin Qinyuan took a deep breath, fearing that Su Tang had learned that Yen Zimu had betrayed the family for her. Take good care of my things. I deal with you when I return home. With that, Qin Qinyuan hung up. Qin Mufeng, on the other side, breathed a sigh of relief. Had he successfully diverted the artillery fire? He was truly resourceful. On the spaceship, Qin Qinyuan tore off his mask and issued an order to his personal guards using his computer. Since Qin Qinyuan hadn't even left the capital system, the starships of Qin Air's personal guards quickly arrived in full force. Being surrounded by so many military starships clearly frightened the crew on the spaceship. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. After Qin Qinyuan departed, the spaceship continued on its way to its destination. Qin Qinyuan issued a formal open letter to the 9 marshals of the military. Specifically, he stated that due to the Cloud Poison Demon incident, he felt the capital's military strength needed improvement, and that he was personally leading Qin Air's personal guards to the Wood Wolf system for training. Qin Qinyuan's words made sense to the other 9. Jiang Yi had already been looking for an excuse to go to the Wood Wolf Galaxy because of his son, so when Qin Qinyuan suggested it, he naturally agreed. He immediately agreed and led the Jiang family guard's 2nd Regiment to the Wood Wolf Galaxy. The remaining 8 immediately held a small meeting. Han Yi, Sitarue, and Lu Dong were left to guard the capital galaxy, while the other 6 marshals led their guard's 2nd regiments to the Wood Wolf Galaxy for training. Qin Qinyuan had never imagined that his casual pretext of pursuing his wife would actually lead to a large-scale military training exercise. Because Su Tang's driving skills were so poor, Su Xiaobai had been the driver since leaving Yuruin Star. Once they entered the Wood Wolf Galaxy, Su Tang discovered to her dismay that her computer had become a single-player system. There wasn't a single signal in the Wood Wolf Galaxy. Su Xiaobai's directionlessness struck again. Having already set their sights on Muyin Star, the spaceship, along with 1 demon and 3 pets, couldn't find its way. Finally, after more than 10 days of wandering, the ship entered the atmosphere of a planet in the outer reaches of the Wood Wolf Galaxy. Unable to connect to the star network, Su Tang didn't even know the planet's name. Is it dangerous here? How will we get back? Su Tang was bewildered. She even suspected that coming to the Wood Wolf Galaxy alone was a mistake. Like a blind person, she was groping in the dark. This wasn't a city, it was a galaxy. If she couldn't find her way, she could easily be lost in the galaxy for the rest of her life. Don't worry, Su Xiaobai said casually. I see a lot of mercenaries on this planet, so it's definitely safe. When it's time to leave, I can just follow them and get back. Although Su Xiaobai wasn't particularly road savvy, he wasn't stupid. When he couldn't find the way, he naturally adopted a tracking strategy. Following passing spaceships, a starship could naturally reach a relatively safe planet. Are there any experts? Su Tang frowned. No, I only saw a few S-level psychics, not even SS-level ones. Hearing this, Su Tang confidently used her psychic power to scan the area. She actually found several groups of mercenaries within a 50 kilometers radius. The danger level of a planet is often proportional to the number of mercenaries. Seeing so many of them, Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. At least this planet shouldn't be dangerous for her. Then let's find a secluded place to settle down? After confirming there was no danger, Su Tang decided to go with it. Okay, Su Xiaobai agreed. Then he drove the spaceship directly to a good spot he had scanned. A large canyon surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one exit directly ahead. After crushing a bunch of trees, the spaceship came to a stop. Because the spaceship was so conspicuous, Su Tang immediately retracted it and retrieved her tortoise shell from her space pocket. After instructing Su Moi and Su Yinlai to take turns guarding her fortress's tortoise shell, and having Su Xiaobao recruit a large group of stone-patterned butterflies to cover a 10 kilometers radius, Su Tang retreated to the fortress and began synthesizing energy stones. Su Xiaobai, on the other hand, spent his days basking in the moonlight, absorbing spiritual energy. Because this planet's nights were long and featured a crimson moon, Su Moi delighted in taking Su Xiaobai, who lived in the ice crystal, to bask in the moonlight every day. Su Yinlai, naturally, eagerly awaited Su Tang's synthesis of high-level energy stones. 1 man, 1 demon, and 3 pets began a secluded life. On the same day Su Tang arrived at the unknown planet, Jiang Yinchuan also arrived at the Wood Wolf Galaxy and successfully entered the 8th Legion's base. After greeting the old queen, Han Yun waved his hand, and the old man immediately issued an order, allowing Jiang Yinchuan to return to the military headquarters to replace Jiang Bingcheng as the new commander of the 8th Legion. Furthermore, upon hearing that Jiang Yinchuan was going to pursue his wife, Han Yun and Jiang Yi led the Jiang Family Guard's 2nd Regiment to investigate the situation to prevent him from misreporting military intelligence. More than 10 days after Su Tang's seclusion, Qin Qinyuan arrived at Muxu, the 8th Legion's largest garrison planet in the Wood Wolf Galaxy. Qin Qinyuan blankly read the reports on his computer. Although the normal star network signal was gone, the military headquarters naturally had a special signal, so his computer could still receive and check messages. Jiang Yinchuan has taken over as commander of the 8th Legion. Jiang Yi is also on his way, and even 5 marshals are on their way. Qin Qinyuan's face darkened. With so many people present, he couldn't openly seek out Su Tang. He feared they wouldn't even be able to detect his intentions. What a Jiang Yinchuan! Qin Qinyuan gritted his teeth. He considered him a brother, yet he was secretly stealing his woman. Although Jiang Yinchuan might not yet know of his relationship with Su Tang, Qin Qinyuan felt as if he had been stabbed in the back by his own brother. Resisting the urge to fight Jiang Yinchuan, Qin Qinyuan assembled his troops and headed for the planet he thought Su Tang might be on. Qin Qinyuan felt the most urgent task was to find Su Tang, and once he did, pack her up and take her away, hiding her at the Qin family headquarters. Chapter 279. A day after Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yi and Han Yun also arrived on Muxu Star. After Jiang Yi arrived, Jiang Yinchuan honestly explained to Han Yun and Jiang Yi how he had fallen for Su Tang. Han Yun's face immediately lit up with joy. Her son had finally come to his senses and finally fallen for a woman. You mean Su Tang? Jiang Yi was clearly overthinking it. Well, isn't she okay? Seeing Jiang Yi frown, Jiang Yinchuan was stunned. Was his old man being snobbish and looking down on Su Tang, who no longer had Su Yuan to rely on? Okay, of course, as long as she's a woman. Han Yun immediately interrupted, glaring at Jiang Yi. I didn't say I disagree. Jiang Yi immediately made his stance clear after receiving a glare from his wife. Then what was that expression on your face just now? Your son has found his true love. You should be celebrating. Han Yun was unyielding. In her opinion, her son finding his true love was a truly joyous occasion. I think something's fishy, Jiang Yi said gravely. Su Tang is such a talented animal tamer. She's certainly qualified to be our Jiang family's daughter-in-law. But don't you find it strange? Why is she with Qin Mufeng? Xiaoyun, you said they don't seem like a couple, but from what I know, Yin Zimu and Qin Mufeng aren't close. You could even say they're strangers. Yin Zimu wouldn't have left Su Tang in Qin Mufeng's care. Dad, what does this have to do with Yin Zimu? That scumbag is about to get engaged. Jiang Yinchuan, cut off from the outside world for months, was naturally unaware of the major events unfolding outside. Xiaoyun, you don't know yet, Han Yun said with a strange expression. That kid from the Yin family even left the family for her. Then, as if remembering something, Han Yun glared at Jiang Yinchuan. You brat, how dare you say that? He had you hooked up with me back then, and you didn't even say a word. How come you know how good she is now? Mom. Mind your ladle-like image. Jiang Yinchuan was naturally shocked by Han Yun's first words. Such a thing had actually happened while he was still at Yushu Star. He clearly didn't like the second part. He was foolish then, and he hadn't been attracted to Su Tang. Who could have known that fate would twist his mind and bring him to her after all? Now he regretted it bitterly. I don't care about my image. It's just you, a jerk who's so unimpressive that you need me and your father to intervene. Don't interrupt me. Let me think about this. Jiang Yi gestured for silence. To him, the association between Su Tang and Qin Mufeng was strange in every way. Qin Qinyuan. As the saying goes, old age is always the best. Jiang Yi immediately thought of the key figure. Su Tang arrived in the Wood Wolf Galaxy, and Qin Qinyuan hurried over to the Wood Wolf Galaxy to train. There had been no previous word of this, so it was clearly a spur-of-the-moment decision. Qin Mufeng and Qin Qinyuan were naturally close family, and Qin Qinyuan hadn't been in the capital galaxy for a while, having hurried back in early May. So where had he been all this time? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Xiao Yun, you said Qin Mufeng has some respect for Su Tang? Yes. Jiang Yunchuan had always been confused about the relationship between Qin Mufeng and Su Tang. He had always assumed that Su Tang's strength was the reason Qin Mufeng looked at him that way. I see. This is probably a smoke screen from Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yi suddenly realized. Dad, you mean Su Tang is brother Qinyuan's girlfriend? Jiang Yunchuan's pupils dilated. He wasn't stupid to begin with, so Jiang Yi's words naturally made sense. Why did Xiao Feng look so surprised when he said he was pursuing Su Tang? No, Su Tang and Qin Qinyuan definitely know each other. I'm afraid Qin Qinyuan is pursuing her. Han Yun was no pushover either. Back in military school, she majored in intelligence analysis. Although her abilities had diminished after decades of pampering, she still had a solid foundation. A month ago, rumors circulated in the Yuheng Galaxy that Qin Mufeng was pursuing a woman. The next day, that woman entered his base. I think it was Su Tang, but they weren't in a relationship. That was probably before the end of April, and Qin Qinyuan arrived in the capital galaxy in May. Calculating the timeline, it seems he was the one who started it, meaning he was pursuing Su Tang. Han Yun's analysis was coherent. But then the princes of the US and Europe arrived, specifically seeking to fight him, so he had no choice but to return to the capital, leaving Su Tang alone in the Yuheng Galaxy. Therefore, it's understandable that he entrusted Su Tang to Qin Mufeng's care. Brother Qinyuan, why didn't you take Su Tang back with you? Jiang Yunchuan frowned. While the Yuheng Galaxy wasn't considered dangerous, leaving someone he loved alone like that, even though he asked his cousin to take care of them, clearly wasn't right. Wouldn't it be better for them to go back to the Qin family together? How could you be so stupid? Han Yun angrily slapped Jiang Yunchuan. We all knew he took Su Tang back to the capital galaxy. Naturally, he was afraid we investigate. Su Tang's talent as a beast tamer only became apparent later. What's so scary about him? Jiang Yunchuan remained puzzled. I'm afraid there's something we don't know. Jiang Yi's eyes were deep. If Su Yuan were still alive, he could understand Qin Qinyuan's interest in Su Tang. But now, Su Tang might have some secrets. He simply couldn't believe Qin Qinyuan would set his sights on a nondescript orphan. Jiang Yunchuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Although Su Tang had her own secrets, she was the one brother Qinyuan had his eye on. So wasn't it rather unkind of him to interfere? Qin Qinyuan and he were considered close friends, and it was a mean act to try to steal his brother's lover. No one knows a son better than his mother. Han Yun knew what Jiang Yunchuan was thinking from the hesitation and struggle in his eyes. She slapped him hard on the head and said through gritted teeth, "You little brat, don't let your imagination run wild." Su Tang came to the Wood Wolf Galaxy alone this time, so she naturally didn't care about Qin Qinyuan. So you're competing fairly? Now, have some ambition. You already been snatched away by that jerk Yin Zimu. If I can't win Su Tang back this time, I find some random woman to kidnap you and get you married. Damn your image. Jiang Yunchuan was helpless. He hesitated for a moment, but he didn't consider giving up. Even if his opponent was Qin Qinyuan, so what? He fought him plenty of times. While it wasn't fair to compete with a brother for a woman, if it was fair competition. Jiang Yunchuan calmed himself and decided to issue a challenge to Qin Qinyuan. Since Su Tang wasn't married, she had the right to choose, and naturally, he had the right to compete. Mom, don't worry. I definitely get your wife this time. Having figured it out, Jiang Yunchuan put his arm around Han Yun's shoulder and began to grin. That's the way to go, Han Yun said, a look of relief on her face. Mom, I'm telling you, once you find someone, you must shamelessly pursue them and drive away all the other contenders. That's what your dad did back then. That old bachelor defeated dozens of my suitors, leaving me with no one to pursue and ultimately marrying him. Han Yun began to ramble on about the secrets of wife hunting, while Jiang Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly. Chapter 280. With Su Xiaobao's stone-patterned butterfly, no mercenaries dared to intrude on Su Tang's area. The few naive star beasts that occasionally passed by were brutally dispatched by Su Yanlai. Su Tang lived a secluded life on an unknown planet, completely unaware of the vibrant life in the Wood Wolf galaxy. Qin Qinyuan was naturally furious after receiving Jiang Yinchuan's letter of challenge, but he couldn't deny that Jiang Yinchuan was right. He wasn't related to Su Tang and had no right to interfere with her choices. Emotionally, he felt a surge of anger at being betrayed by his brother, but intellectually, he knew Jiang Yinchuan's actions were not wrong. Therefore, he could only accelerate his search for Su Tang. The Jiang and Qin family's personal guards were secretly searching for someone, while the other 5 marshals were actively training their forces. For a time, the development of the outer planets of the Wood Wolf galaxy surged several notches. However, due to the vast starfields and numerous planets in the Wood Wolf galaxy, Su Tang leisurely synthesized energy stones on the planets and remained undiscovered. That day, Su Xiaobai finally announced that they had digested the spiritual energy and could set off to try to find Su Yuan's father. Meanwhile, Su Tang's mental power had unexpectedly upgraded to 5S. Su Tang was so excited, she almost set off firecrackers in celebration. Finally, she could go find her father. As long as she didn't encounter Qin Qinyuan, no one would be able to see her mental power level, and she could try to develop any supernatural powers. Checking the time, Su Tang realized it was already the end of August, meaning she had been on this unknown planet for over 2 months. For those 2 months, she had slept 8 hours a day and drank only nutrient solution, living like an ascetic. After giving Su Yanlai and Su Xiaobao a basic level 10 energy stone each, Su Tang felt like she was back in time. All she had left of her 2 months of hard work were 5 low-quality level 9 energy stones. Out with the old, in with the new, Su Yanlai said, hugging Su Tang's calf and flattering her. After crunching a delicious level 10 energy stone, with some digestion and practice, its power would likely rise to a new level. Su Yanlai was very satisfied. Boss, you're such a good boss. From now on, if you say anything, I do anything for you, whether it's murder, arson, or robbery. Alright, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Don't dwell on such violent things. Su Tang shook her leg and kicked Su Yanlai away. She wasn't a gang leader, so why would she commit murder, arson, or robbery? Mom, Xiaobao can help me fight more bad guys from now on. Little foodie Su Xiaobao, unwilling to be outdone, immediately expressed his feelings. Well, Xiaobao is still a good boy. After stroking Su Xiaobao's soft head, Su Tang instructed him to finish his meal, put away his stone butterfly companion, and return to fitting Su Tang's earrings. Looking at the still standalone computer, Su Tang felt a bit apprehensive. Just her and Su Xiaobai, 2 directionally challenged, trying to pilot a spaceship would definitely be a problem. It was fine in places with a signal, but in a remote galaxy like this, they were doomed. Su Xiaobai, how do we find Dad? Although Su Xiaobai said they could find Su Yuan, Su Tang had no idea how. First, let's go to the black hole that swallowed them. Then I can follow the trail to the other side. That black hole? Su Tang lowered her eyes in deep thought. This meant she had to head for the bustling waterway in the Guangzhou Galaxy. The Guangzhou Galaxy, located near the capital galaxy, was a small system with a development rate of over 90%, and therefore, it maintained strict inspections of passing ships. Su Tang touched the Tangsu computer in her hand, wondering if she could still use this identity. Su Tang felt incredibly unlucky. Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan both knew the owner of the shady shop, and it seemed likely her identity, as Tang Su, had also been exposed. Ah, she sighed softly, feeling irritated again. If Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan weren't looking for her, it would be fine. But if they were, she'd be located as soon as she left the Wood Wolf Galaxy. After all, her ship was linked to Tang Xiaomi's computer, and could be located. We can hire mercenaries, Su Xiaobai thought, thinking Su Tang was overthinking it. Mercenaries? Su Tang's eyes lit up. Of course, she hadn't thought of that before. As long as she had the money, she could hire help. Having found a solution, Su Xiaobai immediately activated his all-round mental detection to search for suitable personnel. Huh? Su Xiaobai exclaimed softly. A lot of Federation soldiers are here. Oh, that guy with peach blossom eyes is here too. What? Su Tang immediately jumped up with a look of astonishment. Jiang Yinchuan? Why is he here? Could he really be looking for her? Yeah, he's in his mecha. He'd be detecting us in about 6 hours. What should I do? Escape in a spaceship? Or in the mecha? Su Tang was a bit flustered. Jiang Yunchuan's danger level was definitely no less than Qin Qinyuan's. What's the rush? Su Xiaobai remained calm. Don't you have a body in your space lock? Just leave it here. Escape by death? Su Tang was stunned. Is that reliable? It should be possible to conceal the truth. After all, although cloning technology is banned in this era, some powerful figures still secretly cultivate clones like doubles. If they're caught, you can just insist it's your double. Su Xiaobai, having been in the military archives, naturally knew many secrets. Will that work? Su Tang had been puzzled for a while. Modern cloning technology has reached a certain level, yet in this technologically advanced era, there are no clones. So it's banned. It should work. Once we find Su Yuan's father, everything will be fine. Su Xiaobai said confidently. That makes sense. Su Tang nodded in agreement. After discussing the countermeasures, the natural step was deployment. First, they had to disguise the fortress as a burglary and murder scene. Su Tang steeled her heart and thrust the small dagger into her own corpse's heart. Looking at her own corpse, whose face looked peaceful, a small dagger stuck in its chest, Su Tang's lips twitched. Why was she so strange? This expression was clearly wrong. Move her to the bed, and spray some sleeping potion in the room. Su Xiaobai came up with a timely and bad idea. The inexperienced Su Tang had no choice but to try her best. With Su Yilia's help, Su Tang moved her body to the bed, messed up the fortress, and then sprayed it with sleeping potion. After all this, Su Tang was exhausted and panting. Looking at Su Moy and Su Yinlai beside her, Su Tang was in a dilemma again. Although the death of a trainer would cause the star beasts to return to their wildness, the more loyal ones would starve to death. She had to perform the whole show. If she died without a single star beast by her side, it was obviously a problem. Su Yinlai, you stay here and pretend to be in agony, mourning for me, your boss. Su Tang finally decided to sacrifice Su Yinlai temporarily. What? Su Yinlai was stunned, then realized what was happening and patted Su Tang's calf. Boss, don't abandon me. Didn't I just say I go through fire and water? Go ahead. Now is your chance to show off. I give you a difficult task. Complete it, and I give you a higher level stone. Su Tang remained unmoved. At the mention of a high-level stone, Su Yinlia's eyes lit up. I see. Are you pretending to be dead, boss? Not bad. Su Tang bent down and touched Su Yilia's head in praise. Then you stay with Jiang Yunchuan as an undercover agent. Once I'm far away, follow him. I come back for you when the time is right. Don't pretend you don't know me then. How could that be? As soon as you return, boss, I immediately join your army and dedicate myself to you. Su Yinlai flatteredly, expressing his devotion. Very good, that's it. Act more realistically later. Su Tang had given Su Yinlai her temporary abandonment a deliberate decision. High-level, intelligent star beasts like Su Yinlai generally voluntarily accept their masters, eliminating the risk of forced taming. Therefore, as long as Su Yinlai continued to evolve and rely on energy stones to increase his strength, she had no concerns about him turning against her in the future. Currently, Su Xiaobai's immortal abode couldn't contain living creatures. Lion flame beasts were a very rare star beast, and there were likely only a few tamers in the entire military who had lion flame beasts as pets. Therefore, bringing Su Yinlai with him would immediately draw recognition. But Su Moya was different. A six-tailed Su Moya could disguise itself as a one-tailed, a two-tailed. There were still many tamers with low-level snow moon foxes. Therefore, as long as Su Moya disguised herself as a two-tailed fox, she would be a mainlander.